Chapter 61. Fourth day before the end of the world. 3 days later. The time agreed upon by Xia Yi and by Shanshan has come. She cleaned up the house in advance, settled everything for her sister, and comforted the cats and dogs one by one, before taking Mingjie out. Because of her illegal behavior, a security door was built at the staircase leading downstairs, so that people downstairs could not monitor her whereabouts through the stairs. Xia Yi walked in the opposite direction along the stairs, and climbed all the way to the roof. It was just dawn. The summer morning was quite cool and comfortable. The sun had not yet risen from the horizon. A faint blush floated on the clouds, staining the sky with rosy clouds. It's so beautiful. Xia Yi looked up at the sky, and couldn't help sighing. I don't know if I can see it again in the future. There are other scenery. 2. Mingjie stood beside her, with the light and shadow of the morning glow reflected in his eyes, hearing her words. He gently patted her shoulder, and said softly, "It's also beautiful." This sentence is quite meaningful. Xia Yi carefully pondered it, but did not ask further questions. If he asked Mingjie, he might not be able to tell him. It would be better to be quiet, take a good look at the scenery in front of him, and then keep it in his heart. The two stood side by side on the rooftop, the light orange glow weaved the outline, and the figures overlapped on the ground. I don't know how long I waited. Suddenly I heard the sound of helicopter propellers. As the plane stopped not far away, a familiar figure came down from the driver's seat. Bai Shanshan, wearing a tight jacket and leather boots, took off her sunglasses, and shook her hair, walked over leisurely. Xia Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. As Bai Shanshan's footsteps got closer and closer, before she could say anything, the other party's voice, that spoiled the mood, came first. "Oh, what a pair of golden boy and jade girl." Xia Yi choked immediately. Bai Shanshan's mouth was really amazing. She talked about everything. She and Mingjie stayed at home for the past 2 days. Her nose was not a nose. Her eyes were not eyes. And she almost made a world map out of her slippers. It was so embarrassing. I finally felt relieved today. But she brought me back to square one again. Aren't you pregnant? How dare you fly a plane? How dare you not kill yourself? Xia Yi gritted her teeth. I am pregnant. I am not disabled. Bai Shanshan rolled her eyes, speechless. I am so suffocated at home, with a bunch of flies nagging in my ears every day. I finally escaped, but you never stop. Xia Yi snorted coldly, replied. I am afraid that the plane will fall from the sky, and we will die. P't, p't. What a bad mouth. I don't want your secret to be exposed to outsiders. It's so inconvenient to find an outsider pilot. Good intentions are not rewarded. Bai Shanshan was annoyed with Xia Yi, and pushed her aside with a slap. Then she walked to Mingjie and stood beside him, looking at him nonchalantly. She thought her clothes were pretty good today. Her man couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. On the other hand, Mingjie looked very calm, with no ripples in his eyes. He looked at her, as if he was a piece of wood. Well, I won't be tempted by sex, so I passed the first level for now. Bai Shanshan said. Mingjie replied. The two of them were out of character, and exchanged names seriously. Bai Shanshan paused, and then went full steam ahead, preparing to start the attack. Ming, you must have a lot of rich fans. If you give more than 100,000 yuan in the live broadcast room, will there be any extra benefits? Mingjie was stunned when he heard this, and it took him a moment to realize what she meant, and a trace of panic suddenly flashed across his eyes, and he quickly retorted. No. I started my business in the real economy. The purpose of online marketing is to promote the real economy, and promote the transaction volume of the real economy. I don't rely on online rewards to make a living. You can check. After saying that, as if it was not enough, he added another explanation. My social software, live broadcast platform, I left in such a hurry this time, I had no chance to fake it. Bai Shanshan looked at his panicked expression, then turned to look at Xia Yi's calm face, raised her eyebrows slightly, and spoke with a very firm tone. Oh, you have a crush on my sister. Xia Yi. Mingjie. Bai Shanshan understood the situation of the two in a second, and after ruthlessly exposing it, she raised her eyebrows to watch the fun, covered her lips with her hands, and whispered to Xia Yi, but her voice was full of energy. You don't do anything with him when he's so handsome. This is unforgivable. Xia Yi, shut up. She almost wanted to shut Bai Shanshan's mouth. This woman was annoying enough at ordinary times, and when Mingjie was present, her lethality increased 100-fold. Things were developing like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins, completely out of control. Bai Shanshan obviously would not back down after she got angry, but would only take advantage of her victory after she got angry. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, he became even more aggressive. He doesn't have a helicopter at home. Why did he have to use mine? Wouldn't it be better if you let him drive, and you can enjoy the uniforms? Xiaoyi. Ming Jiai remained silent all the time, and when Bai Shanshan exposed his unrequited love, his expression did not change at all. And as for Xiaoyi's cold response, he was not surprised at all, and he didn't even defend himself, but his ears felt a little hot. Only after hearing this did he finally speak in a low voice. She didn't ask me. Bai Shanshan burst into laughter when she heard this. She didn't ask me. Bai Shanshan repeated what he said, looking at Xiaoyi in a wrong manner, blinking her eyes, looking pitiful, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Did you hear that? They all said they wanted to fly for you. How can you be so unromantic? Xiaoyi finally couldn't stand this woman anymore, walked onto the plane with big strides, sat in the passenger seat by herself, put on her head, with noise-isolating headphones, and just ignored this person. Assist failed. Bai Shanshan shrugged helplessly, showing a helpless look. The road is long and arduous. There are blood and flesh flying in front, and corpses everywhere behind. You are not the first person who covets this iron tree, and you will not be the last one. Come on, buddy, Bai Shanshan said without any sincerity. Then she followed Xiaoyi into the helicopter, and sat directly in the driver's seat. In the channel with only 2 people, she quietly praised Xiaoyi. Looks like he really likes you. Why don't you give it a try? Xiaoyi turned on the helicopter's power switch irritably, listening to the humming sound of the engine starting up, interrupting her nonsense, said, Behave yourself. Watching the 2 of them get on the helicopter, Ming Jiai shrugged helplessly, followed them, and jumped onto the back seat of the helicopter, turned around with some difficulty, closed the door, and fastened his seat belt. Bai Shanshan saw that his movements were a bit awkward, and couldn't help asking, Why don't you put your coat on the back seat before doing anything else? Xiaoyi. Ming Jiai. The 2 of them looked at each other, so quiet that it seemed as if they heard nothing. Bai Shanshan frowned in confusion, and then she noticed something was wrong. While the 2 were not paying attention, she suddenly leaned over to the back seat and took off Ming Jiai's coat. Under the coat, a pair of slender hands were revealed. The hands were clean and bony, with the 10 fingers slightly crossed, and the smooth curves between the fingers seemed to have been carefully polished, like a perfect work of art. On the shallow depression beside the wrist bone, there was a pair of handcuffs. The handcuffs were made of silver metal, with a strong sense of shackles, and interlaced with the fair skin, with a strong visual impact. Bai Shanshan slowly widened her eyes, as if an egg could be stuffed in her mouth. She was shocked by the incomprehensible scene in front of her, and did not speak for a full minute. After a long while, she slowly swallowed her saliva, and let out a long sigh from the depths of her throat. You 2 are having a lot of fun. Xiaoyi. Ming Jiai. If I say it's not what you think, you probably won't believe it. Right? Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. Bai Shanshan came over with a gossipy look on her face, raising her eyebrows at Xiaoyi. You haven't even gotten him yet, but you're just doing this to him, and he agrees? Xiaoyi, do you think you're talking human language? No wonder you've been lonely for so many years. I've never understood you. So this is how you are? Bai Shanshan said with a click of the tongue. You are the kind who only use your body, and not your feelings. Shut up. Xiaoyi threw back the word friend that she had spit out, and said angrily. Let's go. It's already dawn. Can you please stop wasting time? No. No. Wait. One last question. I just ask one last question. Bai Shanshan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, turned her head abruptly, and squinted at Ming Jiai. How come I remember that you lived in her house 3 days ago? Ming Jiai raised his eyes. So, these 2 days? Bai Shanshan asked in a resounding voice. Who washed your bath? Ming Jiai was stunned, and suddenly recalled the scene of that day. Although his face remained unchanged, his ears were secretly red again. Oh! I was right? Bai Shanshan shouted happily. This woman relied on the golden ticket in her belly to talk nonsense, and escaped the beating again and again, until the other 2 completely ignored her. She pretended to sigh helplessly, pulled up the joystick, drove towards the destination, and said in a pretentious manner, Okay. Okay. Let's go. I won't be annoying anymore. Xiaoyi decisively rolled her eyes at her. You're not annoying enough. Here. Here. Here, it's coming out. The 2 people sent by the Lin family downstairs held a small telescope and stared at the helicopter's flight path, until the helicopter left the field of vision, then they looked at each other and nodded. It's her, isn't it? I've waited for so long. I thought she wouldn't come out, it seems. How could she not come out? There's a time bomb buried downstairs. No one can stay at home. We must find a way. Rich people are different. Her method is too tricky. We have 2 legs and no wings, so we can't track her. It's okay. Call Mr. Lin and let him find a way. Chapter 62. Before Lin Linglang received the call, he was at the real estate agency. Because he had called in advance, the people at the agency had already made preparations. As soon as he arrived, he was invited to the inner room and served hot tea. Hello. Mr. Lin, I am Xiao Wu, the real estate agent here. I heard that you were coming, and I have been ready for a long time. I wonder what kind of transaction you want to make here. Buying or selling a house? Xiao Wu had heard of Lin Linglong's name a long time ago. When he learned that he was coming here to look at houses, he racked his brains to grab the reception job. His reception attitude was extremely enthusiastic, and even seemed a little flattering. We have a complete range of properties here. Whether you are buying or selling a house, we will provide you with the best service here. And the transaction process is absolutely safe and confidential. Oh, is the transaction safe and confidential? Lin Linglang crossed his legs slowly and asked with interest. If I want to check the transaction information here, can you find it? Ah? Xiao Wu was obviously stunned, and asked subconsciously, what transaction information do you want to check? I want to check the transaction information of people who have bought and sold real estate here. Her name, the house she bought, and how much it was sold for. Are these also kept confidential? Yes, confidential. Xiao Wu was about to tell the truth, but halfway through his words, he suddenly realized the other party's intention, and his mind quickly changed. In theory, it should be kept confidential, but that is the treatment of ordinary people, and you are not an ordinary person. Just tell me what information you want to check, and I guarantee to help you find satisfactory information. Is that so? Lin Linglang smiled, watching Xiao Wu nodding his head, and immediately showed a satisfied look, and ordered directly, I want to check the real estate transaction records of Mingyi Investment Company. Limited Mingyi Investment Company. Ltd, okay. I check it for you right away. Xiao Wu nodded. He squinted his eyes while operating, and the name sounded familiar to him, until he found the contact information of the buyer of the transaction. He suddenly realized it. The buyer's contact person for house viewing. Surnamed E. The one who took him to the house viewing, but gave a large amount of agency fees to others. Made him resent the transaction for nearly a month. Have you checked? Lin Linglang urged. You know them? Xiao Wu asked tentatively. Know them? Not only know them, but also have a big feud. Lin Linglang looked at Xiao Wu indifferently, with a hint of threat in his eyes, and asked slowly, What? You don't plan to check for me? No. No. Xiao Wu hurriedly shook his head, and secretly felt a little happy. That arrogant and unreasonable woman surnamed E actually offended someone who could not afford to offend. It was really a pleasant surprise. I know the transaction you are talking about. I met both parties in the transaction. That woman is so annoying. Lin Linglang had confirmed the transaction bill early, and was not surprised that the transaction was verified. But he was interested in Xia Yi, so he showed interest. Really? Have you seen that woman? Tell me about it. Xiao Wu recalled the details of taking Xia Yi to see the house, and started to talk nonsense about how arrogant, willful, self-righteous, and annoying she was. He exaggerated and talked nonsense, but it happened to be a perfect match for the Xia Yi in Lin Linglang's mind. Seeing Lin Linglang nodding frequently, showing an approving look, Xiao Wu talked even more excitedly, talking non-stop for more than half an hour. Only then did he suddenly realize the passage of time. Xiao Wu looked at the time, finally realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped talking and brought the topic back on track. Well, I was just talking about myself, and I haven't asked you where you want to buy a house. Do you want to buy a house near Yuehu Sanatorium? Yuehu Sanatorium? Lin Linglang raised his eyebrows. Oh, it's the land that he bought. I don't know what the woman is crazy about. She insisted on buying that place. It's a desolate place. Someone died there before. I don't know what the woman was thinking. Maybe she was just trying to get a bargain. Xiao Wu explained hurriedly. When I help you look for a house, I must consider you. I must explain to you the pros and cons of the neighborhood. There are no other residential areas nearby, and there are no surrounding facilities. It is not suitable for living at all. To put it bluntly, if you are too lazy to cook and want to order takeout, it will not be delivered within 2 hours, and you will have to add several dozen delivery fees. Lin Linglang frowned slowly when he heard this. Why did Xia Yi buy the property here? According to the description of this agent, she actually went to see the house on the second morning after the dinner with the Lin family. So she also clearly knew that the transportation nearby was not convenient. There were no supporting facilities for daily life. And even takeout could not be ordered. The spoiled young lady, who had to do housework for her meals all year round. Wouldn't she starve to death if she lived here? It would be even more outrageous if she ran a business. How could the business be good in a place where people died? She was not a fool. She must have had her intentions in choosing such a remote place. In addition to this remote property, she also purchased a variety of daily necessities, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, and everything else. These unreasonable behaviors, if verified by the outrageous possibility, might not be so outrageous. But it's still hard to believe. For many years, every once in a while, there would be a group of inexplicable doomsday theorists on the internet, shouting that the world was going to be destroyed. They built underground shelters with great fanfare, bought drinking water frantically, learned various doomsday survival skills, and made all kinds of nonsense on the internet. What's more, some people even started teaching courses, teaching people how to survive in the wild in the doomsday. But these people are usually slapped in the face. The time points for the doomsday they shouted about have passed again and again, and the world is still safe and sound. Nowadays, everyone has regarded this argument as a joke. And it is only used for jokes occasionally. No one really believes it. He even received a text message of a doomsday warning from someone a long time ago. But he just laughed it off. Is Xia Yi a person who would believe those stupid doomsday arguments just because of hearsay and put all his assets into it? Lin Linglang would never believe it. Take me to see the house. See the house? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. And he asked, which house do you want to see? It's the house that Xia, the woman named he bought. Lin Linglang said. Ah? Xiao Wu was stunned, showing a puzzled look. But that house has been sold. And the boss behind that woman has no intention of selling it. The house has never been put up for sale. And it is not in the transaction range. Who said I want to trade? Lin Linglang said lightly, without hiding his purpose. I didn't plan to buy a house. I just went to take a look. Xiao Wu was stunned. He had worked hard to get the reception opportunity this morning, and thought he had a big business to do. After all, Lin Linglang was a second-generation official, and he had a long-standing reputation. He must be rich if he bought a house, and he could make a lot of money from it. Only then did he realize that he had completely misunderstood. This young Master Lin was just looking for trouble, and had no intention of spending money here. But he was still like a fool, wasting time and laughing here, wasting a morning in vain. Not to mention how far Yuehu Sanatorium is. It takes more than an hour to drive there one way. And serving this old man back and forth would waste the whole afternoon. Xiao Wu seemed to be splashed with a big bucket of cold water. And his face immediately turned bitter. But he didn't dare to offend the person in front of him. He had already suffered a great loss by treating the woman surnamed Yi badly before. Not to mention that the person in front of him was powerful. So he didn't dare to just walk away. He thought about it. His eyes suddenly turned. And he spoke. Okay, Mr. Lin. I make sure you're satisfied. Xiao Wu said with a smile. I didn't sell that house. I found the agent who sold it to you. I let her take you there. Go ahead. Lin Linglang ignored his little thoughts. It didn't matter who took him there. As long as he could go and see it, it would be fine. He had watched a lot of videos of the shelters of the survivors of the end of the world before coming here. If he could go and see it in person, he would be able to judge whether Xia Yi was selling the medicine he thought of. Miao Fanfang. Come here. Xiao Wu ordered Miao Fanfang. Although Miao Fanfang had less experience, her work ability was not bad. Moreover, she was a colleague of the same level as Xiao Wu, and they were both under the jurisdiction of the same boss. There was no superior-subordinate relationship between them. Xiao Wu relied on Lin Linglang's presence nearby, and acted in a domineering tone. Miao Fanfang was sorting out customer information in front of the computer. She frowned when she heard this. But there were customers present, and she couldn't be too radical. She had to walk over and ask, What's the matter? Yuehu Sanatorium. Isn't it the house you sold? You earn the agency fee, so you must go to show it, Xiao Wu said condescendingly. Miao Fong looked confused when she heard it. You said the deal is done, the money has been paid. Why do you still want to go and see it? Why are you so stubborn? Xiao Wu couldn't make sense of her, and frowned angrily, said dissatisfiedly. Mr. Lin just wants to see the house that has been sold. Miao Fong was stunned for a while after hearing this. It took her a long time to realize the implication of this sentence. She immediately widened her eyes, looked at Xiao Wu with condemnation, and asked, how can you disclose client information to outsiders? What if the person who inquired about the client information was her ex-husband? What if he wanted to rob her property? Can you have some basic professional ethics? Xiao Wu sneered secretly. If he could rob the property of the woman surnamed Yi, he would be more than happy. He hoped that the woman would suffer a bad fate, and let the woman know that looking down on him would be punished. Seeing Miao Fong's inability to make sense, Lin Linglang was not angry. Instead, he curved his eyes, showing his signature dimples, and smiled softly. His smile was very deceptive, and successfully eased the atmosphere. This intermediary girl. You think too much. I have no ill intentions. Miss Yi is my sister, and I am her brother. I need to find her for something. Please help me. Okay. Chapter 63. Miao Fong looked at Lin Linglang's smile, doubting his words. Real estate agencies are places where people see all kinds of people. People who come to buy and sell houses are really all kinds of people. Although she has just started working for a short time, in these few short months, she has experienced all kinds of darkness, and is no longer a simple and easy to deceive girl. However, Miao Fong did not intend to refuse. She knew very well in her heart that Xiao Wu could not afford to offend Lin Linglang, and she could not afford to offend Lin Linglang either. She was just a low-level worker from outside the province, and she would not give up her job just to fight for her dignity. The most important thing is that all of Miss Yi information had already been revealed by Xiao Wu. Her identity information and transaction information were no longer secrets. It was meaningless for her to refuse at this time. She might as well take the initiative to take over the job, following Mr. Lin to see the house. She could also take the opportunity to secretly observe what the other party was planning, and at the same time give Miss Yi a timely warning. Miss Yi chose to be the transaction intermediary, and Miao Fong was really grateful. It was this intermediary commission that allowed her to own her own house in this city. It would be good if I could take this opportunity to repay you. No problem, Mr. Lin. Miao Fong quickly considered the pros and cons in her mind, but she smiled skillfully on her face and responded. Mr. Lin, do you have a car? Can I take your car? Or I can drive my own electric scooter, but it will be slower. My driver has driven the car and parked it at the door. Let's go, Lin Linglang said lightly. Okay. Miao Fong kept smiling, followed Lin Linglang obediently, sat in the passenger seat of the car, and pointed the way to the driver. After waiting for the car to start, she spoke. Mr. Lin, I excuse you for a moment. I need to send an out-of-town application to the store manager. After getting Lin Linglang's consent, Miao Fong quickly edited a text message and sent it to the contact number that Xia Yi had left. Urgent. Miss Yi, there is a person named Lin Linglang who is going to visit the Yuehu sanatorium you bought. At the same time, Lin Linglang just received the call. Mr. Lin, the Miss Xia you asked us to follow is out. She went out? Lin Linglang frowned, wondering. Xia Jiping didn't do anything, but just let her go. Xia Jiping might not know she went out. How is that possible? I chose the second top floor specifically for him. It's so close. There are people coming in and out of the corridor. How could he not know? She left by helicopter. Lin Linglang. Damn it. Lin Linglang showed a look of surprise, and couldn't help sneering. She's really rich. Where are you going? We don't know. We can't catch up with the plane on foot. I'm asking you the general direction. Well, it seems to be the lake. The lake? Lin Linglang curled his eyes, and the dimples on his lips became deeper. He gently stroked the outline of the phone, and said slowly. What a coincidence. I'm going to the lake too. Bai Shanshan took Xia Yi and Ming Jiai. The three of them went from the roof of the apartment building to the Xia restaurant, and they arrived soon. She watched the two people opposite her develop a smooth relationship, guessing that Xia Yi might be on guard against Ming Jia, and didn't ask much about it. Of course, it could also be because she was more curious about another topic. Hey, Mr. Ming, I have a question for you. Bai Shanshan landed the helicopter in the empty parking lot, and just turned off the flight equipment. Her mouth opened again. Does the name Xia have anything to do with our Xia? Mr. Bai. Ming Jiayi fixed his eyes on Xia, and after a moment's pause, he confirmed that the other party had heard him, and confirmed that the other party was still indifferent. And then he chuckled helplessly. The question you asked? Has your Xia agreed to it? Bai Shanshan immediately became excited and asked with a raised eyebrow. What if he did? What if he didn't? Ming Jiayi slowly retracted his gaze. His eyes fell on his hands, gently stroking the silver luster on his wrist, and said after a moment, I will only answer if she wants to ask. Hey! Hey! The gossipy light flashed wildly in Bai Shanshan's eyes. She pulled Xiao's wrist and started to act like a spoiled child. Hey, please, just tell me what you want to ask. Just tell me, just tell me. Bai Shanshan was going crazy, as if 10,000 flies were flying around her ears. Xiao was shaken so hard that her old bones were about to fall apart. She sighed deeply, and was about to agree. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. After Xiao turned off the flight mode, the call came immediately. Yin Xufeng. Xiao glanced at the name displayed on the phone. If this call came at any other time, she would not even look at it, and directly block the other party. However, at this moment, this call was a life-saving straw. Xiao even felt a little grateful to her in her heart, and pressed the answer button without hesitation. Hello? Bai Shanshan. She immediately showed a disappointed look, but knowing that Xiao was busy, she did not bother her anymore and shut up. Miss Xiao, you finally answered the phone. After hearing the phone being connected, Yin Xufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked cautiously. You said before that I was useless, but if I am still useful to you, would you be willing to keep me? You called me just to say this nonsense? Xiao asked calmly. No. No. Miss Xiao, please don't hang up. I really have news to tell you. I'm sure it's useful. Yin Xiaofeng said in a panic. Oh, really? What news? I can't tell you now. This is my last bargaining chip. Yin Xiaofeng had learned from the experience of being cheated by Lin Linglang, and seemed to have become smarter, learned to bargain. You have to promise me first, really hire me. Xiaoyi. She picked up her phone, transferred a number to the other party's account, and said calmly, Go ahead. Yin Xiaofeng finally felt more at ease after seeing the bank deposit message. And then she told him what happened in the Lin family. Xiaoyi pursed her lips and said nothing, listening quietly until the other party finished speaking. When Yin Xiaofeng spoke again, asking when she could come back to work, Xiaoyi did not answer, but hung up the phone. The money was given, just as the money for buying the information, rehiring? Yin Xiaofeng must be dreaming. Hello, hello? Yin Xiaofeng desperately called on the other end of the phone, but could only hear the busy tone in the receiver. She wanted to call back, but found that she couldn't call back. Xiaoyi put her on the blacklist. Although she was still useful this time, after this time, she was really completely useless. After Xiaoyi hung up the phone, there was some silence in her hands, and she didn't speak for a long time. Bai Shanshan saw that she looked a little strange, and asked, What's wrong? What happened? This matter contained a lot of information, so much that Xiaoyi didn't know where to start. She thought about it, and chose a relatively forward-looking information to tell. The wild dog is back. Wild dog? Xia Jiping? That bastard? Bai Shanshan's voice suddenly rose. Yes, Xiaoyi replied. Wild dog was the nickname they gave Xia Jiping. Since Xia's father passed away, Xia Jiping was like a wild dog without an owner, barking everywhere every day, hitting whoever he caught. When? Why didn't you tell me? Bai Shanshan said dissatisfiedly. It's been a few days. I wanted to tell you last time on the phone. Bai Shanshan suddenly remembered the content of the last phone conversation, and suddenly felt guilty, laughed dryly twice. Blame me. Blame me. It's okay, just listen to me. Xiaoyi waved her hand gently, and immersed herself in her thoughts again. She was not angry because of Bai Shanshan's behavior. They had known each other for many years, and she knew the other's personality very well. It can even be said that, thanks to Bai Shanshan's personality, the two of them can become friends. Okay. Bai Shanshan nodded, gently stroking Xiaoyi back. She knew what Xia Jiping meant to Xiaoyi, and just comforted him. I'm here. I'm really fine. After Xiaoyi waved her hand again, he slowly uttered the second message. Xia Jiping knows Lin Linglang. Ah? Bai Shanshan asked subconsciously. So, Lin Lang has a way to check bank statements. Xia Jiping knows the account information of my overseas company. Then, before Bai Shanshan could react, Ming Jiayi suddenly raised his eyes. Xia Yi pursed her lips. Her voice was very slow, but it was like a thunderclap that exploded out of nowhere. If the two of them check the accounts, they can check all my transaction records during this period. Before, when I didn't know what kind of people these Lin family were, I sent them a Doomsday warning text message. If he wasn't too stupid, he can not only guess what you are doing. Bai Shanshan reacted suddenly. Her expression suddenly became many times more serious. He can even check all your preparations, the things you bought, the location of the shelter, everything can be checked. Yes. Xia Yi closed her eyes. This matter was indeed her blind spot. She could not imagine that Xia Jiping would actually be connected with Lin Lang. She chose to use a foreign company as a transaction, to avoid Lin Lang checking the bill flow. The only loophole in this matter is Xia Jiping. He had already investigated Xia Yi thoroughly when he was abroad. However, Xia Jiping had been abroad for many years, and had not returned to China for a long time. In theory, it was impossible for him to know the Lin family. But it happened that they really knew each other. Not only did they know each other, but they were able to quickly establish contact within a few days, and even accurately synchronize the most core information. That won't work. Bai Shanshan was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, she showed an anxious look on her face. She hurriedly started the helicopter, and said quickly, I go to your house now to pick up your sister. You will live with me in the future. Don't go back to your place. Chapter 64. No need. Xia Yi rejected Bai Shanshan kindness. She closed her eyes, and slowly calmed down. This incident had a huge impact on her. She knew very well how greedy the Lin family was. If the Lin family found out where her assets were flowing, it would definitely bring endless trouble. If the Lin family knew that the end of the world was coming, these people would probably not think about making preparations quickly, but how to take advantage of her. The Lin family, Xia Jiping, were her closest relatives, and the two flies that disgusted her the most. They had caused trouble for her at home and abroad before, and now they had joined forces. Although she had made a lot of preparations for the end of the world, the current situation was becoming more and more complicated. She still couldn't predict what the future would be like. Her mind was surging, with countless thoughts swirling wildly. But her voice and breathing were neither fast nor slow, and there was no trace of anger or impatience. Xia Yi sat there quietly and silently for several minutes. When she raised her eyes again, her eyes were already full of cruelty. That was the shelter I built with my own hands. How could I give it up? Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Although you have several places to hide, if the other party is determined, they will surely find out the clues. Bai Shanshan frowned slowly and disagreed. You can fight them, but you can't take your sister to take risks. You are right. I want to ask you for something. Xia Yi said slowly. Go back and take 2 people to my house to pick up my sister. Oh, and the other 3 in my house. Let them stay at your place for a while. After the dust settles, I will decide what to do. What about you? Bai Shanshan asked. I go to the shelter and check all the projects, including all the security-related preparations. Xia Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly. Now all the security work has been completed. As long as the construction is carried out according to my plan, it won't be so easy for them to break in. Shall I go with you to take a look? No need. We can work faster if we work on 2 lines at the same time. It will take time for the Lin family to confirm the information. Even if they want to cause trouble for me, they still need time to prepare. It can't be done immediately. And, basically it's only these few days. At this point, even if the Lin family wants to do something, it's not possible. Xia Yi got a hint from Ming Jiayi, and passed this information to Bai Shanshan. After explaining the plan and arrangement in her mind to Bai Shanshan, Xia Yi gave another instruction. Taking my sister out of the house is a physical job. You need to climb stairs. It's better to bring someone to do it. You are pregnant. Don't be stubborn. The address of her apartment is not a secret. Moreover, the living area is in her apartment, and the storage area is in her sister's apartment across the street. Even if there are outsiders coming in and out, it's not a big problem. The most important thing is that the passwords are connected to the satellite network. She can change it anytime and anywhere. There is no need to worry at all. Okay. I go first then. Bai Shanshan felt something was wrong, but she couldn't seem to put her finger on it. After thinking about it, she agreed to Xia Yi's proposal. After saying goodbye to the two of them, she restarted the helicopter. Before she left, she seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help but say something. I don't have that many boxes of things you stored here. If you two need them, remember to bring them from home. Xiaoyi. Ming Jiayi didn't know what they were talking about. But he didn't ask. He was used to seeing Xiaoyi scolding people with her face, especially scolding Bai Shanshan with her face. Looking at her scolding face, he knew that Bai Shanshan must be talking about something that he'd better not know. So he wisely changed the subject. I have a spare car in the parking lot. Should we drive over there, or take a speedboat? No need. Xiaoyi watched Bai Shanshan leave, putting away the get-out expression on his face. Word. And put away all other emotions. Ming Jiayi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and asked subconsciously, Then, how do we get through? Xiaoyi raised his hand and fumbled around his waist, and found the small key bag that he was going to take with him. He pulled out a key from it, and flicked it lightly with his fingers. The key flew out a beautiful parabola and landed accurately between Ming Jiayi's hands. This key was the key to the handcuffs, the culprit that shackled his hands. The relationship between the two has gradually eased these days, and they have even developed a lot of tacit understanding in life. However, no matter what happened, Xiaoyi never relaxed her guard against him, except for taking a shower. She never unlocked the handcuffs once. This key that she had guarded so carefully for so many days was easily taken out at this time and handed to him. Ming Jiayi did not take it. He still held Xiaoyi's coat between his hands, and watched the key hit the coat, and then bounced up. Click. A sound fell to the ground. After spending so many days together, I believe you have no ill intentions. Xiaoyi lowered her head to take out her phone to send a message, and spoke at the same time. Now the time is almost up. You should return to your place, and make the final preparations. I will not disturb you. As she spoke, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right, and subconsciously raised her head. Ming Jiayi took 2 steps forward without knowing when, walked within half a meter in front of her, and was looking at her quietly with his eyes down. She was petite to begin with, and he was much taller than her, almost completely enveloping her in the shadow. The summer weather was a bit hot, and this man's high lung capacity inexplicably took away the air nearby, making her feel a bit suffocated. Xiaoyi frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Almost at the moment she stepped back, Ming Jiayi's raised lips dropped, and the luster of his eyes dimmed slightly. The fleeting look in his eyes seemed fragile. Xiaoyi did not think about it further. She still had things to do, and needed to finish her words as soon as possible. I haven't found a suitable opportunity these days. There are some things I should tell you. What happened? Ming Jiayi interrupted her suddenly. He looked deeply at Xiaoyi's expression, as if he wanted to see something from her face. The tone of his voice was unusually deep, but he still deliberately lowered his voice. Nothing, Xiaoyi said casually. Although something did happen, but it was not something that needed to be shared with Ming Jiayi, which was almost nothing for her. Ming Jiayi seemed to be irritated by her indifferent expression. His calm expression suddenly cracked, and he could not help but growl. I asked you what happened. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows in shock. Ming Jiayi seemed to realize that his emotions were a little out of control. He coughed twice at the side of his head, and without pausing for almost a second, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's okay. Xiaoyi responded to him with 2 simple words again, but still avoided his question and continued. I know I'm selfish. You've warned me over the years, told me about future risks at critical moments, and cooked so many delicious meals when I needed them. But I'm still on guard against you. I'm sorry. I should have thanked you. I don't want to hear that. Ming Jiayi knew what she was going to say, and subconsciously wanted to interrupt her. I know you don't need anything. You're richer than me, and you prepared earlier and more fully than me. I don't have anything to give you in return. But if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Xiaoyi raised her eyebrows and chuckled. You know you can definitely find a way to contact me. Stop talking. Ming Jiayi closed her eyes. I know this is a bit abrupt, but all good things must come to an end, and it's time for us to go our separate ways. The taxi that Xiaoyi took had already arrived at the destination. She turned and walked towards the roadside. Before leaving, she rarely left a sincere smile and blessings, and waved gently. I hope everything goes well for you in the future. Bye. After Xiaoyi finished talking to herself, she walked towards the online car-hailing vehicle on the roadside without looking back. Ming Jiayi looked at her back and subconsciously wanted to grab her wrist. But he stopped abruptly when he was halfway through. He slightly opened his lips and teeth, as if he wanted to say don't go. But the voice was so small that even he couldn't hear it. He watched Xia Yi open the car door, sit in the back seat, and after saying something to the driver, the car turned in front of him and drove away quickly. Ming Jiayi stood alone in the empty parking lot. He stood where he had waited for Xia Yi before. This time he watched her leave. The slender figure fell alone on the ground. As the sun gradually rose, it gradually became lighter and lighter, looking very lonely for some reason. Xia Yi called him over without warning, and then locked him by her side, not allowing him to leave for a moment. Now she sent him back without warning again, as if she was throwing away a pile of garbage, and walked away without looking back. She never took him seriously. Ming Jiayi smiled bitterly. Wasn't this what he had expected? Perhaps it was because they had been getting along too naturally these days, which made him have some unnecessary fantasies. He fantasized that if he begged her, she might be able to change her plan. You were left here alone, like a dog. The system liked this moment too much. When the host was at his most vulnerable, it poisoned his heart without hesitation. Shouldn't it rain heavily at this time? Then you run behind the car crying and chasing. Which would be more appropriate? Ming Jiayi ignored him. The system probably thought that his words had influenced the other party, and was suddenly encouraged, and continued to promote his own ideas. This is just a stone. It can't be warmed up. You don't have to hang yourself on this crooked tree. With your hardware conditions, you are rich and handsome. If you want to make a girl's favorability full, it will not take a few minutes. When you have 10 or 8 concubines, we will be invincible in this world. The system kept nagging in his ear. Ming Jiayi slowly bent down, picked up the key from the ground, inserted it into the keyhole with his backhand, and freed his right wrist. That's right. A man? How can you be humiliated by such a woman? Before the system finished speaking, it heard a click sound, and immediately choked back all the words. Chapter 65. Ming Jiayi turned the cuffs on his right wrist, and cuffed them on his left wrist. In this way, although his right hand was freed, there were 2 cuffs on his left hand. What are you doing? The system wondered. This is the first gift she gave me. Ming Jiayi had adjusted his mood at this time, gently raised his left wrist and looked at it. 2 silver cuffs folded together, side by side on the wrist bone, shining with a metallic texture in the sunlight. He listened to the sound of the cuffs colliding, and as the sound of the clattering reached his eardrums, a smile appeared on his lips again. I will carry it with me as a souvenir. System. This is hopeless. If you are really obsessed with love, and you must have her, why don't you be tougher? Women are always passive. If you take the initiative, she will change her mind slowly. If a girl doesn't like you, you ignore her thoughts and force her. Don't you feel like a gangster? Moreover, she is not the traditional woman you imagine. If she doesn't want something, no one can force it on her. If she really wants something, she won't wait for others to pursue and give her favors. She likes to hold the initiative in her own hands. No one can shake her from doing what she wants to do or not to do. A trace of tenderness flashed across Ming Jiayi's eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. I like this about her. System. System, yes. Yes. Yes, you respect her ideas. If I were you, you'd be a coward. Ming Jiayi didn't get along with this guy. After retracting his smile, he asked calmly, Tell me, what did she do? I can't tell you. The system saw that he was not convinced, and was very dissatisfied, so it said stiffly, You have no points. I can't answer any of your questions. Ming Jiayi was not surprised by this. He slowly lowered his eyes, and asked, How long does it take to exchange? No. No. The system was so angry that it was stabbed by his words. It said angrily. Ming Jiayi said slowly, You said yes before? The system clearly told him last time that it could help him open Xia Yi's shackles. That was also overdrawing points. And it was no different from now. Last time was last time. And this time is this time. 5 or 6 years after rebirth, there is no progress in the strategy mission, and I have been overdrawing points because of this trivial matter. If you don't calculate it carefully, how many days can you live after that? It's so hard to be reborn. Get a golden finger, and make so much money. But you're going to waste it like this. Don't you feel bad? Xia Yi's taxi destination is a shopping mall near the apartment. She needs to get her car from the underground parking lot, and then drive to Yuehu Sanatorium. She gently turned her phone, suppressing the anxiety in her heart. The screen of the phone flickered under the gravity sensor. Every time the screen lit up, she could see the 2 text messages she had just received without telling anyone. Miss Xia, Lin Ling Lang is going to the Yuehu sanatorium you bought. He seems to know your whereabouts. He said on the phone that you are by the lake now. No one knew that Lin Ling Lang had already chased to the entrance of Yuehu sanatorium. This matter was much more urgent than she said. Bai Shanshan and Ming Jiayi obviously saw the clues. But they also tacitly did not intervene. Xia Yi did not want to bring Bai Shanshan with her, because she was pregnant. It would be very dangerous if she had a physical conflict with others. Even if it was not a physical conflict, but just some verbal conflicts. If she was angry and had a miscarriage, Xia Yi would never want to see it. Xia Yi didn't want to take Ming Jiayi with her. And she didn't want to implicate him. The last time she met Su Jiaoan, the Lin family didn't have that much information. It didn't matter what identity Ming Jiayi appeared in as her boyfriend or male companion. As long as she wasn't married, the other party wouldn't think Ming Jiayi could pose any threat. Now the Lin family has found out the transaction details. And even Yuehu sanatorium. As long as they pay more attention, they should know Ming Jiayi connection in it. He can easily be targeted by the other party. Maybe Ming Jiayi is not worried about being targeted. Just like Bai Shanshan is not worried. But she hates that her grudges will affect the people around her. She has her own problems. And she solves them herself. But this time the problem is really tricky. The Lin family is not like Ming Jiayi, who only has one person. She thinks this person will pose a threat. And she can just deal with this person. Even if she gets rid of Lin Ling Lang, there will be other people in the Lin family who will come to her. And Lin Yongzi, who can leverage the most resources, has people following him wherever he goes. And it is almost impossible for him to have a 1v1 chance with her. Her only option was to delay for a while, only need to delay for 3 days. As long as there is chaos outside, people's livelihood issues will definitely be put first. Lin Yongzi's power will be reduced. At least there is no way to mobilize social resources to trouble her. How to delay? You have to think of a way. But before that, she has to do the acceptance work first. Xia Yi drove the car to the foot of the mountain of Yuehu sanatorium, saw a car parked there from a distance, and negotiated with the security captain on duty at the foot of the mountain. Today is the last day of construction. After the acceptance is completed, the construction team and the security team will withdraw. However, before Xia Yi has accepted the work and paid the final payment, the other party is still doing their last duty. Sir, the construction above is not completed yet. For safety reasons, you better not go in. The security captain stood in front of the car and persuaded. There was an obstacle in the middle of the road, blocking Lin Ling Lang's car from driving into the mountain. Lin Ling Lang's driver rolled down the window halfway, obviously used to dealing with such things, and put on an official air as soon as he spoke. What's going on? Is this a private territory? Who is your boss? Are you planning to occupy this place and rule the land? No. No. The security captain laughed. It's for construction safety. There are cranes and ditches inside. We definitely can't let you in. If you get hurt by accident, we can't afford the responsibility. Don't fool me with the responsibility or not. The driver sneered. Who gave you such courage? You even stopped young Master Lin outside. Do you know who young Master Lin is? Xia Yi avoided the entrance to the mountain road and parked the car at a small dock in the distance. She asked the internal workers to drive a speedboat to pick her up on the pretext of inspecting the sanatorium dock. All buildings have undergone special quality inspections. Based on the feelings after the last inspection, Xia Yi is more confident in them. So she no longer spends time on the external buildings. The goods inside have been sorted and placed on the shelves. She has also confirmed them through online video. The main content of this inspection is the living area that was not completed last time. From the waterway, take a speedboat to the dock. The route is relatively hidden, because the jungle blocks the view and reduces noise. It almost drives to the foot of the mountain silently, and then changes to the elevator. After getting off the elevator, pass through 2 anti-theft doors, pass through the security check channel, and enter the main building. Not only has the interior been decorated, but all the cleaning work has also been completed. Xia Yi took the shoe covers handed over by the workers and walked in alone. The interior of the sanatorium is very comfortable. In order to ensure the acceptance effect, the air exchange channel between the inside and the outside has been closed, and it relies entirely on the internal temperature, humidity and oxygen regulation, which is just the most pleasant level. The gymnasium was fully equipped with equipment. The books she needed were neatly stacked in the library. The latest computer in the equipment room had been connected to Bai Shanshan's satellite network. The local server also stored a large amount of entertainment facilities and daily information. The glass greenhouse covering several acres outside was half connected to the interior. The glass door of the plant area outside was half open, and it could almost be appreciated as a garden. The most amazing thing was that there were several potted orange trees, and there were even orange-red fruits hanging on the trees. The mixed animal and plant breeding area is relatively independent. Through the glass wall, you can see the fully automatic breeding area inside. Several hens are clucking. Xiaoyi walked from the first floor to the third floor, and then went down to the fifth floor underground. After checking all the rooms, she was quite satisfied with the decoration results. This sanatorium can be called a large villa, which can fully meet her needs for living, entertainment, and even breeding. She happily signed the acceptance form and paid the final decoration balance, which was considered to be the end of everything. After the final handover with the workers and the security team, Xiaoyi entered the monitoring room alone. According to the real-time video recording, after the workers left, she quickly closed the doors of the 3 circles of the main building, the inner circle, the middle circle, and the outer circle of the sanatorium one by one, and turned on all the high-voltage power grids in the security system. At her request, the workers also turned a blind eye to the fixed-point sulfuric acid spraying and crossbow shooting, but she did not open them for the time being. She couldn't guarantee that Lin Ling would not force his way in. If this guy was going to die, wouldn't she have to collect the body? That would be too much trouble. After activating all the security systems, Xiaoyi finally felt a little relieved. She moved 2 boxes of food, 2 boxes of water, 2 survival backpacks, a medical kit, 2 sets of clothes, 2 electric batons, 2 satellite phones, and chose a van from the basement. After making sure the gas was full, she moved these daily necessities in. Then he put all the supplies, half on the back seat, half on the passenger seat. At this time, the workers and security team downstairs had all evacuated, and one car after another was circling down the mountain road. The road up the mountain had only 2 lanes, 1 lane for entering the mountain, and 1 lane for leaving the mountain. The road into the mountain was blocked by a fence gate. After the fence gate out of the mountain was opened, cars drove out one after another, until the last car left. The fence gate was closed quickly and tightly without leaving any gap. Only the security captain at the gate was still negotiating with Lin Ling. Your mission has been completed, you can leave now, Xiaoyi said through the intercom at the monitoring station. It's Xiaoyi. Lin Ling heard the familiar voice, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 66. The security captain ignored Lin Ling's attitude. After hearing the order from the control room, he replied, Okay, then put the intercom back into the security booth. Locked the door, got in the car that came to pick him up and left. Lin Ling and the other 2 had been arguing in the car. At this moment, they were too late to react. When they turned around, they lost the figure of the person they were arguing with. When they wanted to drive into the mountain again, they found that the fence gate had closed again, blocking the road tightly. They were so angry that they opened the car door and tried to force their way in, but saw a road sign standing brightly on the side. High voltage power grid. Be careful. Fuck. Lin Ling kicked the car body in anger, took out his phone and thought for a moment, then made a call. Xiaoyi looked at the lit screen of his phone, turned it off slowly, and drove leisurely along the mountain road. How dare you not answer my call? Before Lin Ling could finish his roar, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a van driving down the mountain. Yes, a van. It is the most common van, the legendary National Grassroots brand, which is hard to see on the roads of first-tier cities nowadays. Silver gray body, super old design, it is no exaggeration to say that. The cars driven by the renovation workers just coming down from the mountain are more expensive than this car. It is also broken. It is not particularly broken, but the paint is damaged. I don't know what scratched a long and deep scratch. The damage is on the front of the car, which is particularly eye-catching. Through the car's windshield, you can see that familiar face. It's Xiaoyi. The fence gate in the middle of the road was raised, and the broken car drove out. The fence gate in the middle of the road was lowered, and the broken car passed by Lin Ling. Xiaoyi seemed not to see him at all, and drove forward without looking around. She drove such an ugly, broken and cheap car, and played old songs from an unknown era on the car radio. The song came out from afar through the half-open car window. Hey! Wait! Lin Ling was under the car at this time. It was too late to stop Xiaoyi. It was too late to get in the car and crossed the fence immediately. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and hurriedly opened the car door, and sat in the back seat again, and ordered the driver, "Catch up." The driver hurriedly started the car, and quickly caught up with Xiaoyi's car. Xiaoyi drove away from Yuehu Sanatorium, and turned around to drive on the highway out of the city. Lin Linglong's car followed closely behind. The two cars drove forward along the highway out of the city, one in front and one behind. After driving for more than an hour, seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from the city center, Miao Fangfang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finally couldn't help but asked carefully, "Well that, Mr. Lin, where are we going?" Lin Linglang was already annoyed, so he had no time to pay attention to her, and said impatiently, "Just stay still, and don't talk nonsense." But you're almost out of town, what should I do?" Miao Fangfang's eyes showed anxiety, and she persuaded him in a gentle voice, "If you don't want to look at houses anymore, can you drop me off at the service area ahead, and let me go back? I still have to go to work." "Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see I'm busy? I drop you off. What if I lose you?" Lin Linglang said angrily. "If you keep talking nonsense, I open the door and kick you out." Miao Fangfang was frightened and shuddered, and quickly closed her mouth. She didn't dare to say anything. Xiaoyi was not driving fast in front, but her speed was not slow. She quickly turned and moved between the high-speed traffic. Why is the grassroots god car called a god car? It must have its extraordinary features. Lin Linglong's driver tried to follow her, but was dazzled by her route. He was exhausted after a while, and almost lost her several times. "You fucking loser, can you please follow me more closely?" After scolding the driver, Lin Linglang was still not satisfied, and he started scolding Xiaoyi again. "Where the hell is she going? Apart from that sanatorium, is there any other place to stay? Hey! What about you, that woman, the one who works as an agent, does she have any other place?" Miao Fangfang was stunned for a moment, before she realized that Lin Linglang was calling her, blinked her eyes, and said carefully, "This, Missy doesn't have any transaction records with us, I don't know either. Waste. All of them are fucking waste." Lin Linglang was so angry that he started to curse again. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. After waiting for the other end to answer, he continued to curse. "Xia Jiping, did you give me all the things you fucking gave me? Little bastard. How can you fucking talk like that?" Xia Jiping was not someone who could be manipulated by others. His voice suddenly became fierce after hearing this. "If you've had enough of life, just say it. I give you a ride." Lin Linglang grew up in luxury. No matter if the people around him looked at his father's face or his grandfather's face, they would be polite to him. He was the only one who was ruthless to others. He had never seen such a scene before. Hearing the murderous tone in Xia Jiping's voice, he was so frightened that his legs went limp in an instant. His throat made several cluck-cluck sounds, and he didn't utter a single word, and he just hung up the phone tremblingly. But he was angry after hanging up the phone. He was angry that the other party dared to threaten him like this, and he was angry that he was so cowardly, and he couldn't speak after being scared. Lin Linglang was used to being praised, and he had never suffered any setbacks since he was a child. When things went well, he could still show some cleverness, but when he encountered setbacks, he had no ability to withstand pressure at all, and he didn't know how to control his emotions at all. Having been frustrated again and again recently, he had fallen into an uncontrollable rage. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Lin Linglang cursed several times in a row, and was so angry that he threw his phone against the car window. The car window had been left with a gap, and with this fierce throw, the phone just happened to fall out of the gap. On the highway, at a speed of 100 miles per hour, the phone was just thrown out of the window, and it was smashed into pieces, and disappeared in the rushing traffic. "Fuck!" Lin Linglang was so angry that he almost exploded. He roared again. The two remaining people in the car were frightened and trembled. The driver also subconsciously tensed up and asked carefully, "Lin, young Master Lin, are you still chasing her? What nonsense! Chase her." Lin Linglang was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He almost forgot the original purpose of coming here, and said without thinking, "She must have some tricks. I must find her out." The two cars drove one after the other, at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour, from dawn to dusk, until the bright moon was high in the sky, not only far out of the city, but even directly to the other side of the neighboring province. After driving into the night, the visibility on the road was not that good. Theoretically speaking, It seemed easy to get rid of the people behind. But I don't know if Xia Yi was tired or what. He actually slowed down the speed, letting Lin Linglong's driver pull behind. The two cars, one in front and one behind, always kept an awkward distance, unable to catch up, nor lose. Lin Linglong's driver was already yawning. In order not to lose the other party, they drove from 12 noon to 12 o'clock in the evening, without eating or sleeping for 12 hours, and were almost exhausted. Finally, they saw Xia Yi slowed down and turned into a nearby hotel. Lin Linglang and the driver were almost exhausted, and seeing this, they hurriedly followed in as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Following behind the van, after parking the car stealthily, the driver remembered something and reminded, "Mr. Lin, do you want to tell your family that you are safe?" "No need." Lin Linglang was still furious, and would not listen to any advice. Ever since he was scolded by Lin Yongza last time, he has always had a grudge in his heart. The more fiercely Lin Yongza scolded him, the more he was dissatisfied, and the more he wanted to prove that he was not so incompetent. Now that he had found out Xia Yi movements by himself, he naturally could not just give in to his father, and he had to get things done. As for my mother, she is too soft-hearted. It is useless to tell her about these things. She is more likely to cause trouble than help. There is no need to explain to her. Lin Linglang was angry. Not only did he not want to make a phone call, but he also ordered the driver. "You are not allowed to call." The driver shook his head gently. He knew what his young master Lin was thinking and how stupid he was. But he still listened to him. His salary was set by Lin Linglang. It was up to Lin Linglang to decide whether to keep him as a driver. Naturally, what Lin Linglang said was the truth. If he went to help Lin Linglang notify the Lin family, he would not only not gain any benefits, but might also anger the other party, and even lose his job. Even a fool would know what to choose. Even if Lin Linglang was cheated in the end, it was her own choice. What does it have to do with him as a driver? Lin Linglang followed Xia Yi to the hotel and got a room. I wanted to check her house number, and then knock on the door to question her. But I was too tired and felt sleepy when I entered the room. I simply changed my mind and thought about talking about it the next morning. Who knew that at around 5 o'clock the next morning, I heard the driver ringing the doorbell frantically. 2 days before the end of the world. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. What the hell are you doing?" Lin Linglang cursed. Miss Xia is going to drive away. Whether she leaves or not is none of my business. F***K. Lin Linglang muttered halfway in a daze. Suddenly woke up, opened his eyes suddenly, and jumped up from the bed, saying while putting on his clothes, "Hurry! Chase after her." The two of them rolled and crawled into the car. The driver did not forget to give Lin Linglang a bottle of water and bread. "This is your breakfast." What a crap. Lin Linglang had no time to complain. He watched Xia Yi's car drive out of the parking lot, and quickly accelerated, and hurriedly urged, "Hurry! Hurry up and chase." The driver drove the car in a hurry. Lin Linglang was eating bread in the back seat. After finishing a whole loaf of bread, he suddenly remembered that something seemed to be missing in the car, and asked, "Where is the woman in the car yesterday? When we parked the car to get a room, she said she couldn't afford the house here, and then she left." "Forget it, she left, it's easier." Lin Linglang had slept for a few hours, but the driver didn't get much rest last night. He spent the whole night in the car, and had to keep an eye on Xia Yi's car, and think about buying breakfast. As he drove, his eyelids were almost fighting. He was just dazed, following the van, and the fewer cars there were, and the more desolate the roadside became. By the time the two of them realized what was happening, the car had already reached the wilderness. Where the hell is this? Lin Linglang looked around and found that he was in a wilderness. Everywhere he could see was vegetation. The green covered the whole mountain, and it was undulating like waves, making a rustling sound. The road was like a long sharp blade, passing straight through the vegetation, and disappearing at the end of his sight. The road was quiet and empty. No car could be seen in front or behind. Thinking back carefully, they hadn't seen a car for about 10 minutes. In this deserted place, he finally felt a little uneasy. Even if Xia Yi is a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, does she need to buy a shelter here? Oh no. A property? Lin Linglang asked the driver. "How can I know what you are talking about?" The driver answered perfunctorily. Facing a little girl like Xia Yi, he was not afraid of guilt. In his opinion, it was just 2 little brats playing and fighting, and he was just playing with them to make a living. As for what the 2 people were fighting about, Lin Ling Lang had been hiding it from him, and he was happy not to know. But no matter what, the driver didn't look afraid, which still made Lin Ling Lang feel relieved. What was there to be afraid of in the wilderness? They were two grown men. So why would they be afraid of a skinny and weak girl like Xia Yi? Besides being very sleepy, he was also very hungry. After eating only one piece of bread in 12 hours, Lin Ling Lang felt like he had never eaten anything, and his stomach was still empty. The fear in his heart disappeared, and anxiety surged up. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Stop her now. Xia Yi drove in front of Lin Ling Lang, keeping a moderate speed, looking up at the rearview mirror to make sure the people behind her caught up. She sat leisurely in the driver's seat, sipped the freshly ground coffee in the coffee machine in the car, and turned on the radio. The van looked shabby on the outside, but hidden behind the anti-peep glass, it was a fully modified small RV, with not only a small refrigerator, microwave, coffee machine, single bed, but also an extended outdoor kitchen and shower, which was fully equipped. She brought several large boxes of water and compressed biscuits to replenish energy and to stave off hunger, so that she could live comfortably anywhere. Compared to the two people in the car behind, who only ate one piece of bread for a day and a night, she lived a completely different life. The weather forecast came from the radio. 2 typhoons are about to land in the southeast coastal area, namely Typhoon number 9 and Typhoon number 11. The directions of these 2 typhoons are very strange, and they were not in line with scientific laws at one time. After leaving the coastal area a month ago, they did not choose to land in other areas, but went deep into the open sea and circled the Earth. Now the 2 typhoons are coming together again. They will land at 2 a.m. tomorrow. The maximum wind force near the center may be far more than level 17. According to the routes of the 2 typhoons, there will definitely be a Fujiwara effect this time. The damage it will cause in the future is currently difficult to estimate. Please prepare for the major cities and coastal areas. This familiar typhoon number. Familiar content. It's coming. Xia Yi's eyes narrowed slowly. The typhoon will land tomorrow. A little earlier than she expected, which slightly disrupted her plan. But it shouldn't be a big problem. She slowly slowed down the car, turned it on the spot, and turned the front of the car towards Lin Ling Lang and his driver. Then she looked at the person beside her and said, "Sorry, I made you suffer a little." The person sitting in the passenger seat was Miao Fangfang. Yesterday, after Xia Yi received the message from Miao Fangfang, she informed her to leave Lin Ling Lang's car as soon as possible, but Lin Ling Lang never gave her a chance, and she had to take Miao Fangfang across the province, until Lin Ling Lang relaxed in the middle of the night yesterday when she was able to get away. Xia Yi didn't want to involve Miao Shanshan, and wanted her to find a way to return to her home in the next city as soon as possible. However, this area was too remote. It was a 10-hour drive, but public transportation could not return within a day. If the typhoon came, Miao Fangfang would be in trouble. Miao Fangfang's current situation was more or less related to her, and she provided her with a lot of valuable information. Xia Yi couldn't just leave her alone. After careful consideration, he decided to take Miao Fangfang with him temporarily, at least before tomorrow, and bring her back to his home. The downside is that her behavior might be seen by Miao Fangfang. But this is not a big problem. As time drags on until today, Xia Yi's concerns have been reduced a lot. The closer it is to the end of the world, the less she is afraid of the Lin family. Now it's almost time. Before Miao Fangfang understood what suffer a little meant, Xia Yi had already raised his 5 fingers, and with a knife, he cut directly on the side of her neck. Miao Fangfang's pupils suddenly widened. Before she could react, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Xia Yi raised her hand to test her reaction, and after confirming that she was unconscious, she helped her tighten her seatbelt. After this series of actions last night, Xia Yi shook her hair, stretched her body, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her lips. Lin Ling Lang and the others suddenly saw her turn the car around, and were immediately shocked. Before they could react, they asked the driver, What is she doing?" Before he finished speaking, Xia Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed out at full speed in the direction they were heading. "Fuck. She's crazy." The driver was the first to react, and hurriedly stepped on the brakes, but found that the car couldn't stop quickly due to inertia, and suddenly turned the steering wheel. The car was tossed like this, and it instantly deviated from the current track and rushed into the bushes on the side of the road. Xia Yi calculated the distance in advance, and the distance between the two cars was not far, and there was no way to increase the speed to the extreme. Under the extreme operation of the two cars didn't even wipe off each other's paint, and they passed each other safely. Oh, Xiaoyi's car was safe and sound. Lin Linglong's car rushed into the bushes, and might have been hit by dead branches and rotten rocks in the bushes. Xiaoyi calculated the location and the distance, but Lin Linglang didn't have so much preparation in advance. He was sitting in the back seat, and didn't even wear a seat belt. The car was swinging and stopping like a dragon's tail, and he immediately lost his balance and hit the front seat, and immediately had a nosebleed. He immediately covered his nose and screamed, Mr. Lin, are you okay? The driver quickly took out a tissue from the side, and hurriedly helped him stop the nosebleed. After wiping it almost done, he suddenly heard someone, dong dong dong, knocking on the car window. Looking up through the glass, Xiaoyi was standing outside the driver's door, holding a flashlight, turning on the light, and shining it into the car. This lunatic, what on earth is she trying to do? Lin Linglang covered his nose and cursed, but accidentally pulled the wound. Ouch ouch. The driver carefully observed Lin Linglang, seeing that he could still curse with full energy, and determined that he should be fine. So he pushed open the car door and said, Mr. Lin, I go down and take a look. I go too. Lin Linglang wiped his nose vigorously, replaced a clean tissue to block his nostrils, pushed open the car door, and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw a terrifying scene. Xiaoyi took the flashlight in his backhand, quickly stepped forward, raised his knee and elbow, and hit the driver's neck with the head of the flashlight. Before the driver could react, he was hit hard in the stomach. He didn't even have time to scream. He was hit on the back of his neck. His eyes went dark and he fainted. Xiaoyi's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Her body was beautiful and smooth. She didn't retract her knee after pushing it out. Instead, she supported the driver's body, and at the same time, she held his collar and slowly laid him flat on the ground. Lin Linglang was stunned. You? Before he could speak, his eyes suddenly blurred, and he was pressed against the car. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Linglang habitually raised his voice, and used the old tricks to act like a spoiled child to Xiaoyi. Sister, what are you doing? Be gentle. However, this time, acting like a spoiled child didn't work. Or rather, he had never acted like a spoiled child before. But he didn't know it. Xiaoyi's strength didn't decrease at all, and he didn't know how such a thin girl could have such great strength. Lin Linglang screamed again soon. Sister, don't. Okay. Stop pretending. Answer my questions honestly. Otherwise I will hit you harder. Xiaoyi knocked on the car body impatiently, and after hearing Lin Linglong scream stop, he got straight to the point and said, You followed me so far. What are you doing here? Lin Linglang was stunned when he heard this. He knew Xiaoyi had a shelter, and he had formed a guess about the end of the world in his mind, so he should tell his family immediately and make preparations as soon as possible, even if their family had limited assets and could not make adequate preparations, and they coveted Xiaoyi's shelter. They should have told their father the address and let him intervene as soon as possible. Why did he forget all these things after seeing Xiaoyi and chased after her without hesitation? Lin Linglong's mind was a little confused. He couldn't remember the original reason why he crossed the entire province and followed Xiaoyi for a day and a night. Xiaoyi slowly curved his eyes and showed a familiar smile, which was exactly the same as when Lin Linglang pretended. Her face shape and eyes are very similar to Lin Linglong's. When the two of them face each other, it's like a mirror blocking the center. The only difference is that her eyes are clean and clear. Like a clear spring, they can shine deeply into people's hearts, the darkest part of their hearts. You choose to follow me because you think I have something more valuable? Lin Linglong's biggest characteristic is greed. Incompetent, conceited, and greedy. If he had any of these 3 points, he would not have made the most stupid choice at this juncture. Of course, this was also planned by Xiaoyi. Lin Linglang was dumbfounded when he heard this. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to refute this sentence, but he couldn't say a word. It was obvious that he was stabbed deep in his heart. Thinking of this, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Chapter 67. Lin Linglang has been the one who got all the resources in the family since he was a child. Everything he had, including good food, good clothes, money and other things, was always his. His father and mother had been using words for many years such as Sisters should give way to brothers. I am a boy, so of course it is different, and so on, which allowed him to get what he wanted naturally. In his eyes, his sister was someone who cared about him, took care of him, and provided him with resources. As long as he pretended to be pitiful, acted coquettishly, and used both soft and hard tactics, everything would be easy to get. How could he have thought that such a small matter among his family would put him in danger? Not to mention that Xia Yi was a girl. When he and Lin Linglin fought, he could push the other person to the ground with one hand. Xia Yi's arms and legs were smaller than Lin Linglin. Who knew she was so strong and so cruel? Seeing Lin Lingling's frightened expression, Xia Yi's heart was relieved. Lin Linglang was able to find Yuehu's sanatorium. Obviously, he already knew a lot of information about her, and had a lot of guesses in his heart, and was probably almost close to the truth. But he hadn't had time to tell his family. If the Lin family had known about this, Lin Linglang would definitely not be so guilty and afraid at this time, but would have taken the opportunity to threaten her. I really can't overestimate you. Looking at Lin Linglang's behavior, Xia Yi was too lazy to say more, just sneered and shook his head, and knocked him out with a palm. I want to walk the dog. And you are just like a dog, letting me walk you all day. Next, on this deserted roadside, Xia Yi began to do bad things happily. She dragged Lin Linglang and the driver to the back seat, and kindly fastened their seat belts, leaving a window gap for ventilation in the back seat, and then started their car and drove it deep into the bushes. After confirming that the car body would not be seen by passers-by, she set up a jack in front of the car, took out a wrench skillfully, and removed the tires of the car one by one. Then she took out the driver's cell phone from the car, confirmed that it was the only communication tool, and pulled out the SIM card. Finally, she scattered all the screws on the tires, as well as the SIM card, one by one in the bushes. After finishing all the bad things, Xia Yi clapped her hands, returned to her own broken van, and leisurely started the return journey. This whole process took a lot of time, and by the time she drove away, it was already afternoon. It would take about 10 hours to drive home from here. In order to get there faster, she didn't waste time eating slowly. She just took out 2 packs of biscuits from the box, soaked them in water, and heated them in the microwave to make porridge, which she could quickly drink to fill her stomach. The compressed biscuits were specially customized for her. Half a piece could keep her hungry for a whole day. After a cup of compressed biscuits and a cup of coffee, Xia Yi recovered and drove on the way to the round trip. After driving for an unknown period of time, she suddenly heard the vibration of her mobile phone. It was Bai Shanshan calling. Xia Yi was concerned about Miao Fanfang being around, so he put on the headset and answered the phone. How are you? Bai Shanshan asked. Everything is going well. Judging from the receiver, Xia Yi's condition was relatively stable. Bai Shanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, I arranged for your sister to be with my private doctor. She will get very good care. You don't have to worry at all. Okay. Xia Yi chuckled. It was rare that he didn't quarrel with Bai Shanshan. He just said, she's with you. Of course I'm relieved. Bai Shanshan house is comparable to a small manor, with a complete set of drivers, aunts and doctors. She has space anyway, and can afford to support them. After learning that the end of the world is coming, she will probably make sufficient preparations, such as finding some staff who are not so worried, and taking care of their whole family. This is also a routine operation for wealthy families. The medical conditions there must be much better than those around her. After the two chatted for a while, finally, Bai Shanshan couldn't help it first, and asked her in a low voice, Have you heard the news? I heard it. Tomorrow? Probably. As time went by, the sun gradually set. On the horizon at the end of the road, red and blue rays of light radiated to the zenith, just symmetrical with the setting sun. Is this anti-twilight? Maybe the typhoon is coming soon. Xia Yi was searching for the meteorological knowledge he had learned some time ago, and his mind had drifted to who knows where. At this time, Bai Shanshan, who was thousands of miles away, was obviously enjoying the same scene as her, and whispered softly in the receiver, I don't know if we can see the sun again after tonight. Who knows? Xia Yi held the steering wheel steadily with both hands, looking at the scenery on the roadside, as if to record everything in front of him in his heart. Anyway, get ready. The two were chatting, and suddenly heard a soft ah sound in their ears. Xia Yi hung up the phone calmly, and turned to look. Miao Fanfan rubbed the back of her neck, and woke up in a daze. The moment she saw Xia Yi's face, A trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Xiao Yi took in her expression, but didn't care about it. He just said, "You are safe now. Don't worry so much." Miao Fanfan looked around and confirmed that her hands and feet were free. There was no sign of being restrained. And her physical condition was also good. Except a little hungry. Xiao Yi handed over a piece of compressed biscuit. "Eat something to fill your stomach." "Thank you." Miao Fanfan raised her hand to take it, but did not open it. It was obvious that she still had some doubts in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she recalled what Xiao Yi had done before, and still felt that he was not a bad person. So she asked tentatively, "Where are the 2 cars following us?" "They lost us." Xiao Yi said nonsense without changing his expression. And then, he comforted her softly. "We are on our way back. We will arrive in 7 or 8 hours. We will take you home first then." "Okay. Okay." Miao Fanfan realized that Xiao Yi was unwilling to elaborate. Although she suspected what Xiao Yi had done to Lin Linglang and Lin Linglang, she subconsciously felt that he had no ill will towards her. Since she didn't have a good impression of Lin Linglang, she simply knew the situation and stopped asking. She sat silently in the passenger seat, holding the compressed biscuits in her hand. Although her stomach was already empty, she still resisted eating. Xiao Yi saw this, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Keeping basic kindness to others, not being stupid at critical moments, knowing how to know the situation, and knowing how to stay alert, are the qualities that can help one survive in the apocalypse. She knew Miao Fanfan had doubts in her heart, and did not urge her, if she didn't want to eat. Then don't eat. An adult wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat for 10 hours. But whether Miao Fanfan eats now or not, half of the food, she also planned to give to her, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of drinking straws. There are about 60 compressed biscuits. If she eats sparingly, they will be enough for her to live for 3 months. The direct drinking straw can filter the water in the wild directly for drinking. The shelf life is at least 3 years. With these 2 things, it will probably help her survive the most difficult period after the Doomsday. It is a thank you gift for Miao Fanfang's timely warning after encountering Lin Linglang. The weather forecast notification covers the coverage very quickly. Not only Xiao Yi knows, Bai Shanshan knows, but also people in all cities along the southeast coast know. A typhoon is coming. Although they didn't know what this typhoon meant, they would at least make some preparations for the typhoon. People in coastal areas are quite experienced with typhoons. They know that when a typhoon passes, the weather outside is bad and dangerous, and it is not suitable to go out to buy groceries. So they will prepare some food at home in advance. After Su Jialan went out to buy groceries and came home, she found that there was no one at home. She finally felt that something was wrong. So she made phone calls one by one. Lin Yongza has to work overtime. Some emergency preparations need to be made before the typhoon. Although he has nothing to do, he has to stay there to pretend to be there. He will be back around midnight. Lin Linglin is working the night shift tonight, and will not get off work until tomorrow morning. But fortunately, the hospital has a cafeteria and a duty bed for rest. Even if there is a typhoon, there is no need to worry about food and sleep. After a good rest, you can switch shifts with colleagues who cannot go out at home and continue to work. You can get 2 more days of vacation later. This is the routine operation of their department. Everyone has long been accustomed to it. As for Lin Linglang couldn't be contacted. His cell phone was turned off, and his driver's cell phone was also turned off. She called Lin Yongza, and he was very impatient about this and just said, "He probably went out to hang out with his bad friends again." Theoretically, Lin Linglang was indeed like this. He went out to drink and play cards all night and didn't go home, and it was normal for his cell phone to run out of battery. But Su Jialan just felt uneasy inexplicably. She called several of Lin Linglang's friends, and they all said that Lin Linglang was not with them. She was so anxious that she was running around, but no one paid attention to her, so she just called and scolded Lin Linglin. "Go to work. Go to work. You only know how to go to work. Your brother is missing, and you don't even bother to look for him. How can you be such a cold-blooded person? Something's wrong? You're telling me something's wrong? What could be more important than your brother? You're such a heartless person. I've raised you for nothing. Come back now. Go out and look for your brother right away." After a series of life-threatening calls, Lin Linglin was scolded so much that she burst into tears, but she finally agreed to ask for leave from the director. In the dark sky, he drove several hours from Haishur to go home alone. ready to accompany her to find Lin Linglang. On the eve of the typhoon, the two of them ran from bar to bar. And it was not until 12 o'clock in the morning that Su Jialan received a call from Feng Zi. When Su Jialan saw the caller ID, she was immediately delighted, and hurriedly pressed the answer button and asked, "How is it, Feng Zi? Have you found Lang Lang?" "No, auntie. I didn't find him." Hearing Feng Zi's reply, Su Jialan's face suddenly showed disappointment, and she said "oh" twice perfunctorily. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, she suddenly heard the other end of the receiver say, "But I may know where he went." Chapter 68. One day before the end of the world. Where? Su Jialan's face suddenly changed. She raised her voice instantly and asked anxiously, "Feng Zi, tell auntie quickly. Auntie is almost dying of anxiety." "Well, don't worry, I think about how to say this." Feng Zi only knew that Lin Linglang had found the bill, and didn't know that he had received Xiao's warning text message, so he was not very happy, and only told the part he knew. "I think he might have gone to the property that her sister bought privately." "Property? When did you buy the property?" Su Jialan turned her head sharply to look at Lin Lingling and asked, "Where did you get the money?" Lin Lingling was driving on the road. She was startled by the shouting. The steering wheel shook, and the whole car tilted suddenly, almost hitting the car next to her. The car next to her immediately let out a long beep and cursed. "How do you drive?" Su Jialan said dissatisfiedly. Lin Lingling was scolded 3 times in a row, and immediately showed an aggrieved expression, and defended. "Where can I get the money to buy a house?" Feng Zi heard through the phone receiver that Su Jialan had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. "No, auntie, I'm not talking about Sister Lin, but his sister named Xia. Su Jialan was stunned when she heard this. After a moment, she instantly raised her voice, and slapped Lin Linglin's arm several times, and gave an urgent order. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Quick! Now!" Lin Linglin's arm was almost knocked off the steering wheel. Fearing that the danger just now would happen again, she hurriedly stepped on the brakes. It had been raining heavily since the evening of that day. Visibility was not very good. People who were leaving get off work at the evening rush hour were stuck in the road slowly, and could not get home until midnight. The longer the traffic jam lasted, the less patient the drivers on the road became, and the narrower the distance between cars became. Lin Lingling stepped on the brakes too hard, and the car behind her did not react at all. There was a loud bang. Then, there were bangs. 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 And bangs. There was a string of cars behind, and the front of each car hit the rear of the other car, like mutton skewers strung together on an iron skewer and thrown into a frying pan, nested together tightly, and lined up in a row in the night with splashing rain. The driver behind was caught in a disaster. Lin Linglin's car was blocking the way in front, and the rear of the car was hit 7 or 8 times, and the whole car was squeezed and deformed. The driver used a window-breaking hammer to climb out of the car, and he started to curse at Lin Lingling. "Fuck. Do you know how to drive?" Su Jialan was also scared, and she was furious. "I told you to stop the car. But who told you to stop here? Now you have a car accident. What do you think we should do? Come out, call the police, and pay compensation." All the drivers in the cars behind came out, and surrounded the first car, seeing that she had parked illegally for no reason. Some people were indignant and scolded her, while others were calling the insurance company. Even though she had seen all kinds of scenes in the hospital, she was watching other people's scenes. Lin Lingling had never felt that she was the target of public criticism. She was frightened and confused. She hurriedly opened the car door and got out, and apologized to the people outside the car. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "Is it useful to say sorry? It's raining so hard, and a typhoon is coming soon. Did you crash our car? You want to kill us? It's fine if you want to kill yourself. Don't drive on the road and drag others to your grave." Lin Lingling was scolded with shame on her face, and hurried to call the police to report the current accident. However, it was useless to be anxious. The weather was bad, and the traffic was not good. It was difficult for the traffic police to arrive quickly. A pair of drivers and passengers stood on the side of the road. The road was squeezed even narrower, and the traffic became more congested. Feng Zi didn't know what happened here. He just felt that the voice on the phone was getting noisier, and asked in confusion, "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Can you hear me? Something happened here. Su Jialan wanted to say wait a while, but seeing more and more people outside, The car still couldn't leave. And she didn't know when it would leave. She was worried about her son. So she simply opened the door and said, "Why are you so slow here? I can't wait. I have to find your brother first." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Linglin reply, she rushed into the rain with an umbrella. Lin Linglin was alone in the heavy rain, surrounded by angry people. She was originally full of shame and panic. But now she finally showed an expression of disbelief and called out in confusion, "Mom!" Su Jialan figure had disappeared. She walked quickly around the viaduct, hailed a taxi on the vertical lane, and ran towards Lin Yong's unit, while calling him. "Quick! Go check Xia Yi. Yuehu's sanatorium. She hid your son. She imprisoned your son. Go catch her. Yes! It must be her. Save your son." Imprisoning. Lin Linglong Xia Yi was also stuck on the viaduct in the heavy rain. According to her planned time, she would definitely arrive before 2 a.m. Not only could she arrive, but she could also send Miao Fanfang home, go to the shooting range to get some guns and ammunition, and then drive back to Yuehu's sanatorium. However, Xia Yi's plan changed. She had not been in China for too long, and had not seen the current situation of the morning and evening rush hours in urban areas in China. Nor had she seen large-scale traffic jams and heavy rain. These two factors combined, and the time that was originally more than enough in the plan became far from enough. Seeing that 2 a.m. was getting closer and closer, the map was completely blood red, and there were signs of car accidents everywhere. The most amazing thing was that there was a serious traffic accident on the road around the lake leading to Yuehu's sanatorium, and the entire road was closed, not to mention being able to reach the shelter before 2 a.m. She was thankful to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain before 2 a.m. "Don't worry, Missy. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to go home. We can be late." Miao Fanfang saw that she looked a little tense, and couldn't help but comfort her softly. After that, she stretched her legs on the seat and praised. "The interior of your car is really comfortable. The space is comfortable. The seats are comfortable. There is heating and massage. And it doesn't matter if you are stuck here for a day and a night. It matters. It matters a lot." Xia Yi looked at the relative position on the map and fell into deep thought. It is temporarily impossible to drive to Yuehu's sanatorium. The shooting gallery is also in that direction. And the road is also blocked. At least the road is not completely blocked now. There is only one way. Into the city. But she can't drive home from the city. According to the traffic conditions on the navigation, at the current speed, it will take her at least 2.5 hours to drive home. Now it is almost 1 o'clock. The traffic conditions may get better in half an hour. But whether she can drive home at a life or death speed depends on luck. Xia Yi doesn't want to gamble. Her eyes wandered on the map, and finally landed on the shopping mall area about 7 to 8 kilometers away from here. This shopping mall is very large and new. But it is not a lifestyle mall. The goods inside are also ordinary and look ordinary. The core reason why Xia Yi chose it is that its parking lot is on the top and second top floors. And there are new energy parking spaces, which means there is electricity. It will not be flooded. And the floor slab has better load-bearing capacity. "Let's go here to avoid the rain." Xia Yi found an excuse and explained lightly. "There may be a typhoon at 2 o'clock. It is too dangerous for the car to be stuck on the road. It may be flooded or blown away by the typhoon. It is better to find a place to avoid the wind and rain and wait for the weather to get better before leaving." Miao Fanfang has been here longer than Xia Yi and has experience in dealing with typhoons. She nodded quickly and agreed. "Then we'd better find a 24-hour convenience store to buy more bread and water. It may take a day to wait for the typhoon to pass. And we can't go hungry. It's not just a day. We don't even know how long it will take." Seeing Miao Fanfang learn the ropes without a teacher, Xia Yi was naturally happy not to waste any more words, and followed the slow traffic to the nearest gas station. Not only did she have to buy food, but she also had to refill some gasoline. She had filled the car's battery with gasoline. Gasoline meant electricity. If she wanted to eat something hot in the future, she would have to rely on this electricity. And she didn't plan to live in the parking lot forever. If the situation outside was better, she would still have to go back to the shelter. She couldn't walk back such a long distance. So the more gasoline, the better. Xia Yi filled up the car's gasoline at the gas station, and took the purchase receipt she had prepared in advance, and carried 2 barrels of gasoline to the car. She also bought 5 boxes of instant noodles. 5 boxes of sugary cola, and 10 boxes of mineral water. Miao Fanfan stood by, holding 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, and preparing to pay the bill. She was a little dumbfounded when she saw her bill. "Do you want to buy so much?" Xiao Yi glanced at her calmly. Without explaining, she was not afraid of Miao Fanfan knowing about the supplies she bought. Anyway, the quantity was not much. For Miao Fanfan's kindness before, she did not mind sharing with her before they parted ways. If the other party was really not smart, her loss would not be too big, so she would just consider it as paying her back. Seeing that Xiao Yi did not explain, Miao Fanfan thought for a while and said, "Ms. Yi, if I prepare more things, would you mind giving me some space in the car?" After getting Xiao Yi permission, Miao Fanfan turned her attention to the convenience store salesperson. "Buy all the things that this young lady bought, and they must be exactly the same." After that, she thought for a while and added, "I also want 2 power banks, 2 blankets, 2 lighters, 2 flashlights, 2 raincoats, 2 pairs of rain boots, 2 towels, 2 packs of disposable underwear, a large roll of toilet paper, and 10 packs of sanitary napkins." Fortunately, Xiao Yi chose a large gas station. Otherwise, the other party might not be able to take out her small and trivial things. Xiao Yi actually had all the things that Miao Fanfan prepared in her car. But she did not stop her, but watched her quietly. After a long time, she asked, "Why do you buy 2 copies of everything?" Chapter 69. The two of them bought a lot of things, and they spent a little time to sort out the supplies. Xiao Yi put away the bed at the back, and piled all the supplies according to categories, one by one, and stacked them from the rear to the front of the car, ensuring that each category of things could be taken from the outside. They bought a lot of things this time, and almost filled the car to the brim, leaving only a passage between the 2 rear doors. This passage can be used for cooking, changing clothes, and it can also be used to lay the front seats flat, so that the driver and the front passenger seats can be turned into 2 simple small beds. After packing everything, Xiao Yi drove away from the gas station. At about 1:40, he finally drove to the entrance of the destination mall. The road was still busy, but the road to the parking lot was very quiet. The mall had already closed. The parking lot was not open 24 hours a day, and the entrance was also closed. The railing blocked the middle of the road, and there were 2 roadblocks 2 meters ahead. "Ah, this place is closed. Should we go to another place?" Before Miao Fanfan finished speaking, Xiao Yi suddenly accelerated, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and crashed into the railing. "Ah!" Miao Fanfan's scream was drowned in her throat. By the time she reacted, the car had already entered the aisle of the parking lot. Xiao Yi's car had been specially reinforced, and it was not damaged at all under the huge impact. However, the roadblock at the entrance was not 2 meters away, and the railing was also broken, falling to the ground pitifully. "This, you have to pay for it." Miao Fanfan's eyes widened immediately. This was indeed a low-quality thing to do, but in an emergency, people were at the brink of life and death. Xiao Yi didn't care about that. She kept her eyes on the steering wheel and drove upstairs. "It's not much money, so just pay it. If anyone else comes to her for compensation." Driving along the spiral passage, she finally reached the top floor of the mall. Because the parking lot here is relatively large, covering the rooftop parking lot and the top floor parking lot, she certainly would not choose to park the car on the roof, but on the top floor. The rooftop parking lot has a lot of space, with huge glass floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides. The floor-to-ceiling windows have a very good view. Through the glass windows, you can see the heavy rain and the busy traffic outside. Xiao Yi walked around the lot and chose a corner far away from the window, a very tricky parking spot. This parking spot is narrow and small, just enough to park 1 car. There is a wall directly on the left side, and there are 3 load-bearing columns in front of the left, front of the right, and rear of the right. There is almost no distance between the load-bearing column and the left and right mirrors of the car. Parking this car requires a lot of skill. If it is parked a little bit crooked, the load-bearing column may directly rub off the mirror. Parking the car in is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is the wall on the left and the load-bearing column in the left front. Even if the driver parks the car in after going through all kinds of difficulties and dangers, when he opens the door, he will find that the person will be stuck behind the column and can't get out at all. It is also impossible to get out from the rear of the car, because there is a tall charging station there. The only way for the driver is, Open the driver's door to get out, open the left rear door to get in, and then go out from the right rear door to get out of the parking space. Miao Fanfan looked around, looking at the empty parking lot, and asked hesitantly, "Why? Do we park here?" Xiao Yi did not answer this question. She searched in the car for a while, and found a few anti-skid chains. After installing the anti-skid chains on the wheels, she took the steel cables and tied the wheels tightly to the load-bearing columns. Miao Fanfan followed her movements and understood her intention after a while. Looking at the brand new mall and the solid glass windows, she asked in disbelief, "No, not that bad, right?" Whether it is that bad or not is still unknown. The weather forecast said that it might be the biggest typhoon in history. We must be prepared for the worst, Xiao Yi said, as a matter of course. Miao Fanfan didn't really believe her explanation. Everyone has seen a typhoon pass through. It is indeed lethal. But coastal cities are experienced in resisting winds. All buildings have been specially reinforced. It is not uncommon to be injured outside buildings. In such a large mall, it is unlikely, right? But she felt that Xiao Yi was not aimless, but seemed to know something, but had to hide it for special reasons. And this arrangement would not harm her. Miao Fanfan was very open-minded, knowing that she could not get any information out of him. So she not only did not stop Xiao Yi, but also honestly stepped forward to help. "Can you cook?" Xiao Yi asked. "Huh?" Miao Fanfan did not react. "I haven't eaten for several hours. I have something else to do. Can you cook something?" Xiao Yi did have things to do. Whether it was the apartment, the villa, Yuehu Sanatorium, the gas station, the warehouse, the shooting gallery, all the monitoring and security measures, all needed to be confirmed. As for the employees at the shooting gallery, she also had to confirm whether there was someone on duty. Theoretically, they should have gone home as she requested. Of course, most importantly, she still remembered that Miao Fanfan didn't trust her very much before and refused to eat the food she gave her. The two of them will probably stay here for a while in the future. The fastest way to break this distrust is to let the ingredients pass through Miao Fanfan's hands first. "Ah, okay." Miao Fanfan was stunned for a moment, quickly understood what she meant, and she was really hungry, so she said, "Then I bring some instant noodles to eat." Xiao Yi couldn't help looking at her, and chuckled. "Since you've worked so hard to cook, how could the ingredients be as simple as instant noodles?" "Ah?" In Miao Fanfan's confused eyes, Xiao Yi, like a magician, produced all kinds of tools from the car. Xiao Yi first touched the car door, pulled out a folding table and placed it next to the car, then got into the car, pulled out an electric frying pan, and a matching insulation bowl, chopsticks. After these cooking utensils were ready, she pulled out a transformer from somewhere, plugged it into the charging pile of the new energy vehicle, and gently turned the switch. The indicator light of the electric cooker lit up. Miao Fanfan was completely stunned by her amazing operation. "You still need some vegetables. Otherwise you will get constipated." Xiao Yi took out a bag of dried vegetables, 2 boiled eggs, and chose between a bag of bacon and a box of canned food from the box. In the end, she still couldn't choose, so she just put them on the table at the same time. There was also a small oil bottle, a seasoning box, and various necessities, which were also neatly arranged on the table. Finally, Xiao Yi took out a drinking straw, pointed to the position about 5 meters ahead, and said, "The bathroom is over there. You can use this to filter the water for washing food. You can save the drinking water for drinking." Miao Fanfan, who was already dazzled, said. She tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it and asked, "Did you plan all this when you chose the parking space?" "Yes," Xiao Yi said, as a matter of course. "You think too far ahead." "Not that far ahead." Xiao Yi smiled bitterly. "If I had thought it through thoroughly enough, we wouldn't have been stranded here halfway. She should be lying in the Yuehu Sanatorium with air conditioning and TV, accompanying her sister, petting cats and dogs, watching TV series and playing games." Xiao Yi and Miao Fanfan agreed that, in the following time, except for breakfast, they would cook for each person, until the typhoon passed. Miao Fanfan cooked as promised. Xiao Yi turned off the car, took out an energy-saving camping lamp, and hung it next to the driver's seat for lighting, then used her mobile phone to connect to Bai Shanshan satellite network, and began the final safety inspection. At the same time, after failing to get through to Lin Linglang all night, Lin Yongza finally believed Su Jiaolan's words, and decided to smooth things over by sending someone to Yuehu Sanatorium. Who would have thought that his good-looking face would suffer at this critical moment? Old Lin, It's not that I don't want to help you. But look at the weather outside. And I have to be considerate of the people below. If you can't find the person, report him missing first. Use formal channels to find him. It's not that I don't want to help you. But I really don't have the manpower here. Lin Yongza was rejected after making several phone calls. His face became darker and darker. On weekdays, you are nice to me. Everyone is nice to you, but when things happen, you are all cowards, and you can't even say a word. He cursed a few times, and called Mr. Lin again. But no one answered the phone for 3 consecutive times. Until the 4th call, a young voice came from the receiver. Hello, leader. I am the chief's guard. The chief asked me to convey that the situation is urgent now. Please prioritize, and don't bother him over trivial matters. Lin Yongza slammed the phone. Seeing his bad face, Su Jialan knew that there was no result. She was afraid but couldn't help asking. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Yongza was annoyed by her nagging and wanted to hit someone. Su Jialan had the experience of the last time. So she quickly shrank her neck and hid further away, avoiding the slap. However, she could avoid the beating. But she couldn't avoid the scolding. No matter how far she shrank. She couldn't stop Lin Yongza's rebuke from reaching her eardrums. You are such a loser. You can't even take care of your son. The road outside was blocked. And it was unrealistic to go to Yuehu's sanatorium in person. The Lin couple was anxious in the office. But no one remembered that Lin Linglin was soaked in the pouring rain outside. Under the siege of multiple victims, she kept bending down to apologize and dealing with the traffic accident with difficulty. The most important thing is, if Su Jialan hadn't been unreasonable to her again and again, these experiences would not have happened. It was not until nearly 2 o'clock in the morning that Su Jialan's phone finally rang. Looking at the number of her son's driver on the phone screen, Su Jialan broke out in a cold sweat and answered the call almost tremblingly. Fortunately, there was no bad news in the receiver, but her son's familiar voice. Mom, come and save me. Chapter 70. As 2 o'clock in the morning arrived, the 2 deep blue circles on the weather map quietly climbed onto the land. The 2 typhoons were like 2 violent beasts. After landing, there was no sign of slowing down. Instead, they rushed forward suddenly, with lightning speed, sweeping in with violent storms and rain. At the moment when the typhoon collided with the land, without any sign or buffer, a huge thrust came down from the sky. Those cars that were stuck and didn't have time to go home, at the moment of collision with the hurricane, were blown straight into the sky. The cars on the road were like dominoes, turned upside down one after another, and the windows were smashed to pieces under the huge collision force. The unprepared passengers, especially those in the back row who did not wear seat belts, were almost thrown out of their seats, and all of them had their heads broken and bloody. But this was only the beginning of the disaster. The whole world turned into a huge drum washing machine. All the loosely fixed objects were stirred together, collided, squeezed, until they were crushed to pieces. Those injured in the hurricane had completely lost control of their bodies, and had no time to save themselves. They were involved in new accidents again and again, until they were bloodied. Some people expected the typhoon to pass through. But no one expected this wind to be so fierce and brutal. Just one encounter caused huge casualties. After confirming the final security check, Xia Yi subconsciously stretched, raised his head and looked outside. And his sight suddenly froze. In the dark midnight, a dim light flew past the window. All flights were stopped last night. The light was too big and too bright. It couldn't be a red-eye plane. Before she could react, the second light, the third light, and the fifth light flew past. She suddenly realized that the halos flying by were street lamps that were uprooted. Because the street lamps were equipped with solar panels, they did not need external wires for power supply. Before the structure of the street lamps was completely destroyed, they were blown into the sky and were still shining in the sky. Hurry, hurry. Get in the car. Xia Yi suddenly raised her voice. Miao Fong had just cooked 2 servings of noodles, added fried bacon and eggs to the noodles, and even wanted to put a plate in the bowl, but she was stunned when she heard the voice. Xia Yi supported himself with one hand, quickly jumped from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, and then pushed open the car door, snatched the noodles in her hand, poured them into 2 insulated bowls in a few seconds, and covered the bowls with sealed lids. Then he unplugged the power supply with lightning speed, quickly put all the things on the table into the car, and then used a special elastic cloth cover to wrap all the supplies in the cloth cover. Finally, he took out 2 helmets from somewhere, put them on the 2 people's heads, pulled her into the passenger seat, closed the door, fastened the seat belt, and put away the rearview mirror. As soon as the two of them sat firmly in the car, they heard a loud crash. Unfortunately, a street lamp outside flew in the wrong direction, flew horizontally towards the mall, and hit the parking lot glass vertically. As the glass shattered, the parking lot lost the last barrier between it and the hurricane, and the violent wind and rain outside the window immediately hit the room, and a huge force suddenly pushed from the back of the car, pushing the entire car forward. The car was fixed on the load-bearing column by Xiaoyi. The chassis of the car was very stable, the load-bearing column was very stable, the steel cable and anti-skid chain were also very stable. But the cars parked on the side were not so lucky. They were blown out of the broken window holes by the strong wind and disappeared into the dark night. Miao Fanfan held the food box in one hand, and the handrail in the other hand, sitting in the passenger seat, listening to the loud noises in her ears. Her mind was confused. Fortunately, Xiaoyi was well prepared. The car body had been reinforced long ago, so there was no damage in the violent collision. The inner cloth cover was also very strong. The materials were blown a little shaken, but they were all within the elastic fixing range of the cloth cover. All kinds of messy debris outside hit the bulletproof glass, which sounded scary, but there was no scar at all. The whole car was like a swaying boat, swaying and swaying in the hurricane, but it was safe and sound. Miao Fanfan was frightened by the loud noise, and shivered again and again. It took a long time for her to gradually adapt, but her voice was still trembling. What happened? Typhoon. Xiaoyi replied in a deep voice. Is the typhoon this big? Xiaoyi didn't know. Miao Fanfan had experienced a typhoon after all. She had no memory of typhoons, so how could she know how big a typhoon could be? Not to mention that this is not an ordinary typhoon, it is the beginning of a great disaster that will soon bring to mankind. As the wind and rain poured into the room, all kinds of things on the ground fluttered around, and finally flew away from the parking lot. As the scattered debris became less and less, the collision of the car body gradually eased. The two of them stayed in the bumpy rhythm for a long time, and gradually got used to it. Xiaoyi adapted for a while, confirmed that the bumps of the car did not affect the stability of the rice bowl, actually lifted the sealed lid of the insulation bowl, and gently slurped up the noodle soup. Miao Fanfan looked at her leisurely appearance, and for a moment, she didn't know what expression to make. She really admired her big heart. After Xiaoyi drank almost all the noodle soup, and made sure it wouldn't spill, she took out her chopsticks and started eating. Noodles, bacon, eggs, vegetables. All the food in the bowl was carefully eaten up by her. Miao Fanfan had been hungry for much longer than her, and she found the food she ate really sweet. She couldn't help but be infected, and also took out her chopsticks and started eating. The storm was beating the car body crazily, accompanied by fear and wailing everywhere. The two of them huddled in the warm little car to eat supper. The lights flickered, and they felt inexplicably comfortable and warm. After Xiaoyi finished his dinner leisurely, he cleaned the dishes with a cleaning paper towel, put them back to their original positions, and actually laid the seat flat, took out a blanket and covered himself, and prepared to go to sleep. Miao Fanfan. She imitated Xiaoyi's actions, put everything in order, and also lay on the seat, closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep anyway. Her senses had never been so sensitive as they were now. The eardrums could accurately capture every sound outside the car, the whistling sound, the collision sound, and the wailing sound hidden in the wind. Each sound seemed to resound from the ear to the bottom of the heart. After counting hundreds of sheep, Miao Fanfan found that she still couldn't fall asleep, and couldn't help but call softly, Miss E. Xiaoyi. Ah? Miao Fanfan didn't understand. My real name is Xiaoyi. You. Miao Fanfan opened her mouth blankly, as if she wanted to ask something. But suddenly she figured it out, and felt that this was natural. So she subconsciously changed her words. Miss Xia. Call me Xiaoyi. Oh, Xiaoyi. Yeah. Xiaoyi hugged her neck with both hands, her eyes looking at the roof of the car. But her thoughts had already drifted away. She was silent for a long time before she said, Be prepared. The future may be worse. Ah? Miao Fanfan couldn't keep up with her pace at all. Think less. Eat when you should eat. Sleep when you should sleep. And when the environment is not so bad, conserve your energy and try to live. After being left in the traffic by her mother, Lin Ling Lin stood in the heavy rain at a loss, and was soon soaked. The owners of the accident cars behind, worried about problems with their cars, did not want to get back in their badly damaged cars, nor did they want to wait for rescue in the heavy rain. Some took photos and took a taxi home, and several still held on to the slim hope of driving their cars back before the typhoon, and decided to find a place nearby to wait. Lin Linglin, the culprit, naturally could not be let off by everyone. Everyone surrounded her, and came to a nearby shopping mall. The mall was closed in the middle of the night, but the parking lot railing leading to the mall was somehow broken. Most importantly, the passage actually went up, and the passage seemed dry and refreshing in the heavy rain. There was such a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and they didn't have to stand in the wet puddles. Everyone almost didn't need to discuss it, and they unanimously decided to hide in the passage. The passage of the parking lot is U-shaped, with closed cement walls on the top, bottom, left and right. In the passage that climbs up layer by layer, there is just a safe distance, so that you will not be swept up by the sudden increase in wind force, nor will you be hit by heavy objects whizzing by. This group of people came here at the right time and luckily escaped. In the dimly lit parking aisle, they did not even see the terrifying scene of cars and telephone poles flying in the sky in the night in the distance. At this moment, a man in his 30s got a call, and he answered it in almost a second. "Boss, what's up?" A hurried voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that the other party was very anxious. "The server has a problem. Our webpage can't be opened. Please fix it as quickly as possible." "Ah, this?" The man was stunned. "What are you still dawdling about? Hurry up. I want to see the problem fixed within half an hour." After the other party finished explaining himself, he quickly hung up the phone. The man listened to the busy tone on the phone, and his face showed an embarrassment. He was worried that the computer would get wet, so he left his bag in the car and did not carry it out. He had no conditions to fix the problem. Online problems are usually the most urgent. If the page cannot be opened for a long time, it may cause a large number of users to lose, and the loss to the company is immeasurable. He cannot bear this responsibility. The man stood at the entrance of the parking lot, raised his wrist, and looked at the smartwatch repeatedly, and his anxiety became heavier. He didn't have to work overtime so late today. The typhoon warning was issued early, requiring all companies to get off work before 6 p.m. But they were still stuck in traffic at 2 a.m., obviously because the company did not follow the regulations. Everyone knew that the company's behavior was unreasonable, but they didn't dare to resist. The decline in economic benefits led to a sluggish job market. At this time, if you go against the boss, you will easily be written on the next wave of employee optimization list. He has a wife and children, a house and a mortgage, and can't afford the cost of unemployment. The man hesitated for a long time at the exit of the parking lot, finally made up his mind, and walked out. Chapter 71. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind was howling. The man shrank his neck, and put his phone deep into his trouser pocket, to avoid getting wet by the heavy rain outside, and walked out carefully. Less than 3 seconds after walking out of the passage, he heard a scream, accompanied by a muffled sound of thump. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Everyone in the room heard something wrong, but no one dared to go out to see what was going on, and they just looked at each other in the passage. At this time, the outside had returned to calm, and only the sound of the wind remained in the air, as if nothing had happened just now. After a long while, a middle-aged woman in her 50s cried out, "Ouch!" as if something hit her foot. She subconsciously turned on the flashlight on her phone and looked in the direction of the foot. Just half a meter in front of her feet, there was a broken hand. There was a familiar smartwatch on her wrist, which clearly belonged to the middle-aged man, the person who was still alive and making a phone call just now had his limbs broken and was a bloody mess. The middle-aged woman looked down blankly, looking at the upper of her shoes that had been hit by the severed hand. The upper of the shoes was soaked by rainwater, and it was not very obvious, but it was clearly stained with deep red blood stains. After a while, she finally let out a scream that resounded through the sky. "Ah!" The limbs of a living person were torn apart in front of her, and blood splattered 5 steps away. The visual impact was huge. As the middle-aged woman screamed, the eyes of other people also gathered around, and saw the miserable scene in front of them, and immediately screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Help! Help!" There was also a child in the crowd, who was being taken by his parents to shelter from the rain. After hearing the screams of the crowd, he finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears. In the passage of this narrow parking lot, crying and screaming were heard one after another. However, no matter how much they screamed, no one would save them. Not to mention that what they saw was just a drop in the bucket. There were many more miserable scenes outside than here. It's not that the authorities have no intention to rescue, but it's that vehicles can't drive outside now. Some people are willing to sacrifice themselves to save others, but they can't fight the bad weather. If they go out in this weather, they will not only fail to save anyone, but also end up with their bodies torn apart. They are still trying to figure out how to stay outdoors for a long time, and also to ensure that they will not get hurt, will not be blown off the ground by the hurricane, and will not be smashed to pieces. But no solution has been found yet. Lin Ling Lin picked up the phone tremblingly and called home, her voice trembling. "Mom, I'm so scared. Is there any way to pick me up?" Su Jialan had just received a call from her son for help, but found that the weather outside was too bad to go out, and the higher-ups refused to send a rescue team to help. She was getting upset. And then she received a call from her daughter, and she immediately said impatiently, "You're so old. Can't you handle anything yourself? You keep calling me Mom. Mom. In 2 years, when you become a mother yourself, I see what you do." After that, he hung up the phone. Lin Ling Lin stood alone at the entrance of the passage, listening to the busy tone on the phone, thinking of her mother leaving her in the crowd, and ran to find her brother without hesitation. The blood in her body finally cooled down at that moment. They didn't feel it when they knew nothing, but after they saw the cruel scene with their own eyes, they always felt that there was a bloody smell lingering around them. It was pitch black outside at night, and under the deprivation of vision, the hearing became more acute. In the howling wind in Wuhu North, the fear of the unknown finally spread. Lin Ling Lin has worked in the emergency room for a long time, facing death almost every day. At first, she felt lost and guilty, but in the busyness day after day, her emotions gradually became numb. She thought she was used to facing death, but only then did she realize that she was only used to facing the death of others. Facing her own death is a completely different feeling. Lin Ling Lin hugged her knees, huddled in a small corner of the parking lot, and sobbed secretly. If she had been braver, her mother forced her to reject him when she came back, she would probably be sitting in the warm clinic of the hospital now. It was busy, but at least she could drink hot coffee when she was hungry, and go to the cafeteria when she was hungry, instead of being thrown on the street without hesitation by her mother, and being hungry and cold here alone. She listened to her parents and treated her brother as an important person. But who treated her as an important person? She cried, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and fell asleep hugging her knees. This dark night was extremely long. In the early morning of the next day, not only did the strong wind not stop, but most importantly, the sun did not rise. Typhoons can cause damage, but it is temporary. After it lands, it will generate friction with the mainland, the wind speed will gradually weaken, and disappear after a period of time. After the typhoon passes, the damage it caused can be repaired, everyone can return home safely, and everything can return to normal. Everyone thought so. The sun awakens the earth. This is a natural law that has been in place for hundreds of millions of years, day after day, and has never changed. Bad weather can cause dark clouds to block the sun. But no matter how dark the clouds are, the sun still exists, and some light can still shine through the clouds. It shouldn't be completely dark outside. Until noon, no one saw any light, and everyone finally got nervous. While their phones still had a little power left, some people sent their location information online to call for help, and some people checked whether similar things had happened in history. At the same time, the statement about the end of the world finally appeared again on the internet. Unlike the previous ridicule and suppression, the entry was like a rocket as soon as it appeared. It rushed to the top of the hot search. Everyone finally fell into panic, and there were overwhelming cries everywhere. Is the world going to be destroyed? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe it's just that the clouds are too thick, blocking the sun. Isn't it the same in many heavy rainy days? Don't fool yourself. Is this a solar eclipse? How could a solar eclipse last so long? An hour later, the topic was deleted. 2 hours later, all the accounts discussing related content were blocked. People trapped at home by the storm still had the energy to complain and curse online. People trapped outside watched their cell phone batteries running low, but no rescue came, and they became more and more desperate. The water on the ground accumulated more and more, and the drainage system in the city was unable to bear it, and it slowly flowed up the slope of the passage. After not eating for more than 20 hours, the people in the garage passage began to run out of energy. After the man died just now, everyone huddled in the passage, not daring to move or leave, fearing that if they were not careful, they would follow in the footsteps of the other party and end up with nothing left. At this time, someone finally couldn't hold on any longer. Let's go up and take a look? Yes. We can't go out downstairs. We can go up and take a look. This does sound like a feasible plan. There is a storm outside, but not in the building. This is even a shopping mall. There are usually supermarkets in shopping malls, and there are usually food in supermarkets. Although there was definitely no one on duty in the supermarket at this time, no one was supervising the shelves. Theoretically, it was impossible to buy. On weekdays, everyone had no worries about food and clothing. Naturally, they would not do something that was not legal, but this time was different from the past. Everyone was so hungry that they were worried about each other. If they could find some food to eat, the worst that could happen was that they could make up the money later. Even if there was no food, some clothes to keep warm would be good. Everyone tacitly did not discuss how to find goods and how to pay. After thinking that there might be something to eat upstairs, everyone quickly reached a consensus and walked upstairs. Two brave people were exploring the way ahead. The people whose cell phones still had some power were using flashlights, and the rest of the people were gathered together, carefully walking into the depths of the passage. Lin Ling Lin didn't dare to stay here alone, and followed the crowd. This was a typical parking lot passage. The whole road was in a long U-shape, spiraling upward along the passage, and leading straight to the rooftop. Not to mention the road to the mall, there were no forks on the side. The crowd walked around and around along this road, as if they could never reach the end, and when they were finally exhausted, they finally saw the exit of the passage. There was a faint light at the exit. We're here, we're here. The light was like warm coal in the snow in this storm. Everyone's heart suddenly lifted, and their emotions became excited, and they strode towards the warm light. However, when they really walked to the warm light, they found that everything was not as beautiful as they imagined. There was no shopping mall or supermarket there. No, it was just a parking lot. There was continuous power supply in the parking lot. It was not as dark as outside. It could more or less reduce the fear brought by the darkness. But at the same time, under the light, they could also see more intuitively the scene after the storm. The parking lot was originally surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, but two of the windows were smashed. The hurricane swept from the outside to the inside, and everything was torn to pieces. The car rolled on the ground, and the car windows were all broken. The car body was full of holes, and it looked as if it was made of paper. The wind outside was far from stopping. The heavy objects in the parking lot were still running wild under the impact of the wind. The mall was divided into pedestrian and vehicle lanes. The road that everyone walked up was the driving road. The elevator for pedestrians was at the other end of the parking lot. If you want to walk to the mall supermarket through the pedestrian road, you have to cross the entire parking lot. The green indicator light said mall, and it seemed to be very close. But no one dared to step in. Some people couldn't help but sigh and complain. Alas, it seems that we can't pass here. However, before he finished speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a child's clear voice. Mom, I smell instant noodles. Chapter 72. Xia Yi slept in the car for a night in the bumpy typhoon. The bed was not as comfortable as the one at home, but the massage seat in the car was also good, and she had no dreams all night. A day and a night passed, although the situation was much worse than she had imagined, but fortunately nothing bad happened. Bai Shanshan took shelter in time. She and her sister were in a safe environment, and there was no need to worry too much. The charging pile behind her was not broken for the time being. The car had enough gasoline and electricity. She could always keep her mobile phone and satellite phone open. If there was any emergency, Bai Shanshan would naturally notify her. Xia Yi had weighed the pros and cons very clearly in her mind, and was not in a hurry. After getting up, she worked out in the narrow passage behind. Just now, she did weighted squats, and now she did push-ups. While doing them, she listened to the hand-cranked radio. Miao Fanfang was not as calm as her. Seeing that the sun did not rise in the morning, her mentality had already broken. She kept swiping her phone, watching the hot search magnetic strip become popular, watching the hot search magnetic strip be cancelled, watching the hot search entries disappear, watching the hot search author's account be blocked. And she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Xia Yi doing exercise at a leisurely pace, she couldn't help asking, Miss Xia. Ah, Xia. Did you know about what was going on outside? Xia glanced at her and didn't comment. Miao Fanfang was encouraged by this action and blurted out a series of questions that had been lingering in her mind all night. Why did you make such sufficient preparations last night? Do you have any ability to predict the future? Do you know that bad things will happen in the world? Are you from the future? Do you know what will happen in the future? Will things get better in the future? Is the end of the world really coming? Can we survive this disaster? Xia, which of your questions do you want me to answer first? Miao Fanfang scratched her head, looking slightly embarrassed. I can't answer these questions. I know very little. Xiao's hands kept moving, and the push-ups did not affect her conversation at all. But she didn't say too much. It's not that she didn't want to answer many questions, but that she didn't know either. After all, the one who had the ability to predict the future was not her, but Ming Jiayi. Save resources, try to survive, she said. Save resources. Miao Fanfang was stunned, and asked subconsciously, why save resources? This is a very interesting topic. In an environment with relatively abundant materials, it is difficult for people to feel the scarcity of food. It seems that there are a lot of food there naturally. As long as you have money, you can buy it. People understand the word starvation. But in an environment where they have never been hungry, it is difficult to truly experience and understand what it feels like. Because you will find that the food in the car may be the last thing you buy in your life. Miao Fanfang was completely stunned. This sentence contained too much information, so she couldn't react immediately. And when she truly understood the meaning behind it, she really felt a real sense of horror. This is the last time she buys something in her life. She may never be able to buy anything again. There may be no food to eat, no water to drink, and no way to wash dirty clothes. These things that she usually buys with money will no longer be provided by anyone. Most people who have lived in cities for a long time do not have the ability to survive in the wild, and do not even know where to find what they need. When all the supplies are used up, they may only fall into a situation where they are hungry and naked, and then wait to die. But is this true? Miao Fanfang wanted to ask, but she didn't ask. The current environment is far from that bad. It's just that she can't go out for a day and a night. Even before the internet was blocked, she saw the tragic scenes of many people before they died, but that was only for some people. Even if the sun didn't rise for a day, it might just be an accident. Maybe if she sleeps for another day, and waits until tomorrow morning, she will find that these are just abnormal nightmares, and everything will eventually return to normal. There were countless voices in Miao Fanfang's mind, but she still had an inexplicable intuition. What Xia said was true. A chill slowly climbed up her spine, and Miao Fanfang suddenly felt a little cold. She hugged her shoulders tightly, and asked with a trembling voice, Are you not afraid? Afraid? Xia asked softly. Is there any meaning in being afraid? Many years ago, she was afraid. She was afraid when her adoptive parents died suddenly. She was afraid when her sister suddenly lay in bed and ignored her. She was afraid when her uncle hired a killer to break into the bedroom with a knife. I was so scared that my mind went blank. I was so scared that my hands and feet were shaking. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep all night. However, people are only qualified to be afraid when they have help and support from others. When there is no way out, fear is like a net blocking the road to survival. The more time and emotions you spend on this net, the more it affects your inner judgment, and the harder it is to go in the right direction. You will only be bound by this net and sink deeper and deeper. If you don't break free, you will die. Don't read those meaningless complaints on the internet. Those who whine, complain, are hoping to get help, and pin their hopes of survival on the support and kindness of others. When social resources are redundant, people may be able to spare their energy to support and help others, and the authorities may still be working hard, and will not give up hope easily, but human power is sometimes limited, and they are not gods. When everyone is in a survival crisis, rely on others to save them. It's a joke. Find a way to survive. Xia turned on the hand-cranked radio and played a song. The hand-cranked radio is the lowest-cost entertainment method nowadays. The signal source does not rely on the network. If there is no electricity, it can be generated by human power. When there is something, it can receive synchronized information from the outside world in time. When there is nothing, just listen to music to relax. Then she stood up, plugged the electric cooker into the temporary power supply in the car, and cooked instant noodles. The instant noodles smelled too strong. In order to avoid being completely soaked by this smell, she turned on the car's external circulation while cooking, and circulated the air inside and outside the car a little. After Xia Yi prepared lunch, she sat back in the driver's seat and ate by herself. Miao Fanfang was still in a daze, and obviously had not recovered from the scene she had just described. Xia Yi did not urge her. If you want to survive in the future, you must be mentally prepared. As a temporary teammate, if Miao Fanfang can't even do this most basic adaptation, she will not waste time on her. In addition, she said so many things today, and there is another meaning she needs to know in advance. When Miao Fanfang learns of this information, what attitude will she take to face it, and whether she will have any bad intentions? Although their food seems to be sufficient, there is always running out. One day, the food that 2 people can eat for 3 months, 1 person can eat for half a year, isn't it? Miao Fanfang didn't have such far-reaching thoughts as her. No matter how frightened she was, she couldn't resist the smell of instant noodles in the air, and honestly picked up the bowl and chopsticks and came over. The 2 of them were eating happily, when they suddenly heard the sound of bang, bang, on the car window. The direction of the sound was very clear, and there was even a little rhythm. It didn't sound like the sound of the wind blowing and hitting the rocks, but more like a deliberate reminder by humans. But the sound came from a darker place. The environment outside was too messy and noisy, and it was really hard to see clearly. Xia Yi took 2 bites at a time, swallowed all the food and soup, took out the survival bag from somewhere, found a night vision telescope and stuck it on the bridge of his nose, and looked at the source of the sound. That was the entrance of the passage they drove to. The light in the passage was very dark. The only light source was the night light turn signal. Only through the night vision telescope could we see that there were several figures standing there. The parking lot was very windy, and several people were unable to cross. Perhaps they saw the lights on in their car and waved from afar. After Xia Yi confirmed the situation, he slowly put down the telescope, laid back in the driver's seat, listened to the music on the radio, and closed his eyes to rest. What happened? Miao Fanfang came over and asked. Look for yourself. Xia Yi handed the telescope to her. Miao Fanfang took the telescope, squinted her eyes, and looked in the direction Xia Yi had just looked, and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Someone is there. Yes, someone is there. How is it? Are you happy? Xia Yi asked calmly without even opening his eyes. Humans are social animals to a certain extent. When living with a tribe, they will have a psychological sense of security, as if there are people around, they can stay away from danger. Of course Miao Fanfang was about to say yes, but suddenly realized that Xia Yi's tone was wrong, and her mind suddenly sank. She was silent for a long time before she spoke. These people should have been trapped here last night. Yes. So, they probably haven't eaten for a day and a night. Yes. I just saw that there seems to be a child among them. Yes. So, Xia Yi raised his eyes and glanced at her lightly and asked slowly, Are you going to share the food with them? Miao Fanfang. If it was before the conversation just now, she would probably do it without hesitation. People who live in areas with a sound social security system are likely to develop a mentality of helping the weak, which is the kindness born out of a sense of security. But what if the food in the car is their last food? People rely on food to survive. And when they completely lose their food source, food is equal to life. 3 months of food is equal to 3 months of life. To explain this problem in other words, if a person has only 3 months left to live, are they willing to give a few days of their lives to others? Chapter 73. Miao Fanfang held the telescope in a daze, and her heart was in a struggle. She knew for sure that every word Xia Yi said was right, but she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She also had some luck. What if the wind stopped in a few days? What if they could find other food? Xia Yi seemed to know what she was thinking, and asked calmly, If you were extremely hungry, and found a supermarket, would you ask for the consent of the owner of the food before taking the food away? Miao Fanfang was stunned, and shook her head subconsciously. The owner of the supermarket was probably not in the supermarket, and there was probably no chance to ask for the other party's consent. If she was extremely hungry, who would care so much? Even if the owner of the supermarket did not agree, extremely hungry people would probably go to take it. Going to the supermarket to buy for free when there was no food to eat was a common occurrence abroad, and it was no longer news. But think about it from another angle. Without the consent of the owner of the food, secretly or forcibly taking things away, isn't that stealing? Isn't it robbery? The moral bottom line is lowered step by step. Miao Fanfang has understood Xia Yi's implication. Compared to stealing or robbing food that is not known where, wouldn't it be easier to steal from them? No. No way. Miao Fanfan was a little bit unbelievable. If she went to help the other party, shouldn't the other party be grateful? How could they have such a bad attitude? Xia Yi lowered his eyes, and sneered slowly. They need your help now, but they are not going to come over, but smash your car with something, and force you to go over. The parking lot was full of dangers. Since the glass of the parking lot was broken, the interior was constantly being hit by the typhoon. From warning signs to fire hydrants to door panels to cars, all were being pushed by the wind. The distance between the two parties seemed to be only a few dozen meters, but in fact, they were as far away as the sky. They had to overcome many dangers to have the possibility of meeting. Cars were not very safe either. If there were no steel cables and anti-skid chains for protection, if these two cars had not been modified by Xia Yi at a high price, they would probably have been smashed into a pile of scrap metal together with those cars that were blown down the building, and would not have been as safe as they are now. They provide help to others, which is very risky. But the other party still comes to seek help. They think you should take the risk now. If you help them, they will ask for more help in the future, which will make you take more risks. They only see the problems they encounter, and subconsciously believe that others have an obligation to help them solve their problems. They don't consider what price the other party will pay for it. If the other party refuses to help, they will get angry. This is a very invisible, but very common giant baby logic. In a normal society, this giant baby logic may cause anger and dissatisfaction. But in today's harsh environment, encouraging others' giant baby logic is tantamount to seeking death. Sooner or later, you will become a vine sucked by the giant baby. Miao Fanfang finally stopped talking. The few people in the parking lot passageway, after smelling the aroma of instant noodles from the exhaust fan, determined that someone was staying on this floor. The most important thing is, this person has food to eat. This is a huge temptation for everyone who has been hungry for a day and a night. After looking around the entire parking lot, they finally found the van with the lights on in the chaotic wind. At a time when all the floors were in a mess. It was like a small boat in a storm, swaying but standing firmly in place. The people in the passage were in the dark, and Xia Yi's car was in the bright light. Xia Yi needed to use a night market telescope to see the people in the passage. But it was easy for the people in the passage to see her car. There are people in there. They must be eating instant noodles. The little boy saw it with his sharp eyes, and shouted in a loud voice, "Mom! Mom! I want to eat instant noodles too." The boy mother saw that the child was so hungry, and hurriedly touched his head, whispering, "Baby, don't worry. Wait until we contact the people in the car, and then let them give you instant noodles. Okay?" "No. No." The child smelled the instant noodles, but couldn't eat anything. So he couldn't bear it. "Wow." The child burst into tears, stamped her feet, and said loudly, "I want to eat now. I want to eat now." The crowd did not have the patience of the child's mother. They became annoyed after hearing the child cry twice, and frowned. The woman in her 50s with blood on her feet, followed by a bald man in his 50s. The bald man had a bad temper and could no longer bear it. He raised his voice and shouted, "People in the car, can you hear me?" One of them started it, and everyone stopped shouting, "Hey! Hey!" They kept shouting for 10 minutes, and everyone was tired. There was no movement in the car. There was only the whistling of the wind in the air, and no human response. They should have heard us, right? Why didn't they pay attention to us? The woman with blood on her feet asked in a low voice. Is it because the wind is too strong? They can't hear us at all? Lin Ling asked subconsciously. Before she finished speaking, she was glared at by the bald middle-aged man, who had hatred in his eyes, and said angrily, "How could we not hear it at such a close distance? He just ignored us on purpose." In fact, this was really unfair to Xia Yi. Her car was specially soundproofed, and she happened to turn on the radio at that time. The two of them were listening to music in the car, and they had no idea that someone was calling her outside. Of course, she would not respond even if someone called her. A tall, thin bachelor stood among the crowd. He hadn't said a word since he got off the highway, and he had never had any sense of existence. He suddenly snorted when he heard this. "Then I make them unable to pretend to be dead." He picked up a basket of golf balls and clubs from somewhere, probably from a car that was blown away in the parking lot. He placed a golf ball on the floor in front of him, raised the club high, and hit the car hard. "Hey, Wait a minute. Lin Ling Lin found that his action was wrong and wanted to stop him. But she was too slow and anxious. That was a golf ball. It would break if it hit the glass. Who knows if the glass of the car is strong? If it is not, the people in the car will be injured. Under the current conditions, there is no treatment for the injured. If the broken glass pierces the artery, it will be fatal. The golf ball flew quickly towards the car under the thrust of the club. However, the wind in the parking lot was too strong and encountered air resistance in the air, which slowed it down a lot and blew it off a lot. It had already deviated from its original path and fell to another location. Lin Ling Lin breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity to say, "Hey, don't do it. Their car was not damaged in the storm. If you damage it, won't it cause trouble for others?" The tall and thin man didn't even turn his head. He took the second golf ball, adjusted the angle, and hit the car hard again. One. Another. As he became more familiar with the direction and speed of the wind, the golf ball landed closer and closer to the car. Lin Ling Lin was so anxious that her palms were sweating, and she tried to dissuade him. "If you break the glass, someone will get hurt. Get lost. Don't mind your own business." The tall and thin man turned his head suddenly, grabbed her collar, and his eyes flashed with cruelty. "If you keep meddling, I push you out and let you taste the feeling of flying in the sky." The others around her also couldn't stand her, and all pointed at her. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we be trapped here? You think that hurting Bill isn't enough, and you want to starve us to death. If you want to starve to death, then starve yourself to death. Don't implicate me." Lin Ling Lin's body trembled slightly after being scolded, but she finally shut her mouth and stopped talking. At this moment, bang sounded. The golf ball successfully hit the car window. Everyone cheered when they saw this. The woman with blood on her feet said proudly, "You should have heard it now." Lin Ling Lin took a peek at the car window while everyone was not paying attention and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the car window glass is relatively strong, and it will not be broken by the golf ball, so the people inside will not be injured. The car window was not broken, and the people in the car were not injured, but they seemed not to hear anything and did not respond. After waiting for a while, seeing no movement in the car, they could not help but ask tentatively, "You should not have heard it, right? You must have heard it. It was so loud. It was impossible not to hear it. Then why didn't you respond?" Lin Ling Lin subconsciously defended them. "It was so windy outside. There was nothing they could do even if they heard it. Why can't we do it?" "What do you mean by no way?" the middle-aged woman with blood on her feet said. "Don't they have a car? Can't they drive over here?" "Yes." The boy mother hugged the crying little boy. Her face was very angry. "Seeing us starving and freezing here, while they are eating in the car at ease, isn't it too selfish? Mom, I want to eat instant noodles." "Eat instant noodles." The little boy cried even harder. It was a mess. "Fuck, I don't believe they can keep pretending to be dead." The tall and thin man looked at the half box of golf balls, with a fierce look in his eyes, picked up the club, one by one, and hit the van hard. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. Listening to the continuous loud noises outside the car, one by one was more rapid, one by one was more fierce. Miao Fong Fong finally felt something was wrong. She couldn't help but lower her voice, and asked Xia Yi, Are they trying to smash our car?" "Yes." Xia Yi put his arms behind his head, closed his eyes in boredom, curled his lips at the words, and smiled nonchalantly. "If this car is unfortunately smashed, we will have to take the initiative to go out and face them." Chapter 74. Can people be so bad? Miao Fong is not a fool. She now believes what Xia Yi said. She just can't accept it emotionally. If their van is destroyed by the other party, they may be blown into a bloody mess by the glass, or swept away by the typhoon, die without a burial place. But no matter what, as long as they die, the other party will not get any benefits. Even if they are alive, if they don't bring supplies and successfully escape to the vehicle passage where the other party is, the other party still can't get anything. Miao Fong was a little bit unbelievable. They were strangers to each other. Why would the other party do this? Was there so much hatred? She worked in a real estate company, and usually saw a lot of dark sides of society. But most of them were disputes over property. Everyone's vicious faces were directed at interests. Even if they fought to the death, their purpose was to steal the property. Rather than "I want you to die badly if I don't live well." This kind of madness that harms others and does not benefit yourself. But if you think about it carefully, hating people for what they have and laughing at people for what they don't is the norm in life. When having and not having move to the resources for survival, people's malice may be infinitely magnified. But when facing the critical moment of life and death, feeling the malice bursting out of others, she still felt terrified. Originally, the typhoon was a disaster, a shackle that trapped her in the parking lot. But now Miao Fangfang feels that the typhoon is a harbor that separates her from the treacherous human heart. This situation continued for a long time. After the baseballs were used up, they used other methods to smash her car, fire hydrants, doors, those heavy objects flying all over the ground. As long as they were intercepted, they would become weapons flying towards the car. It was as if they wanted to throw all the resentment and dissatisfaction in their hearts at them. Xia Yivan looked inconspicuous, but it was modified to be bulletproof, otherwise it would not be safe and sound in such a strong wind, and naturally it would not be hurt by these attacks. As for herself, she ate and slept as she should. When she was awake, she listened to the radio and exercised. Occasionally, she checked the surveillance through the satellite network, the small warehouse where she had stored goods, the ammunition depot, and the shelter had been perfectly reinforced and had not been damaged in the continuous typhoon. It was not that she was cold-blooded. She did not know how long the typhoon would last. She was actually unsure. She could not guarantee that everyone would survive. She was not a god and had no ability to help everyone. Moreover, she did not dare to underestimate human nature. In order to avoid Miao Fangfang's saintly heart, she remained vigilant to the other party after revealing the information about the end of the world to the other party. Not to mention those people outside who seem to have bad intentions. The most important thing is that the situation outside is not outrageous. She had expected it a long time ago. After the shortage of materials, she, as the owner of materials, will inevitably face the test of human nature. The test of the humanity of others is also the test of herself. She was bound to see others get hurt, starve, or even die in front of her. And she was destined to become indifferent. And she had mentally rehearsed this beforehand. Seeing those people helplessly staying outside, Miao Fangfang softened her heart for a short time. However, after hearing loud noises outside the car again and again, all the kindness was gradually wiped out. If their car was not so strong, they would have been smashed to pieces. If the parking lot glass was not broken and the typhoon did not blow in, those people would have rushed over long ago. And in order to steal their supplies, they might have smashed the car. If her food is her lifespan, and her lifespan is limited, she is unwilling to share it with others, and even less willing to share it with these people. As time goes by, these people can no longer struggle. They have thrown away all the things they can pick up as weapons. Their mobile phones are out of battery, and they have not eaten or drunk for several days, and their strength is also running out. It is unknown how long the darkness outside will last. No matter how strong a person is, he knows that he must conserve his energy to live longer. The typhoon lasted for more than 70 hours. It was still dark outside, and the sky never brightened again. After 4 days, most people had gradually lost their sense of time, and the typhoon finally showed signs of weakening. The wind is getting weaker, it seems to be getting weaker, and the sound is getting weaker. Listen. Miao Fangfang tilted her ears to feel the sound outside, and gently shook Xia Yi's arm. Yeah, I heard it. Xia Yi answered with his eyes closed. Then, what should we do? Miao Fangfang is no longer worried about the typhoon now. Compared to the typhoon, she is more worried about the people outside. The car is fixed to the load-bearing column by steel cables and anti-skid chains. If they want to drive the car away, they must go down and remove the chains, which is a very time-consuming process. If the typhoon outside stops, those people who have been hungry outside for a few days will definitely rush over frantically. If they go out to remove the steel cables, they will probably be caught red-handed. If they don't go out to remove the steel cables, they will be blocked in the car by those people, which is tantamount to waiting to die. She was hoping that the weather outside would get better soon, and the typhoon would stop soon. Now that she saw that there was enough food to last for a long time, she hoped that the weather outside would get better slowly, so that those who couldn't stand it in the aisle could leave safely. There is a supermarket in this mall, Xia Yi said again. Ah, yes. There is more food in the supermarket, and it is more complete. If they are starving, they should go to the supermarket first, instead of coming to trouble us. Miao Fangfang finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they come over, we just need to remind them of the way to the supermarket. Of course, it's not that simple. Going to the supermarket is a normal choice. Among these people, some are obviously not normal. In fact, even normal people, after being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, will become abnormal. At least, the pain and anger in their hearts need a channel to vent. But there is no need to tell Miao Fangfang these things, which will only increase her worries and anxiety. In the early morning of the 4th day, the typhoon finally stopped. The people in the passage had been hungry for 3 days. At this time, they had no strength to stand. They didn't care whether the ground was dirty or not. They leaned against the wall of the passage crookedly, trying to curl up to preserve their temperature and strength. The lights in the parking lot were still on. The people in the passage felt the change in wind speed at the first time. The screams outside were reduced. It was only a matter of hearing, not so accurate. The fire hydrant rolling on the ground stopped moving. They could see it with their naked eyes. The wind has stopped. The wind has stopped. The first person to notice that the wind had stopped was the woman with blood on her feet. She didn't want to wear the dirty shoes, but she didn't want to throw them away. So she took them off and placed them in the vent to disperse the bloody smell. She opened her eyes from time to time to make sure that the shoes would not be blown away by the wind. She frequently paid attention to the situation outside the passage and was the first to notice that the wind had eased. The bald man next to her, her husband, saw this and poked his head out slightly, tentatively picked up the shoes on the ground and threw them outside the passage. The shoes were so light that if they were in a strong wind, they would hardly stay on the ground for a second. However, at this moment, they fell to the ground with a click. Fuck. It really stopped, the bald man shouted, and everyone else in the passage opened their eyes. Really? Everyone stood up and saw the scene in the parking lot with surprise on their faces. They had completely lost their sense of time. Typhoon, car accident, and hiding here by accident. Seeing someone having food to eat. They were very cold-blooded and didn't care about them at all. They stayed here for several days, cold and hungry, and they were already desperate in their hearts. Who knew that the weather would turn better one day? Ah, that's great. The tiredness on everyone's face was swept away. The wind stopped, which meant they were saved. The woman with blood on her feet took the lead in pulling her husband's arm and raised her voice. That's great. Let's go out and drive home quickly, so we can eat when we get home. Car? Do you think our car is still there? Her husband sneered and poured a basin of cold water on her head, pulling everyone back to reality from the excitement. No one had seen how strong the wind was outside, but the tragic situation in the parking lot was clearly seen. Glass was broken everywhere, and the entire parking lot was blown to pieces. Many cars were overturned and blown out of the glass, and the wreckage of a car hung pitifully in the air, except for the van that was tied and parked in the corner. Almost all other cars were not spared. Their car was parked on the viaduct outside, and it was directly facing the typhoon. How could it stay there safely? Even if they were really lucky, and the car was not blown away by the wind. It was dark outside, and who could find the exact location of the car? No. After 3 days and 3 nights, everyone's mobile phone ran out of battery, including the little genius phone watch on the child's wrist. The battery life of smart devices is poor. These days, they went online to ask for help, made phone calls, and tried everything. When they were completely desperate, they had to rely on watching short videos to maintain their fragile nerves that could break at any time. Now that everyone is gathered together, there is no flashlight. How can we go out to find the car? We can't even find the way out of the parking lot. Then, what should we do? At this time, everyone in the passage, including Lin Ling Lin, all looked at Xiaoyi's car. Although the car had not been started in the past few days, there was always a small light hanging inside the car. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, the warm light never went out. Let's go there and have a look. The tall and thin man picked up the golf club beside him, weighed it in his hand, and walked towards Xiaoyi's van. He sneered as he walked. I want to know what the person in that car is. Chapter 75. Several people came over with unfriendly faces. The tall and thin man in the lead was holding a golf club. Miao Fangfang saw it with her sharp eyes and suddenly panicked. Why do they look so fierce? Do we still need to talk to them and give them directions? As the footsteps of the crowd got closer and closer, Miao Fangfang became more and more frightened. There were 8 people coming from the opposite side, a couple in their 50s, a couple in their early 20s, a mother with a son, a tall and thin man, and a single girl. The bald man in the couple looked big and strong. The boy in the couple was about 175 centimeters tall, and the tall and thin man was nearly 190 centimeters tall. All three men looked like they were not easy to mess with. Although Miao Fangfang was not too short, she had no strength in her hands, and she couldn't even push the glass door of the mall open. She had to rely on her whole body weight to push it up. Not to mention that girls are naturally weaker than men, even the women opposite. The auntie who only wore one shoe, although she was older, looked very strong, and the mother holding a fat boy of 70 to 80 kilograms. Any of them could press her to the ground and rub her. Not to mention Xia Yi, who was even smaller than her, although she seemed to be trying hard to do push-ups. Was that really useful? The van's wheels were still locked to the ground. It was too late to drive away now. Seeing the people on the opposite side approaching little by little, Miao Fangfang's heart began to beat wildly. She didn't believe in the things she believed in just now. I talked to them nicely. Is that really okay? Yes. Is that okay? Xia Yi repeated it lightly, as if he was answering her. But not really. We can either just talk to them through the window? Miao Fangfang hesitated, lowered her voice and whispered. Anyway, our car is sturdy. They can't. Before she finished speaking, she heard a click sound. Xia Yi opened the car's central control lock, pushed the door slowly and walked out, and locked the door again with a click. This car has been modified in various ways. The car lock is controlled by fingerprint recognition. After Xia Yi locked the car, other people in the car could not open the door and get out. Miao Fangfang tried to unlock the car door twice but failed. Seeing Xia Yi getting out of the car alone, she was stunned. Opposite were 7 adults, 4 girls and 3 boys. Each of them was taller than Xia Yi. Even the little boy in his mother's arms looked about 70 or 80 kilograms. Xia Yi was very petite, and looked thin and frail. He might not even weigh 70 or 80 kilograms on the scale. Xia Yi stood in front of the crowd, holding a flashlight that she had gotten from nowhere, looking pitiful. Miao Fangfang was immediately anxious when she saw this, and she slapped the windshield repeatedly with her palms, and shouted in a loud voice, "Hey, why did you go down alone? Let me go down with you. There are so many of them, and I am here. It will give you courage." Xia Yi ignored Miao Fangfang, and focused her eyes on the single girl standing in the last row among the 8 people opposite. Lin? Why is she here? But now is not the time to talk. It was only half a minute. Several people had walked to the front of the van. Seeing that a thin girl got out of the driver's seat, they gradually slowed down their pace and looked at her. The girl opposite was small, and her face was even smaller. She had a sweet baby face, and looked adorable. She looked like a doll displayed on the counter. Except, her hairstyle was a little bad, and her clothes were a little dull. But this was also normal. In this kind of weather, everyone hadn't taken a shower for several days. It was very pleasing to the eye to be able to stay clean and fresh. On weekdays, this girl is very attractive at first sight. But in the eyes of people who have been hungry for several days, it is completely different. In the typhoon debris everywhere, the white, thin girl, who is usually praised, is the synonym of weakness. She floats on the ground lightly, as if the typhoon can break her in two. Mom, I want to eat instant noodles. The little boy was the first to lose his temper. He is already in elementary school, and he doesn't know nothing. His mother has been telling him these days that he could eat when the wind stops. Now the wind has stopped, and the people who have instant noodles are right in front of him. How can he bear it? He twisted his body and tried to slip out of his mother's arms. The boy mother had never let him suffer such grievances since he was raised. He had not eaten or drunk anything for several days, and had lost weight. He felt very uncomfortable, seeing the soft-looking girl opposite him, who looked easy to talk to. He blurted out, "Girl, we have been calling you these past 2 days. Why don't you pay attention to us? Look how hungry the child is." Xia Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but did not respond. He leaned against the car door with his arms folded, playing with the flashlight in his hand, pointing his finger in the direction behind him, and reminded him slowly, "There's a supermarket downstairs. Take the escalator on the left and it's there. There's a glass door there. Get something heavy, a fire hydrant or a golf club or something, maybe you can break it open." Lin eyes lit up when she heard that. After being trapped in this parking lot for 3 days and 3 nights, everyone was starving, and she was no exception. But she didn't think of asking Xia Yi for help. Maybe it was the idea of everything depends on yourself that her parents had instilled in her over the years, which made her more inclined to deal with and solve problems on her own. And the person opposite was Xia Yi. She was naturally on the opposite side of him. And she even called him to scold him. She couldn't bring herself to ask for his charity. Then let's go down. Lin Linglin turned around first, found a rolling fire hydrant on the ground, picked it up with both hands with difficulty, and walked downstairs. The young couple saw her movements and also followed her example to find two heavy objects on the ground. The three were about to leave, but when they turned around, they found that the remaining few people were motionless. Their feet seemed to be glued to the ground, and they always stood in the same place. There is a supermarket downstairs, but there is no hot water. There is no way to make instant noodles. The child smelled what you were eating just now. Do you have hot water here to make instant noodles? The boy mother spoke first to Xia Yi. The child must have something hot to eat. Why not let the child suffer? Miao Fangfang sat in the van and could not get out of the car, and the sound insulation of the car was not very good. She could not hear anything at all, and could only guess what the people were saying based on their lip shapes. But the boy mother's words were clearly caught by her eyes, and she was immediately dissatisfied and said angrily, "What does it have to do with me whether your child is suffering or not? Why do you have to come to me to ask for instant noodles when your child wants to eat them?" Xia Yi was too lazy to quarrel with these people. When there was no need to waste her emotions, she always tended to use energy-saving mode. This time was no exception. After pointing out the way to everyone, no matter what the other party said, she pretended not to hear it and walked towards the window on her own. Although the wind stopped, it was still pitch black outside. It was difficult to judge the water situation on the ground. After the heavy rain in the past few days, the city's drainage system would definitely not be able to withstand it. She needed to determine the depth of the water on the ground to see if it was possible to drive through. If the drainage situation was good, she would drive away immediately. Whether she went home or to Yuehu Sanatorium, or even to the shooting range, she could take shelter from the wind and rain, which was much safer and more comfortable than here. If the drainage situation was not good enough, she might have to wait a little longer. Although the car was sealed and waterproof, it was not a submarine after all. There was a high probability that something would go wrong if it was immersed in water. You could only see these by the window. Xia Yi just took 2 steps forward, and her steps paused. A figure blocked her way. She took a step to the left, and the other person blocked her with a step to the left. She took a step to the right, and the other person blocked her with a step to the right. Until she stood still and raised her head, the other person took another step forward, and his tall figure pressed against her. "Stand." The tall and thin man used an imperative sentence. This person stood within half a meter of her, completely shrouding Xia Yi in shadow, and almost blocking all her escape routes. He held a golf club in one hand, and stared at her steadily, with a fierce light in his eyes. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? Do you think you'd be fine if you stay in your shabby car? Do you think we can't do anything to you?" Xia Yi. She really didn't think so. The man in front of her seemed to be aroused by hunger, and the anger and malice buried in his heart for many years. As he cursed one sentence after another, his figure was getting closer and closer. When he cursed the last sentence, he had already roared, as if the person in front of him was not Xia Yi, but his soul that had been ignored and looked down upon. "Ah!" Miao Fanfan covered her lips and cried out, her face showing fear. What she was worried about happened. Their attitude of ignoring each other in the past 2 days finally angered the other party. She had been worried just now, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the people on the other side were hungry, and although they could go to the supermarket, they still had reasons to cause trouble for her. After all, the 2 girls looked like easy targets to bully. They were weak, obedient, and these 2 little girls were labeled here, making them the best targets for moral kidnapping and anger venting. Miao Fanfan was terrified. She slapped the glass desperately, trying to explain to the tall and thin man outside the car. "It's not that we didn't want to go. It's just that the wind was too strong outside and I couldn't go." The tall and thin man blocked the way in front of her. His voice was loud and noisy, and he kept making noises. There was also a crazy knocking sound from inside the car, which made Xia Yi upset. She sighed helplessly, turned around and faced Miao Fanfang, raised her index finger in front of her lips, gently bent the corners of her mouth, and made a hushed gesture. Miao Fanfang was slightly startled when she saw this, and looked at her steadily. I don't know what she saw. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and an anxious look appeared on her face. Chapter 76. The moment Xia Yi turned to face Miao Fangfang, the tall and thin man behind her noticed that she had her back to him, and was angered again by her attitude of ignoring him. He suddenly strode forward, and raised the golf club towards Xia Yi's back, and chopped it down fiercely. "Hey!" Miao Fangfang opened her mouth wide, and looked at the man in disbelief. Not only did he bully the weak girl, he even attacked her by surprise. How could he be so shameless? What should I do? What to do? At this time, she had long forgotten that the glass was very soundproof. The call could not get through the car at all. She just shouted at Xia Yi at the top of her lungs. Ambush! Xia Yi could not hear what she said through the glass, nor was she listening. She seemed to smile. In Miao Fangfang's horrified eyes, she did not even turn her head, and her body suddenly lowered. Her knees sank quickly, and the golf club whistled, just passing over her head. The tall and thin man used all his strength, but did not hit the point of application. His body tilted slightly. At the moment when his strength was exhausted, Xia Yi picked up the flashlight and hit him in the abdomen with a backhand. Xia Yi's flashlight was a weapon she carried with her. It looked like she was carrying it lightly, but it was actually heavy and solid. She hit the opponent's soft abdomen with a precise calculation. The tall and thin man had no time to react. His eyes suddenly blurred, and the opponent disappeared. Then he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and the next second he fell to the ground holding his stomach. He took a breath, and it was so painful that he had difficulty breathing. He couldn't even scream, and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in front of him. They thought that the tall and thin man went over just to scare Xia Yi, and at most to ask for some food to fill everyone's stomachs. It would not do any harm to everyone. So they just watched coldly, and did not stop him. These people have been cold and hungry for the past 2 days. Seeing Xia Yi eating and drinking in the van, they felt very uncomfortable. They wished that she would suffer a little and learn a lesson so that they could be mentally balanced. How could they know that the tall and thin man really did it? And he was really ruthless, picking up a golf club and swinging it at their heads. But by that time, it was too late to worry. But it wasn't them who did it anyway. So even if something happened, it had nothing to do with them. Although everyone was afraid, they still didn't care. Who knew that the situation in the field suddenly changed? This young and delicate girl. Not only was she not hurt at all, but she was so fast and so ruthless. A man who was 2 heads taller than her was knocked down by her punch. No one even saw what she did. However, no one had any relationship with the tall and thin man, and they had not talked much in the past 2 days. He just thought of calling Xia Yi when everyone was at a loss. Apart from that, they were not familiar with each other at all, and no one cared about his physical condition. After seeing Xia Yi knock down the tall and thin man, he walked forward with a flashlight, and everyone took a step back. Xia Yi didn't care what they were thinking. She walked forward with a flashlight. On the road from the van to the window, there were broken garbage and broken glass everywhere. It was a mess. It was pitch black outside the mall. The flashlight was a strong flashlight, which could illuminate more than 100 meters. She leaned out from the window hole and looked out. She could see some floating objects on the ground passing by the light beam quickly. She swept the ground buildings with the flashlight. There was a pointed eaves at the entrance of the parking lot, which was submerged by the water. Xia Yi, not only is there water on the ground, the water is deep and fast, at least flooding the height of a floor. Is it possible to drive out? It's more like driving a boat. It's not that there is no boat, but it's a pity that distant water can't quench the thirst nearby. It's not an automatic driving car, so it can't drive out from Yuehu Sanatorium to pick her up. Before the water level goes down, she may still need to stay in the parking lot for a while. Xia Yi observed the situation outside, and had a rough idea in his mind. The food can last for a long time, and she is not in a hurry to go out and explore now. Since the typhoon has stopped temporarily, the authorities will definitely organize a rescue. Even if they can't save her, they will spread some escape guides through public channels. It won't be too late for her to wait and see for a while, and collect some information before making a decision. After Xia Yi walked back from the window, she found that except for Lin Linglin who had left, she probably went downstairs to find food. None of the remaining people moved. They all stood there, looking at her eagerly. Of course, she knew what the meaning behind the gaze was. She didn't want to pay attention to it, nor could she pay attention to the hidden expectations in it. She just pretended not to see it, and walked towards the car door. She had only taken 2 steps when her clothes were grabbed by someone. The one who grabbed Xiaoyi was the boy mother. She held the crying boy with one hand and held the corner of Xiaoyi's clothes with the other hand. She glanced at the tall and thin man rolling on the ground and quickly distanced herself from him. I was not with that man. We didn't know him. And we didn't know that he would do this to you. Luckily you were not hurt. That's great. Xiaoyi glanced at her calmly. What do you want to say? This woman has nothing to do with the tall and thin man, but does she have anything to do with Xiaoyi? It's none of his business whether she gets hurt or not. The mother of this child just stood behind the tall and thin man, waiting for him to take advantage and share a bite of soup. Now that he is useless, she is anxious to distance herself from him, and runs faster than anyone else. Xiaoyi doesn't think that the other party cares about her. What a joke. Lin Linglin's concern seems more genuine than hers. Ah? The boy mother was stunned by her question, and could not answer quickly. Xiaoyi was too lazy to play dumb with her, and quickly retracted her gaze, and walked forward without looking back. Don't go. The boy mother saw her decisive action, and knew that the other party was not easy to fool, and her tone softened a lot, and a pleading look appeared in her eyes. Miss, I know you are kind and beautiful, and you must not want to see a child go hungry. You see my child is still so young, please pity him, and give him a bite to eat. Xiaoyi glanced at the child who was about 1.5 meters and 80 kilograms, who looked about the same height as her, but still needed his mother to carry him to walk. Miss, please understand me. The boy mother knew that she was unwilling, but she did not relax at all. She clenched her fingers tightly and cried, Look, I am alone with a child, and there is no man to help me. I have been hungry for days and nights. The child has never had anything to eat. Now I am almost fainting from hunger. Can you help me? Please help me? Xiaoyi was annoyed by her pestering, frowned impatiently, and repeated coldly, I said, let go. The boy mother not only did not let go, but squeezed even tighter. Her finger bones turned slightly white. Look, it's dark outside. I can't see anything. I'm scared to death. You look kind-hearted. You must be willing to help me. I don't want to. Xiaoyi's eyes turned completely cold. She looked at the child's mother, who was unwilling to let go, picked up her wrist and turned it back. But before she really exerted force, the 5 fingers holding her collar suddenly loosened. It hurts. It hurts. Xiaoyi grabbed her wrist and spoke slowly. You are wrong about one thing. I am not kind. The boy mother looked at Xiaoyi, and saw the coldness in Xiaoyi's eyes, and her palms were sweating. She was not afraid of Xiaoyi at first. The more ruthless Xiaoyi was to the tall and thin man, the less afraid she was. Although Xiaoyi fought decisively, she was obviously a girl from a decent family, not a gangster outside. Such girls, the colder they are, the more likely they are to be soft-hearted. The more rude they are to the opposite sex, the more likely they are to feel pity for the weak same sex. This is a method that has worked for her over the years. Whether on public transportation, or shopping in supermarkets or other occasions, these young girls, even if they are not satisfied, as long as she uses the pitiful identity of helpless mother, she can successfully shut them up and give up their rights. This is the first time she has seen a girl like Xiaoyi. She is so pretty, but her face is cold, and her heart is cold. You don't have to try to flatter me, just give me a few compliments, and want me to do what you want, to be your definition of kindness. The supermarket is just downstairs. You have hands and feet. You are not disabled. It is not the day for you to be pitiful. If you want to eat, find a way yourself. After that, Xiaoyi was silent for a while. His eyes swept across the child next to his mother, and sneered. You always use your child as a shield. How old is he? He is taller than me, and he is still a child. Have you been weaned? The boy caught the contempt in Xiaoyi's eyes. His face flushed, and he grabbed his mother's collar and said angrily, Mom, she bullied me, beat her to death, beat her to death. Be good. Baby, don't be angry. The child's mother tried to comfort her child, thinking of her current miserable situation. Her eyes turned red, and tears fell immediately. Her lips trembled as she looked at Xiaoyi. Her eyes were full of condemnation. We are all women. How can you be so cold-blooded? When you become a mother in the future, you will regret it. The answer to her was the van. Bang. The door slammed. Everyone outside the car looked at each other in bewilderment. But the two people, one soft and one hard, had suffered a loss just now. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they still did not dare to really stop her. The woman in her 50s could not help but speak softly. This girl is so young, how can she be like this? With this dog temper, she will definitely not get married in the future. The woman's bald husband snorted coldly, replied dissatisfiedly. But they just complained behind her back. The car looked sturdy, even if there was food in it. They couldn't get it. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to try your luck in the supermarket. The crowd could not get any advantage. So they headed for the stairwell Xia Yi had pointed out before, and walked downstairs. After a long while, the tall and thin man who was left alone in front of the car finally recovered and climbed up from the ground. Holding his stomach, he clenched the golf club in his hand. His eyes swept across the van, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes. You stinky cousin. You dare to provoke me. I will kill you sooner or later. Chapter 77. Miao Fanfang sat in the van, completely stunned by the scene in front of her. She stared at Xia Yi with her mouth wide open as he opened the door and got into the driver's seat. You, for a long time, cannot say a complete sentence. What's wrong with me? Miao Fanfang clutched her sleeve, calmed down her emotions for a long time, but still spoke incoherently. I just saw him swinging the stick. I thought. You are too awesome. Xia Yi, if she didn't have some skills, she wouldn't dare to open the door and go out in public. Although the car is not as stable as a fortress, it is not easy for others to break through. Even a fool knows that it is safer to hide in the car. Xia Yi opened the door at this critical moment to check the situation. On the one hand, she wanted to give the other party a certain deterrence. From the outside, Xia Yi looked like a bully. She had too many past experiences. So many that she was numb. She didn't want to be labeled as someone who could be bullied. Although this wouldn't cause any real problems. And she was facing a real life and death situation. When others were in danger, they might still plot against her. But at least, she wouldn't be treated as a softie. Like a fly that kept pestering her. It was so annoying. In order to have some peace of mind, she had to do something to establish her authority. Okay. Stop nagging. Xia Yi patted Miao Fanfang helplessly, blocking her words. She did not enjoy the other party's admiration and praise. Nor did she want to explain why she had such a skill. She had other things to do. Although the typhoon outside has stopped, we can't leave for the time being. And we can't send you home. Xia Yi told Miao Fanfang about the situation outside, and told her what she thought. If the drainage system was not damaged, it would take 2 or 3 days to drain the water outside. If the drainage system was damaged, this time might be extended indefinitely. If the water is drained in 2 days, they can drive away. If the water is not drained, they need to make some preparations and adapt to the situation. What Xia Yi did not say is that there is actually another way. In the universal car she prepared, there is also a folding kayak. But the kayak is too small to hold many supplies. And it is not airtight enough. And the home is far away. If she gives up the car and takes the water route, if she is stranded on the way, she will try her best to carry the kayak and walk. Or even swim with it. And she will also have to guard against others' covetousness on the way. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. When she has a van as a retreat, she can fight with others to deal with robbery. If the supplies are exposed in the kayak, it is easy to be caught in a dilemma. It is not impossible, but it is not the end of the road. We have to go to the supermarket downstairs to see if there is anything useful. Xia Yi said to Miao Fanfang. There is enough food in the car, but for the convenience of storage, she did not prepare fresh fruits and vegetables. If there are some fresh fruits and vegetables in the supermarket, it can also help them adjust their quality of life a little. At the same time, she also needed to explore the road, see if there were any tools that could be used, and see the specific situation outside. No matter when they left, they could not drive out without knowing anything. They had to know the outside environment in advance. Since they were going out to sea, they naturally had to go together. If they went out together, if they came across something that could be used, they could carry more and more conveniently. Moreover, Xia Yi had enough confidence in the sturdiness of the car. The people outside could not damage her car for the time being. She did not need to worry about it being stolen when she was not in the car. And she did not need anyone to stay in the car. Most importantly, she would not leave Miao Fanfang alone in the car. Their trust was not yet at that level. She would not hand over all the supplies to the other party. Xia Yi covered the things in the car tightly with a drape, and found a spare flashlight and handed it to Miao Fanfang, teaching her the basic usage. Then she put the small hand-cranked radio into her pocket, plugged it into the old-fashioned wired earphones that did not need to be charged, hid the wire under her clothes, and turned on the button, listening to the real-time broadcast of the official channel. After getting everything ready, he waved the flashlight in his hand and walked out of the car with Miao Fangfang. The parking lot was full of items scattered by the wind, and some light boxes were blown away, scattered all over the ground. Xiao Yi walked half a step behind Miao Fangfang, holding a flashlight in his right hand and a folding camper in his left hand, and the two of them walked downstairs together. The elevator was closed after get-off work in the mall, and they had two ways to go downstairs. One was the escalator, and the other was the fire escape. The mall is not a residential area, and the fire escape is not always open. She had already observed this when she parked the car a few days ago. Moreover, there are usually glass doors and windows next to the escalator, which makes it easier to break in. In order to save time, she pointed the way to the escalator to the other people in the garage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi and Miao Fangfang spent a long time packing in the car and came downstairs much later than the other party. When they walked to the bottom of the stairs, these people had not yet successfully walked to the escalator. The door in front of the escalator was too strong. Although the door was a glass door, it was tempered glass. Everyone used fire hydrants, road reflectors, and all kinds of things, but still couldn't break the glass. Several people stood in front of the door, looking down and studying. Should we go around it? Miao Fangfang was a little scared when she saw this. She had seen Xiao Yi's skills, and knew that she was very skilled, but it was a one-on-one fight after all, and there were 7 or 8 people standing in front of them. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. If they were really surrounded and held down by the crowd, it would be difficult for them to escape. Moreover, the two of them had enough food and drink, and they didn't have to go to the supermarket downstairs. If they just wanted to observe the situation outside, they could just go through the garage passage. No hurry. Let's take a look first. Xiao Yi didn't rush to leave, but said calmly, what everyone, including Miao Fangfang, didn't know was that she didn't refuse to help these people. Xiao Yi actually understood these people. If a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Humans have bad natures, and it is inevitable that there is a dark side in their hearts. When people are forced into a corner under bad conditions, they will do whatever it takes to get what they want. They will morally blackmail others and emotionally blackmail others, and they may steal and rob others in the future. These people are certainly annoying, but they are not guilty of capital punishment. Before it comes to a life and death situation, she will not assume that the other party will definitely be a bad person and will definitely break the moral bottom line. However, understanding does not mean that she is a saint. Therefore, when the typhoon passes, she will not leave the car to save people, but choose to ignore them. Now she will not take out her food to share with the other party. And when the other party wants to attack her, she will not show mercy. She would not put herself in danger to save others, nor would she use kindness to feed the greed of others. But at the same time, she would not want to watch others starve to death. She was willing to help others, but she was not a saint who would sacrifice herself for others. She did not mind helping others, as long as it did not affect her personal interests. Xiao Yi would release her kindness moderately. For example, now, she did have a way to open the glass door. If she opened it, these people might have food to eat. If she did not open it, these people who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights might starve to death. Of course, there is another side to this. These people have food to eat, so they will be relatively calm and will not go to extremes to trouble her again. Xiao Yi reached into her trouser pocket and took out a small window-breaking hammer. But she did not rush to give it to these people, but took a few steps forward and listened to their conversation. Many times, the more people there are, the more they talk, and the more difficult it is to solve the problem. Even some people who keep backing down will make those who are trying to work hard lose motivation. Some of these people pointed fingers. Some kept complaining. And some were talking at once. Although they were standing in front of the glass door and studying, they still couldn't find the right method. Only Lin Linglin work was more reliable. She stood outside the crowd and was looking down at the protective strips at the corners of the glass. Although tempered glass is strong, the corners should be the most fragile, and it might be easier to smash there. However, her strength was too weak. She could lift heavy objects but didn't have the strength to throw them, so she couldn't successfully smash the place she wanted to smash. She tried to tell the men in front of her what she thought. But no one wanted to listen. The tall and thin man had a scary expression, and he just looked at her with disdain and indifference. The bald middle-aged man in his 50s said go away when he saw her. What do you know? You little girl? She looked at the young couple, and thought they would be the easiest to talk to, and the most willing to understand her. But before she could get close, the girl was guarding against her like a thief, and didn't even give her a chance to say a word. Everyone gathered around the glass and studied it for a long time. Perhaps because they felt that it was impossible to succeed, they were completely frustrated. That girl is not lying to us. She just wants to get us out of here. Don't bother her, the middle-aged woman in her 50s said to her bald husband. Her bald husband snorted coldly and replied, She is afraid that we will covet her things. Lin Linglin muttered softly when she heard this. Seemingly she couldn't help but speak for Xia Yi. That's someone else's stuff. It's normal for her not to give it to us. Before he could finish his words, he was forced to shut up by the murderous eyes of the crowd. Mom, I want to eat instant noodles. The little boy had just been comforted by his mother for a while, and seeing that the crowd was not making any progress, he quickly lost his patience and continued to cry. The boy mother held him. She had not eaten or drunk for a long time. Her hands had long lost strength, but she still held the child's hips with difficulty, trying to prevent him from sliding down. She was exhausted physically and mentally. Why don't we go and beg her, ask her to give us something to eat? Chapter 78. Let's stop helping them. Miao Fangfang listened to these people's words, and was so angry that her scalp was numb. A group of people who don't know how to solve problems, and only want to suck blood from others, faced with the help of others, not only will they not feel grateful, but they even dislike that the help is not enough. People are like this. Xia Yi shook her head. What she will do depends on what kind of person she is, not what kind of person the other person is. What she decides to do is also based on her own decision, and will not change under the influence of others. She planned to go to the supermarket downstairs. She just wanted to go. She would not give up just because it would benefit these people. In Mao Fangfang's shocked eyes, Xia Yi took a few steps forward and walked to the back of the escalator. The escalator room in the parking lot was a transparent room with glass on all four sides. There was a door on the front, facing the escalator entrance, and glass walls on the sides and back. Although there was no door, it was still made of glass. The few people surrounded the square of the glass door, and Xia Yi walked around to the back of the glass, waved to the side, and said, Lin Linglin, come here. Lin Linglin was concentrating on studying the glass door, when she heard someone calling her full name. She could not help but be slightly startled. There were strangers here, and there was only one person who could call her name. Seeing Xia Yi waving at her from a distance, although she was a little reluctant in her heart, she still walked over. Lin Linglin knew that Xia Yi was not here to cause trouble for her. Although the other party disliked these people, and even disliked her, he had no interest in causing trouble for her. Now he was looking for her, and it could only be to help her. If there was a choice, Lin Linglin didn't want to be helped by Xia Yi, but she had been hungry for 3 days. As a single girl, even when she was with others, she was always awake and had never slept well. Now she was almost exhausted and had to eat. Otherwise she would be penniless. Xia Yi was able to put aside the past and come to help at this time. She was actually grateful in her heart, but she felt a little awkward on her face and didn't show it. Fortunately, Xia Yi did not take the opportunity to humiliate her, cause trouble for her, or even had no emotion towards her, but just talked about the matter, simply speaking concisely. I can open this glass. Lin Linglin was slightly startled, and immediately showed a look of surprise, and asked subconsciously, How to do it? It's none of your business. Xia Yi naturally would not show the tools to the other party. She even needed the other party to stay away from her during the whole process. She would not let the tools fall into the hands of any of the other party, and it would be best if they didn't even see it. A window breaker is a life-saving weapon in a car accident, but it is also a stealing weapon for a thief. Given Xia Yi cautiousness, she would not even give it to Miao Fangfang. She only told Lin Linglin, But I don't want them to come over now. You should find a way to stop them until I get the glass open. Lin Linglin was stunned, but soon figured it out. Xia Yi probably didn't trust them, so he didn't want them to participate in this process. But she was still a little hesitant, not because she was deliberately refusing, but because she didn't know how to stop those people. Not to mention that the other party was forced to be trapped here because of her. They were not very satisfied with her. Even if they were strangers, they would not pay attention to her small body. She couldn't even stop the two big and strong men. Ah, I'm good at this. Miao Fanfan also understood Xia Yi meaning. She rolled her eyes, pulled Lin Linglin wrist, and pulled it to the side. The two of them staggered in another direction. One in front and one behind, talking as they walked. Since you two know each other, I'm sorry to bother you later. Lin Linglin, question mark at this time. The people in front of the elevator door were still arguing endlessly. The boy mother insisted that it would be better to ask Xia Yi for help. She is a little girl after all. She looks cruel. But how cruel can she be? Someone must have been too harsh on her just now. Which made her angry. As long as we coax her well, she will be fine. She will definitely be willing to share some of the food with us. The tall and thin man sneered at the side, and did not comment on it. The bald middle-aged man in his 50s had the same attitude as the tall and thin man. That little girl. She just refused to accept the toast. We were not prepared just now. So someone was attacked by her. As long as we are prepared, 7 or 8 people will attack together. I don't believe we can't deal with her. The young couple disagreed. The young boy kept looking down at the glass, hitting it with heavy objects again and again, trying to smash a hole in the glass. The young girl knew that the people in front of her were not easy to deal with, and she did not dare to resist them loudly. She only whispered, "This is too much. It's better to find a way to open the door. Open the door. Open the door. You two have been trying for a long time. Did you open it?" The middle-aged woman in her 50s sneered. "This door can't be opened at all. That little girl is fooling us." There was no need for Miao Fanfan and the others to attract attention. These people quarreled among themselves, each holding their own opinions, and could not reach a consensus at all. Xia Yi stood alone beside the glass, temporarily put the camper aside, took out the flashlight, unscrewed it, put the unscrewed part into his trouser pocket, and exposed the side of the dagger. At the gap of the protective strip at the corner of the glass, he pressed and pried it. With a slight creak, the corner of the protective strip was pried up. After Xia Yi confirmed that the method was feasible, he turned his wrist calmly, facing the protective strip, repeatedly repeating the action just now. At this time, the people on the opposite side finally stopped arguing. The little boy looked around in his mother's arms, and suddenly saw Xia Yi's shadow, and suddenly shouted, "Mom, Mom, look there." Miao Fanfan had been waiting for a long time with Lin Linglin by her side, just waiting for this moment, and now seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately took action, using all her strength, and pushed Lin Linglin hard. Ah! Lin Linglin didn't react at all, she only felt a push coming towards her, and she stumbled. Thump! She sat down on the ground, and a scream came out of her throat subconsciously. Before she could express her surprise, Miao Fanfan spoke first, pointed at her nose, and raised her voice. "Don't think that she is not easy to talk to. And I am easy to talk to. You?" Lin Linglin's eyes widened, and she didn't understand what the other party was saying at all. Miao Fanfan understood the confusion in her eyes, and didn't give her a chance to speak. She put one hand on her waist, pointed at Lin Linglin with the other hand, and said angrily, "We only have 2 packs of instant noodles left, there's nothing to eat. 2 girls can eat slowly, and they can still get by for 2 or 3 days. If 7 or 8 of you come together, it won't even be enough for 1 meal. You want to ask me for food? Don't dream. It's impossible." Lin Linglin. She finally understood Miao Fanfan's play, and also understood the character setting of her own role. Although she felt a little helpless, she still tried her best to cooperate and act. The quarrel here successfully attracted everyone's attention. Although the boy saw Xia Yi's actions, everyone had no time to ask in detail. They subconsciously thought that they saw Miao Fanfan and the other person, and directed all eyes in the opposite direction. Of course, in addition to this, there was another purpose. Xia Yi had just reminded Miao Fanfan that he wanted to take this opportunity to tell her that they don't have much food left. After all, the 2 girls had small appetites. And although it looked like there was food, there was not much food. At least not enough to share among 7 or 8 people. The most important thing is that the fact that there is not enough food left can create a certain degree of alienation, making the other party less united. For example, the young couple, after hearing what Miao Fanfan said, worked harder to study the door. They had never thought of snatching Xia Yi food. And now that they heard that there was not much food, they knew it well. Facing the tall and thin man and the middle-aged couple, they were no match at all. Even if they snatched the food, They would not be able to share it with them. It would be better for them to go to the supermarket honestly. They said there were only 2 packs of instant noodles left. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe they were just lying to us. The middle-aged woman in her 50s muttered quietly. Even so, they still had some doubts in their hearts. Although the girl might be lying. What if what she said was true? After all, they were old and their physical fitness was not that strong. Facing the tall and thin man who looked very cruel, they might not be able to compete with him. Maybe it would be a thankless task, and they would just make things easier for others. As he thought about it, he secretly backed out. There are still 2 bags left. And my son won't finish them all. Why don't I just eat one and leave one for you? The mother with the baby was still insisting. But the mother with the baby and the tall and thin man had different ideas. One wanted to persuade them, and the other wanted to grab them by force. Naturally, they couldn't talk to each other. Xiaoyi's calculation was completely correct. Listening to the dispute between Miao Fangfang and Lin Linglin, after that, everyone's mind finally changed subtly. Compared to snatching the pitiful instant noodles in the hands of the 2 of them, it is more reliable to go to the supermarket to find some edible food. At this time, Xiaoyi had already pried open all the protective strips at the corners, and pointed the sharp corner of the window breaker at the center of the edge of the glass, and hit it hard at a vertical angle of 90 degrees. There was only a click. The glass that was just solid suddenly cracked, with the point of force of the window breaker as the center of the circle, along the glass from the side to the center. It cracked into tiny cracks in a semicircular shape. Xiaoyi quickly reassembled the flashlight, hid the window breaker in his pocket, hid the prize camper at hand, and made sure everything was in a safe range. Then he picked up the steel rod he had just picked up, and smashed it with all his strength at the broken part of the glass. There was a loud bang. The glass that everyone had been studying for a long time, but could not find the way in, suddenly shattered. Chapter 79. The sound of the glass breaking successfully attracted everyone's attention. No one was immersed in their own little thoughts anymore. Everyone subconsciously quickened their pace and headed towards the direction of the broken glass, muttering, "Ah, it's open. It's open. It's open. Go. 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 Go find something to eat." Although Xiaoyi broke the glass, he didn't have time to clean up the debris. Seeing that everyone was coming this way, he stopped doing anything, but stepped back 2 steps to make way for the entrance and exit. The supermarket downstairs is very big. If it is flooded, no one will be able to eat. If it is not flooded, there will be enough food for these people to share. There is no need to rush. Compared with rushing downstairs to grab things, Xiaoyi is more concerned about her own safety. Although she found a solution for everyone and successfully opened the glass, she did not feel safe. She protected the things in her hands and retreated to a corner not far away, with her back against the wall, waiting for everyone to leave. Everyone rushed forward in a hurry. Only Lin Linglin sat up from the ground, wiped the dirt off her hands, hesitated for a long time, and stopped in front of Xiaoyi. Her eyes fell on the floor not far in front of Xiaoyi, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Thank you." Xiaoyi glanced at her, didn't say much, and nodded as a reply. She didn't think this was helping. She was just doing what she had to do, and brought convenience to others. That's all. The glass passage was not actually very big. After part of the glass was broken, a hole was knocked out along its edge, which was just big enough for one person to pass through. If Xiaoyi had been given time, she could have cleaned up the area around the passage, and everyone would have gone in order. However, the reality was obviously not like that. Even if it was not so urgent, everyone would not give way to each other and crowded to the other side of the passage. After walking a few steps, they heard the middle-aged woman. "Ah!" With a thud, she stepped on the broken glass. Her shoes were just stained with blood, and then her bald husband took them out and threw them away. The blood was covered with dirt. She didn't want to wear them because they were too dirty, so she just kept going barefoot. Everyone pushed Sang Sang at this time. Although she tried her best to avoid the broken glass, she was still injured accidentally. Blood slowly flowed out along the sole of her foot, and soon soaked the ground. It seemed that the injury was not light. It hurt so much. The middle-aged woman squatted down on the spot, hugged her feet, and couldn't help crying. Her husband frowned when he saw this. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Both their physical strength and emotions had already collapsed to the extreme. When they thought that there might be food, they wanted to rush out immediately. How could they have the patience to comfort others here? He complained without thinking. "Why are you so troublesome? The middle-aged woman had severe foot pain. Seeing that this man not only didn't come to help and comfort her, but also despised her here, she immediately became anxious and raised her voice angrily. It's all your fault. Didn't you throw my shoes away? You're still blaming me? You're still blaming me? The middle-aged woman's husband was enraged, and instantly raised his voice, and said angrily, Would I throw away your shoes if you didn't take them off? It's your own carelessness. You deserve it, you deserve it. It seemed that he had finally found a way to vent his anger for the past few days, and even had a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, and said coldly, Stay by yourself, I see what you can do. After that, he left his injured wife on the spot, and walked downstairs quickly. The middle-aged woman was stunned, watching him leave without looking back. Disbelief flashed across her eyes, and there was even a hint of despair. She felt that he had deliberately left her behind, because he didn't want to take her downstairs. He found an excuse to quarrel, and then deliberately left her behind, because he was hungry, eager to eat, and didn't want to take her with her when she was injured, and felt that she was a burden. Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman could not help but yelled in anger, You bastard! Bastard! The quarrel between the two did not affect anyone present. Everyone was extremely hungry, and only went downstairs to find food. No one cared about their marital conflict. The middle-aged woman watched everyone walk past her indifferently. No one came forward to help. She sat there and wailed, This heartless thing. Just because I was injured, he ignored me. So many people are watching me like this, but no one comes to help me. Lin Ling Lin actually glanced at her secretly, and thought of helping her, but thinking about her character, she decided to forget it. She had encountered enough medical troubles in the hospital, and her kindness could not support her to help such a person. She only whispered to her when she passed by her, Get some water to clean it up. I don't need you to tell me. The middle-aged woman didn't appreciate it at all, and turned her head and glared at her. He took out a piece of toilet paper from his pocket, took off his socks, wiped the blood on the soles of his feet with toilet paper, and then put the paper there, and put the socks on the outside. After standing up on tiptoe, he slowly walked downstairs, holding the wall. Xia Yi and the others watched all this coldly, and waited until everyone left before walking downstairs slowly. Miao Fan Fan couldn't help but whispered, None of them is good, except for the little sister surnamed Lin. No one said thank you. Xia Yi lifted the camper with one hand, stepped over the broken glass on the ground, and said slowly, Don't waste your emotions on unimportant people. Miao Fan Fan. In the past few days of contact with Xia Yi, she not only did not understand him as time went by, but she felt that he was becoming more and more incomprehensible. This girl seemed to have a unique determination and cruelty in her bones, but also an unknown tolerance and kindness. Everything she did had nothing to do with others, but was only for herself. She did what she thought was right. At the same time, she didn't care about the evaluation and feedback from the outside world at all. It can be said that she was not surprised by praise or criticism. They both look about the same age, maybe the other is much younger than her. How come he looks twice as old as her? I don't know how he developed such a personality. Let's go, Xia Yi said calmly. She didn't think about what Miao Fan Fan thought of her, nor did she care, still half a step behind the other, walking downstairs along the stationary escalator. The first and second floors of the mall are supermarkets. The first floor has been completely submerged by water, but the second floor has not been flooded yet. The crowd walked down the stairs and stopped at the second floor. The supermarket had two entrances, and the entrances were still blocked by glass doors. Xia Yi saw those people going to the left entrance, so he went to the right entrance, avoided the sight of the crowd, and did the same as in the parking lot, breaking the glass door of the supermarket. The other people tried to get through the left door for a while without success, and when they heard the sound of glass breaking on the right, they chased after it. The middle-aged woman in her 50s, who had an injury on her foot, walked a lot more, and complained with dissatisfaction on her face. You knew we were here, but you opened the door from that side, trying to get away from us? Are you not satisfied with letting your man carry you? He was the one who left you behind. Why are you angry with us? Xia Yi was too lazy to speak. Miao Fan Fan rushed over to argue for her, and poked the other person's lungs as soon as she opened her mouth. The middle-aged woman's face flushed red when she heard this, but she didn't dare to provoke Xia Yi, fearing that she would not be able to beat him if she angered him. So she had to shut her mouth honestly, and her chest heaved with anger. After Xia Yi broke the supermarket door, she watched everyone rush to the fast food and snacks area. She slowly turned on the flashlight and walked to the electrical appliance area. She picked and chose a small refrigerator with low power, a microwave oven and a small instant water heater. There was backup electricity in the mall. The charging station upstairs could be used temporarily, which could support the power of the refrigerator and microwave oven. At the same time, the freezer downstairs was also full. The vegetables, fruits and meat stored were still fresh. She picked some pork belly and fat beef, lettuce and baby cabbage, and took some grapes and oranges. She filled the small refrigerator with them and put them in the camper. Miao Fong stood beside her, looking up at the corner of the supermarket. The infrared camera was flashing, clearly recording a video. We broke these things, which is considered vandalism, right? Will we have to pay for it later? Miao Fong was a little confused, and couldn't help but say, also, these foods were not paid for. Is it considered stealing? Xiao Yi didn't answer her question. Stealing? Maybe. A more appropriate word might be free shopping. When they first started doing this, everyone had to go against their moral sense to some extent. But as time went on, the urgency of seeking food increased, and this moral sense would gradually decrease. She didn't need to explain too much. Xiao Yi van was fully stocked with things. So much so that the clothes and blankets that Miao Fong bought at the gas station were never used. There was nothing special to buy at this time. So they took a camper full of food and electrical appliances upstairs. The two of them took a shower in the upstairs bathroom with an instant water heater plugged in. After changing into clean clothes, they also washed the clothes they took off and hung them on the clothesline next to the car. After finding the food, the others ate it up first, and were slower than the two of them. The lights were off in the supermarket at night, and the whole space was not as bright as the parking lot. After the others had enough food and drink downstairs, they found some tents, sleeping bags, blankets and other things in the camping area, and finally returned to the parking lot to rest. When everyone went upstairs, only the tall and thin man walked alone at the end. He only carried a backpack, which was bulging with food. In addition, the bag seemed to contain a rectangular item. Due to the large size of the item, the box was stretched out of the backpack, revealing the brand logo printed on the corner. Miao Fong accidentally glanced at his backpack, and her eyes widened suddenly. She knew the brand. The brand sold kitchen utensils, and the most famous and useful kitchen utensils were kitchen knives. Chapter 80. Miao Fong secretly pulled Xiao Yi in a corner where no one could see, and led her to look at the trademark. Miao Fong covered her mouth, with horror in her eyes. Do you think he is serious? What do you mean by serious? Xiao Yi said casually. Maybe he is just cooking. Do you need such a big kitchen knife to cook here? Judging from the shape of the kitchen knife, it is a rectangular one, which can be used to cut meat and chop stuffing. Now they are lucky to have food to eat. Most people still have instant noodles and biscuits. Even if they are rich and have a small refrigerator to cook meat and vegetables, they don't need such a big knife. Miao Fong frowned and pondered for a long time, but still felt something was wrong. She turned around to ask Xiao Yi again, but accidentally caught the smile on her lips and was suddenly stunned. You are kidding me. Xiao Yi chuckled, patted by Shanshan on the back, and said lightly, just be careful, and don't be too scared. She knew what the tall and thin man was doing. He definitely didn't want to cook. Whether he really planned to do it or wanted to bring some deterrence, his purpose was to target her. However, this was not the first time for Xiao Yi. The first time Xiao Yi saw someone sneak into her bedroom with a kitchen knife was several years ago, not long after her adoptive parents passed away. Thanks to her greedy uncle Xiao Jiping, she didn't know how many times she had been attacked overtly and covertly over the years, which helped her develop good skills and the ability to remain calm in the face of danger. It's the end of the world, and going crazy is inevitable. With the collapse of social order, all the laws and rules of the past will gradually lose their effectiveness. At the same time, the law of the jungle will replace it and become the new rule. The disparity in power between men with greater power and women who are thin and lovely will be exposed again, and their previous power relationship will be exposed. In other words, many people who think women are weak and can be bullied will completely tear off their hypocritical masks without the constraints of laws and morals, and right bullying the weak and fearing the strong on their faces. That was when you had to fight for your life with strength and stamina. What's a kitchen knife? But the tall and thin man in front of me was obviously more extreme. Today, Social order has not collapsed. As Miao Fangfang said, surveillance cameras are still running everywhere, including supermarkets and shopping malls. And also parking lots. These people are not Xia Yi, and they don't know that the end of the world is coming. They are now facing the risk of starvation. They smashed other people's supermarkets. If you insist on using legal explanations, it can also be considered emergency avoidance. But the behavior of the tall and thin man, using a golf club and a kitchen knife, is intentional injury and robbery in any case. This is probably because he is not satisfied with his life, and he relies on bullying the weak to vent his dissatisfaction with the world. When encountering such a person, Xia Yi will not be polite. Those who bully the weak, in the end-time living environment, are seemingly superior. They will only feel the benefits of physical strength in advance, and will not realize that social order is not only to constrain them, but also to protect them. Only when they are unlucky will they know how to regret. But Xia Yi is not such a person. She always has her bottom line. If no one bullies her, she will not use her advantage to bully others. And there is no need. Just wait quietly for the other party to come and die. After successfully entering the supermarket, the people in the parking lot gradually recovered from their despair. The supermarket downstairs has a lot of space, and the food is enough for them to eat for a long time. If they don't consider expiration, it is enough for them to eat for a lifetime. There is no need to rush. Everyone even found chargers and power sockets to charge their phones, restored communications, and could call or go online for help. Waiting for rescue. Everyone saw the water level on the first floor and knew they couldn't go home for a while. But this was obviously not a big problem. Now that the typhoon has stopped outside, everyone believes in the attitude of the government, who are actively working on disaster relief. As long as they wait here obediently, they will always be able to wait for the right rescue. After everyone went upstairs, no one paid attention to each other. They each found a sheltered place, kept a distance, set up their tents and sleeping bags, put away their belongings, and went to sleep. The one who worked the longest was the middle-aged woman. Her husband ignored her and let her limp around. She had difficulty walking. So in addition to daily necessities, medicines, and bedding, she also took a lot of extra food and carried it upstairs in a big bag. After finally finding a suitable place, after laying out the quilt, she had just sat down to rest for a short while. But her bald husband came over without her knowing when, occupied the other half of the quilt, and laid down on his own. "Who told you to come up?" The middle-aged woman snorted coldly, and pushed him hard, but the other party was not surprised by this, and pretended that nothing had happened, and closed his eyes and fell asleep. The middle-aged woman had no choice, slowly packed up everything, and struggled to lie back on the other half of the quilt, and snorted hard again, uttered a sound, and slept with his back to the other person. Why is this man like this? Miao Fangfang was furious, but she couldn't tell what made her angry, and she was inexplicably angry from the bottom of her heart. Because he didn't want to care about her life or death, but he needed her to do housework and serve him. But didn't she know how to resist? Let others bully her if they want to, and take advantage of her if they want to. She didn't dare to resist. She was afraid that no one would want her after she was abandoned, afraid that no one would protect her when a crisis came. If a crisis comes, will that person protect her? No. Then she's still. Right. A hint of mockery appeared on Xia Yi's lips. She said lightly. She just trusts others more than herself. People with weak hearts are so pathetic. In the empty parking lot, everyone was lying quietly to rest. The two of them spoke loudly, and everyone could hear them clearly, including the middle-aged couple in their 50s. Both of them looked grim. But they closed their eyes tightly, pretending to be asleep and not hearing. At this time, Xia Yi leisurely set up the pot and started to cook meat. She just found the spicy hot pot base from the supermarket downstairs. Mushrooms and baby cabbage are not bad. There is also sliced beef. If she doesn't take the opportunity to have a hot pot, the ingredients may not be so fresh in the future. The last time she and Bai Shanshan had hot pot together was a month ago? On the plane? Anyway, now there is water and detergent. Washing dishes is not a problem. She even prepared 2 small sauce dishes, one for sesame oil and one for sesame sauce, and ate 2 hot pots at a leisurely pace. The food they ate these days was not lacking in nutrition, with carbohydrates, meat, vegetables, and even vitamins and fish oil as supplements. But the taste was indeed a bit bland. Even if they had been vegetarian for a few days, they suddenly had a hot pot, and the happiness index was indescribable. Xiao Yi held the bowl and slurped it frantically, as if he wanted to swallow the soup and the bowl on the spot. Miao Fanfan couldn't help but smirk. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yi held the chopsticks in her mouth and blinked. Nothing. Miao Fanfan stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth, covering the smile on the corner of her lips. She thought she was a cold-faced lady, but she was actually a foodie, whose face was full of happiness when she ate, and it was inexplicably cute. In this shabby parking lot, Xiao Yi and Miao Fanfan set up a picnic table, and ate heartily as if no one was around. Others in the parking lot looked at her sideways. But Xiao Yi didn't care. The hot pot ingredients were all downstairs. It was just that other people didn't have electricity, so they couldn't eat whenever they wanted like her. She didn't become a desperate person because of the hot pot. She wasn't worried that other people would covet it. After returning from the supermarket, she went to thoroughly explore the mall environment. The water happened to flood the stairs between the first and second floors, blocking all the entrances to the mall. It was almost a secret room. They couldn't drive away, but it was also difficult for outsiders to come in. Unless, of course, they took a plane or a boat. There were only a few people in the whole building, so she didn't really care. She could eat whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted, without any restrictions. Most importantly, she also needed a short break. Since a month before the end of the world, her mind had always been tense, making all kinds of preparations. But the facts showed that no matter how perfect the preparations were, accidents would always happen. Now that the accidental bus had been fully stacked, the living environment is not good, she has relaxed instead. No matter how bad the outside environment is, people always have to live. No matter how dangerous it is, no matter how people are eyeing them, they have to live day by day, and always enjoy today's life. After the two of them ate a hot pot without paying attention to others, they cleaned up all the supplies, and prepared to go back to the car to rest for a while. Suddenly, the music in the headphones stopped. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. She had been using a hand-cranked radio connected to headphones, waiting for official news and notifications that might come at any time. Whether she was going out or eating hot pot, she had never stopped. And the music coming from the headphones was always playing in a loop. What's wrong? Miao Fanfan saw that she looked wrong, and asked subconsciously. Xiao Yi thought for a moment, gently unplugged the headphone jack of the radio, and switched the sound to public. With a burst of rustling, the sound of the ground, the sound from the radio, slowly flowed out from the speaker, echoed in the empty parking lot, and accurately reached everyone's ears. Whether sitting or lying down to rest, including the tall and thin man who was at odds with Xiao Yi, and the middle-aged couple pretending to sleep, all turned their heads and pricked up their ears to listen to the sound on the radio. The rescue will start today, starting from the East City district with the largest population density and the most serious disaster, conducting a carpet search. Please all survivors, if conditions permit, provide the specific number of people and physical condition information through the online platform, and keep communication as smooth as possible to facilitate rescue. Chapter 81. Chendong? The middle-aged woman in her 50s sat up. This was not at home after all. After a conflict at home, she could still choose to start a cold war with her man, such as washing underwear with a cold face as a punishment, but it was obvious that she didn't have the opportunity to lose her temper now. She stiffened her neck, and pushed the man next to her hard to show her dissatisfaction, while whispering. Damn it, did you hear? The radio said Chendong? What's wrong with the east of the city? Chendong is the east of the city. Her bald man moved his shoulders, avoided the annoying hands, and lay back impatiently, muttering. There are more people over there. Maybe we should go there to rescue them first. The middle-aged woman was immediately angry when she heard it, and raised her voice. Aren't our lives? There are few people here. Should we die? The area where everyone was located was a commercial and office area. It took more than 20 minutes to take the subway or drive on the elevated road to reach the nearby residential area, because the authorities had repeatedly issued notices before the typhoon. It was assumed that all staff members who worked would leave work early and go home. In fact, those who did not go home early also left the office building when the typhoon hit, and most of them died on the way home. In this commercial and office area, the population density was not high at that time, and even fewer people survived. From a macro perspective, if you have to choose between the two, you should naturally take the road with more people and save more people first. However, from the perspective of the victims, they did nothing wrong. It was so unfair to be abandoned for this reason. You had food and drink. Didn't you starve to death? Her husband became impatient again. That's because you opened the door of the supermarket. What if you couldn't open it? The woman retorted. If they couldn't open the door, they would have nothing to eat or drink. According to the official route arrangement, the rescue team had a limited number of people and limited efficiency in the dark. By the time they checked bit by bit, they would have starved to death. Her husband was speechless and suddenly became angry. You keep making excuses all day long. It's so annoying. Will he ever stop? The woman didn't dare to confront him. She moved her body and hid away, muttering, "It's all the fault of that little bitch who drove blindly. If it weren't for her, how could we be left here halfway? How could we be so unlucky that we had to wait until the end to be rescued? I'm sorry." Lin Ling Lin lowered her head and murmured in a low voice. These days, she has always felt guilty. Just like what the middle-aged woman said. She always has the same voice in her heart. If it weren't for her having a problem, if it weren't for the chain of car accidents caused by her driving, it wouldn't have implicated everyone, forcing everyone to stay in this passage and spend 3 difficult days. It may continue to be difficult in the future. Of course, the source of the car accident was her mother Su Jialan. If it weren't for Su Jialan's dangerous actions when she was driving, there would be no subsequent events. But she didn't dare to think so from the bottom of her heart. She didn't dare to blame her mother from the bottom of her heart. Even if it was the other party's fault, which led to irreparable consequences, she didn't dare to say it out loud, or even think about it. As soon as this thought came up, another louder voice in her mind would angrily condemn her. Mother worked hard to raise you. How can you blame her for what happened to you, you ungrateful bastard? She didn't dare to blame her mother. She could only blame herself. If she had been more careful, she wouldn't have caused a car accident and implicated so many people. Lin Ling Lin took all the faults on herself and kept reflecting on herself. But Miao Fan Fan couldn't stand it. She and Lin Ling Lin had a brief cooperation, which was brief but tacit. She could tell that the other party was a pretty good person. Even among so many people in the parking lot, she felt that only Lin Ling Lin was pretty good. She had been listening nearby for some time and had already guessed what had happened to these people. She subconsciously wanted to speak for Lin Ling Lin. The road outside is so congested. If you hadn't been hiding from the rain here, you would have been blown up on the viaduct. Miao Fan Fan sneered. You should not blame her, you should thank her. Although this is the case, but this statement has a bit of the meaning of helping relatives and not helping others. However, Xiaoyi influence is still there. The other party did not dare to come back and retort, so she had to shut up. Lin Ling Lin looked at Miao Fan Fan gratefully. Although the other party was speaking for her, she really couldn't get over it in her heart, so she just whispered. I think of a way, I tell my parents. She didn't want to affect the rescue plan. They were far from being at the end of their rope. They could still rely on supplies to support themselves for a long time. But at least after she contacted Lin Yongza, their small base could be noticed, and would not be ignored or forgotten because of the small number of people. Although her parents chose her brother, without hesitation between her and her brother, they just loved her brother more. They didn't completely ignore her life or death. Lin Ling Lin took out her mobile phone and tried to make 2 calls, but still couldn't get through. So she used the chat software to send a specific location to her family and left a voice message. Mom, I've sent you my location. Our supplies can last for a long time. Don't worry. But I hope the rescue team will remember to come and take us away after completing the rescue plan. Don't forget. Just when Lin Ling Lin said don't worry, everyone in the parking lot seemed to have heard something absurd. They all turned back suddenly, and their eyes shot over like a knife. Lin Ling Lin shivered in fear, and couldn't help but lower her voice a lot. But she still insisted on following her own meaning and finished her words. After saying that, she hesitated for a while, pressed the speaking button again, and added, Xia Yi is here too. No matter how many conflicts they had before, nothing mattered except life and death. After all, she was my mother's biological daughter. My mother would always care about her situation. Right? Lin Ling Lin finished the voice message with a heart of seeking help. When she closed her mouth, the air in the parking lot became colder. Everyone looked at her in disbelief, as if she was an incurable fool. Xia Yi looked at Lin Ling Lin indifferently. Lin Ling Lin and Lin Ling Lang grew up in the same environment, but their personalities were completely different. Lin Ling Lang only had a mask of being well-behaved and coquettish. He was selfish and self-centered. He wished that the whole world would revolve around him, and that other people's things and resources would be used as nutrients to nourish himself. He naturally felt that everything belonged to him, and that everyone should give him what he wanted. All he needed to do was to act coquettishly. Lin Ling Lin is the opposite. She seems to have a very aggressive personality and a bad temper. She even calls Xia Yi for no reason. But she is kind and grateful. She seems to feel that nothing in this world belongs to her. She needs to pay the price for all her mistakes and be grateful for all the special favors, even if it is the privilege of her family. She has never thought of getting involved. Of course, this may be because she is naturally noble. But Xia Yi felt that it was because her family was extremely stingy. They were stingy in tolerating her mistakes, stingy in giving her help and support, and stingy in giving her love. However, it didn't matter what the reason was for Lin Ling Lin to be who she is now. She had become such a person, and she would make the choices she should make, walk the path she would walk, and take responsibility for it. But Xia Yi narrowed her eyes, sighed softly, and said helplessly, "You shouldn't have told them." In any case, in a short period of time, the morale of the people was greatly improved. Lin Ling Lin was right. With the supermarket behind them, they could actually live comfortably. It didn't matter if the rescue came later. They could hold on until then. But the rescue came a little too late. The weather outside was not optimistic. The sky was still dark, and darkness always enveloped the land. Whether it was on this side of the world or on the other side of the world, the sun seemed to have completely disappeared from this planet. Although the typhoon has not returned for the time being, the rain has never stopped, and the water level has not dropped. It is still rising, gradually spreading from the corridors of the first and second floors to the second floor. 7 days have passed. In the next 7 days, everyone can hear rescue news every day through radio and mobile phone internet. The authorities keep announcing rescue data and rescue lists. As the rescue route is implemented, it is gradually approaching every one location step by step. According to everyone's speculation, rescue will arrive near the mall in the next 1 to 2 days. Everyone found various small appliances in the mall, such as luminous toys that can glow at night, bells that can make sounds in the wind and rain, and small police cars that can flash lights, and piled them up by the window, hoping that the light and sound can be heard by the rescue team. Xia Yi looked at the gradually rising water line, and a layer of worry passed through her heart. She didn't think that being rescued and returning home was the best way. For most people, it would be better to be in the supermarket. The environment in the supermarket is closed, and the food is enough for them to eat for a long time. At least they will not starve to death in the next 3 to 5 years. But if they are rescued and sent home, they may have a more comfortable and safe sleeping environment at home, but there is no suitable source of food. If the weather outside becomes worse, the authorities cannot distribute food in time. In order to ensure their survival, they have to go out again and again in the dark to find food, which makes the risk factor even greater. And now the most pressing problem is that the food in the supermarket will be submerged by the flood. There are no telling how many bodies are soaked in the water outside, and a large number of bacteria and viruses will breed in the water. Things that have been submerged by the flood cannot be eaten, even if they are sealed. It is better to move the food to a higher place. Chapter 82. But Xia Yi also knew that it was useless to talk about it. In fact, it was the beginning of a dispute. She couldn't ask everyone to move the supplies together. No one would really listen to her. After all, according to the official information, their rescue would arrive soon, and it would be enough to have some food in the next 2 days. There was really no need to work hard to do physical work. Even if everyone really went to move the supplies, it would not completely solve the problem, because they didn't know when the rescue would come, and they didn't know how much to prepare. As long as some people moved more, and some people moved less, when the people who moved less ran out of supplies, there would be a dispute. There is another outrageous reason. This was something that Xia Yi only understood when she was preparing to stock up. In many cases, people do not know how many daily necessities they use. They are too used to buying things when they don't have them, and rarely think about exactly what they need. Many things can be easily obtained every day, but it is fatal if they are missing. Xia Yi cannot give the list to everyone. First, others may not listen to her. Second, she cannot confirm that her list of supplies is rigorous. If she does this, it is equivalent to taking the responsibility on herself. If there is something missing in the list, she will be responsible for it. She had no obligation to do so. In a flash of lightning, Xia Yi had already thought about what would happen in a few weeks or even months. Seeing her lost in thought, Miao Fangfang could not help but shake her hand and asked, "What's wrong? Did anything happen?" Xiao Yi thought for a while, pulled Miao Fangfang into the van, locked the door, and looked at her quietly. Fangfang. Ah? Miao Fangfang was stunned. In the few days they had known each other, Xiao Yi rarely took the initiative to communicate with her, not to mention looking at her so closely, and calling her name. Her face became a little hot when she heard it. "How long do you have enough supplies at home to survive?" Xiao Yi asked. "Ah?" Miao Fangfang was stunned again. This topic was too jumpy. She simply couldn't figure out what this had to do with the rising water level, and what it had to do with Xiao Yi days. What do you mean? Supplies will become increasingly scarce, and I may leave in the future. Xiao Yi had her own shelter. She would stay here for her own benefit. When the situation stabilizes in the future, she would definitely return to the shelter. But that was not the case for Miao Fangfang. Xiao Yi originally planned to send Miao Fangfang home, but after seeing the supermarket, she changed her mind. Even if Miao Fangfang had supplies at home, they would only be enough for her to eat for a while, and they were far less abundant than the supplies in the supermarket. Due to the harsh environment outside, they could not leave, and the resources here were enough for everyone to share. So they did not ask Miao Fangfang to make a decision quickly. If she could leave, she would also ask Miao Fangfang's choice. After all, the supplies for one person's life could not be transported by a small car once or twice. But now the situation is obviously different. You, can't you just take me away?" This sentence rolled around Miao Fangfang's lips for a few times, but in the end, she didn't say it. During these days, she deeply realized how precious safe space and sufficient food are, and Xiao Yi gave her half a car without complaint, allowing her to survive safely during the most dangerous time at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was her great luck to meet Xiao Yi by chance. Resources may become increasingly scarce in the future, and she can't provide any help. There is no reason to follow Xiao Yi all the time, to share his space and resources, and to be protected by him. "My home is nothing." Miao Fangfang shook her head. She didn't have enough money at the time, and the house she bought was too remote. If she had made some preparations in advance, it might have become a safer base. But in the current situation, it is not realistic to transport supplies in one trip after another. There is a beauty salon on the 4th floor. Xiao Yi took out his mobile phone, opened the floor plan he found on the internet, and pointed it out to Miao Fangfang. The beauty salon is located in a corner of the mall, and it is not very eye-catching. If Miao Fangfang wants to stay here, the most important thing to do is to find a safe, large enough, independent shelter to protect her supplies. Before the water came up, everyone had no worries about food and clothing. If they needed anything, they could just go to the supermarket downstairs. When the water flooded the supermarket downstairs and supplies began to run out, they would inevitably face theft from each other, and even looting. The need for a small shelter was imminent. There are several advantages of a beauty salon. First, the 4th floor is relatively high, and it is not easy to be flooded. Second, there is space, water, a bathroom, and even a bed. If there are enough supplies, you can consider staying there without going out, and it will be more comfortable to live in for a long time. Third, its door is wide and large enough, and it is very close to the cargo channel. According to the panel data of the floor plan, they may be able to drive the van in. Of course, this is not very important, and it is not a big problem if it cannot be done. "How do we get in?" Miao Fangfang asked. "Of course, we can't break the glass. It wouldn't be comfortable to live there. Besides, these shops are not like supermarkets. There is an aluminum alloy baffle door outside the glass doors and windows. The security room is on the 1st floor. Theoretically, there is a key there," Xiao Yi replied, "but there may not be one." "The first floor?" Miao Fangfang was shocked. "Yes, we have to dive down," Xiao Yi said calmly. "I saw an outdoor goods store on the 3rd floor. There is no metal baffle there. You can enter by breaking the glass. There are diving suits and basic equipment inside. But that would be too troublesome, and it would be dangerous." Miao Fangfang hesitated and backed off a little. Maybe. We don't need to be so troublesome. Rescue may arrive soon. Even if rescue doesn't arrive, I don't need to find a place to store supplies. I can even stay in the parking lot." "Yes, there is a possibility." Xiao Yi nodded lightly, and didn't try to convince her, just quietly waiting for her answer. It is normal for Miao Fangfang to retreat. This is human nature. Now there are two roads in front of us. One seems more comfortable, but may face risks, and the other seems more far-sighted, but it has to overcome difficulties. People tend to take the more comfortable road. After all, both roads are uncertain. Both risks and foresight are uncertain. Only difficulties are clearly in front of us. Everyone has a fluke mentality. What if my guess is wrong? What if the risk does not exist? In this case, you can avoid facing difficulties. It must be said that this prediction is not necessarily accurate, and the risk does not necessarily exist. Many times, people's fates are just a matter of one thought. Fear, laziness, luck, retreat, affect people's choices, and the final results will be very different. This is essentially Miao Fangfang's future. As a companion, Xia Yi will give advice to the other party, and provide appropriate help, but will not make decisions for the other party. Miao Fangfang was in a dilemma for a long time. She really believed that rescue would come, but she didn't know whether it would come sooner or later. But after the rescue came, what should she do? From the internet, the area affected by this crisis was very wide, covering the whole country, and even the whole world. No place was spared. At such an urgent moment, it was impossible to have a suitable unified shelter, and it was difficult to have sufficient shelter supplies. In other words, even if she was rescued, she might face a shortage of supplies and nowhere to stay. On the other hand, if she stayed in the supermarket, the supplies here were sufficient, and the shelf life of those snacks was very long, enough for her to live here for a few years without worries about food and clothing. The most important thing was that Miao Fangfang believed in Xia Yi foresight. During this period of time, the facts proved to her again and again how valuable Xia Yi foresight was, even influencing her thinking habits imperceptibly. Miao Fangfang's sight gradually became firm. She took 2 deep breaths and slowly stated her decision. I go. Then let's go. Xia Yi didn't shy away from others. In front of everyone, she swaggered downstairs with Miao Fangfang. There were so many eyes watching here. It was impossible to hide the fact that they were moving the materials from everyone. It would definitely be seen by others. At present, the materials were sufficient. They would not be stopped by others. Xia Yi didn't plan to inform these people what she was going to do. If she did, they might not listen to her. It would be a waste of time and energy. On the contrary, her self-centered behavior is more likely to arouse the other party's curiosity and desire to imitate. If someone is smarter, understands what they are doing, and learns to store some supplies from them, it will not be in vain. If the other party is stupid, or wants to reap the benefits, that is their fate. Xia Yi will not interfere. Xia Yi left all the electronic products in the car, and after confirming that the fingerprint lock of the car was fine, she also left the car keys in the car, and only chose to carry the dagger and the window hammer with her. The two did the same thing. Opened the glass of the outdoor goods store downstairs, took out 2 sets of diving equipment from it, dragged them down the stairs, and walked all the way to the first floor. Xia Yi explained the essentials of diving to Miao Fangfang as they walked. She liked all kinds of outdoor sports, had a diving certificate, and had sufficient diving experience. Downstairs was just a supermarket, and the water depth was only 2 or 3 meters at most, which was far from professional standards. As long as untrained people were led by someone and paid attention to some key matters, there would be no danger. In addition, to ensure safety, it is necessary to prevent sewage from entering the mouth. Although Miao Fangfang was a little nervous, she felt relieved when she saw Xia Yi's calm expression. She was imitating Xia Yi and putting on her diving suit step by step. When the two were about to go into the water, they suddenly heard a hurried shout from above the corridor. Xia Yi! Xia Yi! I finally found you! Lin Linglin ran down breathlessly. After seeing Xia Yi, she showed a look of surprise, grabbed her wrist, pulled her back, and said as she walked, "Hurry, follow me." Chapter 83. What's wrong? Xia Yi stopped what she was doing, and frowned slightly. Lin Linglin and her relationship was not very close. Even if they could barely be considered as cooperation last time, they just had a common goal. She did not feel that the relationship between the two sides had eased. Could it be that someone from the Lin family came? But if someone from the Lin family came, they would not think of saving Xia Yi. The Lin family must have known what she did to Lin Linglang. Now they must hate her to the core. How could they come to save her? Even if they investigated her financial orientation, if they wanted to embezzle her supplies, they would choose to go directly to Yuehu's sanatorium instead of coming to her. Even if the Lin family really came to find her, Lin Linglin would not take the initiative to run errands. After all, from Lin Linglin perspective, she and Lin Linglin were in a competitive relationship. She would take away the love or resources that the Lin family originally lacked. There was no need to inform her in a hurry. Xia Yi was thinking habitually in his mind. But Lin Linglin didn't think so much. She dragged Xia Yi upstairs. However, she was not as strong as Xia Yi. After pulling twice, she found that she could not move. Xia Yi stood there without moving. Instead, he took off his diving equipment step by step, put away all the items one by one, and put them in the camper before asking, "What's the matter?" Seeing her unhurried appearance, Lin Linglin was sweating on her forehead and spoke quickly. "That Zhao Shi. He is using a knife to pry your car." "Who is Zhao Shi?" Miao Fangfang asked subconsciously. Ah. Lin Linglin realized that the two people had not experienced the car accident outside, and had not exchanged names with everyone. So she changed her statement. "It's the tall and thin man, the one who was beaten down by Xia Yi before. He is using a knife to pry your van." Xia Yi paused slightly. She slowly raised her eyes, looking deeply at Lin Linglin, as if she wanted to shoot her eyes into the other's heart, to see clearly what the other was thinking. After a long while, she said, "You? Just to tell me this?" "Yes. How come you are not in a hurry at all?" Lin Linglin stamped her feet anxiously, urging, "Hurry up. Be careful that he will pry open your car and take away all your things." Xia Yi was silent for a while. Seemingly she really didn't understand. She looked at Lin Linglin in confusion. "What does that have to do with you?" "Lin Linglin, if my car is pried open, wouldn't you also be able to take away a lot of supplies? Why did you come to inform me?" Xia Yi looked at her steadily and continued. "Logically speaking, our relationship is not that good. Lin Linglin." She opened her mouth, but could not speak, and her eyes were filled with grievance. She just stood there stubbornly, holding Xia Yi's wrist, wanting her to go upstairs with her. Miao Fangfang watched for a while, and couldn't bear it anymore. So she spoke helplessly. "Sister, is there a possibility that others are just kind and want to help you?" "Really?" Xia Yi looked at Lin Linglin. Miao Fangfang had never met Lin Linglin, and didn't know the relationship between their two families, so it was normal for her to make such a judgment. You know, she and Lin Linglin had only communicated twice before. The first time was when Lin Linglin called and scolded her, and the second time was when the Lin family had a dinner together, and Lin Linglin didn't look happy either. When they met just a few days ago, Lin Linglin was also trying her best to avoid her, obviously not wanting to have any intersection with her. "You?" Lin Linglin's eyes were red. She sniffed hard, and said angrily, "You obviously didn't need to go to the supermarket downstairs. Why did you open the glass door in the first place?" She didn't wait for Xia Yi to answer, and continued to ask, "You have pure kindness towards others, but don't you believe that others have pure kindness towards you?" Xia Yi was suddenly stunned when she heard this. She did help others occasionally, because of pure kindness, as long as it didn't hurt her own interests. She would often do it casually. She is just doing what she thinks she should do, never asking for anything in return, or she doesn't think the other party will return the favor. She has pure goodwill, but doesn't believe in the goodwill of others. There is no risk in giving goodwill, but it is not the same to accept the goodwill of others. Your own goodwill is controllable, and can be controlled freely. If there is extra, be generous. If there is no extra, be stingy. Other people's goodwill is uncontrollable. If you give too much trust and expectation, you will fall into disappointment or even despair when it fails. In order to avoid such negative feelings, she would rather assume the worst of others. Moreover, she cannot give back what is needed when accepting the kindness and help of others, such as trust. For example, Mingjie. She felt the kindness of the other party, but she was unwilling to believe it. She would rather believe that the other party had other intentions. For example, Miao Fangfang. She did not trust the other party during the days they lived together, and she was still on guard most of the time. Even by Shanshan, the two of them had never been in a desperate situation that required a test of humanity. But she was still prepared for the worst when disaster struck, and they would both flee. How long ago did it start? Probably since her parents died, when Xia Jiping used every possible means to plot against her. The closest blood relationship was worthless in the face of interests. And what about other people? Because you helped me, I have to help you. It's that simple. After Lin Linglin finished speaking word by word, she pulled Xia Yi hard again and urged, "Come with me, or it will be too late." It's okay. Don't worry. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. His broken kitchen knife can't do anything except scratch the car paint. Kitchen knife? Did you know he was holding a kitchen knife? After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Lin Linglin felt that the other party was really confident, and finally slowly put her mind at ease, and said, Okay. But it's better for you to go up and take a look. Yeah. Xiao Yi nodded, handed the packed diving equipment to Miao Fangfang, and instructed. Take these things upstairs slowly, don't be in a hurry, but make sure they don't leave your sight. The diving equipment, if tampered with, would be fatal. Even if they went upstairs to change to a new set of equipment, it was not safe. Now that their diving target had been exposed, no one could guarantee whether someone had tampered with other equipment in the outdoor goods store during this period. In order to ensure her own safety, the best way is to protect the set in front of her. This is also the reason why Xiao Yi did not immediately follow Lin Linglin upstairs after hearing her call. Lin Linglin has reasons to help her, and also reasons to kill her. Okay. Miao Fangfang realized what Xiao Yi meant, and nodded seriously. Going into the water is related to the future hiding place, so she must be very cautious. After that, she looked at Xiao Yi with a worried look and warned him. Be careful. Yes. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, held a window breaker in her left hand, held a dagger in her right hand, and followed Lin Linglin upstairs. Since Lin Linglin said so, she naturally had to go up and take a look. On the one hand, she needed to observe Lin Linglin. Pure kindness, and on the other hand, she really didn't take these people upstairs seriously. Just when she reached the parking lot, before she turned the corner, she heard the sound of bang 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 from afar. The sound of smashing and smashing. This was obviously not the sound of a kitchen knife, nor the sound of prying a car. With such a loud noise, it was probably smashing the car. She probably couldn't pry the car open, and got angry out of shame. The two walked around the corner and slowly walked towards the van. There was a circle of people outside the van. Except for Lin Linglin and the young couple, all the others were there, uncles and aunts in their 50s, mothers with their baby sons, and everyone else stood by the car and watched. But no one stepped forward to stop him. And some even watched secretly. She held a kitchen knife in one hand, and a golf club in the other, and used all his strength to smash the glass and body of the car again and again. Bang! 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 The shabby van shook again and again with his movements, making a loud noise that shook the earth, as if it was about to be smashed to pieces. But a closer look revealed that although the noise of smashing the car was loud, the body of the car was not damaged at all. The most annoying thing is that there is a long scratch on the face of the van. I don't know what kind of protective film is coated on the scratch. The kitchen knife has been smashed at the same position for countless times, and the blade has been bent, but it still can't create a new scratch. How can this broken car be so strong? The bald husband of the middle-aged woman stood closest, frowning and looking at the van, cursing softly. Oh! It seems that it can't be opened. The middle-aged woman shook her head, sighed softly, and said, Her power bank is really good. It can be directly plugged into the charging port of new energy vehicles. You can cook directly in the parking lot without going downstairs to the supermarket. But she is so stingy. She just eats hot pot by herself and doesn't even lend it to us. Xiao Yi looked at the faces of these people, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. Hey, don't be sad. Lin Linglin saw the expression on her face, and her heart tightened slightly. She whispered to comfort her. These people are like this. Fortunately, they didn't damage your car. Stand here, and don't go over there. Xiao Yi left Lin Linglin in the corner. She was not afraid of these people, but Lin Linglin might not be afraid, so it would be better not to let these people know that Lin Linglin had tipped off the others, so as not to implicate them. After confirming that Lin Linglin was well hidden, Xiao Yi walked slowly behind the crowd and raised her voice. It's been so long, and you still haven't opened it. Do you want me to help you unlock it with the key? As soon as the words fell, everyone was startled and turned their heads in unison. You. The middle-aged woman took a half step back, opened her eyes wide in surprise, and faced her bald husband, questioning. Didn't you say she went diving and wouldn't come back for a while? You fucking idiot. The bald man was also shocked when he saw this. He probably didn't expect his wife to be so stupid that she actually sold herself out. He was immediately angry and slapped her. This change was too sudden. Everyone hadn't reacted yet, and was about to scream. His palm suddenly turned in the air, and strangled Xiao Yi's neck. At the same time, The tall and thin man named Zhao Shi suddenly changed his movements. He picked up the kitchen knife and chopped Xia Yi's abdomen fiercely. Chapter 84. Lin Linglin was arranged to hide in the corner, but she was always worried, and secretly came to spy on the movements here. She knew that Xia Yi was good at fighting, but she was a delicate girl after all, and no matter how good her fighting skills were, her strength was limited. There were two big and strong men over there. One was an old lady who looked like she could do physical work, and the other was a mother who pretended to be weak, but could carry her 80-pound son around. They both looked strong and not easy to deal with. When she saw the bald man's action, she was shocked. She didn't care about hiding herself and shouted, "Xia Yi!" Xia Yi felt her neck being tightened, and immediately had difficulty breathing. Then she saw a flash of cold light. How could she not know what was happening? She was not panicked. She turned her feet slightly, reached between the bald man's feet, and hooked his knees. The bald man's chassis was unstable, and his body staggered to the side and front, just blocking Xia Yi on the path of the kitchen knife. The tall and thin Zhao Shi had just gathered all his strength, but it was too late to stop. He could only try to slightly deviate the direction of the kitchen knife, but he still stabbed it into the bald man's shoulder. Although the kitchen knife was bent, the tip of the knife was still sharp. With one cut, the bald man's shoulder immediately bleeds. Ah! The bald man screamed in pain, and suddenly went crazy, tightening the arm that was holding Xia Yi again. Xia Yi suddenly extended his elbow, and was about to hit him in the ribs, but he heard bang. With a thud, the bald man's grip suddenly loosened, and then he fell to the ground with a thump. The one who did it was Lin Linglin. She was worried about Xia Yi's safety, and after she reminded him, she immediately ran over. I don't know where he got the strength from, but he picked up a fire hydrant from the ground and smashed it hard on the man's head. The bald man couldn't hold on after being hit on the back of his head by the fire hydrant. His eyes went black and he fainted. This series of actions happened too fast. The bystanders didn't even see it clearly, let alone react. When the bald man fainted, everyone was shocked, and their movements were all a little slow. Only the tall and thin Zhao Shi didn't stop at all, and didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and pulled out the kitchen knife. The knife didn't cut lightly. As he pulled out the knife, the bald man woke up in pain, screamed "ah," and blood gushed out of his shoulder again. His wife only reacted at this time, rushed forward, and hurriedly blocked his bleeding wound, with helplessness written all over her face. "Are you okay?" At the same time, the tall and thin Zhao Shi did not stop. He picked up the knife and swung it violently. Xia Yi was fine. She just stepped back half a step and dodged, but her eyes glanced to the side, and her eyes tightened. "Get out of the way!" Xia Yi hurriedly raised her voice, but it was too late. Lin Linglin's arm was not able to dodge, and was cut deeply. The fire hydrant in her hand smashed to the floor with a plop. "Ah!" Lin Linglin screamed. She had never received such an injury before, covering her injured wrist, and her eyes suddenly turned red. The knife in Zhao Shi's hand was bleeding again. Not only did he not show any fear, but he actually showed excitement in his eyes. His facial muscles were twitching, and his expression became more and more distorted. "Go ahead and hit me. Don't you have the ability? Come on. Come and hit me. Do you think you are so great? Why do you put on such a high and mighty face?" Zhao Shi didn't know what he thought of. He went crazy again, swung his arms, waved the knife randomly, and roared. "Why do you get more than me? Why do you have everything, and I have nothing? I just want to trample you under my feet." Trampled under my feet. Zhao Shi was mad with a kitchen knife. His movements and expressions were too scary. Everyone was stunned, and they all hid far away. The bald man was also scared, and he rolled and crawled back. They all hated Xia Yi, hated her for not saving them when she had supplies, letting them starve for 3 days, and they really wanted to teach her a lesson. But Xia Yi was usually very cautious. Even if she went down to find supplies, she would come back quickly, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Finally, they saw Xia Yi holding a diving suit this time. It seemed that she was going to go diving and would not be back for a while. So they thought of prying open her car to teach her a lesson. Even if she came back, it didn't matter. She was just a little girl, short and thin. Even if she was good at fighting, she would not be stupid enough to be fierce to a man with a weapon. Besides, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. So many people could hold her down. There was no need to be afraid. But he just held her there, to teach her a lesson. Who would have thought that Zhao Shi was so crazy, holding a kitchen knife and slashing at someone's stomach. This was to kill someone. After not seeing the sun for more than a week, everyone was very depressed, and everyone was more or less emotional. And Zhao Shi obviously had a psychological problem. There were signs before, and now it was completely aroused. When everyone was trembling, Xiao Yi embraced Lin Linglin, took her to the corner behind, then picked up the fire hydrant that the other party had dropped on the ground, and swung it at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's kitchen knife was just about to swing, and was hit head-on by the fire hydrant. His wrist suddenly lost control and rushed to the right. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to quickly step forward, and with a beautiful side kick with his right foot, he fiercely swept his left waist. There was only a bang. Zhao Shi was swept more than 2 meters away by the side kick, and fell to the ground sideways, rolling several times before finally stopping. Dust, mud, blood, all mixed together, and rubbed all over his face and hands. Zhao Shi's waist was obviously injured. He held his ribs for a long time before he slowly got up. He did not flinch at all. Instead, he became even more crazy and his face was ferocious. Fuck you. Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at the surveillance camera. The red light of the parking lot surveillance camera was still on. After the storm, they were still able to stick to their work. Xiao Yi walked towards Zhao Shi slowly. After she kicked him down towards the window, she did not rush to chase him. She even gave Zhao Shi time to get up from the ground. When the opponent raised his knife to chop at him, he quickly dodged sideways, then raised his knee again and hit the opponent's lower body hard. Zhao Shi screamed "aw" and slid back another meter while holding his stomach. Xiao Yi could have defeated the enemy with one move, but he was not in a hurry. He held back his strength during the action and deliberately did not let Zhao Shi's knife slip out of his hand. He waited for the opponent to chop at him again, and dodged it narrowly every time, and then tried to kick back. Once, twice, 3 times, over and over again. The two were under surveillance from the beginning to the end. She kicked Zhao Shi away from the van and kicked him to the window. Outside the window was the dark night. There was a faint sound of running water. The water downstairs was still very deep, although it was about to flood the second floor. Nothing could be seen in the pitch-black night. Zhao Shi retreated to the window, and there was no place to retreat. He got angry for the last time, clenched the kitchen knife with both hands, and chopped at Xiao Yi fiercely. Xiao Yi touched the dagger in his pocket with his fingers, but did not choose to take it out. He still dodged and repeated the previous action, kicking the other party sideways. Zhao Shi's wrist slipped, and his hands finally lost control. The kitchen knife slipped out of his hand and turned, and the blade was pointed at him. He wanted to dodge, but his body had already lost balance, and his neck hit the blade. He only heard a muffled groan, and then a plop sound, which seemed to be the sound of falling into the water. The stunned people in the parking lot finally reacted at this time, and looked up in unison. Where was Zhao Shi's figure? Xiao Yi was the only one left by the window. You. Everyone was dumbfounded, and completely speechless. The boy was the first to react, maybe because he was younger, he didn't feel scared, and asked with blinking eyes. He is dead? Yes. Of course he is dead. Zhao Shi used so much force. The sharp blade hit his neck. It was not easy to leave a whole body. Such a scourge. The moment he raised the knife to hurt people, Xiao Yi didn't intend to let him survive. But there was no need to say this. Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes, and replied calmly. He accidentally fell into the water. There is surveillance video to prove it. Zhao Shi wanted to kill people every time, and his hands never left the weapon. This was a violent crime in progress. Xiao Yi judged that the other party had not lost the ability to commit crimes, and the danger had not stopped. Every time she fought back, it was legitimate defense. Xiao Yi had encountered such things many times. Since her parents passed away, Xia Jiping had sent people to sneak into her house many times. There are many people in foreign countries who are driven to desperate situations, and the sentences are light. There are many people who are willing to become desperate criminals for money. She has encountered 17 cases in total, except for the first one who was argued for a long time in court. The remaining 16 victims of home invasions were all sentenced to self-defense. It's nothing special, just practice. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and they were already stunned. You could hear a pin drop in the huge parking lot. After a long time, the boy mother covered her mouth and murmured, really fell down. Xia Yi ignored these people and walked towards Lin Linglin on her own. She didn't need to do so much preparation. The end of the world has come. There will be desperate criminals everywhere in the future. She was just a madman who attacked and hurt people. What she did was completely understandable. But, who knows? After all, it's not chaotic yet. Rescue may come in the next few days. She doesn't want to cause trouble for herself. How is the wound? Xia Yi looked at Lin Linglin's bleeding arm and pulled her towards the van. There was a medicine box in her car, which could be used to disinfect and bandage external injuries. Who knew that Xia Yi had just held Lin Linglin's shoulders and found that her body was shaking uncontrollably. Lin Linglin focused her eyes on the ground, staring at a box of medicine there, as if she saw some extremely scary monster. There was a line of words written on the medicine box. Nevirapine tablets. Chapter 85. This box of medicine belongs to the bald man. It was originally in his pocket, but when he fell to the ground just now, the medicine fell out of his pocket. Xia Yi walked over and picked up the box of medicine. The bald man's wife huddled aside, staring at Xia Yi with anger and dissatisfaction in her eyes, but she didn't say another word. Everything that just happened completely shocked everyone in the parking lot. They knew that Xia Yi seemed to have some skills, maybe very powerful, but they didn't expect her to be so powerful. She was attacked by two big men who were more than a head taller than her. But she was able to escape unscathed, successfully killing one and injuring the other. No matter whether Zhao Shi was dead or not, no one dared to mess with Xia Yi anymore. Xia Yi took the medicine in her hand, looked through it repeatedly, and didn't understand what was different about it. So she raised her eyes and asked, "What kind of medicine is this?" Lin Linglin's body trembled violently when she heard it. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to answer, but no sound came out of her throat. Only her lips kept trembling, and she was obviously terrified to the extreme. She stammered for a long time, and then she slowly recovered. Her voice was still as thin as a mosquito, and it trembled from her lips and teeth. Drugs to treat HIV. Lin Linglin had been transferred to the emergency department for so long, and she had encountered all kinds of patients. And she had also seen doctors around her exposed. The doctor was her senior, not very old, and he resigned from the hospital after the drug failed to block the virus. She met him when he came back to prescribe medicine. He prescribed this medicine, and even the medicine box was exactly the same. She recognized it at a glance. Xia Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. No wonder Lin Linglin was so scared. The kitchen knife just now first chopped the bald man's shoulder, and then after it was pulled out, it cut Lin Linglin's body. Her wound was exposed to the virus. Then why are you still standing there? Xia Yi ran back to the carriage, took out soap and saline, and rushed to the bathroom with Lin Linglin. Quick, go wash. HIV? AIDS? Hearing these three words, everyone took a half step back and distanced themselves from the bald man. This is a fatal disease, who wouldn't be afraid? The bald man's wife was the last to react. After hearing these three words, her eyes blinked stiffly, and her movements and reactions became sluggish. It took a long time for her to be sure that she heard something, and she suddenly screamed. What did you say? AIDS? She pushed the bald man away from her, and heard a thump, and the man fell heavily to the ground. She was still not satisfied, and screamed. When did you get sick? Old bitch. Why didn't I know? Bald man. He took the medicine every day, and no one had ever found out. He said it was a blood pressure medicine, and his wife didn't understand, and never looked at it carefully. He lied for a long time, and no one found out. How could she have known that little girl, and actually recognized him at first sight? His wife was getting angrier and angrier. They lived together every day. The bald man found out that he was infected with the disease, and prescribed medicine for her to take, but never told her to go to the hospital for a checkup. She didn't take the medicine. If she was infected, the bald man might be able to survive by taking the medicine, but she would die first. She grabbed the man's clothes and screamed and cursed. You bastard! You just want to kill me! You just want to kill me! The bald man knew that he was in the wrong, and he was injured at this time, and he was counting on his wife to take care of him, so he naturally couldn't lose his temper with her. She simply pretended to be silent, and made up her mind not to say a word. It was a mess. Xia Yi pulled Lin Linglin, and put the things on the bathroom sink in order, so that she could wash them. Lin Linglin was pulled by her to stand in front of the sink. She did not resist, but she did not move. She just stared at her wound. Seeing that she did not move, Xia Yi frowned slightly and asked, Why don't you wash? Don't you need to clean the wound first? Lin Linglin was silent for a moment, and finally answered, It's useless. Cleaning alone is not enough. We need to get the blocking medicine within 24 hours. We are trapped here now. How can we get the medicine? I asked you to wash, Xia Yi said in a low voice. Lin Linglin was frightened by her. She subconsciously put her hand under the running faucet and washed the wound according to the steps. However, her expression was still full of dejection. Obviously, she did not hold any hope for this. Xia Yi watched her clean the wound in silence and handed her the tools one by one. Lin Linglin tried to avoid touching as much as possible and carefully took the things, but found that Xia Yi's actions were much more generous than hers. And even when they made physical contact, she did not evade at all and could not help asking, You, aren't you afraid? Although Xia Yi had no wounds on her body and would not cause infection, everyone only thought so rationally. In actual actions, who would not stay away from the infected and exposed? Xia Yi did not answer this question. Her mind was full of confusion. She should have been comfortably nestled in the shelter, enjoying the air conditioning, petting the cats and dogs, that was planned long ago. Now she was walking in the opposite direction of the plan, running at a speed of 180 miles per hour, and tended to go further and further. Not to mention that there was no chance to get the road back on track now, even if there was a chance. She couldn't do it. She couldn't ignore Lin Linglin. Does your cell phone have power? Xia Yi suddenly asked. Lin Linglin was washing the wound on her hand, and her eyes showed a trace of confusion when she heard it. Ah? Find a classmate you know, or a classmate of a classmate, who works in the nearest large tertiary hospital, or an acquaintance who works in an infectious disease hospital, and call them. Xia Yi used an imperative sentence. Ah? Lin Linglin still didn't react to what Xia Yi was doing, and opened her mouth again, and her expression looked stupid for some reason. Determine where the blocking drug is, Xia Yi said calmly, word by word. Then, we will get the drug within 24 hours. Xia Yi returned to the van and rummaged through the trunk. She took out 2 escape backpacks, which originally contained various tools and food. In addition, she also took a mobile phone, a hand-cranked radio, a satellite phone, a flashlight, and a dagger. She also put 10 L of water and 3 packs of compressed biscuits in each bag, which was enough for each person for 5 days. Finally, she took out the inflatable rubber boat from the spare tire of the car, as well as the corresponding battery and charging equipment. Mao Fangfang, dragging her diving equipment, had just climbed up from the bottom of the stairs and understood everything belatedly. Here are the car keys. For you. Xia Yi handed the car keys to Miao Fangfang for the first time from the hidden pocket inside the car. Miao Fangfang held the car keys, her fingers trembling slightly. What are you going to do? I leave all my stuff to you for safekeeping. I have to go out for a while, to the nearest hospital. You'd better find a way to carry out the plan we discussed before. Of course, you can also wait for me to come back, but you'd better make preparations for both situations. Xia Yi talked about her arrangements lightly. After speaking halfway, her voice paused slightly, before continuing. I may come back, but I may not. The typhoon may come back at any time. It is completely dark outside. The flood is at least 3 meters deep. The water may be very turbulent. The rubber boat may be damaged. Any accidents may happen. The situation in the building was also very urgent. Although 1 person died, 1 was injured, and 2 died. Everyone had little fighting power now, so there was no need to worry about Miao Fangfang's life. However, the water could flood the 2nd floor at any time, and the food could run out at any time. They might still face the test of humanity, and they needed to prepare in advance. I know. Miao Fangfang slowly clenched her 5 fingers, put the car keys into her palm, and said softly, Don't worry. Just do your work outside. I take care of everything here, and wait for you to come back. Xia Yi smiled faintly, carrying 2 backpacks on one shoulder, dragging the lifeboat with his left hand, and waving his right hand casually, saying goodbye. Lin Linglin had already cleaned the wound, and used the medicine and gauze in the medicine box to make a basic bandage. She was standing at the corner of the corridor, watching Xia Yi and Miao Fangfang say goodbye, and her face was already in tears. When she was in danger, her parents ignored her, her brother ignored her, and when she was most afraid and helpless, she never thought that the person standing next to her was actually Xia Yi. There were dangers everywhere outside. No one knew what kind of danger there would be. Xia Yi could have stayed where she was without any worries. Everything she had was enough to ensure that she had enough food and clothing. And she was also very powerful. No one could force her to do anything she didn't want to do. But she chose to help herself. Lin Linglin took the backpack from Xia Yi, and the two of them walked downstairs one after the other. When they were halfway down, she suddenly spoke and said, Xia Yi, ah, I have never hated you. Yeah. Before that phone call. Yeah. I heard my brother plan. She still remembers Lin Lingling's face at that time. She couldn't believe that the man who followed her like a follower since childhood, with an innocent and sweet smile, and called her sister with a smile, actually had a shameless face. She didn't want to reveal her brother's true face. But she didn't want Su Xiaoyi to lose her fantasy about her blood relatives. So she came up with such a cheap trick, trying to make Xiaoyi angry and leave. Anyway, she herself is an insignificant person. It doesn't matter that Xiaoyi hates her. It's not as sad as seeing the true face of a blood relative. No one in this family welcomes you. It was her true words. It was the poor but pure kindness of a stranger like her. She thought she couldn't explain it before, but now she feels that she needs to explain. I know. Xiaoyi. Thank you. The two of them went down to the second floor, found a hole in the glass, unfolded the folded hovercraft, filled it with air, and slowly lowered it. As the motor sounded, the hovercraft gradually disappeared into the night. Not long after Xiaoyi and the others left, a searchlight suddenly flashed outside the window. Is anyone there? Rescue. Chapter 86. Lin Linglin School is the best in the local area, and her classmates are scattered in various hospitals, and she has contacted several of them. Xiaoyi chose a small private hospital. This hospital provides treatment for some people who are not convenient to go to public hospitals. Many of these people need treatment for special diseases, or even more so, there are more people who receive treatment for special diseases. In short, there are blocking drugs there. The location of this hospital is more suitable, and most importantly, private hospitals are relatively quiet. She would not forget the reminder Yu Shaojing had given her before. Anhelmintics. She did not know what would happen next in the apocalypse. But she always felt that it might be related to insects or insect-related diseases. It would be fine if there was no choice. But since there was a choice, it would be better to choose a private hospital. In case of an epidemic, private hospitals would have less responsibility. And they would be farther away from disease prevention and disaster relief. And they would be quieter and safer. The hospital was not close to the mall. But not far either. About 7 or 8 kilometers away. Xiaoyi checked the map before going out. And if nothing went wrong, she could drift along the main road. There was an energy-saving flashlight on the hovercraft, which could illuminate the area within 100 meters. Both of them wore life jackets and carried waterproof outdoor backpacks on their backs, so that if the boat capsized unexpectedly, they would not sink to the bottom of the water. Xiaoyi sat casually on the hovercraft, with one leg slightly bent and stepping on the board. The smartwatch on his left wrist occasionally lit up, showing the navigation map of the destination. His right hand controlled the joystick to adjust the direction of the hovercraft. The night was thick. Looking ahead, it was pitch dark. I couldn't see the road ahead too far, and I didn't know if there were any unknown dangers. The hovercraft could only move forward tentatively in the dark. Xiaoyi was not skilled in operating the hovercraft. She was not an all-round outdoor expert. She couldn't drive all kinds of vehicles. When she had to drive, she would learn by looking at the instructions. But her mood was very stable, and she had a reassuring temperament. She didn't feel helpless because of unfamiliarity, nor did she show any fear of the unknown and the night. It seemed that no matter what kind of risk she encountered, she had a way to solve it. Lin Linglin curled up at the foot of the boat. As time went by, her 5 fingers gradually relaxed, and she no longer held the handrail tightly. However, the night was too quiet, which still made her feel uneasy. She tightened the chest buckle of her backpack and tried to chat. What's the name of the girl with you? Miao Fong Fong. Is she also your friend? A college classmate? No. Xiaoyi's reaction was very cold. If it were in other occasions, Lin Linglin would have shut up long ago and stopped making trouble. But the silence of the night was too creepy. And she happened to find that Xiaoyi was not that difficult to get along with. After losing this psychological burden, I no longer worried about Xiaoyi's indifference, and just kept talking to myself. How long have you known each other? 1 month. 1 month. 1 month. Lin Linglin suddenly woke up, wanted to raise her voice, but felt something was wrong, subconsciously lowered it a little, and asked softly. You have just known each other for a month? Yes. Then you just threw all the supplies to her. You are not afraid. You are not afraid. Lin Linglin suddenly felt anxious. She had nothing to begin with, and getting some food was a bonus, but Xia Yi was different. Even if Xia Yi said there was no more food, there were other supplies. The van was like a treasure chest, even outdoor supplies like hovercraft, and there was also this backpack, which was obviously taken from the car, and there were a lot of practical outdoor tools in it, which seemed to be just a drop in the bucket of the supplies in the car. Even if there was nothing in the car, the invulnerable van alone would be a very good place to stay. In this kind of weather, you can rest and sleep comfortably, which is much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. How could you just throw something like this to a stranger you just met for a month? What if the other party changes his attitude and doesn't return the item? The more Lin Linglin thought about it, the more scared she became, and the more she regretted it. She was too flustered when she encountered something just now, and she had no extra energy to think about these things. She could wash the wound and bandage it, and send messages to classmates to ask about the hospital. All thanks to Xia Yi instructions. And she obeyed obediently. Now that she had come to her senses, she realized how much risk Xia Yi had taken to send her to find the blocking drug. Only those who have experienced hunger know how precious food is. After living in the open air for so many days, Lin Linglin knew how important the car was. No. We have to go back first. Lin Linglin hurriedly tugged at the corner of Xia Yi's clothes, but did not dare to have physical contact with her, and said hastily, "You can't gamble with human nature with your own way out." Xia Yi. She really didn't expect that. In her lifetime, she would be taught by the naive Lin Linglin not to trust human nature. She felt like laughing. Xia Yi would naturally not block her retreat. As a person who always wanted to have 3 or more backup plans, she certainly wouldn't do that. She knew how valuable cars were in the apocalypse. She knew that even if Miao Fafang really turned her back on her, she would not be willing to give up the car. The car had her fingerprint lock, which was special and could not be broken by bullets. It was not something that could be easily destroyed by some broken tools in the parking lot. Moreover, the car had her satellite positioning, which could be checked with a satellite phone. As long as she wanted to find the car, she could do so at any time. To put it another way, even if she couldn't get the car back, she could still go back to her own territory. She was deliberately saving the power and fuel of the hovercraft, so at least it wouldn't be a problem to drive back to the apartment. If she retreated further, in case the hovercraft was gone, she still had 5 days of food in her backpack. With her physical strength, it would be enough for her to swim back to the apartment alive. Or at least, to swim to the next supermarket with food. Even if all these retreats were exhausted, she could still call Bai Shanshan for help. It might not be easy to fly a plane at this time, but it was not impossible. Moreover, she carried a satellite positioning system in her waterproof backpack. But these are trump cards. There is no need to tell Lin Linglin. Xia Yi said simply. I have considered these risks. You don't need to worry. You just need to listen to me. Lin Linglin was stunned, slowly stopped her action. There was nothing special about this sentence, but it inexplicably brought a calm and stable atmosphere, which made her anxious heart dissipate a lot. If someone else said this, she might suspect that the other party was comforting herself, but Xia Yi's indifferent attitude inexplicably made her feel that there was really no need to worry. The other party did have a way. There was a strange sense of security. Lin Linglin slowly sat back in the cabin, relaxed her body, and leaned on the backpack. Her eyes fell on Xia Yi, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She herself was raised in pampered care since she was a child. She had no worries about food and clothing, and her parents' greatest expectation for her was to be obedient and sensible, and she did very well, and was once the pride of her parents. It was not until recently that she realized that obedient and sensible was a well-covered derogatory word. It means stupidity and incompetence. It means no opinion. It means being at a loss when something unexpected happens. She was helpless when facing her brother bullying. Helpless when facing her mother's anger. Helpless when facing the car accident. Helpless when facing hunger and death. When the knife cut her. When the medicine box appeared in front of her. She felt only fear. And felt that the world was about to collapse. She thought she had seen life and death in the hospital. But those experiences were completely different from what happened to her. If she hadn't seen Xia Yi, she wouldn't have known that a girl could live like this. Confident, calm, and unbridled, with a natural sense of power, facing the intimidation, threat, danger, death of men, she never saw a moment of helplessness on Xia Yi's face, as if in front of him, No matter how big the incident was, it was nothing. It could be that they were born with different personalities, or that their parents raised them differently, or that they experienced different things, or all three. Xiaoyi was born in the same year and month as her, and the two of them switched places, and grew up in each other's families, but they became very different. Have you ever been scared? Lin Linglin couldn't help asking. When that person fell into the water, and you realized that he might die. Xiaoyi didn't answer. However, the air did not fall into silence. The speed of the hovercraft was much faster than expected. It didn't take long to travel 7 or 8 kilometers downstream. We seem to have arrived. Xiaoyi raised his wrist and looked at his watch again. His triangle mark on the map flickered gently and gradually overlapped with the destination. Looking at the time again, it has been less than 2 hours since Lin Linglin was injured. It is still within the best blocking period. Lin Linglin was shocked. The two raised their heads and looked forward at the same time. In front of them was a 3-story building. It was said to be a 3-story building, but now only one floor was left, and the other half floor was submerged in water. The whole building was pitch black, without any light. This hospital was probably unlucky. The typhoon cut off the power lines, and the backup power system was probably in a relatively low terrain, and was also submerged in water, so the whole building was out of power. There is a vertical shared power bank machine on the 3rd floor of the hospital. It contains dozens of power banks, which power the only mobile phone, which is the one that Lin Linglin has contacted. Xiaoyi took a flashlight and swept it towards the windows on the 3rd floor. Among the neatly closed windows, only one had a crack, and a head with a doctor's cap poked out from inside. The other person was holding a penlight in his hand, which was not sure whether it was for dental or optician's treatment or something else, waving it around like a fluorescent stick, which was very conspicuous in the endless night. It was Lin Linglin's senior brother, Jiangji. Jiangji had a better view at the window, and he saw the light on the bow of the hovercraft early. So he raised his voice and shouted, "Here! Here!" Xiaoyi controlled the hovercraft, slowly stopped below the window, looked at the window in front of her, and realized that something was wrong. The height of the hospital being flooded was very awkward. This half floor was just halfway on the top of the 2nd floor window, just enough to be impossible to pass through. And the distance from the top of the 2nd floor window to the 3rd floor was not short. About 3 meters. It was a distance the two of them could not climb up. Chapter 87. Xiaoyi pondered for a while and asked, "Can you throw the medicine down?" If she really wanted to climb up, she could still climb up. There was a safety rope in her survival backpack, so climbing up was not a problem at all, but it would take some time. There were only more than 20 minutes left in the best blocking period of 2 hours. Lin Linglin had better start taking medicine as soon as possible. But if she wanted to find a way to climb up this window, 20 minutes might not be enough. "I'm ready." Jiangji was obviously well prepared. With a soft rustle sound, a long gauze hanging with a plastic bag was slowly sent down from the window. Lin Linglin took the plastic bag and untied it, and found that there were a lot of drugs inside. Not just one box. Not only enough blocking drugs for 28 days, but also treatment drugs that can be used for about a year. Jiangji explained. "Ah, that? Just in case." He didn't say it directly, but he and Lin Linglin knew that blocking had the risk of failure. Lin Linglin looked at him deeply, without wasting any time, took out the appropriate dose, took out a bottle of water from her bag, and drank it immediately. After that, she slowly spoke softly. "Thank you." You're welcome." Jiangji scratched his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "Can I ask you a favor?" Lin Linglin, ? "Do you have any extra food? The whole department hasn't eaten or drunk anything for several days." Jiangji swallowed hard. Not only did the hospital lose electricity, but also water. They had already run out of food. They had to rely on the glucose in the pharmacy to survive until now. He didn't tell Lin Linglin about this in advance because he didn't want her to feel threatened. As if he was exchanging food for medicine. He really wanted to help. But he was really at the end of his rope. Lin Linglin was stunned when she heard this. There was food, but it wasn't hers. Although she had a backpack, it belonged to Xiaoyi. She was in a daze when she went out, and she didn't think about so many things at all. It was all prepared by Xiaoyi. Food is too precious now, and it can't be taken out casually, even if it seems to take only a short time to go back by hovercraft. Who knows if there will be any accidents? What if the typhoon comes again? What if they can't return to the mall safely? Then these are Xiaoyi life-saving food. Xiaoyi made thorough preparations for her. But it doesn't mean that she can accept it without hesitation. Nor does it mean that she can give Xiaoyi things to others and be generous to others. But these drugs are her life-saving drugs. Without these blocking drugs, her infection rate will rise sharply, and her future life may be in pain and fear for a long time. Jiang Ji really saved her life. There is no reason for her to watch him starve to death and feel at ease and ignore it. She should repay, she must repay. But a person who has nothing, what can he use to repay others? Lin Linglin was swept by a sense of powerlessness. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But suddenly she saw Xiaoyi beside her. Xiaoyi sat in the driver's seat, and did not comment on this. She seemed to be waiting for her answer, and seemed to be thinking about something else. She was really petite, and her back looked like a small ball, a whole circle smaller than herself, but inexplicably gave people a feeling of a deep and quiet abyss. Lin Linglin was stunned for a while, and recalled what she had thought on the way back, and her mind suddenly became firm. This was the first time in all these years that she faced up to her inner weakness. She was afraid of the night, the unknown, and all kinds of things that she didn't know why she was afraid of. And she never faced her fear. Just like this night. She was afraid of the ghosts in the legend of the night. And she was also afraid of the gangsters, who actually existed in the night. She was afraid, but she never thought of facing them. This fear was so small that it was not a big deal. When she asked for help from others, others were also willing to give their generosity, provide some insignificant help, and show their masculinity. Let her never, never, never have to face it herself. Let her forever, never, never be trapped in this insignificant fear. But that was a time of social stability and abundant life. When everyone was fighting for food, the help before was no longer insignificant. It required 10 times or 100 times the risk and cost, and there was no reason for others to provide such help. When no one helped her, she was so helpless in the face of danger, and she was unable to repay the kindness. In this crisis, she had no ability to deal with all the danger she encountered alone. And all the kindness she felt seemed like shameless demands. Her weakness exposed to the sun made her look so ridiculous. Those who created her weakness were so vicious. Lin Linglin. There was no reason to be a daughter that depended on others. The gender consciousness she had since she was a child had troubled her for too many years. Everyone told her that she was a girl and that she should be afraid. And the only way to deal with fear was to escape and stay away. In fact, she is not. Her academic performance is the result of her hard work. Her job is found by herself. She has grown up alone for so many years. The so-called weakness is a concept instilled by others, not her true self. She can make decisions on her own, and face difficulties on her own. She should not ask others for help, nor should she rely on others. Although there is no food around her, there is food in the mall. It may be scary in the dark night, but the distance between these 2 points is not long. Xiaoyi can travel back and forth between these 2 points. And so can she. Xiaoyi, can you lend me your boat? Lin Linglin tried to speak. And as the words came out, her tone gradually became firm. After sending you back, I want to drive the boat, to bring some food back to them from the mall. Xiaoyi raised her eyes slightly when she heard the words, and her eyes stayed on Lin Linglin for a few seconds. She clearly felt that in these few minutes, the person in front of her seemed to have become a little different. During this period of silence, Xiaoyi was actually observing Lin Linglin. It must be said that this girl looked too much like a saint. In the end times, you can get involved with desperate criminals, but you must not get involved with saints, even if the other party uses all kinds of sinister and vicious means. When the interests of both parties are consistent, there may be room for cooperation. However, if it is a saint with no bottom line, it will only bring endless troubles and dangers. Xiaoyi is willing to provide help to others, but it must be within her bottom line. She will never give her own rations, the last preparations, to others. If Lin Linglin was a saint with no bottom line, their relationship might have ended here. But fortunately, Lin Linglin is not. Not only that, it seems that she is still evolving. Not sure, let's wait and see. However, Xiaoyi cannot lend the hovercraft to Lin Linglin. Lin Linglin does not know the importance of this hovercraft to her. Lin Linglin does not know her preparations at home, her food and shelter. From Lin Linglin's point of view, this boat may just be a temporary tool, which is far less important than food. But this is not the case for Xiaoyi. The water level outside has no sign of dropping. According to the current situation, she may need to rely on this boat to go home. She cannot hand this tool to Lin Ling Lin. After all, if she goes out by boat, she may not be able to come back. But she has other ways. Xia Yi did not respond to Lin Ling Lin's request. Instead, she looked upstairs and asked Jiang Ji, "How many people are there in your department?" Jiang Ji waited for a long time, but did not get an answer from the two people below. Originally, he thought he had no chance. When he suddenly heard this question, he was slightly startled and said, "3, we don't have an inpatient department here. We made preparations before the typhoon. Only 3 people were left in the night shift emergency department, 1 internist, 1 surgeon, 1 nurse. What are the weights of the 3 of you?" Xia Yi asked again. "Ah." Jiang Ji was even more confused after hearing this. He didn't understand the relationship between the topic just discussed and weight. Do you need to look at their weight to distribute food to them? It's not like feeding pigs. Go and ask clearly, and then answer me. Ah? Oh, okay. Jiang Ji agreed subconsciously, turned around and walked towards the other people. Halfway through, he realized that, no matter how he asked, she just obeyed obediently. The thin girl opposite, speaking as if there was no doubt in her voice, making people feel inexplicably convinced. Jiang Ji shook his head. "Never mind, just ask, it's not a big deal." Who asked him to ask for help? After a few minutes, he got the answer back. Xia Yi listened to the number, calculated it silently in his mind, and then slowly spoke. "My boat has enough load-bearing capacity, and can accommodate the 3 of you. You can come with me." Ah! Lin Ling Lin's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this method? No matter how many times she transported, the materials she could carry were limited, and there would be a time when they would run out in the future. But the amount of materials in the supermarket was sufficient, and it was more than enough to support 3 more people. "Yes, Brother Jiang, you can come with us." Lin Ling Lin figured it out, and followed Xia Yi's train of thought to persuade him. She carefully described the situation in the supermarket and the supplies stored there. Jiang Ji also pulled the other 2 colleagues in the department over. After the 3 of them listened together, they exchanged glances and made up their minds. They were in too bad a state now. It was too slim to wait for rescue here. It would be better to go out and think of a solution. Just when they reached an agreement, Xia Yi's cell phone rang suddenly. The name on the screen was Miao Fangfang. Xia Yi had explained it to her before leaving the mall. Miao Fangfang knew her current situation, and would not have called if it was not urgent. Xia Yi's face became serious. She said hush softly, pausing the discussion of the 4 people and pressing the answer button on the phone. Almost at the moment the call was answered, Miao Fangfang's anxious voice came from the receiver. "Xia Yi, come back soon. Something happened." Chapter 88. Miao Fangfang clearly remembered Xia Yi's words. "I'm not sure when he will come back, nor am I sure if he will come back." This sentence means that she can't wait for him to come back to solve the problem. She needs to rely on herself. After Xia Yi left, Miao Fangfang didn't hesitate for too long, and took action quickly. She locked one set of diving equipment in the car, took the other set, following the method Xia Yi taught her, and went into the water alone. Diving was not as difficult as she thought, but it was indeed dangerous. Miao Fangfang got used to the movements in the water smoothly, and walked deeper. However, due to misjudging her own width, she almost got stuck in a crack in the door, and was trapped forever in the dark water. Fortunately, she brought enough oxygen cylinders. The flashlight was waterproof and had enough power. She did not dive that deep, and the water pressure was not too high. After Miao Fangfang was frightened, she slowly calmed down, and finally escaped from the crack clumsily but successfully, and touched the security room. Miao Fangfang not only got the target key, but also took out 2 sets of security 8-piece sets from the security room. The key was easy to get, but the 8-piece set was too conspicuous. She held the anti-wolf spray in one hand, and pulled the full camper with the other hand, and walked up the stairs carefully, fearing that someone would rob her on the way. But the journey was extremely smooth, or even too smooth. The people upstairs would frequently go to the supermarket on a daily basis. In addition to getting food for meals, they would go downstairs to get water when they were thirsty, charge their phones when they ran out of power, and use toilet paper. In short, they would go downstairs to get whatever daily necessities they needed, and rarely would they sit still. Miao Fangfang walked very slowly while carrying her things. It made no sense that she had not met anyone along the way. It was not until she reached the top floor parking lot and saw people gathered together noisily, and many unfamiliar faces appeared at the window, that she realized belatedly. It turned out that the rescue had come. The rescue had come, which was a good thing in theory. But there was no joy on the faces of the people, but they looked extremely angry, whether it was the bald middle-aged man with a back injury, or the young couple who had been hiding silently behind the window. They all blocked the window and argued loudly with each other. Miao Fong Fong took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, quickly locked everything in the car, slipped to the back of the crowd with the anti-wolf spray in her hand, and listened to the whole process. The disaster outside was far more terrible than imagined. The current flood was not a real flood, not a blockage of drainage pipes caused by heavy rain, nor was it just flooding one or two cities. The most terrible problem now is the sea level has risen. All cities with relatively low altitudes in the country, and even in the world, were all flooded, without exception. If a flood occurred in only one city, even if it was a large-scale disaster affecting tens of thousands of people, support could be provided from all sides, providing manpower and material resources, rescuing people from danger as quickly as possible, and placing them in a safe place. However, the number of people affected by the disaster now far exceeds this number, and even far exceeds this magnitude. There are tens of millions of people in their city alone. Among these tens of millions of people, except for a few people, almost all of them do not have enough food reserves and are facing the threat of hunger and death. There are not enough rescue teams, not enough rescue ships, not enough rescue materials, not enough anything, and most importantly, there are not enough shelters for refugees. Most of the city was flooded. There are not many places that were not flooded. Most of them are in the wilderness. And if you want to build shelters in those places, you need manpower, you need material resources, but now, there is nothing. They can't rescue people, and they can't rescue people. Those who survived the typhoon are definitely not living in the wilderness, but at least in a relatively safe and stable building, where they can avoid the wind and rain. If they were taken to a temporary shelter or tent in the wilderness, if a typhoon hit again, everyone might be swept away and die without a burial place. On the contrary, if they stay where they are, they may still have a chance of survival. The authorities can only do very little. They can only send some food and water, as well as warm materials, so that everyone can stay where they are for the time being and survive as much as possible. Supplies were also scarce, and only a little bit of food was delivered to barely survive. There were 10 people registered in this parking lot, and the supplies they received were 3 boxes of biscuits and 3 bottles of sugar-free cola per person. It was good to be able to deliver them, even if they were very poor. It was better than nothing. Everyone only went hungry a few days before the typhoon came, and they actually lived quite well during the following period. They didn't have to worry too much about food and drink, and they didn't lack these supplies. The reason they were looking forward to the rescue team was that they wanted the rescue team to send them away, to send them home. But now they know that life at home will not be better, so they have given up this thought. The reason for everyone's anger was not because the things delivered were too bad. It was because the rescue team knew there was a supermarket here, and wanted to move all the supplies in the supermarket away. The rescue team drove a speedboat to move all the supplies in the supermarket. They not only wanted to move them, but also wanted several people in the building to help move them. There were 3 people in the rescue team in total. The team leader wore an orange life jacket, and stood at the front of the team, persuading them earnestly. There are too many people affected by the disaster now. You can't just take care of yourself. You have to consider the lives of others. We must distribute some supplies to save others. Save others? You have to use our things to save others? If you move all the things away, what will we eat? The bald man almost roared. He kicked the biscuit box on the ground. There was a loud noise of ding-ling-bang-lang. All the metal biscuit boxes fell to the ground. Are we going to eat these broken things? What's the use of these Cokes? They are sugar-free, they don't even have any energy value, and the more you drink, the thirstier you get. The couple who rarely talked also blushed, pointed at the food on the ground, and almost sneered. And these broken biscuits, are they enough for us to eat for a day? That's food. Don't you know how precious food is now? How dare you destroy the food like this? If you knew, I wouldn't come to save you. You ungrateful bastards. The rescue team saw their attitude and immediately showed anger. They pointed at the biscuit boxes scattered on the ground and raised their voices. Do you know that these biscuits are imported biscuits? They cost more than 200 yuan a box. Now they are given to you for free. Why are you not satisfied? Can more than 200 yuan satisfy your hunger? Even if you sell biscuits for 10,000 yuan a box. It's the same. It's useless. Okay. Don't get excited. The rescue team leader came out to smooth things over. I don't know if it was because he was temporarily transferred and lacked experience, or for other reasons. He just gave dry advice. This is an order from above, our words don't count. This is a social parlance specifically used to shirk responsibility. Whenever you encounter a problem that needs to be solved, you will always encounter this kind of person, who can shirk responsibility by using a set phrase. This kind of social parlance has caused a lot of harm to many people, and they are already sick of it. Speaking it out not only has no soothing effect, but it will ignite everyone's emotions again. Don't use the words above to pressure me. I don't give a damn about other people's lives. You took my things away. And you want to starve me to death. You're dreaming. The knife doesn't hurt unless it cuts you. When they wanted to snatch Xia Yi food, they also had the same victim's face, thinking that others should share their things with them. But now the scene has changed. And it's their turn to be robbed. And they can't stand it. Those keyboard warriors who shout about fighting and expanding territory on the internet every day dare not rush to the front line at all. Those who morally blackmail others to donate money will not pay for it themselves, and will only wave the flag and shout morally when others are bleeding. If there must be people who starve to death, then it must be others, not me. Although these people are injured and disabled, old and young, pretending to be pitiful in front of Xia Yi and weak in front of Zhao Shidao, they are fighting for their own lives at this time, which is another story. They almost used all their strength to keep people out, and would never let the rescue team in no matter what. Call for support. The rescue team leader sighed, took out his mobile phone to record the scene in front of him, and the crowd who desperately pushed them out, as well as the biscuit boxes scattered on the ground, were all recorded in the video, and said in the voice report, "Captain, the victims disliked the poor distribution of food, threw all the food away, and beat the rescue team members, and asked for support. You are talking bullshit." Someone cursed angrily. It's a pity that the voice report has been turned off. His voice will not be transmitted to the other end of the microphone. The reporting channel is not in his hands. No matter his injustice or anger, it will not be known to the people above. You are a group of ungrateful people. I will arrange people to rescue you right away. After receiving the report, the other side almost immediately sent a voice message, with anger and curses. We are very short of personnel, and there are so many people waiting for us to rescue them. Since they don't need these foods, there is no need to send them next time. Fuck. You guys want to starve us to death, right? Okay. Thank you, Captain. The rescue team leader opened the voice again, and took advantage of the gap between the other party's curses to quickly report again. I need a little more people. There are supplies in the supermarket here, and we need manpower to move them. The people here are blocking us, and our work is very difficult. No problem, I give you 10 people. Okay, thank you, Captain. After the rescue team leader finished answering, he lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the smile in his eyes. The arrangement of the Lin family leader, this is considered completed. At this time, Xia Yi also got the news from Miao Fangfang. After hearing the whole story, her eyes darkened slightly. After a moment, she answered in a deep voice. Don't worry, do as I say. Chapter 89. The rescue team is strong, and there are backups. We are bound to be short of manpower. It is not realistic to occupy the entire supermarket. If all the supplies are taken away by others, it is impossible for me to wait here to die. Xia Yi pulled out a list from her mobile phone, removed the number at the end, and forwarded it to Miao Fangfang. She had listed it when she was stockpiling goods before. Take things according to the priority from top to bottom, mainly food and water. Don't worry about daily necessities. They won't grab daily necessities. Take them as soon as possible before they react. The more the better, all in the beauty salon. Xia Yi instructed slowly. If you come in and out frequently, remember to lock the door. Since you have the key to the beauty salon, it means you have an independent and safe space. To survive in the apocalypse, the most important thing is never just supplies. There is another indispensable premise, which is the space to store supplies. This is the most essential difference between Miao Fangfang and the incompetent and furious people in the parking lot. Without storage space, it is meaningless to have any supplies. You can't not sleep, not go to the toilet, and keep looking at these things. There is always a possibility that they will be stolen, robbed, or lost due to various negligence. There were no conflicts among the people before, because there were enough supplies, enough for everyone, and there was no need to fight for them. But the world is so big, there are so many people, and supplies are non-renewable, there will always be bigger forces to fight for them. But I didn't expect them to come so early, and I didn't expect the people who came to rob them were the rescue team, that's all. However, they don't have independent storage space for supplies, so how can they have a rescue team? They just rely on a ship to transport supplies. If Xiaoyi wants to solve the problem once and for all, he can just sink their ship, cut off their retreat, and make everyone a grasshopper on the same boat. But Xiaoyi didn't want to. The rescue team did come to grab supplies, but their purpose was unclear. They might want to take her life, but at the same time, they really wanted to save more people. It wasn't an either-or situation. They were just a few people, they didn't have such a big appetite, they couldn't finish the whole supermarket even if they ate expired food, there was no need to do it so drastically. There were people behind the rescue team. Leaving them here would lead to endless revenge, which would be more troublesome. It's better to grab the supplies you need. Anyway, the rescue team won't and dare not kill people, and there is no space and supplies to imprison others. If Miao Fangfang moves and grabs supplies, others in the parking lot will definitely follow suit. The rescue team is short of manpower, and will definitely not be able to watch the entire supermarket. Even if they are reluctant, there is no way, they can only swallow their disgust and move as much as possible. Everyone gets the best of both worlds. Xia Yi's steady voice, Miao Fangfang's heart settled instantly, although she didn't think so much, but Xia Yi is usually right, and this time he shouldn't be wrong. Okay. Miao Fangfang agreed softly, taking advantage of everyone's panic. She secretly took the key and slipped downstairs. She found a large cargo cart that could go up the stairs from the back of the supermarket, and secretly moved the goods according to the list. She prepared food and water in proportion for each move, to ensure as long a survival time as possible. Everyone was pushing sang-sang in the parking lot. The parking lot was on the top floor. The supermarket was on the second floor. Miao Fangfang was quietly moving the goods alone downstairs, but no one noticed anything wrong. After Xia Yi hung up the phone, she told Jiang Ji and the others about the situation in the mall. The mall was no longer peaceful. They were about to face a fight for supplies, and there might be bloodshed. She couldn't hide it from them and bring them into danger. Jiang Ji and the others were extremely hungry. Their desire for food was more important than anything else. Their decision would not be shaken. After all, being able to fight and grab meant there was hope, which was better than starving to death without hope. Xia Yi took out a safety rope from her bag, tied it with a heavy object and threw it upstairs, letting Jiang Ji and the others slide down the rope. In addition to Jiang Ji, the other doctor and nurse were both girls. They were all light in weight. They also carried a lot of common medicines when they came down. The hovercraft was still far from overweight. On the way back, Xia Yi gave the driving seat of the hovercraft to Lin Linglin. Lin Linglin didn't want to be a daughter that relied on others, and she would not be a stumbling block on the road to growth for others. Besides, driving a hovercraft is not difficult. Lin Linglin is a novice, and so is she. Lin Linglin's hands were steady, and her mentality was also steady. Perhaps this was the psychological quality of a doctor. She was so nervous that sweat broke out on her forehead. But she still did not retreat at all. She steered the boat steadily, and brought everyone back to the downstairs of the mall. On the way back upstairs, Xia Yi distributed a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water to the doctors to help them recover their strength. Next, everyone would do physical work together, and they couldn't let them collapse before working. The rescue team support came much later than expected. When Xia Yi and the others returned to the mall, the people in the parking lot were still in a standoff. A few people could be seen from afar, as well as the rescue team's boat downstairs. They quietly parked the hovercraft in the other direction of the mall. Xia Yi put away the hovercraft, and everyone sneaked into the mall, without even going to the top floor, and went directly into the beauty salon. After meeting Miao Fangfang, they hid the extra items on their bodies in it, and began the work of moving. The beauty salon is not too big, about 100 square meters. In addition to the front desk, there are 2 small reception rooms of about 5 or 6 square meters, and 8 independent beauty rooms of about 10 square meters. Miao Fangfang has already tidied up the reception room. All the tables and chairs have been moved out of the room, and the supplies have filled it up. Xia Yi thought about it, and first assigned rooms to everyone. Now there are more people, and some people are not familiar with each other. If everyone wants to live in harmony, the premise is fairness. It is not the lack of people that is worrying, but the inequality. Possible conflicts should be nipped in the bud. Each room in the beauty salon has an independent bed, although it is not big enough. It is enough for sleeping comfortably. In addition, there is a super small bathroom and shower room, as well as a set of tables and chairs. There is water and electricity, and you can even make some simple meals. It is just suitable for living in it. There are 3 of them plus 3 doctors. Each of them has a room. The space of more than 10 square meters is enough to store a lot of supplies. The supplies in the reception room were taken by Miao Fangfang, and they should belong to her. Although everyone worked together to move the supplies, they took their own according to the amount of materials to be moved and put them in their own rooms. After that, you can get some padlocks from the supermarket. Everyone holds the key to their own room and manages their own supplies. Everyone is a wise person. They have no objection to CAE distribution. The more you work, the more you get. Everyone is working hard for themselves. No one will be lazy. After everyone has divided the rooms, they will clear out the extra things in the room and start the intensive scramble for supplies. They take the things that don't take up space but are filling. Mineral water should be in large bottles and boxes. Food should be instant noodles, chocolate, beef jerky, lunch meat, ham sausage, oatmeal. No matter the price, no matter the brand, as long as it meets the requirements, they will move boxes to their rooms. After everyone had at least 50 boxes of instant noodles and 40 boxes of 1.5 L/bottle mineral water, we felt relieved. A box of instant noodles has 24 bags, which is enough for 12 days of 2 meals a day. 50 boxes are enough for 600 days, which is enough to last until the expiration date of the food. We will not starve to death in the next 2 years, and the water will be enough to last until then. At the end, everyone took a small electric cooker and some easy-to-cook foods such as noodles. The beauty salon has a lot of daily necessities, such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, toiletries, flashlights, chargers, etc. But you must take more toilet paper and sanitary napkins, which are absolutely indispensable. At the same time, Lin Linglin and Jiang Ji discussed wanting to get some self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice. Instant noodles were too monotonous to satisfy hunger, so they wanted to get some seasoning. If it didn't involve a survival crisis, there wouldn't be a huge conflict. Everyone was willing to spend their time on that part, and it was their own freedom. Xiaoyi didn't stop them. When Lin Linglin and Jiang Ji pushed the cart full of self-heating hot pot out of the corridor, they bumped into someone coming down from upstairs. The rescue team has arrived. Those who can join the rescue team have no problem with physical fitness, and most of them are young and middle-aged men and women. A dozen people came down from the top floor in a mighty stream, and their momentum was very strong. The rescue team leader was walking at the front of the team, and was surprised when he saw the 2 of them. When the 2 sides had a physical conflict just now, they had not seen these 2 people, and when they thought that there were other people in the building, hiding supplies in places where they could not see, they immediately felt dissatisfied. "What are you 2 doing? Stealing?" Lin Linglin was startled by his righteous tone, and after a moment, she reacted and said speechlessly, "What are you talking about? Aren't you here to move supplies? Did you pay? You? Don't make up your mind." The rescue team leader waved his hand, and the team members behind him rushed over and surrounded the 2 of them. "We are collecting supplies for the people, to save lives. Can it be the same as yours?" "Oh, really?" Lin Linglin laughed, looked at herself, and then looked at Jiang Ji beside her. "Are you saying that we are not human? Or are we not alive?" She argued with the other party, and secretly waved her wrist backwards. Miao Fangfang, who was hiding at the corner of the stairs, saw this, turned around and walked down the stairs, and left quietly. The rescue team leader was choked by her, and pointed at Lin Linglin for a long time without being able to speak, and finally just said angrily, "Tie him up." After the rescue team received the order, they rushed forward immediately, holding PP strapping tape that they found from somewhere. The 2 of them were not Xiaoyi, and they could not beat 13 people with just 2 people. They hardly put up any effective resistance, and were both pressed to the ground, with their hands tied behind their backs, and tied up with PP strapping tape. Chapter 90. Lin Linglin was passively being beaten, but her mouth never stopped, constantly attracting the attention of the rescue team. She rarely debated with others, and rarely won a debate, but now she is eloquent, and her brain has never worked so well during a quarrel. Thinking about it carefully, probably when she was very young, every time she had a dispute with her family, there would be a voice in her heart. That voice might be her mother, or her father, The common point was that they would point at her nose and scold her. You are making up excuses. Is this what a girl should be like? Whenever there was a debate, she didn't dare to speak, for fear that if she said something wrong, the voice in her heart would come out and severely condemn her. She had too many concerns during the quarrel, and was always trembling with anger at others, but she couldn't say a word. Today she seemed to have crossed a certain boundary, and her whole person was like a reborn person. The things that bound her exploded in front of her with a bang, and were completely blown to ashes. A strange warm current surged from the bottom of her heart, flowing into her limbs. It was the sense of power she had lost for many years. Those things she had feared for many years, only to be left behind. Were they really worthless? Lin Linglin shouted and cursed without caring about her image, successfully making several people avoid the rescue team's attack and hide in a relatively safe place. They hid. But the situation downstairs had become very tricky. There were 13 people in the rescue team, and the division of labor was very clear. 3 people were sent to guard the 3 entrances respectively. 1 person carried the goods down from the shelves. 1 person was responsible for receiving them at the side of the ship, and the other 7 people were responsible for carrying them. There was another person who was not seen, probably guarding the people who were tied up. Their boat was parked on the 2nd floor, so at least 12 people were on the 2nd floor. As long as someone shouted, other support would arrive immediately. The crowd did not confront the other side head-on, but hid on the 3rd floor. After the rescue team entered the supermarket, they sneaked back to the beauty salon, counting the supplies while thinking of a solution. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Yi finally arrived. After returning, he held a small meeting with everyone. What else do you need? Mainly sanitary napkins. We are all girls, so there is no taboo in what we say. The beauty salon has a complete range of daily necessities, even some spare bathrobes, disposable underwear and the like, including some paper towels in stock, although it may not be enough for a year or 2, but there is no need to worry too much in the short term. But sanitary napkins are not a must-have, although some are prepared for customers, but not that much. There are 5 girls here, each of them needs at least 3 packs every month, and the sanitary napkins in the beauty salon are not even enough for 1 person. Where's the food? Xia Yi asked again. Enough to eat. Miao Fangfang answered. Enough to eat means that the quantity is enough, but the quality is average. And there is bad news. Xia Yi just checked the water level. The water is almost flooding to the 2nd floor. The rescue team is not very fast. They may not be able to move everything before the water comes up. If they wait until they have moved enough and leave, the remaining food outside will probably be submerged by the water. This urgent situation may also have another impact. The rescue team will call more people to carry supplies. Let's just do this for now. Don't fight them head-on. We can't beat them. The remaining 2 medical staff, one of whom is a female nurse in her 20s, named Xiaoting. She thought she was going to starve to death, but she didn't expect that she could turn things around now. Not only did she have food, but she also had so much. She was already very satisfied and couldn't help but persuade. Anyway, we have enough food to eat. Sanitary napkins and the like, if you really don't have any, just bear with it. How could she bear it? We were all girls, and we all knew what was going on. If you don't change your sanitary napkins for a long time, or use paper instead, it's very unhygienic, and may even cause infection. However, she had just escaped death, and didn't know Xia Yi fighting power, so it was normal for her to think so. Xia Yi, of course, completely disagreed with this. Not only did she want to get it, she also wanted to get it perfectly, and get everything she wanted, not only to have food and drink, but also to live a colorful life. Faced with the same problem, she didn't consider whether to take it or not, but to take it as soon as possible, and not to delay, lest the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. Who said we can't beat them? Xia Yi asked. There are only 4 of us, and they are all girls. They have 13 people. Zhao Ting replied. That's right. How can there be only 4 of us? Xia Yi chuckled, and said word by word. We clearly have 12 people. Zhao Ting, ? It will be a bit chaotic next time. If you want to go out and get something, this will be the best opportunity. Of course, if you don't want to go out and get something, that's fine. Anyway, the things are for you. It's your decision to take or not. Just don't regret it. Xia Yi said calmly. Check the time on your phone. You can go out in about 10 minutes. Miao Fangfang was the first to react. She had a mysterious superstition about Xia Yi, so she nodded without hesitation. Okay. Go ahead. Be safe. Xiao Yi tightened the flashlight, stood up quietly, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Ah! Don't be so stubborn. Zhao Ting had no time to stop him, and immediately showed anxiety. Xiao Yi rescued them from the hospital, and she was very grateful in her heart, and naturally didn't want them to get into trouble. Really don't take the things anymore. Let's discuss how to save people first. Of course people have to be saved. How can we gather 12 teammates without saving people? The rescue team members came down, but the others in the parking lot and Lin Ling Lin were not there. Probably because they were hidden. The question was, where were they hiding? Xiao Yi didn't even think about it, and went straight down to the 3rd floor. Although Miao Fangfang had been to the 3rd floor just now and didn't meet other people, she still felt that they were hiding somewhere on the 3rd floor. After all, the rescue team was on the 2nd floor, and it was impossible to hide them too far away. Only by hiding on the 3rd floor could they provide support in the first time. After looking at the floor plan of the 3rd floor, Xiao Yi turned off the flashlight and walked towards a semi-open restaurant on the 3rd floor. This semi-open restaurant has half of its seats inside the hall and half outside the restaurant. The part outside the restaurant is surrounded by a half-person high fence of flowers and plants, forming a C shape with 2 openings facing each other. The rescue team did not have the key and could not enter the store. The person who could hide under their noses without being discovered was most likely staying here. Xiao Yi crouched down and walked outside the fence. As expected, she heard someone struggling and groaning. She turned slightly and saw a rectangular piece of light in the gap of the fence. It was probably the only guard in the rescue team, playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. Xiao Yi approached quietly, grabbed the fence and smashed it forward. The fence, with the flowers inside, smashed into the restaurant with a crackling sound. She only heard a series of screams of awe, which were obviously coming from multiple people. She took out the flashlight and turned on the switch. There were 7 or 8 people with their hands tied behind their backs with baby bandages, their mouths wrapped with tape, and they lay on the ground curled up like shrimps, with flowers and dirt all over their heads and faces. They looked horrible. Lin Ling Lin, Jiang Ji, the middle-aged couple in their 50s, the mother and her big son, and the young couple, all of them were there. The only member of the rescue team also staggered and fell to the side. His cell phone had already flown 2 meters away, and he tried hard to get up from the ground, spitting non-stop. At this time, Xiao Yi had already found Lin Ling Lin and Jiang Ji, and quickly used a dagger to cut the baby straps behind them. When the rescue team member finally stabilized his body and climbed up from the ground, the enemy on the opposite side had changed from 1 to 3. At this time, Xiao Yi had already used a dagger to cut the baby straps behind the couple. You? The rescue team member stood there, neither advancing nor retreating. Run! Hearing Xiao Yi's smiling reminder, he suddenly reacted and ran downstairs. At this time, Xiao Yi had already untied the mother and her big son, and began to untie the bald couple, saying as he untied them, "You run too. Wait until you are caught again. You." Xiao Yi's attack was quite ruthless this time, and everyone's heads and faces were covered with dirt. The boy was already crying out of fear, and her mother was immediately anxious. As soon as her hands were untied, she angrily shouted at Xiao Yi, "What are you doing? Don't you see there is a child here?" Xiao Yi shook her hand off calmly. "You don't have to run. Wait here for the rescue team to tie you up again, and then starve to death." After she finished speaking, everyone woke up as if from a dream, tear off the tape on their mouths, and ran out in a tumble. You? The boy mother looked at Xiao Yi gritting her teeth, but she knew she was telling the truth. Helplessly, she could only wipe the child's tears in a hurry, and followed the crowd out. Xiao Yi untied everyone, leaving only Lin Ling Lin and Jiang Ji waiting there. He untied the tape from his mouth and stood by to wait for her. Jiang Ji frowned, clearly sensing that Xiao Yi's actions had a deeper meaning, and whispered, "What are you doing?" Judging from the behavior of the boy mother, they really didn't have a very good relationship. Saving them would not only not help, but might also cause trouble. And since Xiao Yi had the ability to stun the rescue team, he could naturally trap him and reduce the other side's combat effectiveness. There was really no need to release him to report the news. Make a mess of the place. The more messy the better. Xiao Yi looked down at the watch, and it was just 10 minutes later. So he said, "We should leave too." The 3 of them were talking, and suddenly they heard the voice of the rescue team coming from the entrance of the 3rd floor. Where are the people? Where are they? Run away? Run so fast? Impossible. How can they react so quickly? There is only one exit open on this floor. We go in and search. We will find it. Chapter 91. Hearing. There is only one exit open on this floor. Jiangji was stunned. He had just arrived here not long ago, and had never carefully explored the entrances of the mall. This was the first time he heard this news. He felt a surge of regret in his heart, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I wasted time." Hush. Xia Yi raised his index finger to his lips, and waved his other hand gently, leading the two people to walk in another direction. At the other end of the road is the escape passage. She took out the key that Miao Fanfang had taken from the security room, opened the door of the escape passage, and turned into the corridor quietly. Jiangji didn't know the way here, but she knew that if she hadn't prepared in advance, how could she let the other party waste so much time? There is only one exit on this floor, this is true. But no one said there is only one exit on this floor. The exit of the escape passage has always been there, but it was not open before. The three of them went down to the second floor from the escape passage, opened the door from the escape passage on the second floor, and slipped into the supermarket. Miao Fanfang brought two other people, just came down the escape passage, following Xia Yi. The six people began to move things in a swaggering manner. When the rescue team heard that the person had escaped, they naturally sent a large group of people to chase, because too few people could not hold down the 7 or 8 people on the other side. So they split into two groups. 4 people guarded the supermarket, 3 people guarded the entrance, 1 person guarded the boat, and the remaining 8 people went upstairs to search the carpet to find the rescue people. They thought that they had watched the entrance tightly, so they didn't have to worry about any accidents inside the supermarket, but they didn't know that the other party took another way, and actually slipped in through the escape passage. The 8 people on the 3rd floor searched the entire floor, but they didn't catch anyone. They felt something was wrong, and went back to the supermarket on the 2nd floor. They caught sight of 6 people. The 6 people were moving things on the 2nd floor without any cover. This happened to be in the blind spot of the rescue team. They moved for a long time, but no one could see them. Fuck. The rescue team leader cursed, and sent a notice to others. Come back. Everyone. They are on the 2nd floor. So the 8 members of the rescue team evacuated from the 3rd floor, rushed into the escape passage on the 2nd floor, and chased the 6 people in front all the way. They only wanted to catch Xia Yi and the other 6 people, but they didn't expect that there was another group of people in the mall. The 6 people let go by Xia Yi, the bald couple, the mother and the eldest son, and the young couple, were not fools. They knew that the rescue team had too many people, and they couldn't fight directly, so they could only avoid the sharp edge temporarily. But everyone knew that the sharp edge could not be avoided forever. The rescue team wanted to move away food, which was their hope of survival. No one was willing to sit and wait for death, watching Xia Yi grabbing supplies. Although they did not participate in it, they did not hide far away, but instead kept their heads out from a distance, observing the situation in the supermarket. After finding that the rescue team was led away by Xia Yi, they could no longer bear it, and followed Xia Yi's footsteps, rushing into the supermarket in a swarm, and grabbing everything with their hands raised. The 3 people in the supermarket were guarding the 3 doors respectively, which were not very close to each other, and the people guarding the boat were even farther away. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and when they heard the noise in the distance, they did not know whether they should go to help. How could the gatekeeper rush past the 6? He was soon pushed to the ground. Turning back, he saw that the other people had already started to scramble for supplies. He could stop one, but not the other. He was so busy that he was panting, and was pushed to the ground several times. He soon ran out of energy. When he got up from the ground for the last time, the other 6 people had already returned with their full loads, carrying the supplies they wanted and leaving. In desperation, he had to ask the captain for help. Rescue team leader. He followed Xia Yi and the others up the stairs, ran several flights of stairs from the escape passage, but was still half a step slower, watching the other party escape into the mall, and locking the door of the safety passage in front of him. He couldn't catch up with them upstairs, and the people downstairs were urging him to hurry up, so he had no choice but to take his team back to the 2nd floor to chase the other 6 people. These 6 people didn't have their own shelter, and they had no place to hide the stolen things, so they could only move to the parking lot first. The rescue team ran up breathlessly, and saw the supplies in the parking lot, and sent a few people to fight with them, and sent a few more people to move the supplies down from upstairs. At this time, Xiaoyi and his friends had placed the supplies, and slipped down the escape passage again, and started moving the supplies again. The rescue team leader had not finished fighting in the parking lot, but found that a new distress signal was sent downstairs. The rescue team had no choice but to put down the supplies in the parking lot, and return to the supermarket again. The rescue team only had a few people, and they were repeatedly shunned by two groups of people. They took money from one place, and used it to repair another. They could withstand one wave, but not the other. They were shunned left and right. After running a few times, they were exhausted and sweating. On the other hand, Xiaoyi's side was a completely different scene. They made the rescue team almost die, but they made a lot of money. They took whatever they wanted, and went in and out of the supermarket as if they were in an empty space. If the rescue team blocked them from the corridor, they ran from the survival passage. If the rescue team blocked them from the survival passage, they ran from the corridor. If the rescue team chased the other 6 people, they went to the supermarket to get things. If the rescue team did not chase the other 6 people, they created opportunities for the other side. The rescue team had no place to lock up people, and there was no way to assign too many people to guard. If they caught 1 or 2 people, Xiaoyi would just slip over and rescue them. Anyway, they were running all kinds of things, just like a battle royale, and they had a lot of fun. Jiangji finally understood Xiaoyi's strategy at this time, and was so surprised that he gave her a thumbs up. "You are really awesome, leading us to fight guerrilla warfare. Ha ha ha." Miao Fangfang followed the exercise for a while, and her mood also became excited. She laughed when she heard it. "No wonder you said we were 12 teammates. Now it seems that we are indeed 12 teammates." Jiangji looked at Xiaoyi again after hearing this, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. After thinking about it, he finally did not ask. The truth is indeed more than that. Xiaoyi rescued the other party in the beginning, and it was indeed to distract the rescue team. Fighting guerrilla warfare with the other party is fun, but it is not the best solution. When Xiaoyi went down to the 3rd floor, he could have knocked out the rescue team members instead of letting him go back to report. After they went down the stairs from the escape passage for the first time, the other party's gatekeepers were scattered, and they could have been defeated one by one, knocked out one by one, and weakened the other party's combat effectiveness. To do something more extreme, with Xiaoyi's ability, she can completely knock down the members of the rescue team one by one. That would be much easier than playing a battle royale here. But there are other risks. First, both sides are now angry, and everyone in the parking lot has long hated the rescue team. Xiaoyi can't guarantee that if she knocks down the members of the rescue team, whether someone will secretly attack and make a mortal enemy with the rescue team, there will be endless troubles in the future. Secondly, although they need supplies, they don't need all of them. As long as they can survive, she hopes that the rescue team can be well and can bring supplies back to save more people. Most importantly, Xiaoyi wants to squeeze as much energy as possible from everyone and save as many supplies as possible. If there is no pressure from the rescue team, everyone will have less motivation to grab supplies. After the water floods, it will definitely cause a lot of waste of resources. Only when the 3 parties are in a competitive state, work together, grab the supplies, only then can we protect them as much as possible. Although everyone has different positions, no one deserves to die. Xiaoyi doesn't want to break the balance of any party. Now is a chaotic time. Let's get chaotic together. Each one relies on his own ability. In short, the 6 people in the parking lot, Xiaoyi people, and the rescue team, after a long struggle, finally the rescue team was the first to admit defeat. The supermarket is too big, and the shopping mall is too big. The other party's destination was to rob supplies. They could just carry a box and leave. They could hide in any corner of the mall. If they wanted to stop them or find supplies, they would not only have to allocate the same manpower, but also spend more time. They were exhausted after several hours. Not only did they fail to stop Xiaoyi and his team from moving things, but their original plan to move supplies was also shelved. They had to choose the lesser of 2 evils. Leaving these people without food was secondary. Bringing the supplies back to the rescue team was the most important task. After several rounds of wrangling, the rescue team leader finally made the decision that Xiaoyi asked him to make. The rescue team no longer sent people to guard the entrance of the supermarket. Everyone soon discovered the clues and stopped playing chase games. They rushed into the supermarket and carried the things they wanted. The supermarket was very large. and the amount of supplies was very large. Even if the employees were to count, it would take a long time, not to mention that they would carry the goods by hand, which would take them a long time. Until this moment, everyone finally fell into a normal battle for supplies. Only Xiaoyi was more leisurely. After making sure that everyone had moved dozens of boxes of toilet paper and sanitary napkins, and had prepared the items on her list and put them in the meeting room of the beauty salon, she knew that she didn't need to worry too much. She hadn't eaten properly for a while, and she was greedy again, and started to move the frozen meat. These frozen meats would be useless if they left the refrigerator. Obviously, the rescue team couldn't take them away, and no one else in the parking lot had the storage facilities, so it was better to take them back for her to enjoy. She was concentrating on moving things, and didn't pay attention to other people's situations, so she naturally didn't know. Although the rescue team leader accepted the reality strategically, he didn't accept it tactically. The rescue team leader stood far away in the corner, observing everyone one by one, and finally locked his sight on Xiaoyi. He took out his mobile phone and found a hidden angle, took a photo of Xiaoyi, and sent it through the chat software. The person you said must die. Is it her? Chapter 92. The water level gradually rose, gradually overflowed the stairs, and overflowed onto the second floor. If you want to go into the supermarket to get food, you have to wade in the water. The rescue team felt the urgency of time, and called new people to support. The number of people carrying goods increased from the original 13 to 25. They did not intend to control others, and just worked hard to move the supplies onto the boat. The people in the parking lot were the same. No matter what, they first moved the food up, and found a place to hide it upstairs. They did not calculate in advance like Xiaoyi, and had no rough estimate of how long the food could be used. They just wanted to take more, and more, as long as it was hidden. Xiaoyi's promotion was very effective. Under pressure, the two sides moved quickly, and had a lot of fun. It can be said that they were very productive. They actually rescued most of the things in the supermarket before the water came up. The rescue team hid on the boat. Xiaoyi people hid in the beauty salon, and the other people's supplies were randomly distributed in various corners of the mall. But no matter what, the result was good, especially the food. There was almost no waste. Xiaoyi and her friends packed the beauty salon full of things, and even carried a lot of rice and flour. However, rice and flour were too troublesome to cook, and they were not popular. So they just carried some and piled them in the aisle of the beauty salon. When they had almost packed up, everyone was exhausted. So they stopped carrying things and returned to the small compartments of the beauty salon to rest. Xiaoyi started the van in the parking lot, and drove down the stairs along the safety passage. She calculated the slope and distance of the passage, and stuck to the edge of the rearview mirror, so she could drive the car into the mall. After all, it is more comfortable to sleep in a beauty salon, and it is more convenient to park the car next to you, which makes you feel more at ease. Although normal people would not drive a van inside a shopping mall. But now, it is obviously not a normal time. Xiaoyi drove the car carefully and stopped at the aisle in front of the beauty salon, but found a familiar figure blocking the car. She was silent for a moment and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The visitor was the mother of the boy. Xiaoyi still didn't know her name. The other party didn't want to introduce herself. She just looked at the ground silently, and didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she had no intention of talking, Xiaoyi did not intend to get too entangled with her, and walked around her figure, and walked into the beauty salon. She had just taken 2 steps, when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. "Wait." Xiaoyi stopped and turned back, looking at her indifferently. "If you have something to say, just say it." The boy mother's eyes were fixed on the ground, and her face turned red. Xiaoyi lost her patience again, and then she spoke with difficulty. Thank you." Xiaoyi, The boy mother took her hands behind her back, and held a box of beautifully packaged biscuits in her hands. She raised her hands forward and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "You have helped me a lot these days. This is my thank you gift to you." Xiaoyi, ? I have helped you. It's not that she thinks she hasn't helped the boy mother. After all, whether she was early to open the supermarket door or late to cut the baby rope, Xiaoyi helped the other party more or less in her behavior. She just felt that, according to the boy mother's attitude at the time, she would not feel that she provided help. People's behavior is fixed. If someone knows how to appreciate you, you will feel her gratitude when you provide help. The boy mother's attitude at the time was only dissatisfaction with her. And she was dissatisfied with her lack of carefulness and thoroughness in her help. She didn't think such a person would suddenly change his temperament. When the other party accepted the help, he never said thank you. Thanks at this time. She didn't believe it. And to be honest, although the biscuits were beautifully packaged, they looked expensive, it would make sense to give them as a thank you gift on weekdays. But now they were placed in large quantities in the supermarket. Anyone who wanted to take them could take them. What the other party actually did was help her get the things up from downstairs. The cost of expressing gratitude was too low. Xiaoyi's heart slowly became alert. No need. She avoided the boy mother's hand without leaving a trace, turned around and walked towards the beauty salon. To be honest, her help was not great. She just did it by the way, and she had her own purpose, and she would not accept the reward without merit. I didn't help much either. I take it even if I didn't help. When the boy mother saw her leaving, she became anxious, and hurriedly took a step forward, and tried to put the cookie box into Xiaoyi's hand. Xiaoyi was even more alarmed at this time, and stepped back half a step, and gently waved the flashlight, and hit the numb tendon on the other's wrist. The boy mother's hand slipped, and the box fell to the ground. This cookie box was also a metal box. But it was not as sturdy as the cookie box upstairs. Even the packaging was not intact. The lid of the box flew off the box, and scattered all over the floor. In the metal rustling sound, Xiaoyi keenly caught a slight buzzing sound. It sounded like the sound of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? These days, there are typhoons, polar nights, high tides, and various extreme weather events. The situation is already extremely bad. But she knows that this is just the beginning. These extreme weather conditions can bring dangers and cause death. But they are far from being described as the end of the world. If they want to bring devastating disasters to mankind, there will definitely be new problems in the future. Xiaoyi still remembers that on the third day after returning to China, when she went to the pharmacy, Yu Xiaojing pestered her crazily and forced her to buy protective clothing and mosquito repellent. At that time, he felt something was wrong. At this time, this wrongness reached its peak. Various thoughts flashed through Xiaoyi's mind, and she quickly reviewed the whole thing. In fact, it was only a short moment. At this time, a bug had already popped out. The bug was about the size of a fist, with 3 pairs of wings on each side. The wings were spinning at high speed. As soon as it left the edge of the metal box, it rushed straight towards Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's pupils suddenly dilated. Her movements were faster than her brain, almost entirely relying on muscle reaction. She instantly pulled out a dagger from the flashlight and chopped at the bug head-on. With a flash of cold light, the dagger accurately slashed across the insect, splitting it in two, accurately splitting it in half. A green and smelly liquid suddenly burst out. Xiaoyi turned around abruptly, and at the same time turned up the edge of her coat to stop the flying liquid. Without pausing for almost a second, she quickly slipped into the beauty salon and locked the door with her backhand. She carefully took off her coat, wrapped the dagger stained with insect liquid, put it into a sealed bag, and sealed the bag tightly. After carefully checking her whole body, making sure that there was nothing contaminated, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, cold sweat had already seeped out of her back. After completing a series of actions, she turned around and looked outside. The boy mother did not react and move as quickly as her. After the insect was smashed, she had no time to dodge, and her face was splashed with the fishy green liquid. The boy mother touched her face with her hand, and accidentally touched the fishy smell on her hands, and fear slowly appeared in her eyes. She stared at her hands blankly, and it took her a long while to react. And a piercing scream burst out of her throat. Ah, ah! Xiaoyi didn't know what this bug was, but she had an inexplicable intuition that this bug would definitely bring something bad. The boy mother's reaction at this time completely confirmed her intuition. At this time, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the corridor. The boy mother raised her head suddenly, and her voice instantly became extremely sharp. Don't come over here. The little boy was not afraid of his mother's anger at all, and turned a deaf ear to her stop. He didn't even stop for a moment, and continued to walk over. He asked in an innocent voice as he walked, "Mom, is that woman dead?" The boy mother was stunned. She glanced at Xiaoyi without leaving a trace, then quickly withdrew her gaze, and shouted at the boy. "What nonsense are you talking about? I heard you tell that uncle that you were going to kill that woman." The boy didn't have as many thoughts as her. He didn't know the intention of her words. He just exposed his mother's past. He was innocent and cruel. When that woman dies, we can leave here. By then, I can have hot instant noodles and hot pot. Stop talking. The boy mother showed anxiety on her face, and stopped him loudly. The boy insisted on going against her. The more she stopped him, the more excited he became. The louder she spoke, the louder his voice became. Why can't I say it? I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Why does she have hot pot and I don't? Why does she eat hot pot but not me? I hate her so much. I want her to die. If she dies, I can have hot pot. Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes slowly. She had understood the whole story. It was almost exactly as she expected. The rescue team leader wanted to kill her. For some reason, he didn't do it himself, but said, "Take them away from here if you succeed," as bait, to induce the boy mother to do it for him. The so-called gift from the boy mother to thank her, the bug hidden in the box of cookies that had been opened, was the murder weapon used to kill her. But Xiaoyi didn't really care about these. Whether it was hiring a killer, or repaying kindness with enmity, it was not a new plot. The only thing Xiaoyi cared about was the bug on the ground. What exactly was that bug? Why could it be used as a murder weapon? Why did the boy mother look so terrified after being infected with the bug? Dozens of miles away, Ming Jiayi was sitting in the meeting room in his garden. A PPT was displayed on the screen in front of him. He was talking to several employees about the standard usage of plant supplementary lighting. At the moment when Xiaoyi split the insect in half, Ming Jiayi's body suddenly straightened up and jumped up to his feet. Other people in the meeting room were startled and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Ming, what happened?" Chapter 93. Give her this cookie box. As long as she dies, I will take you and your son away. The rescue team leader said this to the boy mother. She didn't expect her son to hear this. She is a full-time housewife. The most important job is to take care of the child. The husband takes care of the family affairs. But on the day when the typhoon came, her husband lost contact. At that time, she thought it was because of the bad network signal, or the power outage at home. She connected to the internet these days, saw all kinds of information on the internet, and a message that her husband still hadn't replied. She finally slowly realized a fact. That man probably died. The head of the family was gone. No one told her what to do. She didn't know what to do. A single woman with a child. How difficult it was in the world. The child was disobedient, crying, wanting to be held, wanting to be fed, and the conditions here were so bad that she couldn't even sleep well. She felt heartbroken and scared, and didn't know what to do at all. She tried to ask for help from various people, but the men present were all with their wives, and no matter who she went to for help, the man at the other's house would stare at her like a thief. Zhao, she was the only one who didn't bring his wife. He was too scary. So scary that no one dared to provoke him. Moreover, he fell into the water and probably died. Xia Yi and Lin Linglin group, although they were girls, were more indifferent than men. They didn't think about how hard it was for her to raise a child. Seeing her suffering these days, no one came to help. She went to ask for help, and they mocked her. They were all women, and they would have children in the future. But these people didn't have any empathy at all. They were not worthy of being mothers at all. She didn't know who to count on. There was no one to count on. As time went by, she was almost in despair. The rescue team leader gave her hope. They had a shelter. The shelter would take care of them, provide food and drink, and as long as they entered the shelter, they would no longer have to sleep in the open. It was just that the shelter had personnel restrictions. Not everyone could enter, and it was also very inhumane there, and they didn't care about mothers with children at all. She wanted to take the child in, and she had to do what the rescue team leader said. Kill Xia Yi. She said she couldn't beat Xia Yi, so the other party gave her the bug, and warned her not to touch the body of the bug, which might cause a particularly terrible disease. Theoretically, it was okay. The bug was put in a box, and she only needed to hand the box to Xia Yi and wait for him to open it. That's what she thought. But the other party didn't accept her kindness at all, and actually scattered the biscuits all over the floor, which made things worse. Instead, she herself was stained with the green liquid. At this time, the boy had already rushed towards his mother, and habitually clung to her arms to hug her. The boy mother was so scared that she almost lost her soul. She stepped back repeatedly, flusteredly dodging the child's movements, and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The boy didn't listen to her at all, and persevered in hugging her. He had gotten everything he wanted since he was a child, especially when his mother wanted to hug him, and he had never been rejected. Even if the other party was not willing, as long as he clung to her and acted like a spoiled child, he could basically get what he wanted. The boy mother dodged left and right, trying to avoid the boy actions. It was enough that she was unlucky enough to be infected with this thing. How could she let her precious son follow in her footsteps? Not only did the boy not stop because of her dodging, but it seemed to be having fun, trying to chase after her desperately, and insisted on being picked up by his mother. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi. The boy mother barely avoided the child's hand, and screamed anxiously, and was in a panic, and actually asked Xiaoyi for help. Your name is Xiaoyi. Right. Come and help me. This child can't be exposed to these things, he die. Xiaoyi. She almost laughed at this woman. The other party came to kill her. Even if he failed, how could he ask her for help? How shameless is this person? The boy mother looked at Xiaoyi standing indifferently behind the door, and she was so angry that she cursed. How can you be so cold? He's still a child. How can you watch a child die without saving him? While she paused in her scolding, the boy rushed forward, grabbed her wrist, and pinched the green liquid. The boy mother's back stiffened, and her body froze. Looking down, the boy hand was already stained with dots of green. She looked at the boy hand, and where their skin touched, it slowly began to tremble, and the trembling range became larger and larger, and finally swept her whole body. No! No! The boy mother screamed immediately, tore off her coat without caring about her image, and rubbed the boy fingers desperately, rubbing desperately. She used all her strength, and almost left fingerprints on the boy's wrist. The boy cried out instantly, struggled desperately, and kicked his mother frantically with his feet. She never stopped, but no matter how she rubbed, the green liquid could not be wiped off. The green area became larger and larger, gradually seeping into the deep of the skin. The boy mother seemed to have completely lost her strength. She sat down on the ground with a plop. Her tears fell one by one. She hugged the boy's body and cried for a long time. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. She raised her head and stared at Xiaoyi. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She was almost screaming hysterically. Why don't you want to die? Why don't you die? What did my child do wrong? What did he do wrong? Xiaoyi looked at her quietly through the glass, with no expression on his face. The boy and his mother made so much noise that they had already woken up everyone. People who were resting in the beauty salon also came out of their rooms, and watched the changes outside the door in silence. After a long while, Lin Linglin suddenly spoke. The first to speak. It is her duty to protect the child, not yours. Xiaoyi was stunned, and suddenly laughed. You are really getting better at talking. Everyone knows that the mother has brought this upon herself. But at the same time, there will always be people who say that the child is innocent. Lin Linglin is trying to comfort her, regardless of whether the child is innocent or not. It is not Xiaoyi's duty to protect him, and she does not need to feel guilty about this. Lin Linglin saw the kindness in Xiaoyi's heart through her indifferent face, but she also overestimated her kindness. Xiaoyi's kindness has always been limited. Everything that this mother and son have encountered is a result of their own actions. It can be said that they have brought this upon themselves. She would not be morally blackmailed by such a thing. Thank you, Xiaoyi still said. She received Lin Linglin kindness. But what Lin Linglin didn't know was that she kept silent for another reason. Xiaoyi had never introduced herself to the others. Not many people knew her name, only Lin Linglin and Miao Fangfang. Even the doctors didn't know her name. Maybe someone had called her name in public, but it was just a vague sentence. The boy mother could call out Xiaoyi so clearly and clearly. 2 words. The reason is obvious. There may be people who have grudges against Xiaoyi, and who want her dead, but among these people, there is only one person who knows exactly where she is. In the parking lot of this mall, Xiaoyi turned around and looked at Lin Linglin steadily. She could feel the changes in Lin Linglin, trying to learn to grow, but to what extent has she grown, and can she bear this fact? But no matter what, this is the fact, and Lin Linglin can only bear it. The other party obviously hated her. They failed this time, and they might not give up in the future. Conflicts might occur in the future, and they might continue to exist. And because of some strange coincidence, Lin Linglin and she were tied to the same boat. For a period of time in the future, at least until the mother and son at the door figured out what they were doing, they would have to live under the same roof, as teammates. Lin Linglin must know these facts. The one who wants me dead was sent by the Lin family. Xiaoyi spoke slowly, word by word. Lin Linglin slowly closed her eyes, and her guess finally came true. She still clearly remembered that the information about Xia Yi's presence here was leaked through her. Why did she do this? Lin Ling remembered her mother dragging her around in the rainstorm. And she had a vague guess in her heart. Xia Yi answered lightly. Maybe. I left your brother in the wilderness hundreds of kilometers away, when she knew clearly that the typhoon was coming. Lin Ling looked at Xia Yi quietly. Although she didn't know a lot of information, her father didn't want to tell her, and her brother didn't either, but there were always clues to follow, and when they were gathered together in her mind, she could still string the scattered beads together. She was just a little stupid in the past, but she wasn't stupid. There were many things she didn't want to hear or see, but that didn't mean she couldn't understand them. As long as she was willing to think about them, she could easily figure them out. At least there was one thing she understood very well. The dispute between Xia Yi and the Lin family was initiated by the Lin family. The reason was that they had set their sights on Xia Yi's property. Maybe something happened to his brother's factory, and he needed funds to fill it. As his blood sister, Xia Yi had such a large inheritance, so she naturally became his target. Xia Yi was not easy to mess with, and would naturally retaliate if provoked. And this time, the revenge caused Lin Ling, who was regarded as the lifeblood of the Lin family, to disappear. His life or death was unknown for such a long time, so they were completely enraged. Although her mother later told her that Lin Ling had been found, it was obviously useless. They hated Xia Yi to the core. If it were normal, this hatred would probably be expressed in a different form. But at this moment, the whole world was in chaos. The boundaries of power were blurred, and were infinitely magnified. Since revenge was possible, and there was no need to pay any price, the hatred developed into a life and death struggle. This is a conflict between me and the Lin family, and it has nothing to do with you. Xia Yi observed Lin Ling's expression, and after a moment's silence, he said softly, "You can stay out of it." "Wait. You two. Talk later." Jiangji suddenly interrupted their conversation. "That disgusting bug? I think I found it on the internet." Chapter 94. Xia Yi had expressed what he needed to express clearly enough, and he did not say more to Lin Ling. Although the Lin family did not treat Lin Ling well, it was her own choice to decide how far Lin Ling could think, and what she would do in the end. And Xia Yi would not interfere. The worst result was also acceptable. The mother and son at the door were still hugging each other, and sitting at the door, crying and making noises, and the so-called insects as a weapon of killing had not yet manifested themselves in the two of them. But we have to figure out what that bug is. Why it is so lethal. Just in case. Xia Yi pulled a few chairs from the front desk, randomly chose one to sit down, and set his sights on Jiangji. "Can you tell us about that bug? It's been half a month since the bug first appeared, but there has been no research report. Because the disaster came too quickly, most research institutes were not spared, and many research institutes were unable to start research progress. They only knew that the bug type was Hymenoptera, and the scientific name of Hymenoptera begins with the subtitle H. So everyone temporarily named this bug H-alpha. After reading the information on the internet for a while, Jiangji found that everyone was confused. He also realized that he had been talking too much nonsense. So he simply gave up reading the information and went straight to the point. H-alpha carries the virus. Humans who are bitten by it, or touched, or contaminated with its blood, will be infected with the virus. The infected person will die within 3 days, with a mortality rate of 99.9%. The virus can be transmitted from person to person. The transmission routes include blood transmission and respiratory transmission. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone present had received higher education, except for Miao Fangfang, who was a little confused. Everyone could hear the meaning behind these words. It was simply chilling. H-alpha would spread the plague. Because the current disaster has covered too many areas, the death toll is too high, everyone's attention has been diverted by the typhoon and floods. The news dissemination and reading volume of H-alpha are not high, and there is basically no attention. Jiangji said. Fuck. The person who spoke was another female doctor, named Yuan Xiang. She had not made any moves the whole day, acting completely according to everyone's arrangements. She suddenly spoke at this moment, and then it was discovered that she was actually a hot-tempered person. Those bastards, shouldn't they kill this bug right away when they saw it, but they let it out? Are they crazy? Maybe they think the impact is not big. Jiangji said softly. H-alpha virus has only appeared abroad, and has never appeared in China, and it has not caused large-scale deaths, and now everyone is locked up in their homes, And there is no way for large-scale gatherings. Can they estimate this kind of impact by just guessing? Yuan Xiang sneered. The impact of the plague is unimaginable. Now that multiple disasters are piled up, there are no doctors to treat them, no research institutes to study drugs, and there is no vaccine for early prevention. Blood, breathing, and even touching the blood of insects can cause infection. If people are infected, they have no choice but to wait for death. Don't be so scared. Jiangji realized belatedly that his words had made the atmosphere heavy, and he subconsciously tried to make amends. This virus kills people very quickly after infection. After a large number of people die quickly, a population vacuum will soon form, and it will not be able to spread to more people. At the same time, dead people and insects cannot nourish the virus, and the virus will soon lose its activity. After a day, it will no longer be able to spread. In other words, when everyone dies, there will be no way to spread, and it may not lead to large-scale spread. Everyone. You'd better not say that. After a long time, Yuan Xiang finally spoke out from between his teeth. Is the rescue team crazy? Even if you have a grudge against someone and want to kill him, you have all the tricks of chopping with a knife and axe. Now it's so chaotic outside, and no one will even take care of it. Is it necessary to bring out this kind of thing? Xiaoyi. This person's words are not very pleasant to hear. But this is indeed the truth. Xiaoxi's body is probably stiff in the water, and no one cares about it. Jiangji explained, the rescue team is not the army, nor are they necessarily official people. It is more of a spontaneous action by the people, and is only dispatched by the government. Now that there is such a shortage of people, it is probably difficult for the government to manage and restrict them. These people have varying qualities, and they are likely to do anything. Everyone was silent again. Indeed, the identity of the rescue team leader is very questionable. H-Alpha is currently only wreaking havoc abroad. When did it appear in China? How did the rescue team leader have the channels to get these things? What was the purpose of getting them? There were no answers to these questions. But these were not what everyone cared about. It didn't matter who the rescue team was, and it didn't matter what the purpose was. For everyone, the most important thing was that they had just escaped from starvation, but now they had to face the plague. Everyone was in deep fear. The one with the most stable emotions was Xiaoyi, who had just escaped death. After a disaster, there will be a big epidemic. This is actually expected. When Yu Xiaojing reminded her to buy a lot of mosquito repellent, he also reminded her to buy a lot of masks and protective clothing, probably to avoid contact and spread of infection. She prepared a lot of sets in her car. What should we do next? Xiaoyi was the first to break the silence. There is no point in falling into fear. You have to do something to avoid the worst possibility as much as possible. If we don't touch this bug, close the door, and don't contact the people at the door. Are we safe for the time being? In fact, this will not cause too much trouble to everyone. There is enough food in the beauty salon. It is not a big problem for everyone to stay inside for the time being and not go out. They can completely avoid contact with the mother and son. It seems so at present. Jiangji replied. He and Yuan Xiang are the two doctors on duty in the emergency department. Yuan Xiang is a surgeon, Jiangji is an internist, and Lin Linglin has just graduated and has too little work experience. And she is a Chinese medicine doctor. Although Jiangji does not belong to the respiratory department, but among the current doctors, he is the closest, so he can only take the responsibility. Although I know this is not very polite. You have been in contact with the source of infection after all. It is best to self-isolate in the room for 3 days. Jiangji lowered his voice and said carefully, not only you, but all of us. It is best to self-isolate for 3 days and not meet each other again within 3 days. This sentence is very euphemistic, but the meaning is self-evident. Xiaoyi still has the possibility of infection. Not only may she be infected, but other people who are in the same room with her are also at risk of infection and death. Everyone. Xiaoyi. She finally pulled everyone out of their fear, but was easily sent back by this teammate. You're right, there is indeed this problem. We all have to self-isolate for a period of time. This is safe for everyone. Although Xiaoyi was helpless, she still nodded in agreement. But there was nothing wrong with Jiangji's suggestion. She did not object to it, but just tried to guide the topic to be more positive. Fortunately, each room has an independent bathroom, so everyone's life is not affected. Haha, yes, fortunately. We have independent rooms. Mao Fangfang, who came from a sales background, is quite perceptive. She quickly understood Xiaoyi's intention and helped her calm everyone down. It's no big deal to stay in the house for 3 days. You can chat on your phone if you have anything to say. By the way, I forgot to say, there is the blood of that worm here. Xiaoyi raised his hand and pointed at the sealed bag next to him, which contained the contaminated dagger and clothes. Everyone stood up suddenly after hearing this, and stepped back several steps. Their expressions of fear were beyond words. Does it need to be handled? Xiaoyi asked. Not for the time being. It will lose its activity after 1 day. To be on the safe side, it is safer not to touch it before the end of self-isolation, Jiangji replied. After this conversation, everyone dispersed and returned to their own rooms. Almost without reminders, everyone tacitly kept a relative distance from others as much as possible. The mother and son at the door were still standing there. The boy mother stared at Xiaoyi through the glass door, with a strong resentment in her eyes, and she kept muttering, "Why should I die? Why can you live? Why? Why?" Xiaoyi's eyes passed over the two of them, turned around and returned to her room. She still had an important thing to do. She informed Bai Shanshan of the information she got here, the part related to the H-alpha virus. Bai Shanshan had too many people, and it would be difficult to manage them. She had to prepare early. Fortunately, the virus should not have started to spread now, and it is still not too late to notify the other party. After Xiaoyi sent the message to Bai Shanshan, he paused on another name in the address book for 2 seconds, and finally said nothing. Ming Jiai knew the time nodes related to the end of the world much better than himself, so there should be no need for her to deliberately notify him. Letting the other party know about his current situation would only increase his worries. After finishing all the things, Xiaoyi took a hasty shower and climbed onto the small bed in the beauty salon. The bed was only about 1 meter wide, but the mattress was quite comfortable. She was exhausted that day and fell asleep almost the moment she touched the pillow. She slept soundly. The house was relatively closed, and everyone stayed in their own rooms. There was no sound of people coming in and out. When she woke up and looked at the clock, it was more than 20 hours later. Xiaoyi was shocked by the time and stood up subconsciously, but her legs seemed like 2 noodles, and she had no strength at all. As soon as she left the edge of the bed, her legs softened and she fell to the ground with a thump. Her elbow happened to hit her forehead, and she felt a burning sensation. Xiaoyi was stunned. She had a fever. Chapter 95. Xiaoyi has always been slow to feel her body. For example, when she feels sleepy or hungry, although she likes to eat and sleep when she is busy. She may not remember to eat or sleep for a day or two, and she has no sense of the alarm bells ringing in her body. There may be early signs of fever, but she does feel it completely. When she realized it, when she took out the thermometer test results from her backpack, her body temperature had risen to a number she couldn't understand, 39.4. Xiaoyi frowned in confusion. Is this the level of fever a human can have? Although there are doctors next door, there are 4 of them, but she doesn't have any contact information for any of them. Now that they have agreed to isolate themselves, Xiaoyi can't go out to ask. In a daze, using the little brain capacity left, desperately searched for a long time, and finally thought of finding the doctor's contact information. Among the received calls a month ago, there was a call from Lin Ling Lin. Through Lin Ling Lin channel, he could get Jiang Ji phone number. As an emergency internal medicine physician, Jiang Ji should be treating fevers, right? Xiaoyi was very well prepared, including medicines, but now she was dizzy with fever. Looking at the pile of antipyretics and cold medicines in the medicine box, she wondered if phenol and aminophenol could be taken together. If she was not so dizzy with fever, she might check online. If there was no doctor at this time, she would probably take them all at once. Now that she had the conditions to consult, she also hoped to take the medicine correctly to avoid waste. Who knew that just after the message was sent, Jiangji called back quickly. His tone was serious. You have a fever? 39.4? Xiaoyi took a few sips of the mineral water bottle. His mind became clearer, and he realized that the other party's tone was wrong, and asked back, What's wrong? Jiangji. He didn't know where to start for a while. The first symptom of the H-alpha virus is a high fever. Xiaoyi had a close encounter with the virus, although there was no clear contact. But after all, the virus has not been studied well at present, and it is not clear whether there are additional transmission routes. And Xiaoyi handling during the contact process may not be particularly clean. In short, It is possible that he was unfortunately infected. As a doctor, Jiang Ji's first reaction when seeing a patient is to diagnose, and his second reaction is to treat. The diagnosis is not clear now, and the treatment plan cannot be determined. After all, she may not really be infected with the virus, but may have caught a cold, or respiratory and digestive tract infections, or complications caused by other diseases. There are many possibilities. Now there is no blood test and no diagnostic equipment, so he can't do anything. In the end, the only way is conservative treatment. In addition, there is another most important layer. Everyone was in the same indoor environment, without any isolation and protection measures. And they talked face to face for so long. If Xiaoyi was infected, could they really escape? Jiang Ji did not speak for a long time. Several layers of complex emotions overlapped and surged up. And his heart felt like it was fried in oil and cooked on fire. He felt very uncomfortable. In the end, he said nothing. If it was this virus, no one could escape. He could only live a few days. It was useless to think so much. If it was not this virus, there was no need to say anything. It would only add to his troubles. Xiaoyi was already in a daze due to the fever, but she had no idea that Jiang Ji had so many twists and turns in his mind. She successfully got the list of medicines from him, and swallowed them down with water. She also knew that she had to eat something before taking the medicine, but the trip to get the medicine and water had already consumed all her energy, so she really didn't want to go, so she would just make do with it for now. She slept soundly again. Xiaoyi had many dreams. Large patches of blood stained her entire dream. The overwhelming blood red stained the car seats, the airbags, the bedroom, the sofa, the toilet, her bathrobe belt. Like a stop-motion animation, the frames flashed before her, starting from the car accident where she first saw blood, to the 17 burglaries in the apartment, and then to Zhao Shi in front of the parking lot window. 19 frames, not a single one was missed. After the 19th frame was played completely, the blood-red color in the picture turned into a strange green color without any warning. Xiaoyi's stomach tightened and she retched in her sleep. A mess of things turned over and over in her mind. She dreamed and woke up, confused and unable to distinguish between dreams and reality, until she heard someone's voice faintly in her ears. Very softly. Eat something. Xiaoyi quickly reached under the pillow and swung the dagger. Unfortunately, she was too ill, and her wrist had no strength at all, and was easily blocked by her personality. You are a heartless person. A sigh seemed to come from her ear. The other party gently took off the dagger, put it back under the pillow at a convenient angle, put her hand back into the quilt, and tucked the corner of the quilt. After a while, a hand reached her eyelids, turned it up and took a look. After a while, a spoon reached her lips. Xiaoyi's nose could not smell the taste, but the touch between her lips and teeth instinctively told her that this was food. Eel? Porridge? She couldn't tell. But the dream had changed. The scene quickly jumped to the lakeside. She sat on the sofa in the loft of Isha restaurant, looking at the clear blue water and slurping eel noodles. After the warm food went into her stomach, the second half of the dream changed its style. The overall atmosphere was much calmer. She was always eating and drinking, and they were all her favorite dishes. But she seemed to have become an old lady, trembling, moving very slowly, and her teeth were not very good. No matter what kind of food it was, she could only take a sip and then swallow it in a daze. It was unknown how long she had been like this. Not long before she woke up, she heard some unreasonable and outrageous plots again. Go back, you are going to die. If you don't live for 2 more days, how can you serve your ancestor? What a weird tone of words. She was pierced? Xiaoyi was confused and thinking about it, and soon fell asleep again. When she woke up completely from the dream, she wanted to check the time, but she found that her phone was out of battery. Xiaoyi took out the charger from her backpack and plugged it in. She drank some water, leaned against the window, and waited for the screen to light up again. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have performed a series of difficult movements that she had not been able to do in the past few days. She took out the thermometer again to confirm that her fever had indeed subsided. The battery of the mobile phone had reached the startup level, and the screen lit up again. Xiaoyi checked the time. She looked at it again in disbelief. After confirming that there was no problem with the mobile phone and her eyes, she finally believed that she had slept for 3 days and 3 nights since she entered the house. The quarantine time agreed upon by everyone has ended. As the phone screen lit up, a string of messages rushed in. Not to mention that there are only a few people left in the world now. Even when her business was the busiest, she never received so many messages in one go. I found it. I found it. Take a look and test it according to the method I told you. I remember there are test strips in the hospital. After this period of time, we can take the test strips back, and we don't have to worry so much. I'm fine. Everyone is fine. What about you? Are you okay? Fell asleep? Wake up and reply. No way. Are you really okay? Reply me quickly. It's urgent. Xiaoyi. This string of messages made her phone busy, vibrating like she had epilepsy. After waiting for all the messages to vibrate, she finally clicked on it and took a look at the sender. This crazy person is Jiang Ji. Xiaoyi? ? I haven't seen him for only 3 days. And he's gone crazy? Before defining Jiang Ji as crazy, Xiaoyi flipped through the chat history. And in the strings of information bombs, he finally found the source of his madness. It was a tweet. How to identify whether you're infected with the H-alpha virus contains very detailed identification methods, including 3 points. First, the high fever persists. Second, there are green spots in the pupils. And third, the reaction can be detected by testing the blood with some existing test paper. The infected person will definitely have all 3 symptoms. If any of the symptoms are absent, it can be judged as uninfected. In addition, it also tells how the virus can be killed by certain disinfectants, how to isolate and prevent, and how long it will take to die after infection, the infection mortality rate, and how long it will take for the virus to lose its activity, etc., which are the same as what Jiang Ji had found before. The content of the tweet is very simple and clear. It was not posted on a medical forum, but was casually placed on a public social platform, and the popularity was not very high. Since Jiang Ji was very concerned about the relevant situation, he successfully retrieved the article. Xiaoyi finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that after Jiang Ji learned about her fever, he thought she was infected. But fortunately, it turned out that she was not. Xiaoyi had slept for so long, and her whole body felt a little wrinkled. Now that 3 days have passed, she can end her confinement and go out to stretch her muscles and do some simple exercise. She rummaged through the supply box in the house and found a pack of biscuits. She tore it open and held it in her mouth. When she turned around to open the door, her eyes suddenly froze. The rooms in the beauty salon originally had no locks, but they all had small double doors with handles. So when they were moving supplies, they took a few U-shaped locks along the way. Whether people were indoors or outdoors, they could lock their rooms with locks, which could ensure personal privacy and the safety of supplies. The U-shaped locks came in many colors, including red, yellow, and blue. Xiaoyi vaguely remembered that hers was red. So why did it become blue now? But after looking through the supplies in the room, I found that nothing was missing. And at this time, everyone had enough supplies, so there was no need for them to sneak into other people's rooms. And they didn't dare to sneak into other people's rooms. Xiaoyi was confused when he suddenly heard a scream from outside. Ah! Look at the door! Chapter 96. It's Zhao Ting. The agreed 3-day quarantine time has come. Except for Xiaoyi, who has slept till now. Everyone is feeling very suffocated. The small room in the beauty salon is enough for living and isolation, but it is very cramped. It is a small space of 10 square meters, and there is not even a window. The only window in the entire beauty salon is opposite the conference room. It is only 1.5 meters x 1.2 meters in size. Otherwise, it would not have survived the typhoon until now. Zhao Ting originally planned to go there to get some fresh air. She just walked to the window and wondered when the window frame changed color. Did she remember it wrong? As she turned around while thinking, she was hit head-on. At the door was the mother and son. The woman and the boy were sitting together, hugging each other, leaning against the glass door. There was a partition inside the door. Through the gap in the partition, she stared at the beauty salon. Her face was very ferocious, and her face was faintly green, which was the same color as the blood of the insect. No matter what noise or shouting was made in their house, her expression did not change at all, and her movements were always straight. She should be dead. Zhao Ting's voice was very penetrating, and all the people who were released from the confinement, whether they were asleep or awake, were awake at this time. What happened? After Xiaoyi left, the others also opened the door to check the situation. They were all shocked to see the miserable situation at the door. Jiang Ji wanted to go over to take a look, but after taking 2 steps, He looked up and saw Xia Yi, and was shocked again. "Ah, you're okay." He sent messages to Xia Yi for 3 consecutive days, but the other party didn't reply to any of them. He thought the person was gone. Xia Yi understood what he was thinking from his face, and laughed dryly. Still alive. Jiang Ji was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that Xia Yi had guessed what he was thinking. His face suddenly turned red, and said with a little embarrassment, "What, me too? It's okay, I tested it according to the method you sent me, and I'm fine." Xia Yi didn't care about this at all. Jiang Ji was fulfilling his duties as a doctor. There was really nothing to blame, and she was fine now. In order to avoid embarrassment to the other party, she simply changed the subject, walked to about 2 meters away, and leaned over to take a look, and said, "But the one at the door should be gone." Everyone sighed softly. Before, everyone had no idea what H-alpha was. After 3 days of seclusion, they all checked the internet. This part of information is clearly displayed on the internet. You can see it as long as you want. The ending of this mother and son was expected. Ah. Xiao Ting was the softest, and couldn't help but whisper, "Why don't you say that boy is disobedient?" If he had listened to her, he would have left when his mother asked him to. And he wouldn't have become like this. No one could answer her. Why would this boy be disobedient? This boy had never been obedient. His mother indulged him unconditionally, which meant that he was destined to be disobedient. And why his mother indulged him unconditionally? Probably there was a reason for her. All these tragedies, if you trace the source, there are traces. Instead of blaming the boy for being disobedient, you might as well blame his mother for having the intention to harm others. Who told her to harm others? Miao Fangfang sneered. She didn't have so much compassion for others. She clearly remembered how this woman pestered them, and how she acted after failure. Now she failed in her murder, and brought about her own destruction. Isn't that what she deserved? She was trapped in the house for several days, and might have to be trapped in the house for the future. Everyone was angry. This was originally her angry words. But it somehow touched Lin Linglin lungs. Lin Linglin was silent for a while. Her eyelashes covered her eyelids with a layer of haze, and she said in a deep voice, "The ones who want to hurt others are my parents." Everyone's eyes fell on her. For Lin Linglin, this was like a public execution. She had never spoken out her parents' sins in public, even the faults. She couldn't say it. Your parents are doing this for your own good. Your parents have raised you for so many years. How can you say that your parents are wrong? These words were like a mountain pressing down on her chest, making her breathless, and like torture, whipping her heart non-stop. But she still had to admit that the culprit of this matter was her family. Lin Linglin stayed in her room these days. After thinking about it for a long time, she was still unwilling to believe it, and called Su Jiaoan and Lin Linglang respectively. She didn't even need to think about Su Jiaoan's reply. She could recite the whole text in advance. Your father has been busy lately, and he has exhausted all his energy. Don't make trouble for your father anymore. What? Murder? How could your father do such a thing? Stop talking nonsense. But Lin Linglang was different. In many cases, Lin Linglang would tell her the truth without hesitation. She originally thought that the relationship between siblings was better, people of the same age were closer, and would speak more directly. This was how their parents explained their relationship over the years. Recently, she gradually figured out that her mother's partiality requires a mask. This mask covers her shameless behavior. Although she does things very decisively, she never speaks decisively. She is greedy and wants to leave herself a way out. After all, daughters are more useful than sons. Lin Linglang is different. He dares to think and say whatever he wants because he doesn't need to take her seriously. He knows that she is under the control of her mother. She will listen to her mother, and her mother will listen to Lin Linglang. He doesn't need to be nice to her at all, and he can still reap the benefits. The same question was asked to Lin Linglang, and Lin Linglang's reply was, "Sister, you are not dead, aren't you? Those people acted with a plan, and they won't hurt you, so you don't have to worry about it." These two people combined, and they could piece together the complete information. The people who came to kill Xia Yi were instigated by them. They would rather try every possible way to vent their anger for their son, than spend the same energy to save themselves. Everyone. Although they don't understand the love and hatred between these two people. Lin Linglin parents want to kill Xia Yi, and they even sacrificed the real estate. The terrible H-alpha virus. What kind of deep hatred is this? Yuan Xiang was more direct, and asked in confusion. Didn't they think that you were here too? Were they planning to kill you too? Lin Linglin trembled, and said nothing. The goal should just be to kill me. Xia Yi helped her finish the words, but also knew that such a sentence was not enough to convince everyone, so he added another half sentence and said, they just don't care about her life or death, but they don't want to kill her. Everyone. This sentence doesn't sound like it has any comforting effect at all. The rescue captain attacked 3 times. The first time, he wanted to take away their food. The second time, he wanted to cut off all support. And the third time, he released this virus that left no one alive. No matter which method he used, Lin Linglin would not be unaffected. She knew that her parents did not want her to die. The rescue captain must have acted on his own. And the methods and details of his actions were definitely not ordered by her father. But she also knew that her father bribed the other party to kill in front of his daughter, and never thought about whether she would have psychological trauma. She also knew that her father did not even remind the murderer to collect these things when he was doing it, and to be careful to protect himself. The man was so cruel. Maybe it was a coincidence, but in the final analysis, it was because her parents did not care about her. When she saw the bodies of the mother and son, and the miserable death of the two, Lin Linglin pain in her heart reached its peak. If she was not so lucky, Xia Yi would not have avoided the danger, and Jiang Ji would not have reminded everyone to pay attention to safety in time. She probably will die like this. It was hard for her to imagine that. Just after the end of the world, within a few days, the Lin family changed from a warm and affectionate family to a beast that would devour anyone. They would do whatever it took, regardless of the consequences. It made her shudder when she thought about it. Yuan Xiang realized that what she said seemed to hurt Lin Linglin, and subconsciously wanted to make amends. So she changed the subject and asked, knowing that they didn't succeed this time, will they come again? That's not necessarily true. Xia Yi took over the conversation and said softly, I'm not saying they might not come back. I'm saying they might not know whether they succeeded or not. The mother and son at the door died in such a horrible way that no one wanted to look closely. But Xia Yi discovered a detail. When she split the insect's body, the green liquid splashed, and the boy mother was covered in dirt, including her clothes. Looking at them again, the mother and son were clean on their hands and bodies, and even the dirty clothes were taken off. They didn't know where they went to change into new clothes. Why did she do this? You said that if she knew that she and her child were infected with the virus, she would do nothing and wait to die here? Xia Yi looked at the confused expressions of the crowd and asked softly, has she never had a fluke mentality, trying to deceive the rescue team leader? If it succeeds, wouldn't she be able to rescue her son? The rescue team leader promised her that as long as the task was completed, he would take her son away. Although he did not fulfill his promise, but before that, the mother must have believed in this promise, and tried to fight for a chance for her child. That's why she knew she was going to die. But she changed into new clothes, cleaned up her child and herself, in order to deceive the other party, and tell them that she had succeeded. This is a good thing for Xia Yi. This mother may have convinced the rescue team leader, making him believe that Xia Yi is dead, and the future pursuit may also stop. But at the same time, a new and more terrifying problem will arise. As virus carriers, this mother and son have direct contact with the rescue team leader. The rescue team leader will go to one place after another to rescue and deliver supplies, and will return to the shelter where more people gather. He will come into contact with a lot of people, and the incident has happened for 3 days, and the number of people he comes into contact with will increase exponentially. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone slowly digested what Xia Yi said, and gradually showed a look of fear on their faces. The virus is now a pandemic. Chapter 97. After confirming Xia Yi's identity, the rescue team leader began to think about the strategy of action. He did not intend to rush to the front line himself. On the one hand, he did not want to dirty his hands. On the other hand, Xia Yi was not easy to mess with. When she went to the 3rd floor to rescue everyone, the rescue team member in charge of the guards said that she was very agile, and from a few encounters, her brain seemed to be very good, and the people on the opposite side had a tendency to follow her lead. If he succeeded, it would be fine. If he failed, not only would he make enemies, but it would be difficult to escape unscathed. He just accepted some favors. Leader Lin arranged him to the rescue team and made him the captain. But that was all. He didn't want to make the hatred come from himself. He chose the boy mother at first sight among the crowd. He had been doing rescue work for some time, and had met many people. After being forced into a desperate situation, he thought he could guess what people would say, and what they would do. The bald couple cannot be used. It is obvious that they are difficult to get along with. Xiaoyi must be a tough guy. Everyone lives under the same roof. It is impossible not to have conflicts. They can't get close to each other. The young couple is completely in their own world. The girl is obviously not familiar with Xiaoyi. Since she is not familiar with him, the two of them will not have any intersection with other girls. Only this mother and son, although they are a little annoying, they are just annoying. Only they are harmless. Most importantly, the boy mother is the weakest. The other two women have men to rely on. But she doesn't. She looks like a person who can only rely on others. In today's world, people like her can't survive without a man. She will never learn to swim by herself. She will only find a piece of driftwood in the water, and then climb up desperately like a life-saving straw, hoping that the driftwood will save her life. If you want to use her to do something, just throw a piece of driftwood to her. Driftwood is so simple that it only needs one sentence. As long as you can get it, I will take your son to the shelter. As for whether this promise will be fulfilled, of course not. There is no shelter at all. These so-called volunteers are just a group of people who are about to starve to death. They heard that the government can provide boats and food, and they came out to make a living. Their job is to help collect supplies and distribute supplies. Although they have to distribute the food after finding it, they can always get some first, which is much better than those who can't go out at home and starve to death. Every meal they eat is earned through work. Moreover, they only provide rescue, not shelter. Rescue and shelter are two different things. When there are abundant resources, rescue can be distributed to others, and when there are no resources, rescue can be suspended. But shelters are not like that. Once a shelter is established, people have to be kept there all the time. What if the resources are gone? It is easy to bring people into the shelter, but it is difficult to drive them out. The environment of this shopping mall is already very good. This woman has no intention of staying here steadily. She is obviously unwilling to do anything. She just helps them with some small things casually. She should be given a stable share of their food for a long time. Why? And that naughty kid was even more annoying. He was so big, but he didn't know anything, and he didn't bring any value to others, only constant noise and trouble. When resources were so scarce, everyone had no food to eat. Who would take care of him? He must be crazy. He wanted to drown. So, when the woman came back after finishing her work and asked him to fulfill his promise, he refused without hesitation. The rescue team leader quietly watched her kneel, kowtow, make a scene, and roll on the ground. In these few short days, he had seen many people like this. Their rescue team doesn't keep useless people, let alone two. Mission accomplished. The rescue team leader sent the words the woman told him to the leader surnamed Lin. As for how Xiaoyi died, he didn't ask, nor did he care. He had already wasted a lot of time for Xiaoyi, and he deserved the leader's favor of recognition. When the rescue team's boat was loaded with cargo and headed for the next rescue site, a team member looked at him twice, and then looked at him twice again, and couldn't help asking, "Captain, why are there green lights in your eyes? Are you possessed by a werewolf? You are talking nonsense. It's probably because of the flashlight." The rescue captain replied. He didn't know until he died that there were bugs in the box of poison cookies. He didn't say it, and the boy mother didn't ask. After seeing the bodies of the mother and son, Xiaoyi and the others didn't rush out. Although the virus was inactivated very quickly, there were more than just the mother and son in the space outside. To be on the safe side, to be on the safe side, to be on the safe side, or even not to be on the safe side, there was no reason for everyone to go out. There was food and drink in the beauty salon and it was safe. There was no reason to go to a space where you could be infected with a terrifying virus at any time and take risks. It took about more than a month. During this month, everyone has been watching. Some rumors of bizarre deaths can be seen on the internet, but they are very sporadic, and basically have not formed a scale at the level of public opinion. Maybe seeing someone infected, I probably got infected myself, and before I could figure out what was going on, and before I could explain it clearly on the internet, I had already left the world. It may also be because there is too much noise on the internet, and it is not easy to accurately locate the person around me. From the speed of death of this mother and child, this virus is not fake. Its ability to spread and lethality are real. But from the internet, the relevant information is like a flash in the pan. It seems to have spread, and it seems not to have spread completely, and no one realizes the seriousness of the matter. Until a month later, the people alive outside, the food started to run out. The two couples left in the parking lot, actually, were alive. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other, and people with different beliefs could not work together. The bald couple, the couple, and the dead mother and son, None of them got along well with each other. Before the mother and son died, they did not go to them to cause trouble. The rescue team leader was infected with the virus, but these 4 people escaped. The first to have an internal conflict were the bald couple. Although the woman was very dissatisfied with the man, she did not want to live alone in this long dark night and hoped to have someone to rely on. After several arguments, she chose to forgive, while taking care of the man with disdain. She also took the man's HIV treatment drugs and shared them. The man was afraid that the drugs would run out, so he often hid them and did not give them to the woman. But the woman could always find them. The 2 of them fought wits and courage to eat, and the man's injuries gradually healed. The medicine had not been used up yet, but the food was the first thing that was used up. The men were all injured at the beginning, and it was basically the woman who did the looting alone. Her legs were not convenient, and she was not as strong as those young people, so she could not carry the food very fast. One person did not have half the physical strength of a person, and had to feed 2 people. As they ate, there was not enough food. The 2 of them worried about food every day. One day, when there was enough food for about a week, she woke up from a nap and found that the food was gone. She thought it was the other young couple who stole it, so she wanted to go over and get mad. But after taking a look at their supplies, she knew that was not the case at all. The young couple didn't know how to cook, and they didn't take any noodle pots or anything like that. They had boxes and boxes of instant rice, and other than that, there was no other food. The instant rice had several layers of packaging boxes, and she didn't know how to use it at all. And she didn't take any boxes at the beginning. In addition to the young couple, there were also Xiaoyi and his group in the mall. But she never doubted them. Xiaoyi and his group had been staying in the beauty salon. Inside and outside the house were 2 completely different worlds. There were too many supplies in the house, including food, drinks, refrigerators, and fruits. They couldn't finish them in a year or 2. They would never be interested in a box of instant noodles. So, it was clear who took these supplies. The woman's face turned pale and blue, and finally turned into a hysterical roar. "Come out! Come out!" She searched floor by floor, all the way down from the 5th floor parking lot, until she found the 2nd floor supermarket that was already half submerged. But she never saw her bald man. "Those were all my things. My things? I worked hard to feed you with food for so many days. And this is how you repay me? Is this how you repay me? I have been with you for so many years. And I have served you for so many years. Do you really have no feelings at all? You can develop feelings for a dog. Are you going to watch me die?" Her tone changed from anger to sadness to despair. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Every word was tearful. There was no response. From that day on, the woman went crazy. She didn't eat or drink, and didn't think of any other way. As if she was tireless, she searched day and night. She searched, cursed, begged, and her roar echoed throughout the mall. From beginning to end, the man never showed up once. Until one morning, Xiaoyi and the others woke up and walked out of their rooms, and were surprised to find that the bodies lying at the door staring at them had changed from 2 to 3. Everyone. When the mother and son died, the doctors who were saving their lives still had sympathy. But after experiencing the double beating of the internet reality these days, they have gradually become numb to this magical reality. What they are more concerned about now is, the first 2 have not moved out yet, and now the 3rd one has been invited. Even if the temperature is not very high these days, it cannot be stored for so long. There is already a bad smell at the door. It really can't be left to rot any longer. We must deal with the mess at the door. Just as everyone was discussing what to do, Xiaoyi's satellite phone suddenly rang. The moment it was connected, Bai Shanshan said, "Xiaoyi, do you have a way to contact a doctor?" Chapter 98. Is there a doctor? Or not? Xiaoyi. She looked around, passing by Lin Linglin, Jiang Ji, Yuan Xiang, Zhao Ting's faces one by one. There is a department, but having it does not mean it really exists. We still need to analyze specific issues. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi asked back, "What's the matter?" "Sister, the situation is not right. Maybe a doctor is needed to see you." Bai Shanshan's voice was very low, no longer as lively as before, seeming a little tired. "I have 2 doctors here, but they are both in obstetrics and gynecology. They said their expertise is not right, and they are not brave enough to make a diagnosis. I hope to consult with a neurologist." Xiaoyi's nerves tensed up instantly. "Sister?" Although her sister has never been conscious, Her condition has been stable for so many years, and she has never had any problems. Now there is no doctor, no medicine, and no treatment conditions. But something happened at this critical moment. She looked around the room. Neurology department. Although there were several doctors in the room, she only knew about the internal medicine, surgery, and traditional Chinese medicine departments. But she had never asked about their specific specialties in detail. Asked them to send the medical records over. I make a video call later, and let me know the situation. Yuan Xiang had heard their conversation. She was no longer as irritable as usual, and her voice was calm and composed. I can participate in the consultation. I'm in the neurosurgery department. Neurosurgery? Bai Shanshan didn't quite understand the difference between neurology and internal medicine and surgery. After all, it was neurology. It was much more reliable to treat vegetative patients than obstetrics and gynecology. It was good enough to find a doctor now. It was not their turn to be picky. So she quickly agreed. Okay. I contact you on WeChat later. The two sides arranged a time and method for communication. And Yuan Xiang went into the room alone. During the consultation, she hoped to have a quiet environment and not be interrupted by others. As a family member of the patient, Xia Yi was also locked out. Xia Yi? She was not in a hurry to leave. Mainly because it was not convenient to leave here. After all, the rubber boat was a small gadget. It was okay to drive it for a few kilometers. But it was a joke to drive it for dozens of kilometers. She had also discussed with Bai Shanshan. The weather outside was bad now. The environment there was stable and quiet. There were nurses and doctors to take care of her sister. There was no rush to pick her up. But the situation was different now. She heard that her sister was unstable and became anxious. Although it was inconvenient to travel dozens of kilometers, it was not completely impossible. She would feel at ease only if she could see her sister in person. And Bai Shanshan's condition didn't sound good. She was pregnant. And her husband's messy relatives? Xia Yi really couldn't praise them. Xia Yi was getting irritated from being outside. So she opened the door of the beauty salon and started to work. Since she was going out, she had to clean up the people at the door. Although everyone had repeatedly confirmed that the virus had long been inactivated and was not contagious, she was still very cautious and put on a hat, mask and gloves, not exposing an inch of her skin. She moved the flatbed truck that had been used to transport goods, dragged the 3 people onto it, and sent them to a room far away. She locked the door with a key she got from the security room, cleaned up the dirt on the floor at the door, and then took off all her clothes, shoes and socks outside, put them in a bag and threw them away together. Finally, she took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and found the masks, protective clothing, disinfectants, and mosquito repellents that she had prepared in advance, and then charged the battery of the hovercraft. No matter what the diagnosis was, she would find a way to see her sister. Xia Yi was busy with things outside, seeing that she was in a bad mood, and clearly expressed that she wanted to stay alone for a while, and did not want help. Everyone did not say anything and just waited in silence. After a long while, Yuan Xiang stopped the consultation first, opened the door and walked straight to Xia Yi, and said, I need to see the patient. Face-to-face diagnosis and treatment. Xia Yi was stunned. Everyone knew how bad the weather outside was. She wanted to see her sister, so she volunteered to take the risk. Yuan Xiang? Is it necessary? Yuan Xiang seemed to know what she was going to say, and spoke first. The typhoon has subsided for many days. How could it be so coincidental that it would come back at this time? The polar night flood sounds dangerous. We have also gone through it once. As for the virus, she raised her eyebrows and squinted at the protective suit in Xia Yi's hand. You even have this thing. What else do I have to be afraid of? She said it lightly, but in fact, it is not that simple. To go to see patients, you have to come into contact with people and things to a certain extent. Who knows if there are any infected people among them? This virus is hard to prevent. It cannot infect the skin. It cannot infect the respiratory tract. Prevention needs to be done very carefully. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Why? Xia Yi didn't quite understand. There was food and water in the beauty salon, and she could live safely and comfortably for a year or 2. Going out with her would not only not give her anything, but also make her life or death uncertain. She thought she had nothing to gain. At least it seemed that there was nothing to gain. Even if she was just helping her sister see a doctor, she would just have to do her best to consult. Was it necessary to risk her life? Yuan Xiang was too lazy to answer this question. But seeing the real confusion in her eyes, she sighed helplessly. You saved my life. I will give you one back. Is there any problem? Not to mention this life. I may not be able to save it. Then, what do you want? Xia Yi asked again. Yuan Xiang thought for a moment and said, I will go with you to see patients. During this time, you should provide me with food and accommodation. Right? Xia Yi looked at her steadily, and a warm current inexplicably surged in his heart. After a while, he suddenly smiled. Okay. Oh, by the way, I forgot that the phone call over there is still not hung up. Yuan Xiang suddenly slapped his forehead, pulled the phone out of his pocket, and there was an upside-down figure on the screen. Xia Yi spun the screen, turned the phone around, and saw Bai Shanshan pale but smiling eyes. What's the matter? You forgot your old love because you have a new one. Xia Yi ignored this random interruption, looked at her expression steadily, and got straight to the point. What happened in your family? Bai Shanshan was silent for a long time, but in the end she said nothing, just said, You should solve Sister Yi's illness first, that's more urgent. As for my own affairs, I can handle it myself. Xia Yi. She always said this to Bai Shanshan, and now being hit back by this sentence, suddenly found that it was not very pleasant. But Xia Yi did not ask any more questions after all. She really had too much to do, and could not solve the problems on both sides at the same time. If she insisted on asking, it would not be solved, and it would only add to the troubles of the two. Since Bai Shanshan said that she could handle it, she had to believe her, and she also believed that if Bai Shanshan really needed her help, she would not be polite. How can we meet? Xia Yi asked. Don't come to my place. It's too chaotic here. Bai Shanshan did not elaborate, but simply described the facts. And I can't go to pick you up now. I can only arrange a helicopter to send Sister Yi there. You choose a location. Arrange a helicopter to send her there. The pilot is an outsider, although he must be a relatively trustworthy person. No matter how trustworthy he is, some information is still kept confidential. The location cannot be chosen at Yuehu Sanatorium. She had seen Bai Shanshan helicopter. The back row space is not very large. If you take her sister's hospital bed, it will be difficult to put other people down. And there is no helipad on the mall side. It is also dangerous to get on and off the plane in midair. It is best not to pick up Xia Yi. Let them find a way to get there by themselves. The villa area is too far away. The power of the hovercraft cannot support that long. Choosing the apartment is suitable. The apartment is downstream, and the distance is relatively close. They can drift over. There are also many supplies over there, which are enough to support them for a while. We go first. When we're ready, you can leave later. Xia Yi instructed. Okay. Bai Shanshan readily agreed, and said after a moment, You must pay attention to safety and take isolation measures. You too. What Xia Yi didn't expect was that she made a phone call, and the travel team expanded from 2 to 4. Lin Linglin and Jiang Ji also expressed their willingness to go. Bai Shanshan doctor was preparing for her delivery. He could send her sister to her destination, but he couldn't stay there for a long time. At most, he could provide some remote support. So Yuan Xiang might be too busy, and it would be appropriate for them to help with their expertise. Anyway, the three of them spoke in unison, and they all said very firmly that this was the case. Xia Yi, she didn't really care. It didn't matter whether she took 1 or 3. She could afford it anyway. And what they said was indeed true. It would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to have more doctors helping her sister at her bedside. But during this process, Zhao Ting didn't say anything. Xia Yi understood what she meant. And she also understood that Zhao Ting made a choice that any normal person would make. Her help in saving these people was just a small effort. And she didn't think that the other party should repay her. In the end, Miao Fanfang was the one who was struggling. The hovercraft could only hold 5 people. But it couldn't hold the supplies in the room, nor the invulnerable van at the door. Although she wanted to accompany Xia Yi, she was unwilling to leave all the supplies she had worked so hard to find. She and Zhao Ting were not familiar with each other, and they were not yet at the point where they could entrust each other with supplies. The final result was that Xia Yi, Yuan Xiang, Bai Shanshan and Jiang Ji left by hovercraft and returned to Xia Yi apartment, while Zhao Ting and Miao Fanfang stayed in the mall to look after the supplies. Under the professional guidance of several doctors, Xia Yi put on the protective suit strictly according to the correct method. Everyone carried an emergency backpack and supplies. She drove the hovercraft after a few days away and slid back into the busy night. The road back to the apartment was not short. Now that the typhoon outside had stopped for a long time, there were many people who had ways to get out. It was normal to meet some people on the way, and even encounter some troubles. It was all within Xiaoyi expectations. The only thing she didn't expect was that the first person who blocked her with a knife was Lin Linglang. Chapter 99. When Lin Linglang was awakened by the rain in the wilderness, it was already pitch black outside. The heavy rain hit his face and clothes, soaking his whole body. He was trembling all over. He climbed up exhausted. Looking at the car with 4 wheels removed, he was numb and could not breathe. He kicked the unconscious driver beside him to wake him up. The two of them climbed into the car in one piece. After a long struggle, they managed to call the rescue team. Lin Linglang got into the car tremblingly. When he was taken to the nearest service area to rest, it was already past midnight. A typhoon suddenly arose outside. When Lin Linglang came out of the shower, he was finally alive, and he actually saw that stupid driver praying to God. He said that they were lucky, and they were able to take shelter in the service area before the typhoon and rest, and they didn't die like those people outside. At that time, he didn't understand what was going on, until he walked to the window and looked out, and just then a huge corpse came crashing over, hitting the window with a crack, and a huge blood stain exploded on the glass, and he was scared to death. Lin Linglang felt like he had escaped death at this moment. Luckily he was lucky. Luckily he woke up early, and found a place to rest in time, otherwise he would be like the dead man outside the window, exploded into a rotten watermelon. He finally got a cell phone to call his parents, and asked them to pick him up, but they actually refused. They said that the typhoon was too strong, and it was difficult to go, and they would pick him up after the wind stopped. Who the hell could have thought that the wind would blow for almost a week? Besides, it was already dark. What was wrong? Where was the sun? Did it also turn into a rotten watermelon? Seeing the blood stains on the glass window getting thicker and thicker, and the rotten watermelons under the glass window getting more and more. It was disgusting. The food in the service area was not delicious either. He ate instant noodles and instant rice every day. He almost vomited. Lin Linglang's tone became worse and worse when he called Su Jiaoan. He was so angry that he almost died. He talked about his precious son. His precious son. His precious son had not eaten well for a week. Had not slept well. Had to take a bath with cold water. And had to sleep on the floor. Is this a life for human beings? And it's so scary outside. Why don't you come to save him quickly? Do you want him to die here? The driver watched Lin Linglang jumping up and down, feeling disdainful and helpless, and also a layer of fear. What is the situation outside now? You can check it clearly on the internet. Everywhere is affected by the disaster. Some people starved to death. Some drowned. And some died in the sky. Everywhere is horrible. There are not many people in the service area where they are. It is not the peak tourist season. It is late at night. There is also a typhoon forecast. No one is resting on this highway. At this time. Except for a few staff members, there are only the two of them in the service area. They have food, drink and sleep. And the supplies are sufficient. They should have thanked God for their lives. Why are they still messing around? But he couldn't say that because of his identity. He still had to go to work and earn money to support his family after the disaster. He didn't dare to offend the sponsor. But he was afraid that this living ancestor would go home no matter what. He would die in such a bad weather. He was not willing to die with him. He had to persuade him. Mr. Lin, calm down. The food here is really bad. But now everything is not easy. The food at home is not much better. Get lost. I'm not an idiot. I won't go out at this time. Don't bother me. Lin Linglang cursed fiercely and spat. The driver was used to being scolded and didn't care about a few words at all. Seeing that he wouldn't go out on a typhoon day and cause trouble for himself, he felt much more at ease and got out of here honestly. Lin Linglang. Seeing the punching bag really go away, he still hadn't gotten rid of his anger. These days, he was staying in the dark and cold service area, and he was almost going crazy, and all the fear and anger in his heart turned into hatred for Xia Yi. After so many days, it was enough for him to figure it out. She suddenly drove to the next city. She was sure that he would follow her out of curiosity, so she took him for a walk on purpose. She even took him so far. Xia Yi knew that the end of the world was coming. But she tricked him so far away, let him lie in the wild and die. She wanted him dead. That vicious cousin. If it weren't for her, he would be lying at home now, eating what his mother cooked for him, comfortably smoking, drinking and playing games. How could they live in such a remote place? Lin Linglang has been domineering for so many years, and he has never suffered such grievances. He growled with gnashing teeth. I will kill her, I will kill her. Since you won't come to save me, then kill Xia Yi. Su Jialan received a call from her son, and suddenly heard such a sentence, and was inexplicably stunned, as if she couldn't believe that this was said from her beloved son's mouth. Now so many people die every day, it doesn't make any difference if one more or one less dies, and no one will find out. Lin Linglang was so angry that his facial features were distorted. He roared on the phone. Go to hell and kill Xia Yi. That stinky cousin. Su Jialan took a long time to digest the whole story. To Lin Linglang's surprise, she actually agreed. Mom knows. Mom, I want her to die. Really die? Lin Linglang gritted his teeth and repeated word by word. Okay. I will discuss it with your father. Su Jialan seemed to hear not a request to kill, but what he wanted to eat for dinner. Lin Linglang. Lin Linglang was trapped in the service area, and was very isolated from the news. He could not see the official statistics, so he actually did not know that the situation outside was much worse than he had imagined. Killing a person was also much easier than he had imagined. Not to mention, they just happened to know Xia Yi whereabouts, and Su Jialan just happened to think Xia Yi was in the way. In short, the smoothness of the matter was far beyond Lin Linglang's imagination. He thought that his parents' promise to help him vent his anger was just to coax him and smooth his temper. He did not expect that a few days later, the news of Xia Yi's death really came. It seems that some virus was transmitted, causing everyone in that area to die, and no one survived within a few kilometers. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's what he deserves. Lin Linglang has never laughed so happily. Although the typhoon stopped, the flood came again, his parents were still making excuses, and they didn't rescue him from this hellhole as soon as possible, so he would have to stay in this broken service area for many days. But hearing the news of Xia Yi's death, and hearing such good news, was enough to make him happy for several days. The most important thing is that Xia Yi still has a large amount of resources. Those were all money before the end of the world. And after the end of the world, she exchanged them all for the most valuable materials. But it really suits his heart. Lin Linglang gritted his teeth and sneered. Xia Yi, that cold-blooded woman, inherited such a large amount of inheritance, but was stingy and didn't want to give him a penny. He was her own brother. She knew that the end of the world was coming, and she bought all her things for materials, no matter how much money the things cost. She didn't even think about preparing something for her own brother. Was she just watching them die? She was selfish, cold-blooded and heartless. This ending is what she deserves. And he will also get what he deserves. Lin Linglang was filled with greed. When his parents rescued him from here, he would immediately go to rob Xia Yi's doghouse. He read the list carefully. It took up a whole book. That woman really knows how to enjoy herself. That place has everything to eat and drink, and there is even a large game room, and she can still play games. What a pity, these things will all be his soon. I wonder what the scenery outside is like in the end times. Will everyone starve to death? With Xia Yi's supplies, not only will his life not be difficult, it will even be easier than it is now. He will never have to worry about food and clothing, and live a carefree life. He can look down on those people, watch them kneeling on the ground, begging him for a bite of food. Of course, he can also be generous. Whoever kneels in a good posture, he will give a bite. Whoever kneels in a bad posture, he will kick them out to die. Thinking of the scene where others crawled on their hands and knees and begged him, Lin Linglang felt so happy that his scalp tingled. It was a pity. This cousin had been scheming all his life. But in the end, he died so easily. Now that people are dead, it's like a light going out. How much money and materials are useless. It's all his advantage. In the underworld, watching him enjoy her money and the fruits of her hard work. I don't know if Xia Yi will die in peace, and die with a bleeding heart. As for where Xia Yi's things are hidden, Lin Linglang also knows it. Why did Xia Yi rush to take him away? It wasn't because of something, nor because there was a new shelter here, but to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Because he found the right place. He found her doghouse. So that's why the cousin was anxious. Because that was her shelter, and all her supplies were hidden there. Dad, is there any need for supplies at home now? Lin Linglang called Lin Yongza and asked with pretended concern. At this time, there is no shortage of supplies. Lin Yongza and Su Jialan were trapped in the unit, and never had a chance to go home. Fortunately, they were in an important department. and they always had some privileges. Someone provided them with food and drink. However, Lin Yongza, who had been served comfortably for many years, was very dissatisfied. Really? Is that so? Lin Yongza frowned, and heard his own son's voice coming from the receiver, with a strange tone. I know a secret base, where there are supplies that will keep you fed and well fed for the rest of your life. Do you want to know? Where? Lin Yongza asked. Take me back first, and I will take you there. Lin Linglang sneered twice. In this era of material scarcity, people with materials can control others, and materials are equal to power. How could he easily transfer power to others? Father, it is time for you to transfer power. Otherwise, Yuehu Sanatorium will be mine alone. Chapter 100. Lin Linglang still dreamed for a long time. After all, he was lucky. The typhoon stopped completely soon. The polar night would still bring endless dangers, but it was no longer a condition to stop him from going home. Whether his reasons were sufficient, or his father's love was great and short, Lin Yongza came to pick him up. Lin Linglang was very dissatisfied. It was not a helicopter that came to pick him up. Lin Yongza said that helicopters were a scarce resource now, and he could not dispatch them whenever he wanted, so it was a speedboat that came. Now that the sea level has risen to a certain extent, the roads that were originally used for driving have all become air routes. The speed of the speedboat is not slower than that of the car. It will take only 1 day to get back to where Lin Linglang is. The speedboat was borrowed, but there was no rush to return it. It could have been used to pick up Lin Linglang. But the Lin family members tacitly did not mention this matter. The Lin family took the speedboat and returned home with the distributed supplies. Then Lin Linglang instructed the speedboat driver to go straight to Yuehu Sanatorium. Lin Linglang had a smug smile on his face. Last time he failed to climb up, he was intercepted by Xia Yi at the foot of the mountain, but now things have changed. She is dead, and no one can stop him anymore. The place of Yuehu Sanatorium, according to that Xiao Wang or Xiao Lu, anyway, the salesperson said, is almost deserted. Outside is overgrown with weeds, trees have grown to the road, and there is only a dilapidated building inside. It seems that there is a basement below, several floors, especially suitable for storing things, and the high terrain does not worry about being flooded. It is an excellent storage place. But such a place must be kept secret, and it cannot be told to others casually. He did not even tell his father, so he did not even bring the speedboat driver with him, leaving him at the foot of the mountain, and got off the boat alone. Lin Linglang did not go through the main gate. He remembered that there was an iron fence blocking the entrance of the road, and there was also a security booth, probably to prevent cars from entering and leaving. But he did not drive, and the mountain was not steep anyway. He could go through the entrance of the winding mountain road, and he could climb up from the curb, as long as he could climb to the top of the mountain, get 2 bricks, and smash the glass of the small building. He could take whatever he wanted. Lin Linglang was lying on the mountain, imagining himself with all the supplies, being free and unrestrained, and being able to command the world. He had to pretend to be a man because he had to put up with his father, and to be a man because he had to put up with his father's leadership. But now it's different. It's not that era anymore. He no longer has to wear a ridiculous mask to please others. Lin Linglang was happily imagining, and suddenly heard a bang. A sharp sound. A sharp pain came from his forehead. Fuck. Lin Linglang cursed again. The speedboat driver, not far below, heard his angry curse and asked hurriedly, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? How the hell do I know what is wrong? Lin Linglang cursed again, but before he finished cursing, he finally realized something was wrong. He touched his aching forehead, and shone the flashlight. There was a faint trace of blood. His forehead was bleeding. What could have made his forehead bleed? Lin Linglang subconsciously picked up the flashlight and shone it straight ahead. Only then did he realize that there was a wall in front of him. Lin Linglang raised his hand and touched it, and after shining the flashlight, he finally confirmed that it was a wall. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain, and the flashlight couldn't illuminate it clearly. When he was walking just now, he was thinking about all sorts of things, and he didn't notice the wall at all, and he bumped into it head first. Fuck. Lin Linglang rubbed his forehead, and wanted to curse again. He endured the pain in his forehead, raised the flashlight, and began to observe. This wall was tall and long. Taller than both of him. Looking up at the edge of the wall made his neck hurt. And long. I didn't know how long it was, and I couldn't reach the edge even if I shone the flashlight left and right. Who would have thought that at the foot of the bear We covered mountain. There was actually such a thing. Such a thing. Lin Ling Lang couldn't find an adjective, and could only curse. What the hell is this? For the next month, Lin Ling Lang was looking for a breakthrough in this wall. In the first stage, he wanted to keep the supplies for himself, so he insisted on looking for them himself. However, his small body, which was full of desire for food and sex, caused his waist and legs to ache after searching for a long time. In the second stage, he sought help from Lin Yongza. Lin Yongza thought he was just playing around, so he arranged 2 people to help him find them. After they had circled around the foot of the mountain, they still couldn't find a breakthrough. They returned to the main gate and tried to climb over the iron gate to enter, but found that there was high voltage on the gate. One of the followers was too quick to dodge, and was electrocuted to death on the door. Lin Yongza finally took it seriously. He thought that this useless son was just like before. Just liked to do little things to attract his attention and show off his ability. But now, he changed his mind completely. A 5-meter-high wall. High voltage electricity. This kind of configuration is not a casual effort. To be able to build this level of protection within a month, something that is protected by a large scale, should really be something. With Xia Yi's shopping list as evidence, he finally began to face up to the matter. However, it was useless. Xia Yi was wary of the Lin family before the end of the world because the Lin family had power. But after the end of the world, she was no longer afraid. Before the end of the world, Xia Yi's actions might not be in compliance with the law. After all, she just bought a sanatorium, not a mountain. There was no reason to enclose the entire mountain and occupy it as a king. If someone discovered her behavior, they would always find a reason to demolish it. But now it is different. It is a completely lawless era, when there is not even a legitimate rescue team. How can there be equipment, tools, and professionals to demolish her protective wall? Although Lin Linglong's fantasy is ridiculous, there is one thing that is indeed reasonable. Lin Yongza's privileges are gradually disappearing. The manpower and material resources he can mobilize are shrinking and becoming extremely limited. He wants to bribe others, but there is nothing worth others' lives for, and there are no resources that can be exchanged. So, when Lin Yongza began to be greedy for Yuehu's sanatorium, the incompetent and furious people changed from 1 to 2. Lin Yongza sent all the people he could command to try every possible way, climbing the wall with ladders, wearing insulated clothes to pass through the door, breaking the lock with hammers, cutting the fence with pliers, and trying all kinds of outrageous methods. But they never left any trace on the iron wall. They seemed like a few clumsy thieves, looking at the pearls and jades. They were itching to death, but they scratched their heads and could not get in. Lin Yongza's men didn't know what they were doing. After working for several days without getting any supplies, they all backed off, saying that although they wanted to listen to their leader's words, they would starve to death if they didn't go out to find food. Lin Yongza, Lin Ling Lang. Anyway, after trying all kinds of tricks, they suddenly thought of another way. They couldn't get into that place, but Xia Yi could get in. There should be a key on her body. Lin Ling Lang tried to contact Lin Ling Lin, asking her to steal the key from Xia Yi's body, but got no response. He asked his mother to call Lin Ling Lin again, but no one answered. He thought that Lin Ling Lin was probably dead because of the lack of food and clothing outside. In desperation, he had to do it himself. He followed the address that Lin Ling Lin had left for her mother and went to see it in person. It's over there. It's over there. The map shows that there is a shopping mall over there. It was very quiet at night, although there were people who came out to look for food occasionally. Most of them were afraid of being discovered and having their supplies stolen, so they went out quietly. Lin Linglong's voice was very penetrating at night, and could be heard from far away. Lin Ling Lin heard it immediately. Turn off the light, she hurriedly reminded him quietly. Xia Yi was quick-witted and quickly turned off the energy-saving flashlight hanging on the bow. At this time, the two sides were only separated by a corner. Almost at the moment they turned off the lights, the boat lights of the speedboat turned over. The boat lights were not as simple as flashlights. The snow-white fan-shaped lights spread from near to far, illuminating the water surface in front of the boat. There were 3 people standing on the speedboat, a driver, Lin Ling Lang, and his 24-hour driver and assistant. Lin Ling Lang and the driver sat on the boat, each holding a machete in his hand. The silver blade glowed slightly under the light of the boat. The hovercraft quietly huddled in a corner, just in the blind spot of the speedboat's light. Lin Ling Lin turned off the engine, and held the control lever tightly with both hands, and sweat soaked his palms. Lin Ling. This brother whom she hadn't seen for more than a month, who helped her uncover the veil of her parents, who she thought she would never see again, just appeared here. In fact, she felt that Xia Yi was definitely not afraid of Lin Ling, even though he was carrying 2 big knives, but she had a mysterious confidence in Xia Yi, and felt that Xia Yi could beat them all. But there was no point in doing so, and it would bring unnecessary trouble. I don't know if the other party knew nothing about the spread of the virus, or for some other reason, Lin Ling and the other 2 did not take any protective measures. It was too troublesome to have a dispute with them. They didn't want their protective suits to be torn, nor did they want to face the risk of being infected by the virus. The speedboat slowly stopped at the entrance of the mall. Lin Ling and the other 2 jumped off the speedboat with knives in their hands and strode into the mall. The 3 of them, with flashlights, searched the mall floor by floor. The floor was already covered with layers of dust, and there was almost no trace of any living person. Lin Ling frowned and muttered in a puzzled voice. No way, not only the 2 of them died, but everyone here died? Knock. 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 The sound of shoes hitting the floor came from far away, and slowly walked to the back of Lin Ling and stood still. A young voice came from behind. Lin Ling, right? Lin Ling turned his head suddenly, his eyes widened, looking at the person in front of him. The other party chuckled at this, and didn't care about his reaction at all, and said lightly, I know where the thing you are looking for is. Chapter 101. Xia Yi and the other 3 had urgent matters to attend to, and they did not want to have any conflicts with others. They just quietly huddled in a corner, waiting for the other party to go upstairs, and then left quietly. They turned 2 more corners, walked to an angle where the other party would not see them, and then turned on the bow light again. Xia Yi sent another message to Miao Fang, informing her of Lin Ling's situation, reminding her to remember to turn off the lights, and not to go out for the time being. Miao Fang quickly agreed. Although many supplies are stored in the beauty salon, they are not worried about someone coming to smash and rob. There is a double-layer protective door, and 1 layer is metal. If you want to open it, you need professional tools. You can't just break in with 2 knives. From the mall to Xia Yi apartment, the front section is the main road. The road is very wide, and it is convenient to sail. The middle section passes by several residential areas, and there are relatively more people. The population in the residential area is relatively dense, and the number of people is greater than the number of supplies. The demand is relatively tight, and most people need to come out to find supplies. There are special material distribution points at the entrance of several shopping malls. You need to bring your ID card to pick up the materials in certain quantities. However, it is not so easy to pick up the materials. You need to find a way to cross the deep water outside and reach the entrance of the shopping mall by yourself. Some people also got boats, but they are only a minority. Most people are lucky to have a swimming ring or a foam board. People go out by swimming with their bare hands. At most, they carry a bathtub or something to put the materials. Anyway, they reach the material distribution points in various postures and bump into each other. As for those who can't swim and can't float on the water, the elderly and children, what will happen to them, that's unknown. Xia Yi and a few others were sitting on the hovercraft, and encountered many covetous looks on the road. A boat, it's a boat after all. There are only a few boats in this community. With a boat, it's much more convenient to go out and transport supplies. Lin Ling held the control stick carefully, and drove forward without looking sideways. The eyes behind her fell on her, which made her feel uneasy for some reason, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Don't be afraid. Drive along the middle of the road. Xia Yi's voice came from her ear, slowly calming her fear. It's not that easy to grab the boat from under the boat. Their strange boat, which had never appeared in this area before. And the 4 people were wearing masks and their faces could not be seen clearly. So even the most covetous people would be afraid. It has been more than a month since the typhoon passed, and everyone has experienced a round of scrambles. It is known that those who can still hold the boat in their hands are more or less ruthless. No one rushed to grab the supplies, but watched from a distance. What if they puncture the boat? Lin Ling asked in a low voice. No. They robbed the boat for their own use. Xia Yi weighed the backpack on his body. They only had 1 bag each. Although the supplies were substantial in filling, they were not boxes and cans after all. They did not look much, and were far less valuable than the boat. The hovercraft passed smoothly through the middle section and entered the second half of the city center. Those who followed them followed them for a short distance, but eventually gave up because of exhaustion. People without boats have limited physical strength and cannot swim too far. It is too difficult to swim from the residential area to the city center. Although there are more shopping malls and more supplies in the city center, there are fewer people. Xiaoyi and his 4 companions drove the boat down the water, and after about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the community. The city center is low-lying, and the water has submerged about the 4th floor. The security booths and access control outside have long become underwater scenery. Xiaoyi took the control lever of the hovercraft and drove the boat to the front of his building and stopped at the window between the 4th and 5th floors. Lin Linglin and the other 2 got off the boat one by one, and Xiaoyi was the last one to get off. While waiting, he sent a message to Bai Shanshan, notifying her that he had arrived and that the helicopter over there could take off to bring his sister over. Xiaoyi had just put away his phone when his eyes suddenly blurred and a blinding light shone from the upstairs. "Who are you? Where are you from?" A man in his 30s or 40s, standing on the 5th floor with a flashlight, looked down from the top of the stairs with scrutiny and suspicion. Xiaoyi put away the hovercraft, put it in the outdoor bag, made sure all the items were packed, and handed it to the other 3 people before slowly asking back, "Who are you? You don't know me? I'm the building manager of this building." The man raised his eyebrows, and his voice instantly turned cold. "On behalf of all residents in this building, I remind you that outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave." Xiaoyi. She didn't expect that after not going home for a month, she became an outsider. She thought about it and roughly understood what was going on. The situation outside was too chaotic during this period, and the security measures in the community were almost destroyed. In order to be as safe as possible, everyone established a small alliance, taking turns to stand guard and be on duty, so that they could provide support in advance if anything happened. At the same time, everyone can supervise each other. There are no outsiders here, the environment is relatively closed and easy to manage, and it is relatively difficult to have theft or other bloodshed. This is a smart choice, not a bad thing. Xiaoyi did not object to the order in the building, so he was a little more patient and explained, "I am a resident of this building. I was trapped outside before, and I just got a boat back." "Take off your mask. Let me see it," the building manager said. "Removing the mask won't work. Let's try another method." Xiaoyi refused outright. No matter how well the building is guarded, she couldn't guarantee that there would be no virus intrusion. At this critical moment, how could she agree to take off the mask? "I live upstairs. You can follow me upstairs. Watch me open the door, and you know what I'm saying is true." "How can that work? How can I know who you are if you don't take off your mask? How can I know if the key is yours? What if you stole it, robbed it, or took it from the owner?" "Taking off the mask is useless. I haven't been home for several years. You didn't even know me. What can taking off the mask prove?" "Sure enough, you've exposed yourself." The building manager sneered when he heard this. "If you are the owner of this place, how is it possible that you don't know anyone, you haven't been home for many years, and you just come back at this time?" Xiaoyi. "Ah. Yes, it's just a coincidence. So how do you want me to prove it?" she said helplessly. Building manager, "Take off the mask." "Well, I can't explain it clearly. It's impossible to take off the mask. It's a waste of time to talk to someone who doesn't understand what you say. And the helicopter will arrive very quickly. I can't let my sister be left alone on the roof." Xiaoyi's patience ran out. She pulled Lin Linglin over and quietly told her the floor address and the latest password lock code. The building manager couldn't get Xiaoyi to take off her mask for a long time. He was already angry. Seeing her mumbling for a long time without replying, he was even more dissatisfied and raised his voice immediately. "What are you mumbling about? If you don't take off your mask, I call someone." Before he finished speaking, he saw the little girl below suddenly. She rushed up with a ready move. "You want to fight?" The building manager saw this and couldn't help laughing. He hadn't planned to drive her away by force, but he didn't know that the other party would take the lead and overestimate her own abilities. Looking at her thin body, she could be knocked over with just a slap. He thought so, and did so, raising his hand casually and slapping Xiaoyi on the head. But his hand hit nothing. Xiaoyi ducked and dodged, leaning to the side, and her leg swept across his knee. The building manager's knees softened, and he fell to his knees. "Now!" Xiaoyi quickly grabbed the building manager's wrist, twisted him behind his back, and pressed him down on the corridor. Yuan Xiang and Jiang Ji had never seen Xiaoyi in action, But they were stunned when they saw her knock down a middle-aged man with such a neat and tidy move. After being pushed by Lin Linglin, he came to his senses and quickly picked up the outdoor bag on the ground and ran upstairs. However, he was only on the 5th floor at this time. Xiaoyi's apartment was on the top floor, and he had to climb more than 10 floors. The elevator in the hallway had long been out of service, and the three of them had to rely on their own 2 legs to climb up the stairs. They were not physically active on weekdays, and they were already out of breath before they climbed 2 floors. Xiaoyi held the building manager down, but she did not intend to hurt him. Although the other party was a little bit crazy, he was protecting the safety of the people in the entire building, and his behavior was very serious and responsible. At least it didn't seem bad at the moment. She just wanted to go upstairs quickly, so she controlled the building manager's wrist with one hand and quickly untied his shoelaces with one hand. "What are you doing?" Amid the angry howl of the building manager, Xiaoyi used the man's shoelaces to tie his hands behind his back. She then took a step back and stood up. She put her backpack back on her back and was about to leave along the stairs when her eyes suddenly fixed. A figure flashed at the window where she had just entered the building, and a person quickly jumped in. Then, a cold voice came from the window. "I was just wondering, there is no boat in our building that I don't recognize. Who is the person in front of me?" "It's you, niece." Xiaoyi's body stiffened slightly, and she slowly turned around, looking at the figure that had just jumped into the window, and her fists slowly clenched. Xia Jiping. She knew very clearly in her heart that as long as she returned to the apartment, she and Xia Jiping would definitely meet, and she had endured enough. The end of the world was just the right opportunity for them to make a break. But not at this time. "Niece, I didn't expect you to be alive." Xia Jiping's voice was like a poisonous snake spitting out its core, creeping into Xiaoyi's ears quietly, with a chill. "It's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me?" When Xiaoyi's attention fell on Xia Jiping, the building manager, whose hands were tied, suddenly tilted his body, and at a tricky angle, he knocked open the intercom switch in his arms. The building manager shouted loudly into the intercom. "Security team! Security team! Security team! Assemble quickly! There's an outsider breaking in! There's an outsider breaking in!" Chapter 102. Lin Linglin and the other 2 crept up the stairs frantically, fearing that they would be intercepted halfway. They ran until their legs became weak, and their throats tasted blood. Finally, they climbed to the top floor. Lin Linglin quickly entered the password. As the security door opened with a beep, everyone entered one by one, and closed the door with their backhands, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several people leaned on their knees behind the door, and took a long breath, and finally caught their breath. Yuan Xiang's voice was filled with worry, and she couldn't help asking, "Where is Xiaoyi? What should we do with Xiaoyi?" She said she would find a way. "Let us go upstairs first, after disinfection, and then go to the rooftop to pick up my sister." Lin Linglin had just heard all of Xiaoyi's arrangements and conveyed them to everyone. "Then what should she do?" Yuan Xiang asked. She said she would find a way and let us not worry about her. After answering, Lin Linglin thought for a moment and added, "Although I am a little worried, I also think it is better for us not to worry about her. Can she do it alone?" Yuan Xiang wanted to ask this question, but after thinking about Xiaoyi's agile skills just now, she swallowed the words. Xiaoyi might not be able to do it alone, but it would definitely not be possible to bring the 3 of them with her. There was no point in worrying about it. It would be better to follow the other party's arrangement and not delay her business. "Let's go upstairs." After Yuan Xiang figured it out, she moved faster, turned around and walked upstairs, saying as she walked, "Isn't it good for us to wear this protective suit? We need a place to disinfect and destroy it." Before she finished her words, she walked to a certain position in the corridor and passed by a sensor on the edge of the stairs. A blue light suddenly lit up in the corridor. At the same time, several nozzles in the corner suddenly raised their heads and sprayed a thin liquid spray towards the people in the corridor with a puff-puff sound. These people were stunned by the sudden change and paused for a moment before they reacted. "This is a blue light disinfector and a spray disinfector. So advanced?" Jiangji walked to the source of the spray and observed it carefully. There were many spray points installed in the corridor. The fine spray sprayed out from the holes, ensuring that everyone was covered 360 degrees. They were all doctors, so they knew what to do. They took off their backpacks very cooperatively, and sprayed every part of their bodies with disinfectant spray without dead ends. The spray stopped automatically after 2 minutes, and everyone continued to walk forward with their bags on their backs, and saw a stack of brand new protective clothing, gloves, and masks at the corner. This is so well prepared. Jiangji sighed as he walked. Everyone changed their protective clothing, stuffed it into a sealed bag, and put on new ones, and then went up the stairs. When everyone opened the rooftop security door, the sound of helicopter propellers could be heard from the rooftop. I have been isolated and have not had contact with any outsiders in 3 days. The pilot also wore protective clothing, jumped down from the driver's seat, and asked everyone to push the bed where Xia Yi was lying in the back row. The bed was covered with a huge glass cover and a respirator. But she has been in contact with our 2 doctors. For safety reasons, you better take isolation measures during treatment. Okay. Yuan Xiang made an okay gesture. The pilot didn't say anything more. He turned around and returned to the driver's seat. As the propeller speed increased, the helicopter slowly rose and gradually disappeared into the night. Let's go. Work. The 3 people pushed Xia Yi's bed and returned to the apartment. At this time, Xia Yi, who was downstairs in the apartment building, was in a difficult battle. The moment she saw Xia Jiping, her heart tensed up completely. Xia Jiping was different from everyone she had met before. He had practiced seriously. Xia Yi knew how much patience she had. Her skills were enough to deal with amateurs, but she was not good enough for experts in her weight class. Her strength was far from enough. Girls had an innate disadvantage in strength. Her strength was far from excellent among girls. If she wanted to win, she could only rely on skills. Xia Jiping rushed forward with a grim smile. He had heard that Xia Yi was dead. He had been thinking about Xia Yi money all his life, but he didn't expect that he would think about her until her death. He didn't get the money, and he didn't know how much hatred he had in his heart. But he didn't give up. He knew that the dead girl had exchanged all the money for supplies within a month. He didn't care what the dead girl knew. He only cared about how to get the supplies. He went out to look for it again and again, but he never found anything. Who knows that after searching for a long time, you can find it without any effort. This damn girl not only didn't die, but she actually bumped into him. She was so lucky. Xia Jiping couldn't help but sigh. God really favors me. Xia Yi looked at his flying action, and with a flip of her wrist, a small dagger appeared in her palm. Xia Jiping was a desperate man, and she had no intention of holding back when dealing with him. She raised her wrist and stabbed at the ribs. Xia Jiping and Xia Yi had fought for many years, and he knew her quite well. He had already predicted this, and did not give her a chance to attack. He punched her in the crook of her arm. Xia Yi saw Xia Jiping's action, and the dagger did not stab her, but quickly changed from real to virtual, dangling half a circle in front of the opponent, and then stabbed him in the neck artery with his backhand. The 2 of them fought back and forth, and their movements were very fast. In a flash, they had already exchanged several moves. The call of the building manager had already taken effect. With the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor, 5 or 6 people swarmed out from the upstairs. 2 of them were the original security guards in the building, and 1 was a housekeeper. They were on duty during the typhoon and were trapped in the building. There were 2 other people who seemed to be male owners, who volunteered to help. They each carried some weapons such as sticks and ran down panting. Seeing the 2 people fighting so fast, leaving after images in the air, they were all stunned. A big man with bare hands beat a little girl with a dagger, and the faces of both of them could not be seen clearly. Who is the intruder? Xia Yi was already under a lot of pressure fighting Xia Jiping. Seeing that there were 5 or 6 people on the side, the pressure increased sharply. The corridor was already small, and they were a group of men. It would be difficult for her to win in a pure fight. But they were all security guards in the building, not some unforgivable criminals. Xia Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she raised her voice to warn. You'd better not interfere, or don't blame me for being merciless. The security team members were at a loss, and the building manager spoke first. You broke into someone else's house without permission, and you also brought weapons to hurt people. Why can't you? Who said I was an outside intruder? Xia Yi suddenly laughed, without stopping, and swung his foot violently, sweeping Xia Jiping's waist fiercely, and continued, Didn't you hear him call me niece? I am his niece. Ah? The building manager was stunned, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Xia Jiping. Although he didn't know Xia Yi, he knew Xia Jiping. He had seen him when counting the number of people in the building. and he thought he had good physical fitness. He wanted to recruit him into the security team, but was rejected. Xia Jiping didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. He actually preferred to solve it with Xia Yi himself. He couldn't say what he wanted in front of everyone, so it was better to be in an independent space. You can also go to the top floor to see the situation. Xia Yi took a chance, dodged Xia Jiping's attack, and said again, "Do you think that any cat or dog can crack the anti-theft door of my house? My friend has already entered my house." "Thank you." The building manager suddenly reacted and said anxiously, "There are several of them. Where did they go?" "Well, they seem to have gone to the top floor." The housekeeper in the building answered, "There is a surveillance camera in his office area." He glanced at it when he went out. He looked at Xia Yi's figure and suddenly remembered something. The owner of the top floor was indeed a young girl. I heard that she studied abroad and had rarely come back. He only met her once many years ago, but he still had some impression of her. "Girl, can you take off your mask and let me see it?" the housekeeper asked. "Xia Yi, it's inconvenient." The landlord, if she was willing to take off her mask, would I still be bothering her for so long? The landlord, "Girl, would you mind telling me your name?" "Xia Yi, my sister's name is Xia Yi. She bought a house from you before she went abroad. It's been 4 or 5 years. She renovated one of the 2 houses. You can check the owner's information now." Xia Yi took another opportunity to answer. The landlord still didn't give up when he saw this. "Is it troublesome? Will you die if you take off your mask?" Xia Yi answered straightforwardly. "Yes, she will die. She will be infected with a terrible infectious disease, and die suddenly within 3 days." It's not that she didn't want to explain. She could explain the whole story in a few words, and make the other party believe it. The building manager wanted to say something, but was stopped by the housekeeper, who persuaded her in a low voice. "I don't think her identity is fake. Let's check it out to confirm." Building manager. Everyone untied the building manager's hands, and unanimously decided to check the information first. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. It would be better if it was a misunderstanding. They really couldn't intervene in the fight between the 2 people here. With this speed and this force, none of these people could withstand it. They still clearly remembered Xia Yi's warning. Seeing her play with the dagger, no one thought she was joking. No one wanted to establish a strong enemy. Xia Yi and Xia Jiping never stopped. After everyone left, they became more and more swift, and each move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. They were determined to fight to the death. However, one of them had the advantage in physical strength, and the other held a weapon, and they unexpectedly ended up fighting in a tie, making it difficult to tell who was the winner. During the fight, a new figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the corridor. Xia Yi saw the other person out of the corner of her eye, and was startled. Before she could react, she saw the other person pull out a long blade from the shadow, and slash fiercely at the place where the 2 were fighting. This time, with murderous intent and cruelty, he cut into the battlefield without hesitation, and immediately broke the balance between the 2. Chapter 103. Xia Jiping's attention was on Xia Yi, and the person came from behind him. He was completely unaware of the danger. When his sixth sense found something wrong, he had already felt the chill on his neck. Xia Jiping was startled, and rushed forward in a hurry. The long blade behind him failed to hit his neck, but it went straight down. A deep wound was cut on his back that could be seen to the bone. Xia Jiping took a breath, hurriedly avoided the back move, stepped to the side twice, and turned to look. A slender figure stood not far away, holding a spear in one hand. The light from the corridor hit his back, and his features could not be seen clearly against the light. The young man moved quite agilely. After Xia Jiping dodged the attack, the spear swept across violently, and attacked him again. Xia Jiping ducked to avoid it. After just one encounter, he felt that the young man was on par with Xia Yi. He could barely fight one to a draw, but it was obviously unrealistic to fight 2. Xia Jiping knew that Xia Yi would temporarily live on the top floor, and there would be a chance to attack her in the future. He did not bother her any more at this time. He jumped down the stairs in 2 steps, climbed out of the window he came through, jumped into his boat, and quickly left. The young man looked at his running back, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He raised his foot and wanted to chase him again, but Xia Yi said 2 words, accurately stopping him in his tracks. "Stand." Ming Jiayi's body was slightly stiff, as if he was cast into a spell, and he stopped in his tracks abruptly, with a smirk on his face. Xia Yi fell on him, and slowly frowned. Ming Jiayi looked like he was holding a spear in a proper manner. But from her angle, she could see clearly that he was wearing pajamas and slippers. Most importantly, he walked out of the house without a mask or protective clothing, and stood there without any precautions, which made her inexplicably angry. Who asked you to come here? There was such a large garden waiting for him. Why did he appear here instead of playing the role of the owner and big boss? And he didn't wear a mask. That. Ming Jiayi scratched his head. His face was visibly guilty. He laughed. Hello, I'm your tenant downstairs, your new neighbor. Looking at his nonchalant look, Xiaoyi's anger grew higher and higher, and was about to spread like wildfire. She suppressed the flames that were about to burst out, and asked coldly, You can't be unaware of the situation outside now. Why don't you have protection? It was fine that he had inexplicably appeared downstairs, and became a tenant. She could not ask Ming Jiayi about it for the time being. But what time was it now? Since Ming Jiayi could predict the future, he must have known about the virus and how dangerous it was. Was he out of his mind? He just walked out of the house without any protection. Ming Jiayi looked at her steadily, as if he wanted to see the expression on her face through the thick protective clothing. After a moment, he seemed to have really seen something, and surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He coughed lightly and smiled. You worry about me, Xiaoyi. She wanted to pour out the water in this person's head. What time is it now? Is it the time to talk about this? She stared at Ming Jiayi for a long time, but she couldn't get an answer from the other person's face. She was so angry that her voice became 10 degrees colder. If this person doesn't tell her, she can't know? What system is that? I know you can hear it. Come out. System. The system just went through an internal data update. For Xiaoyi's questioning strategy, he clearly has a set of standards, which are completely different from Ming Jiayi. If you want to ask directly, then I will tell you directly. This love-brain person has no protection because he saw you in danger, and got anxious, and ran out without even having time to put on clothes. Ming Jiayi. He was anxious to stop the system, but it was obviously too late. When he heard this, his ears. Tick. The ground turned red. What? His eyes wandered on the ground, his movements were obviously flustered, and he awkwardly and stiffly changed the subject. This is not a place to talk. Xia Jipeng may attack at any time. You come up with me first. System, you are a waste. Ming Jiayi's words were awkward, but for Xiaoyi, it was just right. It was simply a life-saving straw chosen by God. She climbed down without thinking, and nodded quickly to agree with the other party. Okay. This wasn't the first time the two of them had met in such an occasion, but she felt a little guilty for some reason today. She was indeed a little anxious when she saw Ming Jiayi go out without protection, and wanted to ask the whole story, but she didn't want to ask the whole story of this posture. Xiaoyi actually knew Ming Jiayi's thoughts, but she always felt that there was no need to say anything about it. The end of the world is coming soon, and everyone may not meet again, so there is really no need to waste time on this, so she chose to ignore it. But today's occasion was a bit strange. Ming Jiayi had no intention of confessing his feelings. It was as if she had forced him to ask. After the system said this, the nature of the matter inexplicably changed. She was originally worried about the virus, and wanted to warn Ming Jiayi sternly that it was very dangerous outside, and that he should not underestimate the importance of protection. But in this atmosphere, it would seem quite ambiguous to say this again. In fact, Xiaoyi had a good impression of Ming Jiayi. After the initial period of mutual suspicion, the two sides had been together for a long time, and they understood and cooperated with each other. In fact, they were very suitable to be comrades in arms. It was just that she tended to be alone before, and had not thought of the option of comrades in arms. Now the team around her is getting bigger and bigger, and gradually there are some people who are like comrades in arms. But she still doesn't think Ming Jiayi will be a comrade in arms. Comrades in arms are equal in strength, and can help each other. Ming Jiayi has a big family and a big business, and there is really no need for him to fight side by side with her. The so-called comrades in arms are more like an excuse to get close to her. Xiaoyi doesn't want to provide this excuse, nor does she want to give the other party any wrong hints. She doesn't plan to fall in love with the other party. Under the premise of not planning to fall in love, it is despicable to take advantage of the other party's emotions, or use the other party's resources. She is unwilling and disdainful to do so. And then again, Ming Jiayi not wearing protective clothing has become an established fact. He has already taken the risk. Now whether he is infected or not has become an established fact. Yes. Yes. No. No. Whatever she says, or does now will not change the result. It will only appear hypocritical. Xiaoyi does not want to make the situation ambiguous, nor does she want to take advantage of Ming Jiayi's feelings. Later, she even felt that responding was meaningless, and finally said nothing. So, the two of them were embarrassed, and walked upstairs side by side. They walked to the second top floor corridor in silence. Ming Jiayi didn't wait for any response, but he didn't feel surprised. He just lowered his eyes, and said softly, "You? Go up first." "Yes." Xiaoyi walked all the way, and her heart gradually calmed down, and nodded softly. After thinking for a moment, she explained in a low voice, "My sister has some health problems, and the doctor is giving her emergency treatment now. I need to go see her first." Ming Jiayi heard her explanation. His eyes lit up slightly, and responded softly, "Okay." Xiaoyi walked upstairs. Her fingers were almost grasping the handle of the security door. Suddenly she heard the system behind her speak, with a strong sense of sarcasm in her voice. "What's the use of all the things you have done? People don't take you seriously at all. What a pity. You are about to end your life. You don't have 2 days left." Xiaoyi turned her head immediately after hearing this. In the corridor, they were always backlit, and when they climbed the stairs, they both had their own concerns. She never observed Ming Jiayi's expression. When she looked up, she found that Ming Jiayi's face was actually very bad, with a sickly paleness, and even her lips were bloodless. Her expression finally changed. "What do you mean?" Ming Jiayi couldn't stop the system from talking nonsense, and he couldn't lie to Xiaoyi, so he simply turned around and walked back. On the day he broke up with Xiaoyi, he quickly rented a room downstairs in the apartment building, just in case, and later found that it was indeed useful. He actually didn't live here for a long time. He just came here to collect a key and get to know the property management staff. Later, after being reminded by the system, he moved here from home. There weren't many residents in this apartment building, and there were many vacant rooms. It just so happened that Xiaoyi had a room downstairs that could be rented out. So he lived opposite Xiaojiping. Ming Jiayi deliberately chose this place. Seeing that the person was about to escape, Xiaoyi's face darkened, and he repeated his original words. "Stand." Ming Jiayi pretended not to hear, and entered the room. Xiaoyi was half a step behind him. Seeing that he could not catch up, Ming Jiayi just relaxed and tried to close the door with his backhand, but found that the half-body distance between them was made up by Xiaoyi's arm. She almost didn't blink and stuck her wrist in the crack of the door. Ming Jiayi. Xiaoyi's hand was stuck in the crack of the door. He didn't dare to close the door, nor did he dare to force her hand away, but he really didn't want to open the door. The two of them were standing outside the door and inside the door. Neither of them was willing to give in, and they froze in place. Ming Jiayi was silent for a while, stretched out his hand to the edge of the security door, stuck his fingers in the crack of the door, and held the door firmly, making sure that he would not accidentally pinch Xiaoyi's hand due to a sudden imbalance of strength. He almost felt a little wronged at that moment. Xiaoyi was sure that he dared not do anything, even if he showed no mercy to him, and threw him away and left at will. After such a long time, they finally met again. But he didn't even say a greeting. But she was still sure that he would not hurt her. Not only that, she also relied on the dog system to betray her, and wanted to reveal everything he didn't want to tell others, one by one. The two of them were in a stalemate across the door for a long time. Xiaoyi suddenly heard a low voice from the other side of the door. "Can you please stop bullying me?" Chapter 104. Xiaoyi, ah? This sentence was so confusing that she was completely confused. Was she bullying anyone, bullying Ming Jiayi? What did she do? In fact, Bai Shanshan had said this to her, saying that she was a bit of a bully, and that Ming Jiayi was a bit miserable. She couldn't quite understand this. If she rejected Ming Jiayi, that would be very reasonable, although Ming Jiayi's outlook on life and appearance were all in line with her aesthetic point. But at that time, the end of the world was like a knife hanging over her neck, and she simply didn't have the extra energy to think about such things. That month she was busy preparing, and she was also on guard against enemies who might pop out to cause trouble at any time. The strings were too tight. Of course, if she was with Ming Jiayi, it would certainly help her reduce the material burden. Oh, Bai Shanshan could do it. Xiaoyi could obviously cling to someone else's thigh, live honestly under someone else's wings, and be someone else's appendage. But she didn't want to. Moreover, she didn't trust relationships with people. Going along the emotional line meant having weaknesses, and it was very likely that she would be calculated and betrayed. She didn't have that much capital to bear these. When the end of the world really came, the hanging stone fell down. Various horrible disasters occurred one after another, and she had to face the situation of taking one step at a time and doing her best, and leaving the rest to fate. Her mentality was much better. Although she had seen inexplicable evil, she also encountered unprovoked kindness. Even Lin Linglin, who should have been incompatible with her, and Yuan Xiang, a stranger, gradually became teammates in the end. Sometimes she also wondered, was her attitude towards Ming Jiayi really too simple and rough? Bullying people? Xia Yi wondered secretly at the door. The house across the door was not so peaceful. The system kept muttering, and kept talking to Ming Jiayi in his heart. Yes. Yes. Yes, the idea is right, that's it. This girl is soft-hearted. She is not a popular character in the male channel. The strategy should follow the ideas of the female channel. What do they say in the female channel? You have to go the GB way. Look, you play the victim. Your favorability has increased again. Ming Jiayi pursed his lips tightly, not saying a word. Speak, just like you did just now, speak. The system became anxious when he was silent, and urged him in a low voice. Her favorability has jumped twice today, from 80 directly to 85. If you do this twice more, we can call it a day. Why don't you take the initiative? The girl's basic favorability is 80 at the beginning. If you work harder, you won't have made no progress in all these years. The system kept urging Ming Jiayi, giving him various tricks, trying to help him complete the strategy task. Ming Jiayi's brows were getting tighter and tighter as he listened. Finally, he couldn't listen anymore, and said in a low voice, "Shut up." Xia Yi was slightly stunned. Ah? Is he asking her to shut up? She didn't say anything. Xia Yi suspected that she had pushed the other person too far, and subconsciously loosened her grip. The door panel was originally sandwiched between the two people. The pushing force of the two people was basically the same, forming a kind of force balance. Suddenly, the support from outside was lost. Ming Jiayi was not paying attention. His body fell forward and pressed against the door panel, and his fingers were immediately pinched. Hiss. Xia Yi. She hurriedly supported herself with her hands and saved Ming Jiayi's fingers. So the two of them, one inside and one outside, pressed against the door again, and returned to a balanced posture. The development of the plot was a bit weird, and the air became more and more silent. After a long time, Ming Jiayi had no intention of speaking again. Xia Yi estimated the time in her heart. Her sister should have been taken up. Yuan Xiang and the other three may have already started treatment. She needed to understand the following situation, and could not delay here too much. You don't want to answer my question? Xia Yi asked again. Ming Jiayi remained silent. Xia Yi thought about it. Now whether it was her sister or Ming Jiayi, or the four of them, they came from different places. For safety reasons, it was not suitable for them to stay in the same room. It was best to isolate them separately for 3 to 4 days. She was wearing a protective suit, which was really cumbersome. There were many things that could not be explained face to face. Most importantly, she also needed time to sort things out. I know. I have to go upstairs now. If 3 days later, Xia Yi was still a little dissatisfied when she thought of this, and said with a heavier voice, "If you didn't die from the virus, contact me." Ming Jiayi gently held the door, feeling the force on the door slowly loosen, feeling inexplicably empty, and subconsciously looking out through the cat's eye. Xia Yi pulled her hand out from the crack of the door again. This time, she seemed to have made up her mind not to say anything more. She turned around and walked towards the stairs. "Hey!" Ming Jiayi opened his mouth, but couldn't help it, and called out to her back. Xia Yi stopped and turned around. "What? That?" Ming Jiayi didn't know why, nor did he know what to say. He subconsciously called out to her. At this moment, his mind was churning, trying to find an excuse. My phone number is still under blacklist. Xia Yi's eyes widened. Ah! Didn't I pull it out? Why did she remember that she pulled Ming Jiayi out of the blacklist on the day she tricked him out and copied him back? Ming Jiayi's eyes fell on the floor uncomfortably. It seems that it was pulled back later. Xia Yi, is that true? She didn't remember it either. Well, maybe it was true. Xia Yi sighed and said, "Sorry. I pull it out for you later." After saying that, she waved her hand, turned and walked towards the stairs. Ming Jiayi looked through the peephole, watching her back disappear into the darkness, and didn't say anything for a long time. She's really gone, even after saying that. The system didn't forget to say a few sarcastic words at this time. She's really heartless to you. Xia Yi opened the security door and went upstairs, updated the door lock password, disinfected and put on new protective clothing, and entered her apartment. Yuan Xiang stayed in the bedroom with Jiang Ji. After hearing the voice, Lin Linglin called her to explain the situation. Sister Xiang did some emergency treatment. Even though the treatment was too bold, it still scared her. Lin Linglin did not explain the treatment process, but only reported the results. Xia Yi's breath was choked. Emergency treatment? She could not imagine what emergency treatment meant. Her sister did not have any external injuries. In the absence of a complete operating room, how would a surgeon perform emergency treatment? Lin Linglin said it lightly, obviously to avoid her from worrying too much, but even if the other party said nothing, she could roughly judge the whole story through his expression. Something dangerous must have happened. But Xia Yi didn't ask more questions. There was no point in her asking. As an outsider, knowing the details of the treatment would not help. It would only add to the trouble. She just needed to know that the doctor did his best under the conditions he could. Okay. Xia Yi pressed her trembling hands, trying to control herself from thinking too much, replied to Lin Linglin softly. Thank you for your hard work. You should continue to work. Lin Linglin also nodded. You should take a break, you are all tired. Xia Yi closed her eyes, looking at the tightly closed bedroom door, her palms almost oozing with sweat. She couldn't really take a break, so she simply didn't take a break, and got up to work. While everyone was still wearing new protective clothing, she checked the pipes one by one, making sure that all the water supply and drainage channels were blocked, and that all the ventilation ducts were independent, so that there would be no aerosol transmission. Then she turned on the robot vacuum cleaners and fresh air systems in several rooms except her sister's bedroom, and then took the vacuum cleaner and slowly began to clean the dust in the gaps. After she cleaned and disinfected each room bit by bit, she began to mess with the mattress. The bedroom in her sister's room could have been lived in. But now everyone is in quarantine, so it is better not to enter without wearing protective clothing within 3 days. Everyone should rest outside. Lin Linglin and Yuan Xiang can live in her room first, and the sheets and quilts need to be changed and washed. Jiang Ji can only sleep on the sofa first. She can make do with 3 nights in the apartment opposite. After the quarantine period, she can sleep on the nursing bed in her sister's room. All places are replaced with new sheets and quilts. After finishing all these, she went straight into the kitchen. And with her poor cooking skills, she made a simple pot of porridge with compressed biscuits and vegetables. The porridge smelled okay, but she couldn't eat it, so she had to keep it warm in the pot. She sat for a while, stood for a while, busy here, busy there. The people in the bedroom worked for several hours, and Xia Yi worked outside for several hours. Yuan Xiang and others had been disinfected again in the bedroom nursing room, and took off their protective clothing. Finally, they opened the door and walked out of the bedroom nursing room, saying, "The situation has stabilized temporarily." Xia Yi's legs were weak, which was rare. She leaned against the wall to keep steady, smiled softly, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. There is hot water in the bathroom for a shower, and some food is warm in the pot. My cooking skills are too poor, but it shouldn't poison you to death. Just give it a rest." Okay. Several doctors could not hide their tiredness at this time, and agreed softly. Xia Yi walked into her sister's room alone. Her sister was still lying quietly on the bed. There was an extra-large glass cover on the outside of the bed, which covered the whole person. The glass cover was probably some kind of treatment chamber, which could ensure the oxygen content in the chamber, and the isolation of the air inside and outside the chamber. Xia Yi walked slowly to the treatment chamber and looked at her sister through the chamber. Although her sister closed her eyes, she looked fine. It seemed that Bai Shanshan did not secretly abuse her while she was away. She was trying to make fun of herself, secretly plotting against Bai Shanshan, and wanted to take 2 more steps forward. Suddenly, her eyes went dark. Then she fainted silently on the ground. Chapter 105. Xia Yi was too tired. She had just experienced a high-intensity battle, and she was a little overdrawn physically, and now, after hearing that her sister's condition had changed, she was a little overdrawn emotionally. To say that she was overdrawn was too euphemistic. When she heard that her sister was not in good condition, the string in her mind almost broke. However, Xia Yi could not allow herself to collapse. During the journey, she had to consider and face various risks to ensure that the entire journey was smooth and worry-free. He was the one who brought everyone out of the mall, and he had the obligation to protect everyone's safety. During the treatment, she could not have an emotional breakdown. She did not want to burden the other party, and hoped that the doctors could focus on her sister throughout the process. Not only during this process, but also in all aspects of daily life. Xiaoyi was like this. She could not allow herself to break down. Many times, she was like a machine without emotions. No matter what kind of trouble she encountered, she could remain indifferent, stand outside the perspective, and solve the problems one by one. Xiaoyi slowly fell to the floor. The protective suit was cold and tight against her skin. It was not very comfortable, but she obviously could not feel it. The people who had just finished their work were also very tired. They were queuing up to wash and eat, and they were trying to find a way to rest. There were various alarms on Xiaoyi's bed. They did not need to watch the bed all the time, and they had to wear protective clothing when entering and leaving the room. This was a hassle, if it was not necessary. No one wanted to waste it. As for Xiaoyi's disappearance, everyone was not too worried. After all, this was Xiaoyi's home. Everyone did not think that Xiaoyi would be in any danger in her own home. They just thought that she had found a corner where no one was to rest. Besides, this place was very unfamiliar to everyone. Everyone was not sure which places were private spaces, whether they could open the door to see, and they would not go around looking for her. Anyway, for various reasons, 2 hours had passed, and no one had looked for Xiaoyi, and no one had entered this room. She just fainted on the spot, and no one noticed her for a long time. Ding! Ding ding ding. Xiaoyi was dazed, and heard a familiar voice in her ear. She opened her eyes with difficulty, looked around for a while, but didn't see anyone. She paused, thought for a while, realized her situation, and barely got up from the ground. During the time she fainted on the floor, she actually felt a little relaxed, probably because she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and security on her own floor, which drove away a lot of fatigue. At this time, a familiar voice came to my ears. "Are you okay, Xiaoyi?" She frowned slowly, and knew from the voice that this was Ming Jiayi's system. She didn't remember the number, and it didn't seem to be very important. She asked calmly, "Why are you here?" "System, you are really cold, but it seems nothing happened." The system sounded a little disappointed, and said coldly, "It's a pity for that idiot, he owes me another point." Xiaoyi could tell that he was teasing her, but she was not in a hurry. She slowly stood up from the ground, and went to see her sister again. Her sister's condition still looked stable, and there seemed to be no need to worry too much. She turned and left the room, and after changing her protective clothing in the nursing room, she walked to the living room. The three of them had already taken a bath and had eaten, and each of them had fallen asleep in a crooked position. They probably thought that Xiaoyi had already eaten, and there was no food left in the pot for her. Xiaoyi didn't want to take a bath in front of this system, so she simply didn't rush to take a bath. She walked out of the door gently, entered her sister's apartment across the street, and picked a portion of self-heating rice to eat. The system wanted to keep it a secret, but it was in vain. Hanging in the air, feeling very uncomfortable, looking at Xiaoyi eating slowly, not knowing how long it would take to finish, he finally couldn't help but speak. "Don't you want to ask? What price do I have to pay for asking you a question?" Xiaoyi looked at the rice in the bowl calmly, and said while eating, "You have already paid too much for Ming Jiayi, so it's better not to think about taking advantage of me. System, your interests are obviously inconsistent with Ming Jiayi. He doesn't want me to know some things, but you want me to know. You are not with him at this time, and he can't control your mouth. This is a golden opportunity for you." Xiaoyi just kept doing physical work, but who can control the brain? Although she didn't want to think about it, her sister's illness was still lingering in her mind, and Ming Jiayi's condition was gradually becoming clear in her mind. There was no need to think too much at this time. Just say it calmly. "I allow you to say it, go ahead." System. The system felt very aggrieved. What Xiaoyi said was right, or rather, what Xiaoyi said was too right, which made him feel strongly uncomfortable. After all, the information he was about to provide was what Xiaoyi wanted. He came here eagerly to provide information, and he didn't get any benefits, but now he said this, as if he was begging to tell Xiaoyi. The worst thing is, the truth is really like this. He can't wait until the next time. So he has to seize this opportunity and tell Xiaoyi as soon as possible. The system held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help but said in a sarcastic tone, "You little girl are really interesting." Xiaoyi didn't respond to him at all. She scooped a spoonful of rice with vegetables and put it into her mouth leisurely, waiting for the system to lose patience and tell it by itself. It's not that she is not eager to know the whole story. But Ming Jiayi just doesn't want to tell her. If the matter only involves the other party's private affairs, she won't ask. But now the situation is obviously related to her. The only channel to get the information is the system. And the character of this system is not very good. She doesn't want to be led by the other party. And she must seize the initiative. The system tried various postures several times, but failed to successfully arouse Xia Yi interest. And finally failed. He promised Ming Jiayi when he went out that he would not talk nonsense. If he stayed outside for too long, it would definitely arouse suspicion. That kid is crazy at heart. He always hesitated and did not dare to really provoke the other party. The system knew that it couldn't hold back the girl in front of it. So it had to say, "This matter is a bit long. I need to start from the beginning." "Okay." Xia Yi nodded. "This is a bit far. We need to start from the basic rules and regulations of the system. This is a very basic strategy system for men. The system will provide the host with various kinds of help, including but not limited to information collection, remote communication transmission, and other functions. All these functions need to be exchanged with points. And the form of obtaining points is to complete the strategy task. The so-called strategy mission is designed for men. And the content is very simple and crude. It involves getting involved with all kinds of girls. From holding hands, to kissing, to indescribable things. Each different progress can earn a certain amount of points." Xia Yi was silent for a moment, and asked, "So emotional changes are not within the scope of this system rewards?" "Yes," the system answered. Xia Yi slowly frowned, and she thought of an incredible possibility. "So, if you use force, also," the system continued. "Xia Yi, this is a fucking dog coin system." She finally understood why Ming Jiayi was unwilling to tell her the whole story. If she was kidnapped by such a disgusting thing, she would not want to tell others. Establish sexual relationships with multiple people, and gain points by achieving sexual relationships, that's what it means. Sexual relationship, the word is very accurate. In the measurement criteria of this system, there is no emotion but only action. Indeed, compared with strategies and love, it is more like completing tasks based on sexual relationships. The system corrected some inaccurate words. You can establish sexual relationships with one or more people, and you can complete relationships once or multiple times, and repeatedly earn points. You can fall in love, and you can also raise fish. Xia Yi concluded. "Yes. Tell me, your summary is so good, it's such a simple thing." The system agreed loudly with what she said, and then sighed. "I've said it many times, he is so handsome, in order to make money faster, he chose to become an internet celebrity to make his first pot of gold. How many girls are obsessed with his face? Whether he sleeps with fans or falls in love, both paths are ways to survive. He just refuses to leave any of them, and insists on hanging himself on a tree. The tree ignored him. This broken system mechanism. What's the difference between selling yourself for points? If she doesn't want to leave either. But these are all prerequisites, not the point." Xia Yi roughly understood the point the system wanted to express. "But he owes you points." System, yes. Xia Yi didn't ask what Ming Jiayi points were used for. There was no need to ask this. She understood it when the system introduced the function. She needed to ask something more important. "What is the price of owing points?" The system was silent for a long time, then said, "It's just as you imagined." Xia Yi also fell silent. Ming Jiayi's many behaviors were strange. For example, he obviously liked her, but he kept his distance, not too far and not too close, and it didn't seem like he was pursuing her. For example, he knew her situation very well, and would appear by her side at any time when she needed him. She thought the latter was based on foresight, but now it seems that this is not the case. If you put everything together and understand it, it all makes sense. "How much time did he owe you?" Xia Yi asked in a low voice. 7 years. The system added a new piece of information with a hint of meaning. The time of his death before his rebirth was 7 years and 6 days later. Xia Yi's eyes darkened, slowly put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand, and said word by word, "So what you want to tell me, and what he doesn't want you to tell me, is that, within 6 days, if no one is with him." She chose a more normal word. "Falling in love, he will die." Chapter 106. That's what happened anyway. It sounds outrageous, but after careful analysis, it seems very reasonable. Even Ming Jiayi's reluctance to tell her the truth is reasonable. No matter how this matter is said, it seems like moral kidnapping. "I have done this for you. How can you not be with me?" Ming Jiayi obviously does not want to convey this message to her, but the cost of not conveying this message is a bit high. The most important thing is it necessary for him to do this? That's obviously because my skills are better. I'm very good at attracting hosts into the circle. The system proudly began to explain his methodology, and he said it very clearly. This is just like those designers who design game gift packages. You must design an ice-breaking process for users. The first payment amount should be small. You must create a sense of scarcity of limited time discounts. Cultivate the habit of paying for him. After that, slowly adjust, and he will gradually become your paying user. Then he will die. Is this your plan? Xiaoyi exposed him mercilessly. System, that's because he is stupid. I wanted him to do the task for me, not to die. How could he know that he had broken the ice and fell into the trap? But he was so stubborn that he refused to do such a simple task no matter what. That's because he had never fallen into any trap from the beginning. The so-called ice breaking in the game is nothing more than breaking two kinds of people. One is the person who has money to pay the price. The other is the mama's boy who puts all his hopes on others. However, the chips for this task of the system are not other people's money, but their own lives. A loser like a mom can play with other people's money, but he dare not play with his own life. Those who are willing to do the strategy task. There is only one possibility. When they decided to exchange, they were already mentally prepared to do the task. However, they also know that these strategy tasks are too obscene, and they need the system to give them an opportunity to relieve their moral pressure. Because I have no choice, I am also forced. Ming Jiayi was unwilling to do the mission, because from the very beginning when he used the points, he never thought of using the mission to pay for it. The price of his points consumption, from beginning to end, was his life. Why did he have to consume these points? It's all because of you. The system suddenly felt like it had hit its lungs, and suddenly sneered, full of sarcasm. You heard what you wanted to hear, are you proud? Knowing that this man is willing to die for you, are you proud? If you want to say something, just say it nicely. If you don't want to say it, just get out of here. Xiaoyi frowned. The system was so angry that it choked. It was the most classic cool writing system. You can have whatever you want by conquering a few women. Just watch them fight for the host's favor and offer everything. Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky? He actually met a love-brained person. He could have been the one who decided the fate of others, but he handed his life over to a woman, letting her do whatever she wanted by stepping on his face. It was a great shame. But these decisions were made by the host. He couldn't change anything, and could only swallow his anger. He wasn't so crazy at first. He just wanted to use the system to send you a message. To let you know that the end of the world is coming. To prepare in advance. And to avoid all dangers. The system recalled the memory of the dead. And its tone was very unfriendly. But you don't believe it. Xiaoyi was stunned. She repeatedly searched for information in her memory. And it seemed that she could vaguely remember that there was such a thing. There seemed to be a period of time a few years ago when she always received information in the personalized recommendations of various platforms about how to build a Doomsday shelter, Doomsday strategy guides, etc. Of course, she didn't believe it at that time. The Doomsday theory has lasted for thousands and hundreds of years. Since the beginning of human existence, this rumor has never stopped. Every once in a while, someone would hype it up. If you cry wolf too much, naturally no one will believe it. At first, she wondered why she always received such information. But later, she received it more and more, and she didn't take it seriously. Later, she completely forgot about it. How could she know at that time that this information was a warning that Ming Jiayi had tried every means to convey to her? Oh, but even if she knew, she still might not believe it. She was not a person who would easily believe in hearsay. She would never believe anything without evidence. He tried many times, tried many ways, and could not succeed no matter what. But he could not let it go. So he came up with such a bad idea, digging himself deeper and deeper. The system said coldly. This so-called bad idea probably refers to Yu Shaojing. It must be said that Ming Jiayi actually knows her quite well. After laying the groundwork for many years, Yu Shaojing, who has been providing reliable advice for a long time and can predict all dangers, finally gained her trust and successfully conveyed the information he wanted to convey to her. However, in order to achieve this goal, the points he paid were astronomical. At first he said that he owed you, because you were the reason why he could live so much longer. Later, I don't know, from that day on, he slowly changed his tone. saying that he didn't want you to be affected by the end of the world, and to be able to live many years safely. Until now, too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry, I won't live for many days anyway, so I build as much as I can while I can still breathe. The system snorted coldly, obviously extremely dissatisfied with this, and cursed. Even for such a trivial matter as fainting. You have to overdraw your points to come and take a look. You're really fucking sick. Xiaoyi's throat was a little choked. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. The system was right to say that it was gradual. Ming Jiayi didn't mean to play with his life at the beginning. He didn't think at that time that he would be forced into this situation. He just has something he can't let go of. So he goes deeper and deeper on this road. Maybe she is a selfish person. She will leave a way out for herself in everything she does. She will make sacrifices for the people she cares about. But she can't do this anyway. And he is stupid. He likes you so much and can't leave you. He can just pester you. A good woman is afraid of a pestering man. A grown man. As long as he is thick-skinned enough, he can always get you to agree. The system got angrier and angrier as it spoke. It didn't realize how disgusting its fatherly speech was. It kept nagging. As it was talking, it suddenly realized that Xiaoyi had stopped moving. It realized that her eyes seemed to be red. It worked. The system suddenly reacted. It realized that it seemed to have opened a crack in the other party's heart. It hurriedly pursued it. How is it? Are you touched? Hurry up, and come downstairs with me. Be with him. As long as the two of you do this and that, help him to gain points, alas. Don't you still believe in him? When all those things between you happen, he will definitely treat you well. Xiaoyi slowly recovered, took a deep breath, felt that the system couldn't say anything more useful, and was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, just said lightly. You can go now. System, ? He thought that this speech had been successful, but he didn't expect it to suddenly take a turn for the worse, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. I said my host was really blind. He found such a heartless woman, and he was about to die, but he didn't care at all. Don't put yourself out of it. You come and say these things to me, to defend him, as if you are so kind-hearted. Xiaoyi sneered coldly. Isn't it because your system status is threatened? The system choked. I also want him to live. Can't everyone win? The heroine sneered. With full of sarcasm in her voice, she asked slowly. Do you know why your mission is doomed to fail? Is it true that every time the result you imagine cannot be achieved? Will Ming Jiayi's choice always be different from yours? System. Because he has others in his eyes, while you only have yourself in your eyes. Xiaoyi said calmly. The system was immediately angry when it heard this, and said dissatisfiedly, What do you know? Little girl, you are not the one who can point fingers at me. Is there anything else you want to tell me, and ask me to help you solve the problem? System. This asked. The words ruthlessly tore off his mask. He was indeed cornered, and wanted to ask Xiaoyi to help him solve the problem, because he knew that this was his only way now. But he couldn't bring himself to do that, so he could only put on a superior attitude, and try to guide Xiaoyi with reason and morality, telling her that this was what she should do. At this moment, he was mercilessly pointed out, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Xiaoyi knew the answer to the question, and replied calmly. If you don't have it, get out of here. Don't come to me again. It's so disgusting to talk to this system. It's easy to shorten your life. Once is enough. You are a woman who forgets righteousness when she sees profit. When the system saw that she really didn't intend to care about herself, and found that the last way to survive was blocked, it finally got angry and cursed. You don't care about him now. Do you think he has no use value? I said he can't give you too much, otherwise you won't take him seriously. Women should be controlled and controlled. Xiaoyi sighed. She deeply understood the host's troubles. If the system cannot be blocked, it will follow you around and spew shit in your ears every day. It is really annoying. She took out her mobile phone, pulled Ming Jiayi out of the blacklist, and pressed the dial button without hesitation. The system suddenly stagnated and stopped outputting. Ming Jiayi could hear what he said. If he angered the other party, he might really die with him. Despicable. He didn't dare to act too rashly, he just cursed with gritted teeth, and then shut up obediently. The phone rang for about 3 seconds, and Ming Jiayi answered it soon. He seemed to be afraid of something, and spoke in a very low voice. Are you looking for me? Chapter 107. Ming Jiayi didn't stay at home obediently. Although they agreed to meet in 3 days, he didn't have much time left, he couldn't really waste it at home, he had one last thing to do. Make Xia Jiping disappear from this world. Ming Jiayi knew something that Xiaoyi didn't know. For example, Xia Yi and Xia Jiping were father and daughter. For example, Xia Yi's adoptive parents died because of Xia Jiping. Xia Yi might have some perception of the latter, but there was no clear evidence, so she just hated Xia Jiping and didn't hate him to the core. If possible, he hoped that Xia Yi would never need to know these things, would not need to hate Xia Jiping to the core, would not need to have the desire to kill him, and would not need to bear the psychological burden of patricide. At the same time, he also hoped that Xia Jiping would completely disappear from the world, so that she would never have any worries. This was also the last thing he could do for her. Ming Jia had lived in the apocalypse for 7 years. When the world reached that time period, everyone had no ethics or kindness left, and he would be able to do many things more easily than Xia Yi. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. Xia Jiping was not easy to deal with, but after being attacked by him, the wound on his back was so deep that the bone was visible, which would definitely bring inconvenience to his movements. Ming Jia was unwilling to miss it. Someone had helped him figure out the whereabouts of the other party before, but it was only the whereabouts. The world is not completely in chaos now, most people are not desperate, and he has to rely on himself to really take action. Xia Jiping would go out regularly every day to get information. He was looking for Xia Yi's shelter, but there was no progress. Whenever he was frustrated, he would go out by boat to pick on 2 people and steal their supplies. He was not short of supplies, and there were many supermarkets near their area, so it was not a problem to take some supplies back by boat. He did not really need supplies, but he just liked to rob others to vent his anger. Ming Jia also knew the route he took every day, so he waited on the road he had to take. However, this phone call disrupted his original plan. "Where are you?" The voice from the receiver was a little hoarse. Xia Yi sounded not in a good mood. Ming Jia remembered the agreement between the two, and felt a little guilty for some reason. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to tell the truth. "I was outside, but I was wearing a protective suit." Xia Yi was obviously not comforted by his explanation, and her voice became colder. "What did you do?" "Ming Jia, you should know that since the two met, Xia Yi has never paid attention to anything about him. No matter where he is, or what he wants to do, she has never paid attention to it. As if his life or death has nothing to do with her. It was a wonderful feeling to be suddenly cared for by her at this moment. Even though it was a tone of checking up and questioning, he was inexplicably flattered. But he really couldn't explain to her what he was doing now. "Sorry, I have something to do." Ming Jia deliberately answered the question irrelevantly, avoiding the question, "What are you doing?" Xia Yi paused, did not continue to ask, and just said lightly, "Come back." Halfway through, he felt like something was missing, and reluctantly added another half sentence. "I want to eat crab roe noodles." Crab roe noodles? Ming Jia was stunned for a moment. Eating crab roe noodles at this time, this request is really tricky. However, he still agreed subconsciously. Okay. Although crab roe noodles are not a very common food, because Xia Yi likes to eat it, so he still really has it. He raises crabs at his garden, but now is not the season to eat crabs. This year's crabs have not grown fat yet. The crab roe is not delicious now, but it is not impossible to eat it. He has the stock that he quickly froze before. "I do it for you after I get back." "Okay." Ming Jia was lying in wait in the night alone, lowering his voice, and talking to her in a low voice. Just a little later, 2 hours later. "Okay." "No." Xia Yi rejected his explanation tyrannically, speaking word by word with deep anger in her throat. Right now, she didn't even need to think, to know what Ming Jia was going to do now. Spending the last time on dealing with Xia Jiping, how could he think of that? It would have been fine if she didn't know before. But now that she knows, how can she still allow Ming Jia to do such a thing? This is all her business. Why should others bear the risk? Ming Jia wanted to say more, but after hearing the second half of the sentence from the other end of the phone, she suddenly fell silent. "You should know that I hate others making decisions for me," she said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yi ignored the chattering system, simply packed up the food, and returned to the apartment opposite. Yuan Xiang had woken up from a nap. After observing her sister's condition, she told her that there was no major problem for the time being, and that she could continue to observe. If there were no more accidents within 48 hours, this storm would be over. Although there were many twists and turns this time. Fortunately, the thunder was loud but the rain was light, and it was finally resolved. After Xia Yi thanked him sincerely, she went to the bedside to check on her sister. After confirming that there was nothing to worry about, She went downstairs again. She just stayed in the corridor, looking out through the peephole. Not long after, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Ming Jiayi hesitated for a long time before coming back, and finally compromised. I hate others making decisions for me. This sentence was too heavy, and he was a little worried that he would really step on Xia Yi minefield. Fortunately, Xia Jiping's injuries would not heal so quickly, and he still had a few days to take action, and there was no need to rush today. At the same time Ming Jiayi opened the door. There was also the sound of the security door being opened in the upper corridor. Although he knew that it was most likely Xia Yi waiting for her, he still turned his head to look just in case. A slender figure quickly flashed down from upstairs, like a gust of wind, carrying his body through the crack of the door, and entering the apartment he rented. Xia. Before Ming Jiayi could utter the second word, he was held by the collar by the other party, and pressed against the door fiercely. By the way, the door was locked with a click. Ming Jiayi. He didn't expect that more than a month later, he would still be treated at this level. Xia Yi was holding his neck, her palm on his Adam's apple, staring at him intently. Both of them were wearing protective clothing and rubber gloves. There was no skin-to-skin contact, but he inexplicably felt that Xia Yi's hands were a little cold. What's wrong with you? Xia Yi tightened her fingers, but did not answer. Ming Jiayi slowly relaxed his back, and moved the most vulnerable part of his neck to the most convenient position for her. He lowered his eyes and looked at her, and asked in a low voice, "Did I do something wrong?" Xia Yi was so angry that her scalp was numb, and all the blood seemed to rush to her head instantly. Does this person have no temper? Or does she have no bottom line at all? She is so unreasonable. Why doesn't she know how to resist? Why does she still put on such a submissive attitude? Yes. Xia Yi couldn't help but said angrily, "I'm sorry." Ming Jiayi didn't even ask why. He just apologized. Xia Yi's breath was stuck in her throat. She had been very angry since she talked to the system just now, and her scalp was numb with anger. But when she really faced Ming Jiayi, all her anger suddenly lost its outlet. Before the end of the world, he could still use the excuse of "I have more important things to do" to numb himself and ignore what this person did. But now that this excuse no longer exists, seeing what Ming Jiayi did, she felt a deep sense of helplessness rising from the bottom of her heart. Xia Yi really wanted to cut open this person's head and see how much water was in it to do this. She was so angry that she wanted to shake his head and pour out all the water inside. Don't be angry. Although the brain-dead man was confused, his attitude was still sincere, and he continued to whisper, "Tell me what I did wrong, I will change it." Okay. There's no point in talking to him. Xia Yi's anger was rising again. She kept a straight face, looking at Ming Jiayi's hands hanging by his side, pulled out a new pair of handcuffs from her pocket, and handcuffed half of them to his right hand. Ming Jiayi blinked, didn't understand what she wanted to do, but didn't mean to resist at all. Instead, he gently raised his left hand, put it next to his right hand, and put it together, waiting for her next move. Xia Yi, the more cooperative, submissive, and demanding Ming Jiayi was, the more angry she felt. She shook Ming Jiayi's left hand away, hooked up the other half of the handcuffs, and put her left hand in. Then, before Ming Jiayi could fully react, she spread her slender fingers, and inserted her 5 fingers into his fingers. Ming Jiayi was stunned. The 5 slender fingers reached into his palm, and were easily covered by his hand. Even through 2 layers of rubber gloves, he could clearly feel the temperature of her fingertips. His breath was choked, and his ears suddenly felt hot. "You?" Before he could ask, he heard a series of reports from the system. Add 1. Add 1. Add 1. Add 1. Ming Jiayi was stunned. He suddenly remembered something, and his cheeks, which had just turned red, suddenly turned pale. He subconsciously wanted to loosen his hands. And when he left Xia Yi's palm, the handcuffs that had puzzled him just now finally worked. The steel rings tightly shackled his wrists, making it impossible for him to escape at all. Xia Yi turned his wrist, and almost effortlessly held his hand in his palm again. Ming Jiayi's face became more and more ugly. He clenched his fist tightly, trying to resist Xia Yi's 5 fingers, but it was obviously useless. Those dexterous hands always found the right angle. As long as they touched any point on his wrist, the system would dutifully report the value of the point's increase. Ming Jiayi's chest was heaving violently, and the veins on his wrist were bulging. He struggled with all his strength. His eyes were forced to turn red, and he was almost roaring. "System! Get out! Get out! Who told you to tell her?" Who told you to tell her? Chapter 108. Don't move. Xia Yi's voice sounded softly beside his ear. Ming Jiayi paused, realizing that he might twist her wrist. He restrained his resistance. But his muscles were still fighting, his body pressed tightly against the door, his fists clenched tightly, trying to dodge within a limited range. At this time, a very soft voice came from his ear. Ming Jiayi was slightly startled, pausing for a moment in confusion. Xia Yi spoke again, and his words were like a basin of cold water poured over his head. It's me. I asked him to tell me. Ming Jiayi's momentum disappeared instantly. His back slowly relaxed, and he leaned weakly against the door. He could blame the system, curse the system, or even drag the system down with him, but facing Xia Yi, he couldn't say a word. You? Ming Jiayi's eyes fell on the floor, his chest rose and fell violently. He held it in for a long time, and only managed to say one sentence. Can you pretend? I have never heard anything. Xia Yi knew what he wanted to say, and didn't even wait for him to finish, and flatly refused. No. This rejection was too ruthless. Ming Jiayi looked away, his face clearly showing helplessness. He was silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about something, or organizing his words. But unfortunately, he didn't organize them well in the end. So he could only say weakly, This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. Xia Yi looked at him indifferently, and returned his meaning to him intact. What a coincidence. No one kidnapped me. Ming Jiayi choked. He sighed in frustration, his eyes still fixed on a certain point on the floor, never falling on Xia Yi. After a long while, he spoke again, his voice a little hoarse. I know. You don't like me. Xia Yi looked at him without comment. I don't want to be given alms, he said. Xia Yi's anger was rising again, and she sneered almost instantly. You don't want to be given alms. But I do? When you took the points and did something around me without permission, didn't you think that I didn't want to be given alms? Ming Jiayi was silent for a while after hearing her words. After trying to digest her words, he actually reflected on his mistakes. After a while, he closed his eyes and whispered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. Xia Yi, you are so selfless. You are thinking about me at this time. It's amazing. At this time, she was still listening to Ming Jiayi's apology. What kind of person is she? A vampire who takes advantage of others and squeezes them clean? After devouring his flesh and blood, you still want to spit on the remaining bones? Xia Yi walked in front of Ming Jiayi, pinched his chin and straightened it, forcing him to look at her. This boy has a very superior image. Even if he is wrapped in a heavy protective suit, it can't hide his tall figure and his unique temperament. Not to mention that he is wealthy, and there are a lot of fans following and admiring him on the internet. There should be quite a few people who like him. She simply didn't understand why he would do this. Whatever. She didn't care. Talking to this person would only make her angry to death. In order not to be angry to death, she simply gave up talking. Xia Yi pinched Ming Jiayi's wrist. Her thumb and index finger circled his wrist bone. The protrusion of his wrist bone was a little hard, and it hurt her palm slightly. She said lightly, Anyway, I won't let go. And I don't care whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, break my hand. If you don't dare to break it, just bear it. Ming Jiayi. He was shocked by this operation. How could a straight woman like Xia Yi come up with such a rogue method? Rogue but useful. Xia Yi is not a weak little girl. Although her hands are thin and narrow, they are very strong and cannot be easily broken free. Of course, if you want to break free by brute force, that is naturally possible. According to Xia Yi's words, just break her hand. Ming Jiayi. How could he do that? Ming Jiayi stood there speechless, his mind was in a mess. Since Xia Yi knew those things developed like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins, and he could no longer control them. The temperature on his wrist came faintly, reminding him that Xia Yi's palm was against him. Ming Jiayi realized belatedly at this moment, she was holding his hand. This realization made all the muscles in his body stiffen, and the blood rushed to his brain, burning from his cheeks to his ears. He stared at the floor, his palms hanging unnaturally, and soon his fingers became numb. Ming Jiayi. Xia Yi suddenly said, If you don't want me to shut your mouth, don't say anything. She said something without any context. Before Ming Jiayi could react to what she said, he heard Xia Yi shouting in front of him. System, come out. Ming Jiayi. You little girl. How can you steal a man's lines? The system inherent setting is intact. and she speaks greasy words as soon as she opens her mouth. Ming Jiayi suddenly realized that the word shut up seemed to have a lot of ambiguity, and her face inexplicably became hotter. Xia Yi didn't care what the two of them were thinking. She asked the question she wanted to ask. Count. How much does he owe you? Ming Jiayi opened his mouth, and subconsciously wanted to stop him. Somehow, Xia Yi's words just now suddenly rang in his mind, and he closed his mouth with a slightly red face. After the system had just talked with Xia Yi, it thought that there was no hope. But after a while, things suddenly turned around. Xia Yi was reluctant to let Ming Jiayi die, and it seemed that Ming Jiayi was also taken care of by her. After he realized that there was an opportunity, he would never let it go. He hurriedly climbed up the pole and replied, "He owes me 221,850,350 points." Xia Yi, she guessed that it should be a lot, but she didn't expect it to be this much. How could Ming Jiayi let himself owe such a huge debt? It's true that too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't worry. She endured it, and continued to ask, "How to convert time?" The system answered quickly. 1 point is 1 second. He consumed 100 points, and he needs to pay back 100 seconds. Xia Yi asked again, "How to get points?" The system paused, and did not answer immediately, obviously afraid of something. At the same time, Ming Jiayi's muscles were obviously much tighter. Xia Yi had known what this system was like, and had expected it. He gently clenched his 5 fingers, threatened Ming Jiayi to shut up, and then said, "Go ahead." Facing Ming Jiayi's disappointing appearance, the system couldn't bear to watch it at all. It sighed with mixed feelings and answered with coughs and gasps. That? Cough, hand. Cough, hand 1 minute 100 points. Kiss, cough 1 minute 1,000 points. Sleep, cough 1 minute 10,000 points. In such a short sentence, he swallowed a lot of words, trying to strike a balance between being able to understand and being easy to accept. Xia Yi understood it without any difficulty. She calculated in her mind, well, 1 minute is enough for him to live for a week. This task is not too heavy. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the system thought that Xia Yi didn't understand, so it explained again. It means that if he has a stable girlfriend, it's not difficult to pay off the debt. Many hosts have a wide harem, and they pick up girls crazily, while doing everything. That's really fun. What Ming Jiayi did with his points, really nothing. Xia Yi didn't want to listen to the bullshit in his head. After asking the serious questions, he started to drive him away. Okay. You can go now. System. He wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but he couldn't afford to offend Ming Jiayi, which was equivalent to not being able to offend Xia Yi. He couldn't afford to offend anyone, so there was no point in expressing his dissatisfaction. In short, although he felt inexplicably aggrieved, he still shut up and went away. Without this noisy thing, the air suddenly became quiet. The two of them leaned against the door quietly, each thinking about their own things. Xia Yi was silently calculating the points. If they just kept holding hands, more than 200 million points, 100 points per minute, 6,000 points per hour, 144,000 points per day, and more than 50 million points per year. As long as the two of them held hands, like conjoined twins for 4 or 5 years without letting go, they could pay off the debt. Although it sounds ridiculous and unrealistic, it is at least a feasible plan. Isn't it? Xia Yi thought with a smile on his face. Ming Jiayi stood beside her, lowering his wrist and letting her pull him. He had not resisted since a long time ago. As the conversation between Xia Yi and the system deepened, he fell deeply into self-loathing. Xia Yi now knew the whole story, and made a decision in the direction he least wanted to see. Now it was meaningless to say or do anything. He felt that he was despicable. Although he didn't say anything, his actions carried a subtext, morally blackmailing the other party. Look at what I have done. How can you ignore my life or death? And Xia Yi, out of a sense of responsibility and sympathy, was forced to do something she didn't like at all. Thinking of this, Ming Jiayi couldn't help but repeat what he had just said. I'm sorry. You're not done yet. Are you? Xia Yi was speechless. She leaned against the door helplessly, and sighed softly. She was often insensitive, not very good at handling her own emotions, nor at handling other people's emotions. But now it seems that there are some things she has to say. Otherwise not only will she feel uncomfortable, but Ming Jiayi will not be much better. When you reminded me that the end of the world is coming, you simply wanted to remind me that you didn't want me to die. So you voluntarily paid some price. Me too. You don't have to think so complicated. I just don't want you to die. Xiaoyi's voice was light, even a little cold. If this idea disappears one day, maybe I will just watch you die. Chapter 109. Xiaoyi's words were not at all comforting, but Ming Jiayi listened, and his back gradually relaxed, and his eyes finally lifted from the ground, and gently fell on her face. His voice was still low, and he answered her. Okay. Okay, since we have reached an agreement, don't think about those things. Your life is still in my hands. You have to be obedient. Xiaoyi pulled Ming Jiayi's wrist, and pulled him up from the door, and said, Let's cook. I want crab noodles. Yes. Ming Jiayi replied in a low voice. He followed Xiaoyi's movements and stood up straight. He lifted their wrists that were shackled together. He hesitated for a moment, and then began to discuss carefully. It's not convenient for me to cook like this. Can you let me go for a while? Okay. No. Just do it this way. Xiaoyi said with a straight face. Cooking is inconvenient. Taking a bath is inconvenient. Going to the bathroom is inconvenient. Sleeping is inconvenient. In 24 hours a day, wouldn't he be inconvenient at least half of the time? The time for the two conjoined twins. Could it be extended from 5 years to 10 years? She had no intention of unlocking the advanced moves after holding hands with Ming Jiayi. With their current progress, 5 years of binding would be enough. This was not the only inconvenience. The two were originally isolated from each other, and now they were not at the stage where they could take off their protective clothing and meet each other openly. Ming Jiayi used the equipment prepared in advance in the bathroom to clean and disinfect the space outside, and then thoroughly disinfected his body, and took Xiaoyi to change into new protective clothing one by one. Then he took out the ingredients for making crab roe noodles from the refrigerator. The two walked into the kitchen one after the other like conjoined twins. From beginning to end, Xiaoyi never let go of Ming Jiayi's wrist for a moment. Ming Jiayi's ears continued to turn red. But fortunately, he was covered by thick protective clothing and hat, so Xiaoyi didn't find out. He lowered his eyes and concentrated on processing the ingredients. His hands were agile and dexterous. Since there were no ready-made crabs, he used semi-finished products that were sealed and frozen in advance. A portion of noodles was ready in about 10 minutes. Both of them were wearing protective clothing, so it was inconvenient to eat at the same time. Ming Jiayi covered his face with a full portion of crab roe and placed the bowl in front of Xiaoyi. You eat? I'm not hungry. Xiaoyi, actually. She wasn't hungry either. She had just eaten a bowl of instant rice before going out, although she had tossed around for a while in between. It was only 2 hours. She was clamoring for food at this time, and she chose crab roe noodles, which didn't look like a dish that could be made, just to find an excuse to ease the atmosphere. She was still waiting for Ming Jiayi to bargain, but she didn't expect that he actually made the noodles. And the noodles came out of the pot so quickly. The aroma of crab roe passed through the mask and faintly entered her nose. It was the taste she had missed for a long time. Xiaoyi swallowed subconsciously. Eat it. Ming Jiayi placed the chopsticks next to her and raised his hand to help her unzip the protective suit. Xiaoyi was not polite when she saw this, and took off the mask. Without any pause, she picked up the chopsticks and started to eat with relish. It's not the season for eating crabs now, so I can't make fresh crabs for you. But I've told the gardeners that they will make it after the new crabs come down in the fall. I've passed down the recipe and cooking method, and the taste won't be worse than mine, Ming Jiayi said. Xiaoyi shook her head. In theory, the taste of ordinary semi-finished products will be a little discounted, but I don't know what's so special about Ming Jiayi noodles. But it tastes just as good as freshly made crabs. As she was thinking, she suddenly felt something was wrong and raised her head in confusion. Why should we give the new crabs to others in autumn? Why not you? Ming Jiayi was silent. Xiaoyi observed the expression on his face, and finally gradually realized it. Ming Jiayi made these preparations in advance because he didn't think he could survive this autumn. She started to feel unhappy again when she thought about it. Although she was unhappy, Xiaoyi was not hungry. She was forced to eat a whole night of fragrant and filling crab roe noodles. After feasting on them and drinking a cup of stomach-warming ginger tea, she leaned on the seat with her belly sticking out and sighed comfortably. In the more than 1 month since the typhoon, although she has never lacked food, it is just enough to fill her stomach and satisfy basic nutrition. And there is no taste at all. Ming Jiayi is a thorough chef. When he cooks, her happiness index is instantly raised by more than 1 level. Xiaoyi touched her belly and thought without emotion, putting aside everything else. Just based on Ming Jiayi cooking skills, she couldn't bear to let him die. Strictly speaking, Xiaoyi's current situation with Mingjie is not a very perfect isolation state, and she doesn't want to bring danger upstairs. Besides, his situation with Mingjie was not very convenient. So she explained it to Bai Shanshan and Yuan Xiang, and decided not to move upstairs for the time being, and to live in Mingjie's apartment first. The day Mingjie was taken away by Xiaoyi, it was the eve of the end of the world, and it was too late to buy a house at that time. So he rented one, and did not have time to arrange it carefully. The layout and furnishings were all kept by the original landlord, and he only added some more supplies. The original landlord was a newlywed couple. Maybe they were really infatuated with their newlywed life, and decorated the house to make it look like a flat land. All the doors and non-load-bearing walls were removed, except for the toilet, which was a partition. Even the bathroom was made of pure transparent glass, and the 1.8-meter double bathtub was placed directly next to the sofa. When Mingjie lived here alone, he said it was very convenient, and the spacious space was suitable for storing supplies. But when Xiaoyi saw the layout of the room, he couldn't hold it in. Here, it might not be very convenient for you to stay. Very convenient? Xiaoyi did not consider herself an outsider at all. After taking a good look around the room, she felt very satisfied. Especially the bathtub. The bathtub is very conveniently located. It is not troublesome to take a bath. If it is a shower room, the other person will inevitably get wet. The bathtub is placed in the living room. One person can take a bath, while the other can watch TV. It can be said that both are not delayed. It's just right. I also want to take a bath, she said, after coming back from the mall, busy and tired. She wanted to take a bath. And the massage bathtub. She had not enjoyed the pleasure of the massage bathtub since the typhoon came. Mingjie was stunned, and her face began to heat up again. Then when you take a shower? He asked softly. Can you let me go for a while? No. Xiaoyi refused flatly, and pushed further. And I don't plan to take a shower in the shower. I want to use the bathtub. Mingjie. Although the protective suit can protect his face, so Xiaoyi can't see his current expression. The scorching temperature on his face makes him feel like the suit is about to burn. He couldn't help but retort. Isn't it inappropriate? It's indeed inappropriate. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. After Mingjie just breathed a sigh of relief, the subject suddenly changed. But now there is nothing we can do. This is just the beginning. You may have to spend the next 4 or 5 years like this. Just bear with it, and you will get used to it slowly. She went too far, swaying in front of Mingjie's face, which was about to burn like a chimney, with a smile, and then giving him another heavy blow. Besides, it's not like you haven't peeked at me taking a bath. Mingjie, shocked. He immediately realized that Xiaoyi was talking about the time when she was Yu Shaojing, and he had reminded her to be careful of slipping when taking a bath, and he quickly opened his mouth to refute. I didn't at that time. I just knew roughly what would happen, and my perspective never fell on you. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyi showed a look of disbelief, and continued slowly. You are the one who has the final say. Who can tell whether you peeked or not? Mingjie was speechless, and his face began to turn red again. Xiaoyi saw that he had been teased enough, and it was almost enough. He said lightly, the situation was the same then as it is now. Whether you looked or not depended on your self-control. As long as you chose not to look, it would be fine. Mingjie. He couldn't fight her, nor could he talk her out of it. She could always do what she wanted to do. He couldn't win anyway, so he could only compromise. In short, Xiaoyi successfully took a bath in the massage bathtub. The gentle foam hit her body, making her sigh secretly. In today's hot and humid environment, taking a bath in the massage bathtub comfortably was a luxury. Her sigh was very small and subtle, but it still made Mingjie's muscles tense instantly. Xiaoyi felt the change in the hand in her palm, sank into the bathtub, turned her head to look at Mingjie. He sat on the ground with his back to the bathtub, his whole back was stiff, and there were 4 big words written on the back of his head. There is no hope in life. Xiaoyi coughed lightly, and tried hard to hold back her laughter. She just wanted to take a bath, not to torture Mingjie. Looking at this man's pitiful appearance, she didn't want to go too far, so she quickly rinsed and walked out wearing a bathrobe. Do you have any clothes you can lend me? Xiaoyi just asked. She was sure there were some. The cloakroom, Mingjie whispered. It would definitely take 2 people to get them together. Xiaoyi did not make it difficult for him, and walked towards the cloakroom first. She walked in front wrapped in a bathrobe. Mingjie lowered his head, and walked behind with her holding his wrist. The way they walked one after the other was just like a newlywed husband holding his bride with a veil. Xiaoyi was amused by this metaphor that suddenly popped into his mind, and almost laughed out loud. The two walked past the bathtub, through the living room, and all the way to the door of the cloakroom. Ming Jiayi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoyi was slightly surprised, and turned to look at Ming Jiayi. Ming Jiayi's eyes passed over Xiaoyi's white ankle, and quickly landed on the floor beside him. His face was slightly hot, and his footsteps stopped at the door of the cloakroom, stuck between wanting to go in and not wanting to go in. Xiaoyi glanced at him in confusion, but didn't get an answer from his face, and was too lazy to figure out the whole story. He gently pulled his wrist, causing Ming Jiayi to stagger. The two walked into the cloakroom one after the other. Chapter 110. The cloakroom was very big, more than 20 square meters. There were 3 rows of hangers inside, including summer, spring, autumn, winter, different clothes for the 4 seasons, including inner and outer clothes and socks, looking neat, clean, orderly. The only confusing thing was that, looking around, the 3 rows of hangers were full of clothes for the 4 seasons. They were all girls' clothes. Xiaoyi walked up, randomly picked a piece of clothing and took it down, turned down the collar and took a look, as expected. The size, color and other aspects of the clothes were all prepared for her. Ming Jiayi looked at the ground with his back stiff. Without saying a word, Xiaoyi suddenly understood what he was hesitating about just now, and couldn't help teasing. Why? You dare to buy, but you don't dare to let me see it? Ming Jiayi. Xiaoyi picked up a set of clothes at random, and put them on. The styles and brands of the clothes were all her favorites. She didn't even need to choose. Each piece just met her aesthetic point. All the clothes had been washed. They didn't smell like they had just left the factory. Instead, they had a faint fragrance. The fragrance smelled familiar, and the base note was vetiver. It was the scent of the perfume she used most often before. Xiaoyi sniffed it gently. She actually had a lot of this perfume in stock, but not enough to keep in the van. During the month of wandering outside, she hadn't smelled this familiar, reassuring scent for a long time. I have to say, Ming Jiayi is a really considerate person. She couldn't see many of the preparations he made, and she might never have the chance to see them. Only occasionally, in the things he did, she could see a tiny bit, and feel the huge amount of time and energy he put into them. Seeing Ming Jiayi's nervous look, Xiaoyi wanted to laugh. In the previous meeting, Ming Jiayi was very restrained. But at least, he was relaxed and proactive. Since he exposed everything this time, he seemed to have become twisted. Now his body was stiff, and it was obvious that his emotions had reached the critical point, and he was about to be broken by her. Xiaoyi finally decided to let him go, and stop teasing him, and put on his clothes. He mercifully changed the subject. Let's go, I go change into a protective suit. After cleaning and disinfecting the room, it's your turn to eat and wash up. In fact, this is not the safest isolation strategy, but now that 2 people are in the same room, this method can only be used for the time being. It's better than nothing. Ming Jiayi was silent for a moment, and did not nod in agreement, reminding in a low voice. You haven't blow-dried your hair yet. It's okay, it will dry itself in a while. Xiaoyi shook her short hair over her ears, and a few drops of water fell on the ground with the movement. Her hair was very long when she was abroad. After returning home, she cut it to ear level with a pair of scissors. Now it is a little longer. She has a lot of hair. When it was long, it would take a long time to dry without blowing it. At that time, she was too lazy to blow it. In order to avoid blowing her hair, she even got an automatic blow-drying machine in the shelter. After cutting it short, it can be completely dry in about half an hour, and she is even lazier. If I don't blow it, I will stay in the protective suit, and I will have a headache, Ming Jiayi insisted in a low voice. No, I'm too lazy to blow dry. Xiaoyi dragged him out, trying to find a protective suit to change into quickly, and quickly in the topic. Then, she heard Ming Jiayi's incredible request. Let me blow it for you. Xiaoyi, at Ming Jiayi's inexplicable insistence. She sat on the sofa in the living room. Ming Jiayi stood behind her, and turned on the hair dryer. The warm wind gently passed by her ears. Ming Jiayi blew his hair slowly and carefully. He held the hair dryer steadily, and his patience was obviously much higher than hers. He didn't burn his scalp with the warm wind once, and didn't hit his cheeks with the ends of his hair once. Xiaoyi sat comfortably, her eyes gradually becoming dull. After eating, taking a bath, and being wrapped in the warm breeze. Her mind had unconsciously drifted away, and drifted too. She fell asleep unconsciously. When she woke up again, Xiaoyi was lying on the bed. She still didn't wear protective clothing. Her hair had been blown dry, and she was completely immersed in the warm bed, feeling lazy and very comfortable. Not only the clothes on her body, but even the bedding, all smelled of vetiver. This familiar yet strange feeling, as if back to before everything started, she was lying on the bed without any psychological barriers, enjoying the lazy morning. She stretched, sat up from the bed, and suddenly felt her wrist sink, looking down. Ming Jiayi was wrapped in a protective suit, sitting on the ground with his back against the bed, one hand hanging in the air, his head tilted slightly to the side, looking very sleepy, so he fell asleep unconsciously. Xiaoyi decided not to wake him up for the time being, let Ming Jiayi sleep a little longer. She had a hunch if she told him, "Come to the bed and sleep," this person would most likely get up directly, and choose not to sleep. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. It was really hard to understand what was in this person's mind. If you say he was conservative, the two of them had no relationship, and he had prepared all the underwear for her. If you say he was open, he was unwilling to sleep in the bed she had slept in even with such a thick layer of protective clothing. The two of them just lay on the bed. One on the bed, and the other on the floor, and fell asleep again in a daze. From beginning to end, she never let go of Ming Jiayi's hand. Ming Jiayi gently opened his eyes in a corner where she couldn't see him. He tilted his head slightly, looked at his tightly grasped wrist, and listened to the points +1 sound in his ears that kept reminding him. His eyes were extremely complicated. He knew Xiaoyi, so he also knew that Xiaoyi knew what he had just done when he went out. So he also knew that Xiaoyi would not allow him to go out again and cause trouble for Xia Jiping. However, he was somewhat reluctant to give up this opportunity. Ming Jiayi moved his wrist slightly, trying to remove his hand from Xiaoyi's fingers. However, as soon as he moved, he felt the fingers tighten suddenly. Xiaoyi groaned and was about to wake up. He was so scared that he stopped moving and carefully put his wrist back to its original place. Xiaoyi's fingers also loosened. She rubbed the pillow comfortably and fell into a deep sleep. Ming Jiayi, keeping his wrist still, he turned around gently, sat cross-legged on the ground, and secretly stared at Xiaoyi's face. In his memory, the two of them never seemed to get along like this. Xiaoyi was always sharp, so sharp that he couldn't peek at her at all, because if he did, he would be discovered immediately. Now that he had the opportunity to look at her, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he could hardly move his eyes away greedily. His eyes stared at her face deeply, for a long time. When Xiaoyi woke up again, opened her eyes, what she saw was pitch black. What's going on? Is there a power outage? She took out her cell phone flashlight and shone it. Ming Jiayi moved his stiff neck in confusion, got up from the floor, looked around, and answered, "It seems there is indeed a power outage." Xiaoyi suddenly became alert, and jumped up from the bed, grabbed Ming Jiayi's wrist, and put on protective clothing, and dragged him upstairs. The doctors upstairs were probably asleep, so they didn't notice the power outage. If the patient had an accident, the equipment would remind him. But if there was a power outage, the equipment would not send out an alarm. Respirator, nasogastric tube, electrocardiogram equipment, all medical equipment, all rely on electricity to support. It was dark outside, and no one had any idea of time. After falling asleep, I had no idea how long the power was off. If my sister's medical equipment was out of power, it would be life-threatening. Xiaoyi became more and more anxious as she thought about it. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest, and her fingers kept shaking. She pulled Ming Jiayi out while taking out her cell phone, and quickly dialed Lin Linglin number. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. She had to go up and check the backup equipment immediately to ensure that all power supplies were not affected. At the same time, she also had to notify several doctors to go to her sister's bed as soon as possible to ensure that her sister's condition would not worsen. Lin Linglin was obviously asleep. After the phone rang for many times, she heard a confused voice from the other side. "Hello? The power is out. Get up quickly." Xiaoyi quickly explained the situation on the phone, without stopping, pulling Ming Jiayi out, and locking the door at the same time. When she was about to walk upstairs, Ming Jiayi suddenly stopped and stood in front of her. Ming Jiayi knew the importance of power outage and the consequences it brought. Since she got up, She was staggering due to the anxious movements. But she was always very cooperative, and her movements were not blocked at all. This movement was too abnormal at this time. Xia Yi was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that something was wrong. She raised her head and looked forward, because the whole building was out of power. The stairwell was very dark. She was in a hurry when she went out, and did not have time to observe the situation around her. At this time, she looked carefully. In front of the stairwell, a familiar figure happened to walk up from downstairs. Xia Jiping held a flashlight in one hand and a sharp knife in the other, just blocking their path. The flashlight swept horizontally, first across Ming Jiayi's face. Ming Jiayi narrowed his eyes, and quickly turned his shoulders slightly, blocking Xia Yi's side and front, preventing the dazzling light from entering her eyes. As he moved, he heard a clatter, and the handcuffs that connected the two people made a slight metal collision sound. Xia Jiping pointed the flashlight at the tightly clasped hands, and suddenly a strange laugh came out of his throat. "Hey, my dear niece, what kind of game are you two playing?" His tone was frivolous and teasing. Before Xia Yi could say anything, Ming Jiayi couldn't help it and shouted in a deep voice, "Watch your mouth. Hey, you're anxious." Xia Jiping laughed strangely, and continued to talk nonsense. "I want to see if you two still have the energy to fight me after just getting out of bed." After saying that, the sharp knife suddenly stood up and swung over from a distance. Chapter 111. Xia Yi's heart sank slightly. They were too anxious. They thought they were just going upstairs. They never expected that at this time, they would run into Xia Jiping, who was returning from downstairs. Even if they were half a minute earlier or half a minute later, they would just pass by each other, and would not meet face to face like this. However, things happened so fast. Within a minute, when Xia Jiping walked to the corridor, he happened to run into them face to face. Ming Jiayi didn't bring any weapons. She did carry them with her, but her right hand was her dominant hand for playing with knives. And her right hand was now handcuffed to Ming Jiayi. In the dark, there was no way to open it immediately. Xia Jiping seized this opportunity, and there was no way to give her time to open it. Seeing the sound of the blade breaking through the air, Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi both ducked down, narrowly avoiding the knife with their heads close to their heads. Both of them were very skilled, and no matter who faced Xia Jiping alone, they would have been able to fight. However, this was not alone. When their arms were linked together, their movements were more or less restricted, and they had never cooperated before, so it was difficult to ensure the same dodging direction out of habit. 1 + 1 was not only not greater than 2, but even less than 1. Xia Jiping stared at the two men's weaknesses again, chopped at the position between their fingers. Within a few moves, he beat the two men left and right, in danger. But he kept nagging. "Things change, little white face. I didn't expect to pay back the knife you gave me so soon." Xia Yi pursed her lips, and said nothing from beginning to end. At this time, she saw the direction of Xia Jiping's blade, and rushed forward with her arm. Just heard crackling, a series of teeth-piercing blade collision sounds. She used the short handle of the dagger to block Xia Jiping's knife to the side. Ming Jiayi took this opportunity, raised her right knee and hit Xia Jiping's side hard. The two actions were coordinated very smoothly, and Xia Jiping was thrown out with the knife before you could react. Xia Yi also reacted very quickly. The dagger suddenly turned, and suddenly swung it in front of her, and the blade happened to block Xia Jiping's movement. Xia Jiping had no time to change direction in the air, and his body passed over the blade, leaving a deep cut on his waist and abdomen. Xia Jiping groaned miserably, and fell to the ground with a thump. Although he was injured, the wound was not deep enough, and he was obviously still able to fight. Xia Yi and the others were in a hurry to go upstairs, and did not want to entangle with him. While he was lying on the ground, they turned around and ran towards the corridor. Xia Jiping tightened the blade in his hand, looked at the direction where the two left, and slowly showed a grim smile on his face. He suddenly stood up from his knees, ignoring the blood flowing from his waist and abdomen, using all his strength, and threw the blade out. The blade drew a parabola in the air, and pierced into Ming Jiayi's shoulder. He also used too much force, and his body softened, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Ming Jiayi's back suddenly stiffened, and a sharp pain came from his shoulder, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He lowered his eyes to look at Xia Yi. Without even a groan, he tore open the hole of the protective suit with his backhand, and hid the knife handle inside. Even if there is a blood groove on the blade, the blood will only spread along the blade edge, as long as the handle is not outside. It will not spread out. Nor will it spread to the ground. Xiaoyi lowered her head to unlock the combination lock. In the middle, she felt Ming Jiayi movements paused. His wrist seemed to leave her palm for a few seconds. But since it was returned quickly, she did not ask any more questions. The two opened and closed the door, and passed through the disinfection passage in the corridor. During the gap between her steps, she had time to look down at her mobile phone and switch the call to hands-free. Xiaoyi, are you okay? What happened over there? Lin Linglin obviously heard the noise here, felt something was wrong. Although she was confused and anxious, she was afraid that going out to check would cause trouble, so she could only wait by the phone, waiting for Xiaoyi to reply after handling the matter. It's okay. Xiaoyi answered briefly, and then asked again. How is my sister? Sister Xiang went to check just now. She found the backup power interface of the power supply equipment, and has restored all the equipment on the bed. Although Xiaoyi had not specifically introduced diesel generators before, because the hospital also had backup power supplies, they were not completely unfamiliar with the use of these devices. After discovering the problem, they were able to quickly come up with the best solution, and before Xiaoyi went, they used the backup power supply. Sister, it's okay, don't worry. Xiaoyi was stunned when she heard Lin Linglin call sister, and then she realized that Xiaoyi was Lin Linglin's biological sister in terms of blood relationship. She had been extremely anxious these days. Lin Linglin was much more tolerant than her, and probably didn't feel very well either. These thoughts only lasted for a moment. And Xiaoyi quickly came to her senses and said softly, Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, Lin Linglin replied. After Xiaoyi finished the call, she gradually slowed down her pace and walked towards the top floor, explaining as she walked. I go count the oil. She had just looked out the window, and it wasn't just their building that had a power outage. The lights in the entire community were all off. This is not a problem with the circuit in the building. It should be a problem with the circuit in the community. It is normal to have such a problem now. The water has flooded several floors. It is a miracle that they can still provide power for so long. It is easy to deal with the circuit problem in this building. Maybe it can be repaired after checking. The problem with the circuit in the community has too many possibilities, and is too difficult to locate. Probably no one will come to repair it. The power supply can only rely on the generator at home. Diesel has a fire risk, you can't store too much. Xiaoyi originally prepared photovoltaic power generation, but unfortunately it has been dark for more than a month, and photovoltaic power generation is probably useless. Now all electricity depends on the surplus of diesel. The family has a hand-cranked radio flashlight and a power bank, and there are ways to cook. She prepared a stove and coal, so she doesn't have to eat raw food. But my sister's equipment can't be powered off, so we have to find a way, either go to refill the oil, or move to another place. It's okay to stay here for a short time. Although the food can last for a year, the electricity is not good. Refilling the oil can solve the problem temporarily, but it is not long-term. It is better to move into the shelter as soon as possible. It is stable and safe there. The most important thing is that the battery is sufficient. There are also wind power and hydropower generation as supplements. Xiaoyi pondered while using his mobile phone to shine the light, and counted all the diesel. He said casually while counting, My sister's condition is unstable. I need a doctor to accompany me. I want to consider asking them if anyone is willing to go with me. I am a little hesitant between Yuan Xiang and Lin Linglin. Yuan Xiang's medical skills are the best and most suitable, but she may not be willing. Lin Linglin should be willing to take care of Xiaoyi, but her profession is not suitable. Most importantly, Xiaoyi will probably run into Lin Linglang in the future. If Lin Linglin stays with her for a long time, many things will still be difficult. Xiaoyi has been thinking about bringing people into the shelter for a long time. In fact, she has made this preparation before. There are multiple space capsules outside the shelter, and there are also several rooms inside, which is more than enough for people to live in. But the shelter is hidden, and there are plenty of supplies. It is easy to bring people in, but it is difficult to send them out. She must be cautious. Although she has enough supplies, she cannot support others for life. She must formulate rules and management strategies. There are many troubles when there are too many people. A little kindness will lead to a lot of hatred. It is not the lack of wealth that is the imbalance of wealth. No matter how good the relationship is, it may cause conflicts. She must consider it carefully. Moreover, the so-called rules cannot be formulated by her unilaterally. Whether others are willing to agree and comply is another matter. Are you discussing these things with me? Ming Jiayi listened to Xiaoyi thinking and analysis, and his expression was slightly stunned. For a long time, Xiaoyi had been very arbitrary in dealing with many things. She always made decisions when she made them, and rarely discussed with others. Although it was not a discussion now, she was able to share her thinking process, which was inexplicably flattering. Xiaoyi blinked and asked, "Why? Don't you want to listen?" "I want to listen," Ming Jiayi whispered, listening to her talk about these things. I felt like I was included in her life. It seemed that every problem was encountered by both of them, and they could face it together and solve it together. Since the following problems were not so urgent, the two of them were not in a hurry to go down. One was organizing his thoughts and talking non-stop, while the other was listening carefully. A long time passed unknowingly. After chatting for a while, the first person who couldn't stand it was the system. "Little girl, stop talking about those useless things." Xiaoyi frowned. Although she hated the system very much, she did not completely ignore its existence. At critical moments, she could still hear the hidden meaning from the other party's words. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" The system sneered, still with that sarcastic tone and a tone of regret. "If you continue to talk to this stupid boy, he will die from excessive blood loss." Xiaoyi's pupil shrank suddenly. She picked up the flashlight and shone it at Ming Jiayi. He still stood straight, without the slightest sign of weakness, and his protective suit was covered from head to toe, without any flaws. She twisted Ming Jiayi's arms behind his back, and moved around behind him, only to find that the protective suit on his back had a tear at some point. She suddenly became nervous, and asked without thinking, "What's going on?" "It's nothing. Don't listen to the system making a fuss," Ming Jiayi said softly. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyi had already raised his hand, grabbed the gap in the protective suit, and suddenly split it left and right. The protective suit suddenly swished and was split in half. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiaoyi took a breath of cold air. The sharp blade pierced Ming Jiayi's shoulder and buried deeply in his flesh. The bright red blood spread out from the wound, and the back of the white sweater was stained with large patches of blood red. Chapter 112. Ming Jiayi turned around suddenly, hiding his back, and was forced to face Xiaoyi. Since the last showdown, he had not taken off his protective suit for the past 2 days. This time, it was suddenly torn off from head to toe, revealing his original figure for the first time. His figure was still straight, and from the front, there was no stoop at all, and there was no sign of injury at all. However, his eyes were slightly sideways looking at the floor, always avoiding Xiaoyi's sight. It looked like the wound on his back was not as big of an impact as Xiaoyi's gaze. Xiaoyi was so angry that she laughed again. "We've known each other for so long, and I still didn't know that you were a tough guy?" The blood was all over his back, and the wound was definitely not light. He didn't say a word, and I really didn't know what he was thinking. "It's not a big deal," Ming Jiayi wanted to explain. But Xiaoyi didn't want to get angry with him, so she interrupted him. "Shut up." Xiaoyi blocked Ming Jiayi's mouth, but she stood there for 2 seconds. Her brain short-circuited. The situation was a bit awkward now, and there was no better place to treat the wound. If she took Ming Jiayi downstairs to her apartment, he would be exposed to the air in the apartment, and there might be a risk of cross-infection with her sister. But if she went back to his apartment, she might meet Xia Jiping again on the way. She should take Ming Jiayi downstairs first, prepare everything, and then go back to the roof to treat the wound. I shouldn't have been so reckless to tear off the protective suit first. Xiaoyi had no choice but to ask Lin Linglin for help. She sent a message to the other party, explaining the situation here, asking the other party to help see if Yuan Xiang was busy, and if not, she needed the surgeon to help treat the wound. Then, by the way, bring a set of medical kit, a set of spare clothes, a set of protective clothing. She despised herself while sending the message, because of her impulse, and made things so troublesome. Ming Jiayi stood there quietly, waiting for her to think, and send a text message. It seemed that he had been like this for a long time, habitually staying quiet, making people feel that he did not exist. This person only felt very present when he did something outrageous. Xiaoyi instructed him unhappily. "Turn around. Let me see the wound." Ming Jiayi lowered his head, and did not move. Ming Jiayi. Xiaoyi was really angry. If this person was not injured, she would really be so angry that she would hit him. But it's useless to hit this guy. If you hit him on the left cheek, you want to offer him the right cheek. It makes you so angry that you can't win it. If you do this again, Xiaoyi paused, and found that he didn't have any bargaining chips to threaten him, and couldn't help but get angry again. Are you relying on what I can't do to you? Ah? Ming Jiayi raised his eyes suddenly, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Xiaoyi closed his eyes, and said to this guy, what's the point of talking to him? He didn't even think about these things. She just discovered these 2 days that Ming Jiayi seemed to have a self-destructive mentality. He always considered her from her perspective, but never considered what he should do. Or rather, he thought it was unimportant. For a person who doesn't care about anything, you can't use threats to correct his behavior. Xiaoyi didn't know how to explain it. Even if he was a comrade in arms, a friend, a chef, or even the 2 cats and a dog in her house that she hadn't seen for a long time, she couldn't tolerate him being so seriously injured. What is this person thinking? He can actually put all the priorities ahead of himself. Xiaoyi was silent for a long time, and suddenly whispered, I think it's a big deal. What? Ming Jiayi seemed not to hear clearly, or did not understand. I said, you can ignore the injury. You think it's not a big deal. But I think it is. Xiaoyi sighed, and said slowly, I don't want you to die. Nor do I want you to get hurt. Ming Jiayi paused. His eyes slowly turned, gently landing on Xiaoyi. And after a long time, he said, aren't you fainted by blood? Xiaoyi was suddenly stunned. She had thought of thousands of angles, but she never thought that Ming Jiayi would consider this angle, because she had never told anyone since the year her parents had an accident. After seeing the large area of bright red at the car accident scene, she would feel physically uncomfortable when she saw blood. After that, her caring uncle sent in one burglar after another, forcing her to use a knife for self-defense again and again. This discomfort gradually intensified after repeated stimulation, and it has not been completely healed until now. She was worried that her medical records would be discovered and her weakness would be caught. So she never went to the hospital and never told anyone. Fortunately, her symptoms were more caused by psychological problems. The physical symptoms were not too fast or too strong, so she didn't vomit or faint on the spot. As long as she controlled herself well enough, she wouldn't be discovered. After a few hours, even if she couldn't help it anymore, fainted once, or had a small fever, no one would link the 2 things as causal. For example, when she saw Zhao Shi die after hitting a knife in the garage of a shopping mall, she had a fever for 2 days afterwards. For example, a few days ago, Xia Jiping was stabbed, and she fainted for a while afterwards. But these happened after the fact, after she had endured it for a long time, and it happened only after she could no longer endure it. For so many years, her fainting at the sight of blood was so outrageous that no one had ever discovered it. Not even Bai Shanshan, who grew up with her. Xiaoyi was suddenly speechless. It was normal for him to find out about this. After all, he had been with her for many years, and he did have the conditions. But it was not so normal to think about it, because he was not the only one who had been with her for many years. Ming Jiayi's words were like a pool of warm water, slowly enveloping the anger in her heart, and calming the dancing flames bit by bit. You are? I don't want to see you faint again. Nor do I want to see you have a fever. Ming Jiayi took a step forward, as if he wanted to touch her head. His palm hovered in the air, but then slowly retracted it. He whispered, I'm sorry, I'm fine, don't be afraid. Xiaoyi suddenly felt a little bloated in her chest, sore and numb. She stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Yuan Xiang and Lin Lingling climbed up from downstairs panting, carrying a bunch of things, and saw the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but stop. On the empty roof, there was only a dim energy-saving lamp hanging. Under the light, the girl was wearing protective clothing, holding the boy's hand. She seemed to be in a daze, and I don't know what she was thinking. The boy stood by her side with his eyes lowered. His eyes fell gently on her, filled with the figure of the girl. A knife handle was stuck straight into his shoulder, revealing a hideous wound. Large patches of blood smudged out from behind, but it did not touch her at all. His arm was not close to her, but he always maintained a protective posture. The knife, the blood, could not block the tenderness in his eyes. These discordant elements mixed together, forming a cruel but beautiful picture, which made people reluctant to break it. That, Lin Lingling whispered, and took 2 tentative steps forward, although she knew it was a bit of a downer. The blood on Ming Jiayi's back was too scary. She was afraid that he would lose too much blood and faint. Oh! The doctor is here. Please help me. Ming Jiayi looked over. A polite smile appeared on his face. And he nodded gently. Then what should we do? Yuan Xiang looked around. Looking around at this somewhat awkward medical environment. The injured person couldn't wear protective clothing. And it was indeed not suitable to treat him indoors downstairs. It was spacious here. But there was nothing. Moreover, the injured person was a head taller than her. So it was not very convenient to treat him. Ming Jiayi understood her concerns. Gently lifted Xia Yi's wrist. Pulled her under the energy-saving lamp. Put her in front of him. And made sure she couldn't see the wound on her back. With his back to Yuan Xiang, he knelt on one knee. And asked, "Is this okay?" "Yes. It's okay, but we don't have anesthetics. You can't hold on in this position." "Right. Anesthetics are not for sale." Xia Yi prepared enough medicines, even a lot of prescription anti-inflammatory drugs, but anesthetics are really not available in pharmacies. Yuan Xiang wanted to say, if it doesn't work, you can go downstairs and move a chair, so you don't have to be in such an uncomfortable position. But after thinking about it carefully, Xia Yi vacated all the movable tables and chairs in the house to store supplies, and only used the supply box as a stool, but that thing was very heavy, and it took a lot of effort for them, who were so fragile, to carry it upstairs. When Yuan Xiang thought of this, she couldn't help but curse. Damn it. I still have to go back to the hospital to steal some anesthetics. In fact, it's not just anesthetics that are missing, but also various medical testing equipment, ultrasound CT, lack of plasma, and lack of all tests or measures to prevent the situation from getting worse. She can only judge based on experience. Although the wound looks like it bleeds a lot. Fortunately, it didn't hurt the organs or the aorta, so it shouldn't be fatal. Probably. As for treatment, it can only be done like the day when I faced Xia Yi. We can do our best, it all depends on fate. Ming Jiayi didn't really care. Although he hadn't been injured for some years, he had experienced 7 years in the apocalypse. He had suffered more serious injuries, and had been in worse conditions without medical treatment or medicine. He really thought it was no big deal. He looked up at Xia Yi, and mouthed something to her. Close your eyes. Xia Yi's fingertips trembled. Since many years ago, she had been the one who was alone, and always the one who stood in the front. She habitually solved all problems, and thought she didn't need to be protected, nor did she need any care. But looking at Ming Jiayi, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. His chin was slightly raised, his eyes were flickering with a slightly warm look, he looked at her intently. Xia Yi was silent for a moment, and then slowly closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, held Ming Jiayi's neck with one hand, and gently held his head in his arms. His hair was very soft, and it made his palms itchy. Xia Yi pressed closer, trying to send some of his body temperature over. Ming Jiayi raised his arm, and stopped at her waist. His fingers did not touch her, but paused in the air, and clenched his palms inch by inch. Chapter 113. Taking advantage of the conversation between the two to divert attention, Lin Linglin had already used the scissors to cut open the clothes near the handle of the knife. Yuan Xiang also opened the treatment box, and skillfully began to clean the wound and disinfect and other operations. When the preparations were almost done, the two exchanged glances quickly, and their hands suddenly sped up. Ming Jiayi's muscles suddenly tensed, and the blue veins on the back of his neck bulged. Xia Yi felt his tension, and gently stroked his hair, trying to relieve his pain. During the whole process, no one spoke. No one made any sound. And only the slight sound of breathing could be heard on the rooftop. Xia Yi closed her eyes tightly, and could not see any bright red or blood in her vision. But Ming Jiayi's tense and restrained movements ignited the raging anger in her heart like magma. Xia Jiping. He had provoked her so many times, and each time it was a life and death struggle. He chased her from China to abroad, and then from abroad back to China. He was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which made her extremely disgusted. Xia Yi never put her hatred for him at the forefront of her value sequence. Although she hated him, she always had more important things to do. She never thought of fighting this man to the end. Fighting to the death. Until this moment. She felt urgently for the first time. Xia Jiping could not be kept. This suture operation without an operating room lasted for more than half an hour before Yuan Xiang turned her sore neck and cut off the sutures. She was not feeling well from this angle either. She was almost exhausted. Fortunately, she managed to cut the Gordian knot quickly and solve the problem without any accidents. Ming Jiayi still knelt quietly in the same place, his forehead buried in Xia Yi's arms. His clothes seemed to have been washed, and were thoroughly soaked with sweat. He didn't make any sound. Yuan Xiang took off her gloves, gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, and sighed sincerely. Your boyfriend is really cruel. Xia, let's not comment on the term boyfriend for now. If it weren't for what happened today, Ming Jie and the word cruel would not be associated. He was always silent and gentle, even a little submissive. After her various unreasonable decisions, she could even read some fragility on his face. This might be his weakest side, the side that only she could see. Besides that, he might have many sides, but she had never tried to understand them. After Yuan Xiang and Lin Linglin treated and bandaged the wound, they put down the spare clothes and medicine they brought, and told him not to touch water, not to lift heavy objects, and to rest well, etc., and then left tactfully. Xia Yi opened her eyes at this time. She had been enduring all this time, and had not opened her eyes once. She did not want to faint from the blood. There was still a long time to go, and she could not let Ming Jie, the injured, spare his attention to take care of her. Ming Jie had already moved his forehead away at this time, stepped back half a step and stood up. His sweatshirt had been completely cut off, his upper body was bare, and there was a neat bandage tied diagonally on his shoulder. He was changing with clean clothes, his tightly pursed lips were a little chapped and pale. Xia Yi suddenly felt guilty. Ming Jie obviously had a better environment for treatment and recuperation, with doctors, medicines, and possibly even complete and high-end medical equipment. But now, he had to stay here with her, without even a comfortable bed. But these words were meaningless. Xia Yi didn't like to say meaningless words. After waiting for Ming Jie to put on the protective suit, the two of them went back downstairs together, to her sister's apartment. Xia Yi found a spare bed, put it on the supply box, and built two simple beds side by side, and placed Ming Jie on one of them, forcing him to have a good rest. She also lay sideways on another bed, looking at the ceiling in deep thought. There are two important things to do now. The first thing is to kill Xia Jiping. The second thing is to move. These two things are almost related. If Xia Jiping is not killed, the moving process will inevitably encounter obstacles, and they will not be able to leave here safely. Xia Jiping is not so easy to kill. Xia Yi cannot fight with Ming Jie, as that will inevitably worsen his wounds. Although Xia Jiping was also seriously injured. How can that be compared? She will never allow these two people to exchange injuries. Even killing Xia Jiping was not enough. They also needed a suitable means of transportation, to carry enough supplies, and to go far enough. The distance was too far, the hovercraft had insufficient endurance, and the helicopter had too little space. The best means of transportation, actually, was a yacht. At the dock of Yuehu Sanatorium, Xia Yi prepared a small yacht, which had a long enough endurance, and a large storage space, which was very suitable for moving. But now the yacht was too far away, and there was no way to get it. If she was alone, it would be easy. She could row a boat and swim in the wild, and at least get herself to her destination. But she had no choice but to bring a wounded person who could not get wet, so things became much more difficult. She couldn't just leave Ming Jie here. Now she was like a mobile power bank. Ming Jie was a battery with low power. If she ran too far, she couldn't get back on time, the battery would be scrapped. She couldn't take this risk. Xia Yi thought quietly, and suddenly saw Ming Jie move, turning over in the dark. Not asleep? She asked. Well, is there something? I guess so. Xia Yi seemed to have grasped something in her mind. Before the end of the world, Ming Jie seemed to have talked about something with Bai Shanshan. Can you arrange a helicopter? Ming Jie's eyes lit up slightly, and a hint of expectation quickly rose in his eyes, and he answered quickly. Sure, when do you want it? Xia Yi was startled by his impatient tone. She was just thinking, and hadn't thought it through. She could use a helicopter to go out, and then after arriving at the destination, she could change to a yacht. If she didn't want to expose the location of Yuehu Sanatorium, the helicopter pilot would be a problem. Or he could ask a helicopter to take the two of them to his garden, then borrow a small boat there, drive to Yuehu Sanatorium, and then change to a yacht to pick them up. This would be a bit of a hassle. Xia Yi fell into a dilemma again. Seeing that she didn't answer, Ming Jie had to lie back in the quilt, sighed softly, muttered. I thought you were willing to use my things. While the two of them were resting, something big happened quietly in this apartment building. This building is a two-family apartment building, with 20 floors in total and 40 families in total. However, including both buyers and renters, the occupancy rate is only just over half. However, whether buying or renting, this is not a low-cost residence. Those who can live here are from very good families. The rich even have bigger refrigerators than others. so they don't run out of food in just 1 month. When the outside world is in dire straits, life here is actually quite good. Some people like to make a fortune quietly. Some people like to show off. Some people like to show off. People deal with the same situation in different ways, mainly because some people have a strong desire to show off. When everyone is short of food and clothing, rational people consider not showing off their wealth, carefully hiding their supplies, quietly digesting them, and carefully planning for the future. So most people don't know that, at this time, some privileged classes have channels to obtain supplies. And there will be people who will deliver it to your door. Miss Zhao Lu on the 16th floor, she is doing the opposite. After her husband's unit sent a large amount of supplies, she actually took a 9-square grid photo, with the location, and posted it on the social platform. My husband's unit is different. It can send so many supplies, including special generators and diesel. My home appliances have never stopped working for a day. 2 hours later, there was another 9-square grid, with 7 or 8 dishes, including fish soup, chicken wings, green vegetables, and even a pair of lobsters. Hey, I cooked too much food again, and we can't finish it. Are there any friends who want to come to my house to digest it together? Perhaps her husband doesn't look at social platforms very often, and doesn't know that his wife is brain deficient, and he is not prepared for this at all. In just 2 days, this network platform is full of rescue, supplies, death, and other official news. This brain-deficient Miss Zhao Lu, with 2 9-square grid messages with her home address, stands out and rushes straight to the top of the hot search. The word explosion was written in blood red on the back. Some elderly people were too hungry to get out of bed. Some mothers were too hungry to feed their babies. How many people were starving? How many people were struggling on the brink of starvation? How many people had already starved to death? Everyone was picking their teeth and saving food, thinking about how to survive these few days, and how to live to receive the next wave of pitiful aid. The rich were feasting and drinking, while the poor were freezing to death on the road. This was a reflection of reality. Everyone was furious. Why? Why do we lack food and clothing at home, live in fear every day, and face the fate of starving to death at any time and anywhere, while some people can eat as much as they want? They can even shamelessly post it on social platforms for everyone to see. Why? On social platforms, it is an amplifier of hostility and the angry crowd, under the extreme atmosphere, accumulates into a terrifying effect. Anger can bring great power, and the anger of the group will infinitely amplify this power. The community where Xia Yi lived was in the city center, not close to other residential areas, and it was difficult to reach there by swimming without a boat. However, anger gave the crowd great power. The hungry and angry crowd was extremely united. They crossed one street after another, holding hands, supporting each other, and rushed to the location located on the social platform. Without the knowledge of all the residents in the building, countless figures arrived at the foot of the apartment building. They brought hammers, kitchen knives, and long saws. They broke into the window silently. Chapter 114. The person on duty in the apartment tonight is still the building manager. There were surveillance cameras in the building before, and the situation in all the corridors can be basically seen in the surveillance room. Everyone just comes out occasionally to take a look, to see if there are any broken glass, or if there are any signs of outsiders breaking in, etc. And the workload is not heavy. Since the power outage, the whole building has fallen into panic. Modern people are overly dependent on the sense of security brought by surveillance, and suddenly lose these electronic devices, and they are always unsure, so they ask to increase the frequency of duty patrols. At the same time, patrolling in the dark was really scary. The 2 residents who were willing to cooperate with the security work backed off and gave up supporting the security work. The duty frequency increased, but the number of people decreased. The workload of the remaining 4 people in the security team increased sharply. Although the building manager was not very smart, he was really concerned about everyone's safety and volunteered to increase his workload. He hummed a song alone and walked down the 6th floor stairs leisurely. The flashlight swept left and right, and finally landed on the window between the 5th and 6th floors. Something seemed to pass by his eyes. The building manager narrowed his eyes, looked in that direction, and muttered, "What?" Before he finished speaking, his breathing suddenly stopped. His pupils suddenly dilated, and a click sound came from his throat. And then he slid to the ground silently. A large amount of blood oozed out of the side of his neck. Ming Jiayi lost too much blood, and he didn't lie on the storage box for long. He finally fell into a deep sleep. Somewhere in the dark, something seemed to remind him. He woke up almost at the last moment and saw the hot search on the internet. Ming Jia also knew that a tragedy had happened in this apartment building. In his previous life, he accepted Xia Yi help and lived in this apartment building. At that time, there was not only no building manager on duty, but also no residents. There was no one. At that time, this was a ghost building with only piles of corpses. The intruders didn't know whether they checked the water meter or had some special channels, but they were able to accurately find the houses with residents in the building, tricked those families out one by one, killed all the old and young, and robbed all the supplies. As for the vacant house, they had never even tried to break into it. Xia Yi apartment was one of those vacant ones, so it successfully escaped the disaster and became their long-term shelter. Ming Jia also knew about this incident, but he didn't know the exact time, until he suddenly opened his phone and saw the blood-red explosion. He suddenly realized that the incident happened today. Clicking on the first and second hot searches, they were the 2 sets of 9 square photos, and under the third one, there was a title that sounded very childish, but was creepy when you thought about it carefully. Go! Leave no one alive. Under this blog post, there are various replies, some supporting with words, and some supporting with actions. Awesome. Report? I'm coming. In the reply marked, I'm coming, there is a very blurry photo. There was no flash when taking the photo, and there was no light source to borrow, so it is difficult to see the details of the photo. You could only vaguely see the outline of a building in the distance, and many figures clustered together in the foreground. Xia Yi and Ming Jia looked at each other. They stood up side by side, walked to the window, and looked downstairs. The community was completely dark. Now the power was out, and not a single light was on. Looking downstairs from upstairs, you could occasionally see a few light spots flashing by, but they were not very clear. Xia Yi thought about it, searched in the supply box, and found a drone with night vision. Ming Jia, you can do it. Xia Yi gently opened the window, controlled the drone to fly, and went down along the wall. Along the way, you can roughly see the situation on each floor. Most residents have no electricity at home. Some use candles, some use flashlights, and more residents have their entire rooms in complete darkness. In addition, there are a few households that seem to have electricity. Some have light-blocking curtains, and some have small lights on in places not near the windows. You can't see the light source in the room from a lower angle. Only the 16th floor is the most unique. The lights in the living room are on brightly, for fear that others will not know that they have a generator. Through the drone camera and the mobile phone screen, you can feel the overflowing stupidity of this house. The drone continued to descend along the window, all the way down to a height of about the 6th floor. Hiding in a relatively hidden corner, the camera turned from vertical to parallel movement, sweeping across the horizontal plane. The night was too dark, and there was no light source to borrow. The drone did not dare to go too low. The night vision effect could only barely see clearly. On the inky black horizontal plane, there were densely packed, all black skulls, which made people's scalps numb. Xia Yi's hands trembled, and she almost dropped the drone. She quickly steadied the joystick and stabilized the height of the drone. Although she had a lot of these things, she had no place to restock them. One broken one was one less, so she had to use them sparingly. She changed the angle of the drone, took a few photos, and recorded a few videos. Xia Yi didn't have the contact information of other people in the building, but Ming Jia did. He left the housekeeper's phone number on the day he rented the house, and was pulled into a group called United Against Disasters Residential Complex. Xia Yi exported the video and photos from the drone, sent them to Ming Jia's mobile phone, sent them to the housekeeper and the residential complex, informing them of the situation outside. Someone gathered downstairs, trying to break into our building and rob it. Please let all residents know, and make preparations as soon as possible. Pictures, videos. See link for details and reasons for the robbery. Link, hot search news. Now it is dark all the time. Everyone work and rest time is out of order. Day and night are reversed with different time differences. Not everyone is awake at this time. Moreover, the power outage had lasted for some time, and not all residents had backup power supplies. Some people's mobile phones had already run out of power. Even for those who had power, most were using energy-saving mode, and might not receive the news immediately. There were clearly 21 households, a housekeeper and 2 security guards, a large group of 40 to 50 people. But this string of explosive news was like a drop in the ocean, without making any splashes. After a long time, a piece of news finally popped out slowly. The location that everyone was watching on the hot search is located in our building? Fuck, so many people. Are they all downstairs? Robbed us? Why? As time went by, slowly, everyone finally came to their senses, patiently read the news, and those blurry images, gradually understood the whole story. Finally, someone pointed out the culprit of this incident in a concise manner. So, we became the target of public criticism, because Miss Zhao Lu from 1602 showed off her wealth on the social platform. Right? After everyone figured out the whole story, they were speechless. There were so many complaints about this matter, I didn't know where to start. Is Zhao Lu sick? She has a lot of fish and meat at home, so she can just eat them herself. Why did she have to post it on the internet to provoke others? You guys scolded her when you got mad. Is it necessary to rush downstairs and go crazy? Why not go crazy at Zhao Lu who flaunts her wealth? What does it have to do with other owners? Why should we be included in the category of robbing the rich to help the poor? Where did this unprovoked disaster come from? However, this is not a joke, it is a real disaster, a disaster of disasters. Looking at the dense crowds downstairs in the photo, everyone felt a chill on their backs. Everyone has experienced helplessness in a crowd, whether in the subway, in a shopping mall, or at a tourist attraction, more or less. What does it feel like to be alone in a crowd? Everyone can trample you to death with one foot. Everyone was in a complete panic. The atmosphere in the group finally became intense. The blade of anger began to point to the culprit. At 1602 Zhao Lu, come out. At 1602 Sun Jilling, tell your wife to come out. 1602, if you like to die, do it yourself. Why do you want to drag everyone down with you? 1602, solve the problems you cause by yourselves. Don't implicate others. 1602, take responsibility for your own actions. Don't implicate others. Everyone's attitude became more and more angry, and their words became more and more intense. From the initial accusations, it has gradually developed into extreme insults. Is 1602 sick? 1602. Stop pretending to be a grandson, get out. 1602 you. But 1602 seemed to be completely disconnected from the internet. No matter how much the group bombarded, no one came out to reply to the message. I don't know who it was, but at this moment, it suddenly came to mind and said something. Don't we have a security team? Let the security team pull them out of the room and throw them to the people outside. This sentence was like pouring a pot of boiling water into a boiling oil pan, and the whole group was ignited with a boom. Everyone's fear and anger seemed to have found an outlet in an instant. This proposal was simply responded to by everyone. Right. Good idea. Security team, go pull the people from 1602 out, and let them explain to the people downstairs themselves. Yes. Let 1602 die. The people in the group were in an uproar. Hundreds of messages were cursed. The chat list was refreshed frantically. Everyone was only concerned with venting their anger. No time to read what others said. After arguing for half an hour, everyone was tired of cursing. The emotions gradually calmed down. The speed of refreshing messages also slowed down. Everyone saw that there was actually a person in the group who kept refreshing a sentence for a long time. But no one paid attention to him. The person who sent the message was one of the security guards in the building. He was the next person in charge of patrolling under the building manager. He and the building manager were the only two people holding the only two intercoms. He was not the group owner, so he could not send a message at everyone. He could only use this clumsy method to inform everyone. Our building manager can't be contacted. Chapter 115. The noisy crowd finally calmed down. After thinking for a while, someone with a brain finally spoke up. Have they entered the building? Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi looked at each other, both showing helpless expressions. The windows downstairs are not iron walls. They can be opened with hands. What's so strange about them coming in? In just half an hour, let alone entering the building, it's enough time to pry open the security door. After a long pause, someone else said something. Then, what should we do? What should we do? No problem. The power went out. There were no lights in the corridor. No one would know if someone reached the door. Some residents had some light in their rooms, but it was useless. Looking from the bright area to the dark area, nothing could be seen. Even Xia Yi drone could only see the situation in the open area outside. It was completely useless in the corridor. Not only did it require driving skills, but the target was too obvious. It might not be able to capture anything, and it would be grabbed and smashed into pieces. If you want to know what's going on outside, You can only open the door and go out to take a look. Who dares? No one dares. What if there are people lying in ambush outside? Wouldn't it be a trap to go out? The anti-theft door is a door after all. It's dark now. Even if there are experts to operate it, it will take a long time to pry the door open. It's easy to open the door from the inside, but it's difficult to close it and hide it again. After a long silence, someone remembered something and said, "Let the security guard go and take a look." This sentence reminded everyone, and everyone agreed. Ah, yes, security guard. Go check the situation. Shouldn't the security guard have to check regularly? It's a good time to check now. The security guard, who had been sending messages just now, quietly disappeared without a trace, and never replied in the group again. Security guard? At security guard, are you there? Security guard, is anyone outside? Please reply if you receive it. No one answered. The security guard on duty was in the temporary duty room on the east side of the 7th floor. Another security guard and a housekeeper needed to walk through the corridor to the other end, in the temporary dormitory on the west side of the 7th floor. There was a corridor between them, but no one was willing to go out first to find the other party. They just sat in their own seats, watching the constantly updated messages in the group, and no one spoke. The residents didn't want to die, and the security guards weren't fools. On weekdays, they were responsible for security work for money, but what was it for now? They were willing to stay because there was food and water in the duty room, which allowed them to survive. They didn't get any income, but they were still responsible for some routine work, because they were afraid that if they did nothing, they would be criticized by the residents, or even kicked out, so they pretended to do it occasionally. In this dark world, there would be no outsiders, so the so-called patrol was just a walk around with a flashlight. Since the power outage, except for the building manager, no one else even walked far, just walked around the 7th floor corridor, stayed for half an hour and then came back. The group chat was noisy for a while, still no one responded. Finally a resident in the group chat reacted. Fuck, these security guards didn't hear that they had to work, so they pretended to be dead. Everyone thought about it carefully, and felt that it was really the case, and they became dissatisfied. Security, where are you? Come out. Security, I told you to go on patrol, why don't you go? Security, I got the reply. Don't play dead. Damn, I've kept you for nothing. The security guards and housekeepers seemed to be blind, each pretending to be dead, and not saying a word from beginning to end. Those people outside hate the rich, so do they. Living in the same building, the residents in the building eat delicious food, fruits and vegetables, have big beds and refrigerators, can take a shower and rest, and can even watch TV before the power outage. What about them? They squeezed into this small, shabby dormitory of 5 square meters, eating instant noodles with a clatter. When something happened, why could those residents hide behind the security door and push them out to die? The building manager was the most active in patrolling. He went downstairs to patrol and disappeared. Maybe he is already dead. Did anyone care about his life or death? These people each had their own calculations, and no one wanted to be the one who went out to take the bullet. Everyone blamed each other, and the final result was that everyone could only stay where they were with their eyes in the dark, afraid of the incident, and waiting for it to happen. This is destined to be a sleepless night. Anyone who wakes up and checks their phone will not be able to fall asleep again, and can only stare blankly at the dark sky outside. Wait and wait. I don't know how long I waited. Bang! A loud noise from the 16th floor broke the silence in the building. It was the sound of someone smashing the security door with an axe. This sound seemed to blow the battle horn, sending the crowd dormant in the dark to the stage, and suddenly open the curtain. Open the door. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, and immediately a commotion broke out. Hand over all the food in your house. You can't finish it. I'm still hungry. Give it to me. Hurry up. Bang. Hurry up. Bang. 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 As the crowd's urging became louder and louder, the knocking on the door became more and more urgent. The corridor was originally quite spacious, but there were too many people coming, and everyone swarmed up, and the curses passed through the door panel, and clearly entered the room. How could the two owners of 1602 not hear it? The two people of 1602, after the hot search on the internet, Sun Jiling and Zhao Lu had already had a huge quarrel. Sun Jiling immediately lost his temper, pointing at Zhao Lu's nose and cursing. Are you fucking crazy because of poverty? How unsophisticated are you? You are really posting these two chickens. Ducks. Fish and meat online? Xiao Lu was quite dissatisfied with this. I made my own food. Is it wrong for me to post it on a social platform? Why are they so jealous? They are jumping up and down. Isn't it just jealousy? Jealous. 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 Are they jealous or are you vain and like to show off? Sun Jilin said angrily, biting his back teeth. I usually tell you to be low-key. Low-key, don't show off your wealth. Understand? Just these 2 dishes are considered wealth? Xiao Lu crossed her legs and sneered. I know which 2 little cousins bought the hot search. They can't stand seeing me doing well, and they want to find trouble with me when they have a chance. Don't think about your jealousy. Sun Jilin roared. If this fucking thing of yours gets out, you know I lose my job. Xiao Lu stopped moving suddenly, and finally showed some bewilderment on his face. Lose my job? No way. No, how could that be? There are no jobs in the world anymore, so there's no question of losing or not losing. In the chaotic times, everyone has nothing to lose, and if they have to lose something, they lose their lives. By the time they realized the seriousness of the matter, the quarrel was completely meaningless. The furious crowd had already pressed to the door, and they might break in at any time. My husband. Xiao Lu used her nail-covered fingers, tremblingly clicking on the photo in the center of the screen. Is this real? Bang. 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 The door was banged from outside, and Xiao Lu shivered at the bangs, looking pitiful. Her appearance was very good otherwise. With such a pleasing IQ, she would not be able to marry a rich and powerful husband. Sun Jilin sat aside, and had long stopped talking. He had never thought that he would be forced to this point. At this time, he still had subordinates to serve him, and was given delicious food. His rank was not low. Typhoon Polar Night had no impact on him at all. The conditions here were not bad. The environment was safe, and there were sufficient supplies delivered to his door, except for not being able to go out. His life did not change at all. It was like he had a vacation for free, and he could spend time with his little wife. He did not ask his subordinates to follow him, only asked them to come and deliver some supplies regularly. Who knew that such a thing would happen? He saw the trending search before, and was more worried about his career, so he scolded his wife, but he did not know that this matter would ferment to this extent, and directly affect his life safety? It was too late to ask his subordinates to come at this time. He called one by one, but the other side only kept apologizing and shirking responsibility. Leader, there are too many people. We really can't get in. Please give us some time. A bunch of rubbish. Sun Jilin was so angry that he picked up his phone and smashed it on the ground. Xiao Lu was like a frightened bird, and now he was frightened and screamed, and couldn't help complaining. What are you doing? What am I doing? Sun Jilin seemed to be reminded, and took 2 steps forward, grabbing Xiao Lu's neck. Xiao Lu shrank, but did not dodge, just forced a smile. Don't do it now. Sun Jilin stared at the woman in his hand, and after a while, a fierce look suddenly appeared in his eyes. It's all because you are too greedy and vain, and you can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. It's not my fault. Ah! Before Xiao Lu could react to what happened, she was grabbed by the neck by the man and dragged all the way from the sofa to the door. Her figure was slender to begin with, and she was held in the man's hand like a little chicken, without any resistance. It was not until she saw the trembling security door that she suddenly realized what Sun Jilin meant, and a scream suddenly burst out from her throat. No! 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 Even if she realized it later, she still knew what was outside the door. The group of useless, incompetent, and smelly people she had never looked at were full of jealousy and greed, waiting for her at any time, wanting to devour her and tear her apart. No! No! Xiao Lu grabbed Sun Jilin's wrist fiercely, splitting the beautiful nails in half, and half of the nail was bloody and deeply embedded in Sun Jilin's flesh. Her resistance was so weak and insignificant. As the door lock turned gently, the man who had slept with her for who knows how many days pushed her with one hand. He pushed her alone into the crowd with a fishy smell and water vapor. Chapter 116. At the same time as the incident in 1602, another room also had an incident. That room was the temporary dormitory for the security guard and the housekeeper. As expected, although there were many people gathered downstairs of the apartment building, there was no one to lead and manage them. They were just full of anger, and had no rules for doing things. Since the corridor was quite spacious, many people squeezed in, so it looked very noisy and grand, but in fact, It was just a group of people knocking on the door and shouting aimlessly. There was not even a person who could pry open the door properly. Even if there was, the crowd would not give him the time and space to pry open the door. So although there were many people, they could not get in. No house was breached for the time being. Even the security room was okay, because there were many monitoring devices in the security room. Although those devices were out of power now, and were not as useful as a brick. It was not like this before the end of the world. Those devices were very valuable. Therefore, the security room was equipped with an anti-theft door. In the entire building, from the first floor to the 20th floor, the only room that did not have an anti-theft door was the dormitory for the security guard and the housekeeper. The door of their dormitory was made of ordinary wood, which was completely different from the top-of-the-line anti-theft doors in the building with the highest safety factor. There was no need to pry the lock. The person outside the door could just kick it twice, and the whole door would fly out with the lock. Everyone rushed in. The housekeeper and the security guard were frightened, and they carefully huddled at the foot of the bed, trying to reduce their presence. These were 2 men, not food, and the hungry crowd was not very interested in them. After their eyes circled the room, they quickly passed over the 2 men and landed on the storage shelf next to them. There were boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, and various fast foods on the storage shelf, some of which were originally left in the dormitory, and some of which they bought later at a nearby supermarket for free. Although they were life-saving rations, they were very difficult to obtain, but at this moment, the lives of the 2 people were in danger, so how could they have the courage to care about those things? When the crowd came in and saw the food, their eyes suddenly turned red, and they started to scramble for it frantically. They immediately opened the packages, and stuffed them directly into their mouths, and tried to take them back while eating. Some people put the food in their pockets, hats, and some even put it directly in their pants. Although food was distributed regularly outside, the amount of food was very limited. Not only could they only take their ID cards to get it, but the amount they could get was also very small. It was distributed once every 10 days, and each time, they could not even eat enough for 3 days. Everyone was starving. In order to get more food, how could they care about their face? The person in front got more, the person behind couldn't reach it, so they pulled the hair of the person in front of them anxiously, and rode on the other person's shoulders to rush forward. Everyone was crowded together, pulled, swore, and made a mess. But food is limited after all. There were only 3 people living in the security room. How much food could they have? And how much food could be enough for so many angry people to fight over? When the food on the shelves was snatched away, the angry crowd finally set their sights on the 2 people shivering at the corner of the bed. The housekeeper was the first to react. He swallowed his saliva, tremblingly stretched out his finger, paused in the air, pointed to the end of the corridor, and said, "Then, there is the owner's spare key. It's in the password cabinet in the security room." After saying that, he was afraid that so many people were not smart enough and could not quickly understand what he said. So he added another sentence. "It can open all the security doors in this building." Spare key, password cabinet. Most people couldn't react to what was going on, but open the security door. These words were too intuitive, too penetrating, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. With this key, you could open the door of the security room. There is a password cabinet inside. I could open the password cabinet and get the key out for you. The security guard looked at the housekeeper with horror. He looked at the housekeeper in disbelief. He had been working diligently for many years, but at this critical moment, he chose to betray the owner of the entire building without hesitation, as well as another colleague who was relatively safe in the security room. Most residential property management companies will not keep the keys for the owners. Only in some high-end residential areas, where the property management company has a very good reputation and provides perfect services, those owners with relatively good family conditions, in order to save themselves some trouble, will prepare keys or passwords for the property management company and ask the other party to help take care of the house chores. This is an additional service provided by the property management company. It is based on the owner's request. The property management company will only help keep the keys if the owner asks for them to be kept. So not all the owner's doors can be opened. However, since most of the owners in the building have many things to do, it is inevitable that they will ask the property management company to do the work. The doors can actually be opened. The owners believe in the reputation of the property management company and the management here. In the past few years, there has never been any problem with key management. So these owners have never thought that there might be a problem one day in the future. At this moment, they even forgot that their door was not that safe and could be opened by the property management. The housekeeper took the key to the security room and opened the door of the security room naturally under the crowd. In the stunned eyes of another security guard on duty, he took out the keys of all the owners in the building one by one, took the house number tags on the keys, and handed them to the crowd. Fuck. There really is a key. Awesome. Open the door. These people were scrambling for the key like a bouquet at a wedding. As long as they got one, they would run to the corresponding floor. The housekeeper's outrageous operation completely broke the balance in the building. Originally, all the owners were hiding behind the security door, and the crowd could not get in. Although they were violently destroying the doors, it was still unknown whether they could destroy them, and when they could destroy them. However, when the people outside got the keys, the situation was completely different. The situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and went in the completely opposite direction. The housekeeper handed the keys to everyone one by one, watching everyone fall into revelry, without any guilt or strange look, and even with a familiar professional smile on his lips. Ever since their door was opened first, oh no, ever since the people in the building tried to push them out to die, or even earlier, when the people in the building were eating delicious food, while they were eating instant noodles, he had this idea. He has worked in this building for many years. Every day, he has to smile, and humbly take care of these rich people. This family's dog needs a grooming. That family's garbage needs to be taken out. And everyone can boss him around and ask him to do those trivial things. Everyone looks at him with disdain and contempt in their eyes. In this building, even those shiny cats and dogs, and the trash cans with brand names, are more valuable and noble than him. Why? He had been humiliated for so many years, he had had enough. He had long dreamed of such a day, to trample these arrogant bastards under his feet. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so soon. He could actually take revenge with his own hands, and let those who looked down on him die in front of him, die under his hands. It was so cool, haha, it was so cool. The butler had a twisted and crazy smile on his face, and distributed keys among the crowd. In a corner where no one noticed, the two security guards, who were ignored by everyone, looked at each other, took off the clothes that represented their property identity, and sneaked into the crowd. In the dark, everyone was crowded together. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, and two more people mixed in, and no one noticed anything unusual. They quickly blended into the crowd, and could no longer be found. The owners of the building had lost their last line of defense without realizing it. The first person whose door was opened was 701, a resident on the 7th floor. 701 was occupied by an old man in his 70s and his little granddaughter. The old man was an intellectual. His house was full of books. But he was not very mobile, so he seldom went out. There was a lot of food stored at home all year round. He and his little granddaughter did not eat much. So after a month, the food at home was far from empty. One of them was too old, and the other was too young. Neither of them used mobile phones frequently, although the situation outside was noisy. They believed that less trouble was better than more trouble, and did not pay much attention to it. Before the door lock was opened by the key, they were lighting candles and playing with building blocks in the living room. The two of them didn't have time to react. Or rather, it was useless for them to react with their physical strength. They were almost instantly rushed into the room by the crowd and stepped on. The little girl was stepped on the ground, and countless feet cruelly stepped on her petite body. She died almost instantly. No one saw the passing of this life. They could only see food. Food. Fuck. They actually have meat in the refrigerator. I'm starving to death, and they can still eat oranges? The old man's storage room has much more food than the security room, and the variety is richer. The food stimulates the hungry crowd. Their roars become sharper and crazier. They fight frantically, gnaw, and crowd around those robbing the rich to help the poor spoils, and cheer as much as they can. The same thing happens on every floor. The owners who originally lived on the 5th floor or below, after their homes were flooded, discussed with other owners and the property management, and moved to temporarily vacant rooms on higher floors. The property management had the code or key to open the anti-theft doors of each of their households. When they were completely unprepared, their doors were broken into almost instantly, and everything in the house was looted. The incident spread upwards layer by layer. The crazy crowd crossed the 7th floor, crossed the 16th floor, and frantically looted every door that could be opened. They rushed to the 19th floor with jubilation all the way. Chapter 117. The 19th floor is where Ming Jiai and Xia Jiping live. Both of them rented the house later. The house keys or passwords were obtained from the housekeeper. They were also the two residents located by the crowd. Because their floor was relatively high, when the accident happened downstairs, although the situation was too sudden, no one had time to talk in the group, but if you listen carefully to the movement outside the door, you can also get the news that the housekeeper handed over the key from a few words. There are several families in the high-rise area. They successfully found a way in time, either changing the password or hanging a safety lock. In short, they took a strategy in time. Ming Jiai changed the anti-theft door on the day he rented the house because he needed to store supplies in the room. Although their door could not be opened, it did not mean that they would not be harassed. The more strategies they took, the more the crazy crowd knew that there must be someone living in this house. These people have robbed too many houses. They are almost like chicken blood. They will not be frustrated by this little thing. Although they failed to open it with the simplest method, they still stood at the door and banged on the door and shouted, "Take out all the food. Open the door for me. Hurry up, take out all the food and drinks. Otherwise, I smash your house and kill your whole family. Hee hee, I don't know if there are any women in your family. The woman on the 16th floor just now, her skin is really tender." These people didn't realize that the purpose of their robbery had quietly changed. What drove them to do all these things at the beginning was hunger and anger. As time went by, as their robbery went smoothly, without encountering any large-scale resistance, the mentality of these people was no longer the same as before. They were no longer doing it for food and survival, but for the act of robbery itself. They enjoyed the pleasure of robbing others, the pleasure of bullying the few with the many, and the pleasure of bullying the other party without the other party being able to resist. In an environment where there would be no legal sanctions, their behavior had gradually deviated from human nature, and they were brimming with uncontrollable madness. Everyone rushed into the 19th floor in the dark, preparing to rob the two floors here and harvest the final spoils. Several of the fastest people ran in front, holding the key of Xia Jiping's security door, and pointed the key at the lock of the security door with a grin, preparing to insert it. The person holding the key was suddenly startled. The security door in front of him was not locked firmly. He pushed forward accidentally, and a gap appeared in the door. Fuck. This idiot didn't lock it. Before he could finish his words, the door swung violently, and a strong force pushed towards him. He suddenly felt his feet slip. When he climbed up to the 19th floor, he felt that the ground didn't feel right, as if he was stepping on ice, which seemed a little too slippery. But he was in a hurry at that time, and didn't think much about it. He just rolled and crawled up. At this time, he was pushed from the front, and his body suddenly lost balance. He couldn't even stabilize his body for several times, and staggered backwards. There were also many people standing behind him. The distance between people was not very large. When the person in front slipped, the person behind also received the impact, and his feet became unstable. Just like a row of mahjong tiles, when the first one is pushed, the others will fall down one after another, and they will roll on the ground in a ball. The crowd suddenly cried out in surprise. Fuck. Don't push me. While everyone was struggling to keep their bodies in a hurry, a ray of light suddenly shone out from the crack of the security door that was not closed tightly. The corridor was not completely dark. Some people were using flashlights. Some people were using their mobile phone screens. There were more or less faint lights. But that light was completely different from these lights. It was brighter and more dazzling. The light flew a beautiful parabola in the air, and in full view of everyone, it fell on the ground. Then, with a boom, it suddenly burst out. The moment the star-pointed light touched the ground, it immediately turned into a prairie fire. Fuck. Gasoline. Finally, someone reacted. The slippery thing that everyone stepped on the ground and couldn't stand on was actually gasoline. The gasoline filled the corridor in advance. The moment the lighter fell, the entire corridor was immediately ignited. The few people standing in the front, who rolled on the ground, instantly turned into firemen. The raging fire, fueled by the gasoline, jumped wildly and excitedly and kept licking everyone's bodies. Screams were heard in the corridor immediately. Ah! Ah! Help! Help me! The gasoline had filled the corridor for a long time, and had already slowly seeped from the 19th floor to the stairs, and to lower places. At this time, not only the corridor on the 19th floor, but also the staircases turned into a sea of fire. However, gasoline could not flow upwards, but the staircases on the building looked safe. Some people ran up in panic, knocking on Xia Yi's security door frantically, screaming while knocking, "Help! Help!" As the screams and knocks on the door sounded, the security door on the 20th floor did not open. But on the top of the door, two nozzles slowly stood up. The nozzle was very similar to that of a fire extinguisher. After the nozzle was moved to the specified angle, some liquid was slowly sprayed out. As the liquid sprayed into the fire, the wildly jumping flames seemed to be suppressed a little. It seemed that they were saved. Everyone found the area where the flames were relatively weak, and they were ecstatic, and rushed to the security door on the 20th floor. Xia Jiping peered at the situation upstairs through the cat's eye of the security door. Xia Yi was so cruel every time he attacked him. He thought he was also a heartless person. At this time, he was a little surprised that a person like him could actually give birth to a daughter who was kind and soft-hearted at the critical moment. Everyone in the corridor rushed upstairs frantically, especially those who were on fire, who rushed to bathe in the spraying liquid. The pain of the flames was too intense, making everyone's skin numb. It took a long time after the liquid splashed on their skin for someone to feel something was wrong. The liquid did not feel cold like water when it fell on the body, but was different, scalding and burning. Ah! The first person to come into contact with the liquid was the first to wail, and the wail was louder and more tragic than before. If there were anyone who knew what was going on here, they would know that what was coming out of the pipe was not water at all, but sulfuric acid. Xia Yi had rented an entire sulfuric acid warehouse, and had already transported it to various strongholds, and had armed them mercilessly. She valued her own shelter, the corridors here, more, so she would not choose Xia Jiping's way of starting a fire, fearing that it would damage the building, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting herself by 800. So she chose a more gentle way. Of course, the people under the sulfuric acid rain should not feel gentle. After they found that the 20th floor was not a safe place to take refuge, they finally hardened their hearts, stepped on the burning flames, and fled down the stairs. The fear of the unknown can grip everyone. The people in the apartment are afraid of the unknown. They don't know that there are intruders outside, and how much malice is waiting for them. The intruders are also afraid of the unknown. What they can see is also very limited. They are also afraid of the flames and sulfuric acid in the dark. The scene in front of them was extremely tragic. Although they came together, they didn't actually know each other. No one really went up to help them, but just let them roll on the ground and howl. The people screaming on the ground brought great psychological shock to others. In the current situation of lack of medical care and medicine, whether they were burned by fire or scalded by sulfuric acid, it was difficult to get timely treatment, and there was a risk of infection and death. They just wanted to get some food. And of course, they might want to enjoy the pleasure of robbery. But they didn't want to gamble their lives. Those who have earned enough and grabbed a lot of money are fully satisfied both mentally and materially. Those who are in the back and didn't get anything, looking at such a horrible scene in front of them, gradually back off. In fact, in the last life, they wouldn't have encountered such a big nail. In the last life, Xia Yi didn't remind them in the group, and everyone wouldn't be prepared in advance, and no one would notice the abnormality, change the password or lock the room, and there wouldn't be Xia Yi and Xia Jiping's crazy resistance upstairs, which led to heavy casualties. The whole process went smoothly, and there was almost no one to hinder them. They looted the entire building, and then left safely. Now that the nail has been hit, many people have been beaten and bleeding, and the madness in everyone's mind has gradually receded, and their minds have become calmer. Now some people are slowly retreating, planning to go somewhere else. Anyway, this area is all rich areas, and even this community has more than just this one apartment building. Many people have followed suit, robbing He Buys apartment, and even the community next door, and the supermarket next door. Some people were staring at the door, not daring to rush in and risk their lives, but unwilling to return empty-handed. So they stayed where they were, struggling. What's more, some people who had the keys of the original residence simply stayed in that room, planning to use it as a base and slowly look for opportunities later. As the crowd gradually faded, the noisy apartment building slowly peeled off, revealing a miserable scene. The originally neat and clean apartment corridor was now in a mess. There were broken pots and pans, garbage bags left after eating food, and corpses of all kinds, of different ages and genders. The instigator of all this, Xiao Lu from 1602, was dying in a corner of the corridor in an outrageous posture. with his clothes torn into pieces. Xiao Yi released the drone again along the window and watched the situation outside change. Suddenly, from the drone's camera, there was a propeller sound of thump thump thump. She controlled the drone and flew upwards towards the sound. In the dim night, through the night vision camera, she saw a helicopter flying from the distant night sky. It slowly landed on the rooftop. Chapter 118. Have you called a helicopter from home? Xiao Yi asked Ming Jiayi. Ming Jiayi shook his head slightly. Bai Shanshan obviously didn't either. They had talked about this clearly last time. Bai Shanshan had something to deal with at home, so she wouldn't send anyone over for the time being. Even if something happened, she would call in advance to inform them. Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes slightly. At this point in time, it's not that easy to get a helicopter, and she doesn't have that many friends who can get one easily. Who is that person? Let's go and take a look. The two looked at each other and nodded, and walked out of the door side by side, and went straight to the rooftop, and looked out through the peephole of the security door. The helicopter has landed on the rooftop. The propeller kept turning, and the pilot was also sitting in a seat, and it didn't look like he was going to stay for too long, as if he was ready to leave at any time after picking up the person. A man in a suit, and two men in camouflage uniforms, got down from the co-pilot seat and the back seat of the plane respectively. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up slightly. The space in this helicopter looks quite big, it can seat at least 5 people. Ming Jiayi obviously saw her intention. He pulled her sleeve secretly helplessly, and whispered in her ear. We have some too, don't think about others. Xiao Yi touched her nose. Does her greedy expression look so obvious? Miao Fangfang and Lin Lingling clearly said that she had a cold face and expressionless expression. Does Ming Jiayi have a pair of eyes that are different from theirs? She was seen through so quickly that her mind was distracted. And she even forgot to complain about Ming Jiayi word we. Ahem. Anyway, don't let your imagination run wild. The two people in camouflage uniforms were fully armed. And they even had guns on their backs. Judging from their faces, they were definitely strangers. At this time, they were still dressed like this. I have to say that they had plenty of supplies and energy. And they were also pretentious. He looks like someone of some importance. Xiao Yi glanced at his suit and said to herself, it's already this late, and he's still pretending. After they patrolled the rooftop, their eyes fell on the security door, and they walked over with a gun in hand, as if they were observing the structure of the security door, and were ready to break it down violently at any time. Xiao Yi thought about it, and simply took the initiative to open the door. No matter how high-grade her security door was, it was just a civilian security door, and it couldn't withstand the trouble of these two professional big brothers. But she wasn't too scared. Although she had some enemies, she probably had none of this kind. Except Lin Yongzi, the old man she had never met. But even if she and Lin Linglang were incompatible, she probably wouldn't let her grandfather send someone to kill his granddaughter. It wouldn't be that serious. And the person who could hold a gun now might be an official. She didn't want to break up with him right away. What if he was a good person? Wouldn't it be a loss if there was a conflict? It would be better to be direct and speak frankly. The handle of the security door was gently turned, and the two men in camouflage uniforms suddenly looked serious and slowly raised their guns. Xiao Yi untied the handcuffs between her and Ming Jiayi, still holding his hand, and slowly opened the door. Under the other party's nervous gaze, she walked to the center of the rooftop and asked in a raised voice, "Who are you?" While she was observing the other party was also observing her. Seeing that the two of them were wearing protective clothing but had no weapons, she slowly put her mind at ease. But she was a little confused. Judging from the height and body shape of the two people opposite, it was obvious that they were not the ones they wanted to pick up. The boy was obviously too tall, and the girl was not flexible enough. Although they were wearing protective clothing, their faces could not be seen, but it was obvious at a glance that they were not the ones they wanted to pick up. The man in a suit, hiding behind the two men in camouflage uniforms, assessed their situations from a distance and spoke first, like a leader speaking first. There was sternness and questioning in his tone. Why are you dressed like this? Xiao Yi. She barely managed to get back at him, saying, It's none of your business if I don't wear clothes. Under Ming Jiayi's silent comfort, she temporarily gave up this strategy. Thinking carefully, she hadn't been looked down upon for a long time, about 3 or 4 days, and hearing such a condescending tone, she actually missed it a little. Although this person couldn't be pinned to the ground and taught a lesson, but the question he raised. Xiao Yi tilted her head and said, Nonsense. I have an infectious disease patient here. And he is still receiving treatment. There is no other way. He cannot take off his clothes, or we might die together. Infectious disease. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the 3 people on the other side, without exception, took a step back in unison, exchanged glances, and showed a vigilant look. Xiao Yi blinked lightly. She was just testing casually, but she didn't expect to get something out of it. It seems that these people know about the H-alpha virus, although the virus kills people very quickly, and the disease has spread to everyone in the area. There is still no widespread news on the internet, but for some privileged people, they always know what is going on. Xiao Yi didn't show it on her face, and her tone was even clear and simple, which was a trick she hadn't used for a long time. You haven't answered me yet. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is my home. This is Xiao Yi's usual style of doing things. She treats people who know her background coldly to scare them, and plays crazy and stupid to people who don't know her background to confuse them. In the end, she makes the other party unable to figure out what's going on with her, so that they will be cautious in doing things, and won't do whatever they want. The man in the suit is used to being bossy, and people respect him wherever he goes. Who would have thought that this little girl, facing 2 black gun muzzles, speaks rudely, obviously not taking him seriously at all. He is dissatisfied, and his tone becomes more and more serious. It's not your turn to ask about this kind of thing. Heh. Xiao Yi barely managed to laugh. Parking the plane on her territory, pointing a gun at her, she didn't even have the right to ask the reason. So awesome, so domineering. Okay, I won't ask. Xiao Yi turned around and walked away, pulling Ming Jiayi downstairs, saying as she walked, "Anyway, it's the virus-infected area downstairs. You're dressed like this. Come down if you have the guts." Suited man. Looking at their arrogant appearance, the 2 camouflage uniforms raised their guns, and looked at the suited man. The man in the suit was stunned. He didn't expect that the little girl would be so angry. She turned around and left without saying a word. He watched the 2 people walk towards the corridor. He suddenly became anxious. He believed what Xiao Yi said. There was a contaminated area below. After all, there was no reason for the other party to lie to him. If it wasn't a contaminated area, who would wear protective clothing at home every day? Moreover, not long after they arrived, the other party came out to check. Even if they put it on for show, it would be too late. Of course, he racked his brains to figure out the reason why Xiao Yi did this. It was just to prevent cross-infection during the quarantine period. Others only stayed in the room during the quarantine period. They could run around outside during the quarantine period, purely because they had enough protective clothing. The man in the suit didn't dare to gamble. They knew how fierce the virus was. If they entered the contaminated area without any protection, they would probably die in 3 days. Even if they didn't care about their lives and dared to pass through the contaminated area, they couldn't let the leader and his wife do the same. Even if the man in the suit was angry, and he was so angry that he killed the 2 men, it would be useless, because they still didn't have protective clothing, and couldn't go through the contaminated area to pick up the leader. If they were asked to go back to get it, it would take a long time, and if they were asked to find it themselves, it would be so confusing, and they wouldn't be able to find it in a short time. Seeing that Xiao Yi was about to disappear behind the security door, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Yi ignored him, and continued to walk forward. "Stop!" The man in the suit shouted again. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the safety being pulled out suddenly came from behind. Xiao Yi slowly stopped and turned around. The man in the suit saw her movements and thought she was scared. He sneered in his heart and shouted sternly, "You, take the protective suit you are wearing and bring me 3. No, 5 sets." Xiao Yi blinked when she heard it. She looked at the 3 people in front of her quietly, and asked in an almost innocent tone, "What if I don't take it?" She raised her wrist, pointed at the 2 black gun muzzles in front of her, and asked softly, "If I don't give you what you want, what will you do? Will you kill me?" The man in the suit looked at her coldly. "I thought the person who took these things was the one who protected us," Xiao Yi said again. "It's not the case anymore." The man in the suit showed a sneer that was almost sarcastic on his face. He looked at Xiao Yi indifferently, as if he was looking at an incurable fool, and said word by word, "Now, the people holding these things are mine." "What did you say?" Xiao Yi's shoulders trembled, and there was a bit of disbelief in her tone. But looking at the expression on the other person's face, she seemed to believe it. "So, if I don't obey, you will really kill me?" The man in the suit looked impatient, but he had to be patient and repeat, I've said it so many times. Yes. Then if... Xiaoyi looked up at him and asked word by word. I gave you the protective suit, you can come and go freely in my house, after you achieve your goal. Will you kill me? The man in the suit softened his tone and said lightly. Of course not, I just came here to pick someone up. I will leave after picking someone up. I have no grudge against you. Is it necessary? Of course. That matter has already fermented into a very troublesome situation. He can't let more people know about it, and make things more complicated. This little girl is blocking his way. After everything is done, he will kill her anyway. Xiaoyi showed a suspicious look on his face, obviously. He didn't trust what the man in the suit said. How about this, let's make a deal. I can bring the protective suit to you, and you guys have to agree to one condition of mine. Chapter 119. The man in the suit was getting more and more impatient. Although he was pretending to be nice, he didn't want to waste more time here. He looked down at Xiaoyi, and his words were threatening and oppressive. You dare to negotiate with me, aren't you afraid that I will really kill you? I'm afraid, I'm scared to death. Xiaoyi chuckled and answered slowly. Because I'm afraid of death, I have to think more. My brain tells me that if I want to live longer, I shouldn't listen to others. If I listen to you, I will only die faster. The man in the suit choked. Although this is true, when people are afraid, how many people can use their brains to think? Aren't they scared to the point of weakness and obey the orders of the strong? The two people on his side are holding guns, with the safety pulled. But this little girl is not afraid at all? Or does she know nothing about guns? The man in the suit turned his eyes, landing on the hands of Mingjiai and Xiaoyi, and suddenly pointed the spearhead at Mingjiai. This is your woman, right? Are you sure you don't care and let her die? She doesn't know anything. How can you not know anything? You have to think it through. You can't live if she dies. Many times, men are more timid than women, more willing to obey the strong. But it's just not easy to show. Men look more powerful, more like the authoritative party. As long as he can establish his authority in front of the weak women, it's like he is a step down, they will kneel to the stronger more smoothly. The classic rhetoric is, what do you know as a woman? How can you afford to offend her? The man in the suit knows men too well. He quietly uses men's weaknesses to sow discord between the two. Mingjiai looked up at him, and instantly understood his thoughts, and suddenly laughed. He said lazily, you are so lucky, my life is really in her hands. He bent down slightly, and got closer to Xiaoyi, and asked softly, do you want me to die? Xiaoyi, suited man. The tense emotions of the two were shattered by this sudden incident. The suited man's ability to hold back anger has reached its limit. He never thought that he would be in this place, and suffer so many setbacks in a row, and his tried and tested tricks would be completely ineffective, and he would inexplicably become a part of the other party's play. This is simply absurd. Stop talking nonsense. The suited man couldn't help but get angry and said coldly, just say it directly. What conditions? Xiaoyi. This person talked about compromise so confidently. This was the first time she had seen this. Maybe people in a certain circle are naturally much thicker skinned than others. But there was no point in saying this. She didn't want to irritate the other party too much. After all, the other party was holding a gun. She raised her hand and pointed to the corner of the rooftop. There was a small garbage incinerator there. The length, width and height of the garbage incinerator were about 2 or 3 meters. The overall volume was not too large. There was a garbage inlet on the side, and a takeout outlet at the bottom. The drop-in port is about 1.5 meters high. The entrance angle is tilted, and the exit is locked. If there is no lock, the things thrown in will not be taken out for a while. You four. Xiaoyi pointed at the 3 people outside, then pointed at the pilot who never got off the plane, and finally fell back to the garbage incinerator, saying word by word, take all the weapons on you, dismantle them into parts, and throw them in there. The air suddenly became quiet. The 4 men on the opposite side fell silent at the same time. They had never expected that this skinny little girl could come up with a practical plan in such a short time. If they were asked to hand over the weapons, they would never agree, but throwing the weapons into the incinerator and then taking them out would be much easier to accept. After all, the weapons were not handed over from them to the enemy, and it would take some time to get them back. But it would not delay things. In theory, they could actually accept it. And for her, it would indeed give her a chance to escape. But the plan was feasible. But the man in the suit would never accept it. Handing over the weapon was equivalent to handing over the initiative. How could he hand over the initiative to a little girl? Weapons are like life. How can I just hand them over casually? He sneered and waved his hand to refuse. You want to take away the weapon with just one sentence. You are thinking too much. Little girl. Don't change the concept. I just deposited your weapon to ask you not to hurt me. Not to steal it. Xiao Yi pointed at the exit of the garbage incinerator and said calmly. There is a key there. After you bring the people up and onto the plane, I will hand over the key to you. And then you can reassemble the weapons. No. The man in the suit still disagreed. Okay. Okay, if you don't want it, then don't hand it over. Xiao Yi spread his hands, looking like he couldn't do anything to them, and compromised. Then just wait and see. If you can't wait, just kill me. Anyway, you don't. Urgent. Suited man. He looked at Xiao Yi coldly, his eyes became more and more fierce, and the murderous intent kept rising and falling in his heart. He suppressed the idea of killing this girl again and again. He had been in a high position for a long time, and he had a sense of oppression. As the anger in his heart burst out, the coldness slowly spread out, and it seemed that a thin string was tightened in the air, which might break at any time. Xiao Yi seemed to be unaffected by him, standing there lazily, and even yawned lightly. The two sides confronted each other like this for 1 minute. The suit man's cell phone suddenly rang. He maintained a cold expression, looked down at the phone number, and his movements suddenly froze. He turned around quickly, walked to the farthest corner of the rooftop, and pressed the answer button. He had hidden far enough away, but unfortunately the rooftop was so small, and his voice could still be heard faintly in the night wind. Hey. Leader. Yes. Yes. I be right there. The suit man answered the phone, while observing the garbage incinerator from a distance. Although there was a lock on the box, it was obviously not very strong and could be easily pried open, so it was not a big problem. Besides guns, everyone also had other types of weapons. With their skills, they really didn't need guns to deal with two ordinary people. After the man in the suit hung up the phone, he waved his hand. The two men in camouflage uniforms and the pilot stepped forward, took off their weapons, and in front of Xiao Yi, they disassembled all the weapons one by one into parts. Then they packed them in bags and threw them into the garbage incinerator one by one. Listening to the continuous bang and bang collision sounds, the man in the suit looked more and more worried, and said coldly, Is it okay? Yes. Xiao Yi ignored their little thoughts. The time to take out all the parts after packing them in the package was much shorter than the time they took out one by throwing them into the garbage incinerator. But this was not important at all, and her focus was far from this. She glanced at the rooftop and gave another order. You guys, stand here. Stay away from that box. The weapons of several people have been handed over, so they will not care about such trivial matters. Although they are dissatisfied with her tone, they still move a few steps obediently and stand at the position designated by Xiao Yi. You guys stand here and don't move. I go into the house to get something. Xiao Yi slowly stepped back a few steps, pulling Ming Jiayi to the corridor. As the two figures just disappeared in the corridor, the people outside moved their feet slightly, and were about to take action. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi suddenly stopped. She poked her head out of the corridor again, startling everyone, and they froze awkwardly. Xiao Yi succeeded in catching the suspect, and smiled contentedly. You should behave yourself, and don't do anything. She raised her phone to everyone, and warned them with a smile. I can see everything on the surveillance camera. Everyone on the roof. Everyone really didn't want to waste any more time, and it wasn't necessary to do anything anyway. After exchanging their hands, they simply behaved themselves, and didn't plan to do anything else. Who knew that after 3 seconds, Xiao Yi poked her head out again. What else do you want to do? The man in the suit ran out of patience, his eyes flashed with murderous intent again, and his voice became a little colder. Oh, it's not a big deal. Xiao Yi asked casually, as if chatting. I just want to ask, is your leader's son Jilling? The man in the suit narrowed his eyes. His sight shot over fiercely, as if carrying two sharp blades. If his sight could be transformed into substance, he could probably peel her skin and dig out her bones in an instant. Xiao Yi nodded again with satisfaction. This is what she wanted. When the other party is unprepared, it is most likely to accidentally reveal the real information. She smiled and poked the other party's lungs. Haha, don't think too much, mainly because I'm afraid you've found the wrong place. After all, everyone in our building is almost dead. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's face suddenly changed drastically. But it doesn't matter, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yi suddenly changed the subject and added lightly. That son Jilling is still alive. I saw a figure on his window. The man in the suit was stunned. He seemed to not understand. Xiaoyi house was on the 20th floor. How could he see a figure on the 16th floor window? Just as everyone stood there in a daze. Their minds were in turmoil as Xiaoyi spoke. Xiaoyi pulled Mingjiai, and the two of them disappeared into the corridor, in the shadows that no one could see. Xiaoyi's smile suddenly disappeared, and there was only a cold look in her eyes. She gently retreated behind the security door, grasped the wrench hidden there, pressed her fingerprint on the unlocking button, and pulled it down hard. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Dense crossbow arrows fell from the sky, heading towards the vital points of everyone on the rooftop. Chapter 120. Xiaoyi was just thinking, what kind of leader is it that needs them to send a helicopter to pick him up? Since it was parked on the roof of her building, it must be a resident of this building. She didn't know many residents in this building, but the leader really knew one. He was the instigator of today's tragedy, the husband of the famous Miss Zhao Lu. Everyone knew that his name seemed to be Sun Jilling, and he had registered with the property management. As for his specific identity, what privileges he had that normal people could not reach, no one knew. Miss Zhao Lu was cursed online, cursed in the homeowners group, and almost died without a complete body. She also caused the entire building to be buried with her. If this matter was posted online, I am afraid that countless people would come and spit. She deserved it. However, there is clearly another role in this incident. The one who truly enjoys the privilege. The one who enjoys the inexhaustible supplies and treatment that is superior to the flesh and blood of others. But this person disappeared perfectly in the end. Even in this whole building, how many innocent people died because of this incident, but he is still alive and well. His privileges have not been reduced at all, and there are still people willing to flatter him, and support him with a large number of people, and leave this dangerous place. Xiaoyi only felt ironic. But she would not seek justice for this. The innocent people in this building died after all, and the privileged class that caused resentment on the internet is still alive. There are too many injustices, everywhere. She can't take care of them, and she doesn't have enough hands to take care of them. The reason why she would attack these people now was very simple, just because she saw murderous intent in their eyes. The people who took up weapons were no longer the ones who protected everyone, they had become the ones of certain people. They no longer represented justice, represented fairness. What they represented was the will of certain people. Maybe it was for survival, maybe for something else. In this era, she would not judge anyone morally, but she would not let herself be killed either. Xiaoyi followed the bottom line of the law before. The reason was very simple. Because the law was still there at that time. And it still had a restraining effect on everyone. And she would not be a person who broke the rules. However, these rules and restraining effects, after the tragedy in this building, completely ceased to exist. There is no law to uphold justice. To uphold justice for the weak. And everyone, life and death. All depends on themselves. Xiaoyi pressed the sulfuric acid spray button to start. And she was ready. She would no longer be merciful to those who wanted to kill her. In the days ahead, it was just an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Most importantly, Xiaoyi knew that those people outside would not let her go. Sun Jilling's incident had become a big deal. Although he might not have been hurt for the time being, he would definitely be under other pressures in places she could not see. In order to relieve this pressure, it would be best to let this matter end with the disappearance of this building. And he would also die quietly, in order to save them from worry later and avoid unnecessary trouble. The first thing they thought of when they saw Xiaoyi was to kill him. Even if they had no weapons and had been dismantled, they still had daggers, hands and feet, and it would be easy to kill them. No matter how good Xiaoyi and Mingjiai were, they were just two amateurs, and they could never beat the killing machines who trained day and night. Moreover, there were 4 weak people downstairs, so killing them would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. And it would not be difficult at all. Xiaoyi was not naive enough to think that she could escape danger by taking away their weapons. What she did was nothing more than distracting the other party and lowering their vigilance. She wanted those people to think that she was just afraid of their guns and wanted to find time, a way out, and a glimmer of hope after helping them. When the people outside heard what Xiaoyi said, they were shocked. Their information was not timely enough. They only knew that the incident had caused a big stir on the internet, and many people came from afar to make trouble. However, they did not know that a terrible tragedy had already happened in this building. The reason for this is that they failed to provide adequate protection. Even if the leader asked them not to follow him, they could not escape responsibility. Although they were all mentally stable, they were inevitably distracted the moment they learned the information. Xia Yi seized the opportunity and turned on the switch of the automatic crossbow. The crossbows she bought a long time ago all had automatic mechanisms, which loaded arrows very quickly and with great force. After turning on the switch, there was an immediate effect of thousands of arrows being fired at once. The 4 people outside lost their guns and could not attack the exit of the crossbow arrows remotely, even if they had daggers in their hands. They could only passively dodge and soon became exhausted. They tried to hide behind the helicopter, but found desperately that the crossbow arrows were installed in a circle along the rooftop, and they were almost 360 degrees without dead angles. No matter which direction they hid, there were crossbow arrows flying towards them. As time went by, their physical strength gradually ran out. Their movements became more and more difficult, and blood began to seep out of their bodies. Ming Jiayi's expression changed slightly. He seemed to want to do something, but seeing Xia Yi's expression, he knew he couldn't stop her. So he sighed almost inaudibly. You are despicable." The man in the suit looked at the dense crossbows in the air, and all his patience was gone. His face suddenly showed a look of shock and anger. "What a vicious woman. We all promised you not to do it. But you still." The man in the suit was talking to Xia Yi, trying to distract her attention. At the same time, the 2 camouflage uniforms rolled forward together and rushed towards the security door. "Okay, stop pretending." Xia Yi was too lazy to pretend, interrupted him calmly. "Lock the security door, and block the last escape route for the people outside. Save your lives for the underworld." "Don't tell me." The people outside were struggling under the crossbow. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the inside of the corridor. Xia Yi turned around and took a look, only to find Lin Linglin standing at the end of the corridor, cautiously poking her head out, as if she wanted to say something to her. Xia Yi waved at Lin Linglin and said softly, "You guys hide in the house first. We talk later." But Lin Linglin frowned slightly, and seemed to want to say something, but was pulled by the hand behind her. She decided to give up for the time being and retreated back into the apartment. At this time, the battlefield outside was almost over. The 2 camouflage uniforms and the pilot stood in front, and in the end, they were all shot by several arrows and lay there motionless. On the contrary, the man in a suit, hiding behind the 3 men, was obviously still alive despite being hit by several arrows in the leg. He was sneaking towards the helicopter, obviously trying to escape by plane. Xia Yi observed for a while, observing the number, angle, and depth of the arrows entering the body, and confirmed that these people were not pretending to be dead again. Then he slowly closed the switch of the crossbow and pulled Ming Jiayi out. The man in the suit watched Xia Yi open the door. His body shook violently. His hands moved continuously. His butt rubbed the ground, and he retreated desperately, facing the threat of death. All his arrogance had long since disappeared, leaving only the most primitive, deep-seated fear. He swallowed his saliva. His voice was dry and hoarse, and he asked with difficulty, Who are you? TSK. You came to my door on your own, and you still ask who I am." Xia Yi did not walk towards the man in the suit. She kept a distance from the bodies of the others, took out a key from her pocket, opened the garbage incinerator, and took out the bundles from it. She said while busying herself, "I am the resident here." "No. Impossible." The man in the suit looked horrified and said in a hissing voice, "That's the truth. I have no grudge against you, and I am not sent by any enemy camp." Xia Yi sighed, but her hands did not stop at all. She opened one of the bundles and took out the disassembled parts from it. Her 10 fingers turned quickly, and her movements were smooth and neat, with click, click. After a series of movements, a complete gun appeared in her hand. During this process, she did not even let go of Ming Jiayi's hand. She slowly raised the gun, aimed at the suit man's forehead, and said word by word, "It's just that you are unlucky, and you have offended the wrong person." They thought they were bullying the weak, and they thought she could not resist, so they regarded her name as worthless. But everything has a price. Since there is an act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you must be prepared to kick the iron plate and be killed in return. With a bang, the man in the suit fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face, and he completely lost his breath. Xia Yi did not lose her vigilance. She held the gun in one hand and shot everyone in Tiantai Mountain in the middle of their eyebrows, making sure that everyone was dead and would never come back to life. She knew that the identities of these people outside were not simple, and there must be forces behind them that she did not know. But since they had already offended her and forced her to take action, she had to do it thoroughly, to root out the problem, and to not leave any trouble behind. After Xia Yi dealt with the people, she pulled Ming Jiayi to pack their belongings. There should be positioning devices on their bodies and on the plane. She had to get the job done, and she couldn't let anyone find trouble on her. The positioning devices on the plane needed to be dealt with slowly, but the people were easy to deal with. Just strip them naked. Under Ming Jiayi's indescribable gaze, she mercilessly stripped everyone's clothes and collected them all together. Then she threw the people without clothes, naked, one by one, down from the edge of the rooftop. With a few plop and plop sounds, the bodies of several people followed the surging water and left in an unknown direction. As for the positioning devices on these people, Xia Yi was too lazy to look through them carefully, so he simply collected them all together and was about to find a bag to store them and stuff them all into the helicopter. Suddenly, he heard the phone ringing in the suit man's trousers.